Chapter 581. Sir, by my side. Su Maoyang was pierced by his sharp gaze, and hurriedly lowered her head. Her hoarse voice was so low that it was inaudible. Replying to the emperor, I am thin and weak, and it is difficult for me to take on a big responsibility. If I really become General Yin's deputy general, I am afraid that I will be criticized, and it will be difficult to convince the public. Hearing this, Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes flashed with surprise, and sneered. I didn't expect you to be so humble and sensible. Hearing this seemingly compliment but not a compliment, and feeling the sharp eyes wandering over her, Su Maoyang's forehead was covered with a layer of sweat, and her heart was beating fast. Jun Haotsong didn't want her to take risks on the front line. If he found out her identity, according to his overbearing personality, he would definitely force her to leave. So, she must not let him find out. Seeing that she kept her head down, as if deliberately avoiding him, Jun Haotsong frowned, and his eyebrows seemed to be two ice peaks, twisting out an unstoppable power. The cold voice made Su Maoyang tremble. Your head is about to fall to the ground. Am I so scary? Su Maoyang was afraid that he would find out, and hurriedly replied, No, no, no. The emperor misunderstood. It's the emperor's light that is too dazzling. I dare not look directly at it. Jun Haotsong didn't expect that the little guy in front of him was quite sharp-tongued and flattered very well. He seemed to be a smart boy. No wonder Yin La Feng, who was always strict with others, praised him. You should know that the position of Deputy General of General Yin is something that many people beg for. But if you give up this time, you will never have another chance. Jun Haotsong finally reminded him. Su Maoyang kowtowed and thanked him immediately. Thank you, Emperor Zun and General Yin, for your appreciation. But I am really not qualified to be a deputy general, and I beg the emperor to help me. If she became a deputy general, she would have to deal with Jun Haotsong and Yin La Feng every day. Jun Haotsong is such a smart man. If she follows him, he will definitely see through her identity. So, it's better to keep a low profile. Seeing that she insisted on doing so, Jun Haotsong could only wave his hand. Okay, I know. You can go back. As he said, Jun Haotsong had already withdrawn his gaze from her, and continued to write. Su Maoyang stood up and secretly glanced at him, and found that he was pale and tired, thinking that he was suffering from a cold. It seems that she has to find a way to recuperate him. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang did not stop and quickly retreated. At this time, Jun Haotsong, who was writing furiously, slowly raised his head, looked at the tent that was put down again, and gradually frowned. Then, he called out, Come here! At this time, the soldier outside the door opened the tent and walked in quickly. What do you want? Emperor? Jun Haotsong frowned and asked casually. What was the name of the soldier just now? He was so busy talking about the deputy general that he forgot to ask the name. Reply to the emperor. His name is Su Mu. The soldier answered honestly. Su Mu. Jun Haotsong frowned and murmured, with a flash of doubt in his eyes, and then waved his hand to signal him to retreat. Su Maoyang on this side quickly returned to his tent. Xiao Linchen, Lin Wanner and others were very anxious, now that they saw her coming back. They immediately greeted her and asked with concern, Boss, are you okay? Everyone winked at Su Maoyang, just to ask if Jun Haotsong recognized her. Su Maoyang naturally understood their worries, and shook his head slightly. Don't worry. It's okay. Only after hearing this did they feel completely relieved. Xiongzheng heard this and snorted with envy. Su Mu, what did you do to make the emperor summon you? Tell the truth. Other veterans stared at Su Maoyang with dissatisfaction, obviously jealous. Su Maoyang just smiled indifferently and raised his eyebrows to answer. The emperor heard that there were veterans bullying new recruits in the army, so he specially asked me to question them and wanted to rectify the discipline. Hearing this, Xiongzheng was immediately frightened and turned pale, and asked anxiously, What? Then how did you answer? Did you betray me? Su Maoyang suppressed his smile and said seriously, Of course I said no. How could I betray you? However, I see that the emperor doesn't seem to believe it. Xiongzheng, Yu Wei, and others were all uneasy after hearing this. The two of them bullied the new recruits a lot in the army, and the superiors turned a blind eye and had no time to care about their trivial matters. I really don't know why the emperor suddenly wants to rectify the discipline. Su Maoyang saw that they were very scared, so he held back his smile and turned his back. Lin Water and others also held back their laughter and sat aside. It seems that these old soldiers, who bully others by taking advantage of their power, will have to be frightened for a while. Their master is full of bad water, and his tricks are endless. Su Maoyang saw that no one dared to find fault with her anymore, and suddenly felt a lot quieter. So she sat down and carefully thought about refining the elixir for Jun Haosong. However, not long after, another soldier lifted the tent and walked in, saying loudly, "Su Mu, General Yin wants to see you. Please go." Su Maoyang frowned. What was the matter with Yin Lafeng? Helplessly, she got up and followed him out. Entering Yin Lafeng's tent, Su Maoyang saw Yin Lafeng sitting upright behind the desk, staring at her with anger in his eyes. She remembered that she didn't seem to have done anything to make him angry. Just as she was recalling and reflecting on herself, she heard a deep and powerful voice from the front. "Su Mu, why don't you want to be my deputy general?" He has never accepted a deputy general for so many years, precisely because he is particularly strict with talents, and ordinary people are not in his eyes. Now he finally gave in and made an exception to give this short and small boy a chance. But he didn't expect that he would be rejected outright. Where can he put his face? He dared to despise the position that others dreamed of, which was really infuriating. Su Maoyang didn't expect that it was this matter that made Yin Lafeng angry. He was so embarrassed that he kept apologizing. "General Yin, you know that I don't have much strength. If I really want to be your deputy general, I'm afraid it will cause you trouble and be a joke. Others will also accuse you of being partial. So I really don't dare to be a deputy general." Yin Lafeng snorted angrily. "So, you are still kind-hearted and thinking about this general?" Hearing these hypocritical words, he didn't know why he was so angry. Although he was usually strict, he didn't lose his temper easily. Even he didn't understand why he was so angry when he learned that Su Mu refused to be his deputy general. "Yes, I am thinking about the general." Su Maoyang actually admitted it shamelessly. Yin Lafeng couldn't listen anymore, frowned and waved. "Okay, since you don't want to be a deputy general, then you can serve by my side." Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard this, and his expression twitched slightly. "General, I'm afraid this is not appropriate." Hearing her refusal again, Yin Lafeng couldn't hold his face. "I just asked you to serve by my side, but didn't give you an official position. How can it be inappropriate?" Su Maoyang was embarrassed, and didn't know how to explain for a while. "General, you just say a few words, and many soldiers want to serve you. How can I be a difference?" Chapter 582 Helping the Emperor to Wash Clothes. Yin Lafeng frowned angrily when he heard this, and snorted coldly. "Since so many people want to work for this general, why don't you want to?" Su Maoyang was stumped by the question, and was tangled up, and didn't know how to answer. Seeing her eyes flickering, with an expression of evasion and rejection, Yin Lafeng was furious. "Does this general make you hate him so much?" Yin Lafeng couldn't figure out why she was so reluctant to come to him. Given her a deputy general, she was afraid of causing criticism, now that she was not promoted, but just asked to work in another place. It also made her so embarrassed. Yin Lafeng really had to speculate her thoughts on the level of hate. Su Maoyang saw that he misunderstood, and immediately waved his hand. "Oh, General Yin, you misunderstood. How could I hate you? I just... General Yin, you also said that many people want to work for you. So why do you have to be with me?" Su Maoyang was quite helpless. Yin Lafeng was shocked when he heard this, and his expression froze. He himself did not realize why he had to have her. In the past, he did not need soldiers to follow him to work, but felt that it was inconvenient to act. But after getting along with each other for a period of time, he found that this boy in front of him was not only smart, but also had a personality that suited his taste. It seemed that getting along with her was a little comfortable. So, he had the idea of letting him be a deputy general. But he did not expect that he would be rejected. "I really don't know what medicine I took wrong. I actually begged for such a person to come to work beside him. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became." Yin Lafeng waved his hand angrily. "Okay, you don't have to say it. This general knows. Just pretend that this general has never mentioned this matter. You go back." Su Maoyang felt that his anger was inexplicable, shook his head speechlessly, and turned to retreat. Seeing her leave, Yin Lafeng stood up angrily, and paced back and forth in annoyance because of his abnormal mood. Was he too strict and scared her? Yin Lafeng really couldn't figure it out. Walked out of the tent, and asked the soldier guarding the gate inexplicably. You? This general asks you. Is this general scary? The soldier was stunned by this sudden question, and then hesitantly answered. No, not scary. Seeing that he was trembling and couldn't speak clearly, La Feng was even more angry. This look shows that he is very afraid of him. It seems that he is really too strict. Otherwise, why would Su Mu reject him so much? After thinking it through, La Feng nodded in understanding. It seems that he can't be too rigid in the future. Please pay attention to the soldier named Su Mu. If he has any situation, please report it to me in time. Do you understand? La Feng ordered coldly and went back into the tent. Instead, the soldier was confused. Su Maoyang came out of La Feng's tent and was about to go to his own tent. Unexpectedly, he caught a glimpse of the soldier coming out of Jun Haotsong's tent. The soldier was holding a basin in his hand. It was not clear from a distance. Su Maoyang couldn't help but be curious and walked up quickly. What are you holding? Young man? The soldier looked at him and sighed. Hey, it's the emperor's clothes. I have to wash them tonight. Clothes? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and glanced at the basin. After a moment of hesitation, he had an idea. It's late now. I see that you look tired. I think you just retired from the front line and haven't had a good rest. Leave these clothes to me. I'll wash them, and you can go back to rest. She didn't know what to do for Jun Haotsong, but at least she could do something within her ability. She couldn't let herself be a waste. The soldier was surprised when he heard this. Oh my God! You are willing to do such a hard job. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? For these men, washing clothes and cooking are the most painful things. Originally, the armies of other countries had maids accompanying them on the march. But their emperor was not interested in women. It was obviously a woman's business. But it was all left to these men. It was miserable. Su Maoyang saw him in pain and chuckled. It's okay. Just leave the washing of the emperor to me in the future. Hearing this, the soldier was so grateful that he burst into tears. Okay. Okay. Then the emperor's clothes will be handed over to you. Remember to wash them clean. As he said this, the soldier had already handed the basin to Su Maoyang's hand. Su Maoyang smiled and watched him leave, and then walked towards the nearby river. Jun Haotsong had done so many things for her before, but she hadn't done anything for him yet. This time, she had such a good opportunity, so she had to show it well. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang took out the clothes and began to wash them seriously, while imagining what his expression would be if he knew that she washed the clothes. When she thought of this, Su Maoyang smiled secretly. La Feng was still wondering about Su Maoyang when he saw a soldier running in hurriedly to report. General Yin, I found that Su Mu went to the river. La Feng frowned, and his pupils jumped into doubt. River? What is he doing at the river? I saw him taking the emperor's clothes to the river, so I think he went to wash clothes for the emperor. La Feng felt even more strange when he heard this. Wasn't it Chao Ming's job to wash clothes for the emperor? Why did he change to him? I heard that Su Mu took the initiative to take over, which made Chao Ming very happy. The soldier was also puzzled. I don't know what's wrong with Su Mu. He actually took the initiative to ask to wash clothes. What? Take the initiative? La Feng stood up in surprise. He refused to be his deputy general, and he refused to serve in front of him. I didn't expect that he would be willing to wash clothes for the emperor. How unreasonable. La Feng was so angry that his eyes widened, and anger spewed out of his nostrils. He felt all kinds of bad in his heart. This feeling is hard to explain, and it made him irritable and uneasy. Why did he take the initiative to wash clothes for the emperor? What is his intention? La Feng was so angry that he asked angrily. The soldier snorted disdainfully. In my opinion, it's probably the guy who wants to curry favor with the emperor and get close to him. La Feng shook his head in disapproval. If that guy was really a villain who wanted to cling to power, he would not have refused to be the deputy general. This was the first time that La Feng met such a puzzling person. But he couldn't help but interpret this person. Keep observing his every move. Yes. Not only La Feng got the news, but even Xiongzheng heard about it. I told you to follow that guy. What did you hear? Ever since Xiongzheng heard Su Maoyang say that the emperor wanted to rectify the discipline, he was afraid that he would suffer. So he sent people to follow Su Maoyang and inquire about the news. The soldier who was questioned shook his head in embarrassment. There were soldiers guarding the door of General Yin. I didn't dare to get too close. so I didn't hear it. But I saw Su Mu took the emperor's clothes and washed them by the river. Washing clothes for the emperor? Xiongzheng was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted. Okay. This kid wants to curry favor with the emperor. I won't let him get his way. Boss. What should we do? The soldier looked curious. Xiongzheng smiled and leaned close to his ear to give him a few instructions. And the soldier nodded with a smirk on his face. Chapter 583 A Hole in the Clothes. 2 days later. Su Maoyang had gotten used to the life in the army. On this day, everyone was training in the martial arts training ground. Hearing that the emperor would come to review the troops, everyone was very motivated. Su Maoyang mixed in the crowd, and every move and every style was very good. First, it trained her skills, and second, it could strengthen her body. So Su Maoyang took this kind of training very seriously. Just as everyone was sparring, a loud announcement came from the entrance of the martial arts training ground. The emperor is here. After the voice fell, everyone stopped their movements, lined up, and waited for his inspection. Jun Haocong strode in accompanied by Yin Lafeng and 3 old generals. Seeing the emperor Yun Lu, the soldiers were so excited that their faces flushed, and they followed his figure with admiration. The jade-white brocade shone with dazzling luster under the sun, and the emperor seemed to be shrouded in a layer of silver light, making him look like a person walking out of a painting. Dazzling. The beautiful ice-blue eyes were like the deep sea, deep and charming, emitting a faint blue light like ice and snow. The looming red flame between the eyebrows was like the finishing touch, adding a charming touch to his stunning eyebrows. With a beautiful face, a sculptured outline, and a tall and straight figure, Su Maoyang couldn't help but sigh that her man was beautiful in 360 degrees without dead angles. Seeing this, her vanity was greatly satisfied. She stared at Jun Haocong and couldn't help but be intoxicated, and her eyes became a little crazy. And Jun Haocong was such a sharp person. His eyes suddenly swept to Su Maoyang, and saw that she was staring at him straight. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and some strangeness surged in his heart. Even Yin Lafeng, who was standing by, noticed the two people's gazes meeting. For some reason, he frowned angrily when he thought of Su Mu's initiative to wash clothes for Emperor Zun. He felt uncomfortable, now seeing her obsessed look at Emperor Zun. Yin Lafeng clenched his fists even more. Even he himself didn't know why he was angry. However, at this moment, a soldier suddenly pointed at Jun Haocong's back and shouted, "Oh, Emperor, there is a hole in the back of your clothes." As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at Jun Haocong's back in surprise. Sure enough, there was a big hole at the waist. "Oh, Emperor, there really is a hole." General Duan, who was standing by, was also startled. He pointed at Jun Haocong's hole and shouted. Yin Lafeng also widened his eyes in shock, showing an incredible expression. It was really incredible that the Emperor Zun, who was always strict, would have such an embarrassing thing happen. The soldiers in the martial arts training ground were surprised to see this scene, and they all covered their mouths and laughed secretly, whispering about the hole in the emperor's clothes. Su Maoyang was so surprised that she covered her mouth for a moment. She remembered that the clothes seemed to be washed by her that night. Did she wash it and tear it? Impossible. She looked fine at the time. There was nothing abnormal. Feeling the laughing eyes from all directions, Jun Haocong reached out and touched the hole on his back. No matter how cold and hard his face was, he couldn't hold it anymore. He shouted, "Chao Ming, get out of here." His clothes have always been taken care of by Chao Ming. How could such a good piece of clothes have a hole? Chao Ming was frightened when he saw this scene. He stumbled out of the team and knelt down in front of Jun Haocong. "Chao Ming, what is going on? Explain it to me." Jun Haocong was so angry that he gnashed his teeth because he had lost face in front of the whole army. Chao Ming had no idea why his clothes had holes. He cowered in fear. "I don't know. I am wronged. It is definitely not my fault." Jun Haocong frowned. "You are the one who takes care of my clothes. If not you, who else could it be?" Chao Ming was trembling all over because of the two sharp eyes. He immediately remembered the time when Su Mu took over the laundry and confessed. "Emperor, it was not me. It was Su Mu. It was Su Mu." Yin Lafeng was shocked when he heard Su Mu's name. Jun Haocong raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Maoyang in the crowd, his pupil showing doubts. "What's going on? Explain clearly." Chao Ming pointed at Su Maoyang and cried, explaining loudly. Su Mu took the initiative to help me wash clothes 2 days ago, and said that I could give him the clothes of the emperor in the future. Seeing his enthusiasm, I gave him the clothes, but I didn't know that there would be a hole in it. Su Mu did all this. It's none of my business. Chao Ming kowtowed several times again. Hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on Su Maoyang. Jun Haocong frowned even more and asked loudly, Su Mu, did you wash this clothes? Su Maoyang felt sad in her heart, and she could only nod her head. Yes. What exactly are you dissatisfied with me? Why do you tease me like this? Jun Haocong stared at her with a sharp gaze, trying to find clues from her plain face. Su Maoyang was so innocent. She saw that the clothes were fine at first. How could she know that such a mistake would happen? General He on the side also frowned and shouted, You bold little soldier. How dare you tease the emperor? Are you tired of living? Come on. Drag him down and beat him with 50 military sticks to set an example. Hearing the 50 military sticks, Xiongzhen covered his mouth and laughed so hard that his whole body twitched. Let's see if Su Mu dares to flatter the emperor in the future, and dares to sue him behind his back. Su Maoyang was shocked when she heard it, and her face changed immediately. She retorted loudly, Wait, I didn't do it. Why punish me? Humph. You admit that you washed the clothes, and you still dare to quibble that it wasn't you? General He bulged his eyes and shouted fiercely, Su Maoyang really can't wash it off even if he jumps into the Yellow River. Seeing this, Yin La Feng hurried to smooth things over. Emperor, General He, this may be a misunderstanding. Su Mu probably didn't do it on purpose. He may just be careless. Will 50 military sticks be too heavy? Humph. I don't think it's careless. But he has other intentions. Everyone knows that Chao Ming is taking care of the emperor's clothes, but he rushed to compete for this hard job. It's obvious that he has bad intentions. General He glared at Su Maoyang fiercely. Everyone nodded in agreement, and their eyes looking at Su Maoyang became a little strange. The brothers of the blood battle group were all sweating when they saw this. Just when everyone was suspicious, Jun Haocong raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Su Maoyang meaningfully, and broke the deadlock. Forget it. 50 military sticks are not needed. Since you are rushing to do the rough work, you will be responsible for my daily life in the future. Chapter 584, Massage my legs. Be responsible for his food and daily life? Doesn't that mean I have to hang around under his nose every day? No. No. What if I get caught? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang waved her hands anxiously and refused firmly. No. Hearing that she dared to refuse the emperor's order, everyone present was shocked and stared at her in surprise. General He, who was speaking harshly, was already furious. Now that he saw that the emperor had spared his life, he felt that it was inappropriate. He didn't expect that this kid not only didn't know how to be grateful, but also dared to refuse. He was furious and gritted his teeth and roared. How dare you? You ignorant little bastard. Today I must punish you severely. Come on. Military law. In marching and fighting, the most taboo is the lack of morale and loose discipline. If a soldier dares to tease and disobey the emperor, then anyone will dare to ride on the emperor's head in the future. In this case, where is the majesty of the emperor? How can he lead the troops to fight? When the soldiers heard General He's order, they all stepped forward to capture Su Maoyang. Yin La Feng was so anxious that he quickly stepped forward to block Su Maoyang. Step back. With this general here, you can't touch Su Mu's hair. General, he didn't expect Yin La Feng to go against him at this critical moment. He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and asked loudly, General Yin, what's wrong with you? You have always been strict in discipline. How could you condone such a rat shit that corrupts discipline? General He, I told you before that this time we were able to recapture Xuanca City and kill the enemy without leaving a single piece of armor. All because of his advice, and made military achievements for this great victory. If you deal with him casually like this, who will dare to work for us in the future? Please think twice. General He. Yin La Feng clasped his fists, looking sincere. General He was so angry that he trembled when he heard this. You actually pushed the credit of the whole army to this young boy. General Yin, are you too confused? In his opinion, this was clearly everyone's credit. How could it be attributed to Su Mu alone? Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Jun Haocong took a deep look at Su Maoyang and warned him in an unyielding manner. If you want to stay in the army, Come to my tent and serve me. Otherwise, leave the barracks immediately. After saying that, he turned around and left the martial arts training ground without any nonsense. Su Maoyang was shocked by his roar, and his brows unconsciously frowned together. Why did Jun Haotsong ask her to serve in the camp? Did he recognize her? No. If he recognized her, why would he pretend to be so cold? Who would he be doing it for? Looking at his back as he left, Su Maoyang sighed in confusion. It seemed that if she wanted to stay in the military camp, she had to serve him. When Yin La Feng saw the emperor leave, he ordered everyone, "Today's training ends here. Disband on the spot." After hearing this, everyone went back to their tents to rest happily. Su Maoyang also wanted to leave dejectedly, but was stopped by Yin La Feng. "Su Mu, you stay?" She was shocked, turned slightly, and looked at Yin La Feng in confusion. "General Yin, is there anything else?" Yin La Feng walked over with a cold face, and his tall figure immediately forced Su Maoyang to take a step back. "Why do you wash clothes for the emperor?" This question has been bothering him for 2 days, like a thorn in his throat that he cannot relieve himself until he gets it out. Su Maoyang pulled up the corners of his mouth and laughed dryly. Then seeing that Chao Ming was in poor health. "I wanted to lend a hand. Comrades care for each other. This general wants to hear the truth." This voice was almost shouted, which frightened Su Maoyang so much that he trembled all over, and his pupils were full of astonishment. "This is the truth." Yin La Feng saw that she was still lying, gritted his teeth in anger, glared at her fiercely, and laughed with his sleeves swung. Su Maoyang looked at his angry back and felt a little puzzled. Is he angry that she washed the emperor's clothes? Even Jun Haotsong was not so angry. What kind of anger was he? Su Maoyang couldn't figure it out, shook his head slightly, and turned to leave. As soon as she returned to the tent, she saw Lin Wanner and Xiao Linchen and others walking out of the tent and pulling her aside. "Master, are you really going to serve in the emperor's tent?" Lin Wanner felt unreliable when she thought of her wandering under Jun Haotsong's nose. Su Maoyang looked at her and said helplessly, "He has said it. So you have to go even if you don't want to. But what if he finds you?" Xiao Linchen frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Su Maoyang sighed softly. "This is the only way. However, at least I have taken the disguise pill. As long as I pay attention to my behavior, there will be no problem. Don't worry." She still didn't believe that Jun Haotsong's eyes could be so powerful. Her appearance, voice, and even gender had changed. As long as she was careful under his nose, it shouldn't be so easy to see through. This time, seeing Su Maoyang's confident look, everyone was not relieved, but became more worried. In their opinion, Jun Haotsong is not a pushover. He is as smart as his master. This time, it will be difficult to fool him. It will be difficult. Several people here are still sighing. A soldier came over from a distance and summoned Su Maoyang. "Su Mu, hurry to the emperor's tent to serve." Su Maoyang patted Xiao Linchen on the shoulder and said, "Stay here and don't make trouble. I'll be back soon." After saying that, Su Maoyang turned around and headed towards the emperor's tent. Although he said that he would not be discovered, he still stood at the door with a guilty conscience, hesitating and not daring to step forward. "Come in." Just when Su Maoyang was struggling, a cold voice came from inside. Su Maoyang had no choice but to bite the bullet, lift the curtain and walk in. At this moment, Jun Haotsong lazily leaned on the soft couch, gently closed his eyelids, covering his gorgeous eyes that were captivating and charming. His tall body was half lying, his wrists supporting his neck, and his whole body exuded a charming and cold breath, as if he was half asleep, which was very exciting. When Su Maoyang saw this scene, a subtle surprise flashed in his eyes, and his hands were clenched tightly to prevent himself from losing his composure. "Come here." He closed his eyes and called coldly. Su Maoyang approached cautiously. "What do you want?" "Emperor?" Jun Haotsong slowly opened his eyes, glanced at her, and a trace of obvious displeasure flashed in his ice blue eyes. "I asked you to come here." I'm already here," Su Maoyang replied. Jun Haotsong looked at the distance between them, which was 2 meters away. His handsome eyebrows were furrowed. "I asked you to come closer. Why are you standing so far away? Are you afraid that I will eat you?" Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard this. He looked at his expression in surprise, and found that it was still cold, and there was nothing unusual. He breathed a sigh of relief and moved forward 2 steps helplessly. slowly approaching him. What do you want? Emperor? Su Maoyong lowered his head, trying not to look into those sharp ice-blue eyes. Jun Haotsong smiled at the corner of his lips when he heard this, and whispered, "Press my shoulders and legs." Chapter 585 Lost a Big Face. Su Maoyong was shocked on the spot. This Jun Haotsong actually asked her to massage her legs. He really treated her as a maid. Is that right? Why are you still standing there? The gloomy voice was mixed with a bit of cold displeasure. Jun Haotsong had no patience. Seeing that she had not started, he began to urge her. Su Maoyong was holding back her anger, gritted her teeth, put her hands on his shoulders, and began to massage heavily. Jun Haotsong, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at her straight. Are you trying to murder me? Su Maoyong smiled and denied it quickly. Her hands and feet unconsciously became lighter. How dare I? I dare not. Just massage it well. After a reprimand, Jun Haotsong closed his eyes again. Su Maoyong was so angry at his attitude that she took a deep breath and looked away in dissatisfaction. She did not notice that the beautiful face gradually changed from cold and hard to soft. After pressing for nearly an hour, Su Maoyong's hands were almost sore, and she was thinking about when it would end. As a result, Jun Haotsong not only did not forgive her, but also intensified it. And the legs. Su Maoyong's breathing stagnated, and she tried to suppress the urge to strangle him to death. But she still endured and changed her position, and gently beat his legs. With just this little strength, how can you go into battle and kill the enemy? Jun Haotsong closed his eyes, but his brows were furrowed, obviously very dissatisfied with her service. Su Maoyong's eyes bulged when she heard it, and she immediately put all her strength into it and beat his thighs hard. It must be said that Jun Haotsong's ability to withstand is different from that of ordinary people. Even with such a great strength, he did not move at all. His face did not change, but he opened his eyes and stared at her coldly, and his low voice was full of coldness. I think you are tired of living. Su Maoyong was inexplicably trembling when he stared at her. She quickly lowered her head and looked away, fearing that she would really piss him off. So she started beating him properly. Seeing that she was obedient, Jun Haotsong curled his lips and remained silent for a long time until two soldiers came out. One carried a wooden bucket and the other carried hot water. After everything was ready, the two shouted to Jun Haotsong, "Emperor, the bath water is ready." As they said that, the two soldiers quickly retreated. Jun Haotsong heard this, slowly opened his eyes, and ordered in a cold voice, "Okay, no need to beat me." Hearing this, Su Maoyong was as if he had been pardoned, and was extremely happy. He was about to leave, but before he took 2 steps, he was stopped by Jun Haotsong. "Wait, did I let you go?" Su Maoyong stopped and turned stiffly. "Emperor, aren't you going to take a bath? How dare I disturb you?" Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows, stood up from the soft couch, and opened his arms. "Help me undress and take a bath." "What? I have to help you take a bath?" Su Maoyong was so shocked that his eyes widened, and his face turned red and blue, which was very exciting. Was he too much? Massaging his legs was already a kindness. Now he wants to help him undress and take a bath. He is really taking advantage of his face. However, Jun Haotsong did not allow her to refuse. He moved his thin lips and said coldly, "Since you are unwilling to serve, then leave the barracks." Su Maoyong panicked when she heard this, and quickly put on a flattering smile. "Your Majesty, what are you talking about? I am willing. I am willing." After saying this, she walked to Jun Haotsong with lead-filled steps, and carefully untied his belt. Jun Haotsong saw the head in front of him, and his icy blue pupils smiled a little, and he seemed to enjoy this moment, although Su Maoyong had been in close contact with him for a long time. Every time she saw his body, she would still feel blushing and her heartbeat accelerated. So, as soon as she untied her belt and watched his strong chest gradually exposed, she turned around awkwardly and avoided her sight. "Okay, the Emperor can take a bath." Seeing this, Jun Haotsong held back his smile, pretended to be indifferent, and slowly soaked in the wooden barrel. "Come here." Seeing Su Maoyong standing in the distance, unwilling to get close, Jun Haotsong couldn't help but remind him. Hearing this, Su Maoyong walked over helplessly and came to the wooden barrel. At this time, Jun Haotsong suddenly picked up the bath towel on the edge of the wooden barrel and handed it to Su Maoyong. Why are you standing there? Help me wipe my body. Wipe my body. After the massage, he helped me undress. And now he wants to wipe my body. Will he ever stop? But facing those sharp blue eyes, she had to compromise, and was forced to take the towel. At this moment, seeing his snow-white skin and strong muscles, Su Maoyang's whole body became hot. Just to prevent Jun Haotsong from noticing anything, she had to pretend to be calm. She kept reminding herself that she was a man now, and it was normal for a man to wipe another man's body. So she had to try to stay calm and not show any flaws. But as she wiped, Su Maoyang couldn't help it. Blood rushed to her forehead, and 2 blood flowers bloomed in the water. Jun Haotsong was stunned for a moment, and looked up at Su Maoyang in surprise. He saw that blood was flowing out of her nose. If it weren't for his great self-control, he would have almost laughed out loud. Su Maoyang woke up suddenly when she saw the blood in the water. She wiped her nose in panic, and found blood on her hand. She almost fainted from shame and anger. She bathed Jun Haotsong, and even washed out her nose. Oh my God! Please let the lightning strike her to death. This is too embarrassing. Receiving Jun Haotsong's slightly surprised look, Su Maoyang suddenly dropped her handkerchief and ran out of the tent. Seeing her fleeing back, Jun Haotsong laughed softly. Chapter 586 Yin Lanfeng's Question. Report. After the voice fell, a soldier walked into the tent quickly and reported. General Yin, I just saw Su Mu running out of the Emperor's tent. His face was red and his nose was bleeding. When Yin Lanfeng, who was anxious, heard this, he raised his head suddenly, and his bright eyes instantly projected a surprised coldness. Flushing face and nose bleeding? What's going on? The soldier frowned. I don't know what happened, but Su Mu's expression is weird and puzzling. Nose bleeding? Did he get beaten by the Emperor? Yin Lanfeng's heroic sword eyebrows were deeply frowned, and his pupils jumped with doubt. The soldier shook his head slightly, seemingly not agreeing with his guess. In my opinion, it's not like that. If Su Mu really angered the Emperor, how could he just hurt his nose? I'm afraid he was carried out directly. They followed the Emperor to fight, and they had already figured out the Emperor's temper. The Emperor was cold-hearted, iron-blooded, decisive and straightforward. If you angered him, there would only be one way to die. Absolutely no exceptions. How could it be as simple as just hurting the other party's nose? Yin Lanfeng knew Jun Haotsong better than these soldiers, and after hearing this, he also felt that it made sense. Do you know what the Emperor and Su Mu are doing in the tent? Yin Lanfeng didn't know why. He never gossiped about Jun Haotsong's private life. But now, he couldn't help asking. The soldier frowned in embarrassment after hearing this. General Yin, you know that the Emperor doesn't like people asking about his affairs. And I don't know the details. But I saw 2 soldiers walking into the battalion commander with a bathtub and hot water. I guess they should be taking a bath. Yin Lanfeng frowned even more when he heard this, and his usually calm handsome face was also filled with surprise at this moment. Taking a bath? The Emperor is taking a bath. Why would he let Su Mu be present? Well, I can't figure it out. But it seems that the Emperor asked Su Mu to help him take a bath. Yin Lanfeng shook his head in disbelief. As far as he knew, how could Jun Haotsong, who kept people at a distance, let a soldier come in and serve him when he took a bath? Even at ordinary times, he would not let anyone follow him to serve him. He was used to being alone, let alone doing such private things. This Jun Haotsong was too abnormal. And Su Mu ran out with a nosebleed. Isn't it even more strange? General, I think Su Mu seems to have other intentions. He first took the initiative to wash clothes for the Emperor, and now he is helping the Emperor take a bath. I think it is probably to attract the Emperor's attention and want to get close to the Emperor. The soldier couldn't help but remind. Yin Lanfeng's face became even more gloomy. When he thought that Su Mu might be a spy, he was actually quite resistant in his heart. If he was really a spy, why would he help them? If he was really a spy, why did he refuse to serve as a deputy general? Logically speaking, wouldn't it be better for him to do things in the army with power? There are too many loopholes to say that he is a spy. But if he is not a spy, what is all this for? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Yin Lanfeng became more irritated and waved his hand in annoyance. Okay, you can leave. The soldier took the order, clasped his fists, and left the tent. Yin Lanfeng looked at the battle map on the table, trying to divert his attention and concentrate on the battle. But the figures of Su Mu and Jun Haotsong always appeared in his mind. His thoughts were in a mess, and his chest ached slightly. So he couldn't help but touch the wound that Su Mu had bandaged. Many days had passed since Su Mu bandaged him that night. He had been so busy that he had never treated the wound again. Unexpectedly, it would worsen if he ignored it. You know, this injury was nothing to him before. When he fought, he often forgot to bandage and apply medicine until the wound healed automatically. But now, he actually cared about it. I don't know if he cares about the wound or the person who bandaged it. For the first time, Yin La Feng felt upset. In fact, he didn't know what he was upset about or what he was angry about. He just felt bad when he thought about Su Mu and Emperor Zun being together. It was probably the first time he was rejected by others, and his self-esteem was hurt. No, he still had to find out clearly. Thinking about it, he walked out of the tent. At this time, Jun Haotsong had already put on his clothes and sat behind the desk, studying tactics. Suddenly a soldier came to report that General Yin wanted to see him. He raised his eyebrows slightly. The surprise in his eyes flashed, and he said a word indifferently. Please. Yin La Feng then opened the tent and walked in. This general greets the emperor. It's so late. Do you have any good tactical suggestions? Jun Haotsong asked lightly without raising his head. Yin La Feng looked at him carefully, but did not find anything unusual. So he said, actually, this general is not here to discuss the war tonight. It seems to be about Su Mu. Jun Haotsong's cold voice revealed a certainty, which made Yin La Feng startled. He didn't expect Jun Haotsong to know what he was thinking. He didn't beat around the bush and said straight to the point. Yes, the emperor never likes people to serve him closely. Why did he let Su Mu serve him closely this time? Jun Haotsong's hand holding the pen paused slightly, then slowly raised his head and stared at him, and asked gloomily, General Yin, this is my private matter. Did you cross the line? Yin La Feng's face changed, and he immediately clasped his fists to apologize. Emperor, please forgive me. Jun Haotsong stared at him for a long time, and finally lowered his head and started writing again. But at this time he said a sentence. Although he washed my clothes, he had made contributions to this battle before. If he is not punished, he will not be able to establish his authority. If he is punished, it will be too inhumane. So let him do some rough work as a punishment. Obviously, this was the explanation given by Jun Haotsong. But such an explanation made Yin La Feng frown. This seems reasonable, but he knows Jun Haotsong's personality too well, and he doesn't believe such words. General Yin, you never cared about these little things before. Why are you so concerned about a soldier this time? Jun Haotsong raised his eyes slightly. A hint of coldness flashed across his ice-blue eyes, and his low voice was actually mixed with a little anger. Yin La Feng was startled by the question and hurriedly explained. I'm afraid that Su Mu is a spy. So, really? Just because you are worried that he is a spy, you are so concerned about his movements? Jun Haotsong's handsome face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and his whole body exuded a chilling cold air. Yin La Feng felt a little guilty when being stared at by those eagle-like blue eyes, and he quickly bowed his head and clasped his fists. Exactly. Since you suspected that he was a spy, why did you risk your life to block the arrow for him, and ask me to appoint him as a deputy general? And why did you rush to help him out when general, he wanted to punish him by military law? Don't you think you have done too much for a spy? Jun Haotsong asked lightly, which immediately shocked Yin La Feng. Chapter 587 Enemy Night Attack. Yin La Feng knows Jun Haotsong, and Jun Haotsong knows him too. The two can be said to have grown up together. Jun Haotsong knows that Yin La Feng is a person who cannot tolerate any sand in his eyes. He has a righteous character, is meticulous in his work, and is straightforward, according to his temperament. Once he finds a spy, he will never tolerate it. How could he be so uncharacteristic and take care of the spy so much? Yin La Feng himself did not realize his own loss of composure. When Jun Haotsong pointed it out so directly and sharply, he realized that he was indeed a little abnormal recently. He didn't know that he seemed to care too much about Su Mu. It was not because he suspected that he was a spy, but because of admiration. Yin La Feng was shocked when he suddenly realized this. This Su Mu is smart and clear-minded. He is a rare general, so I pay more attention to him. Yin La Feng was silent for a long time, and finally found a reason that he could accept. Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows slightly. The coldness in his eyes did not diminish at all. I hope it's as you said. Okay. You can leave. La Feng could no longer face those sharp blue eyes that seemed to see through him. And after clasping his fists and saluting, he quickly left the tent. Jun Haotsong looked at his back as he left, and gradually narrowed his blue eyes, projecting a frightening cold light. Su Maoyong ran back from Jun Haotsong's tent, trying his best to hide his nosebleed, but was still discovered by the brothers of the blood battle group. Oh! Boss! What's wrong with you? Why is your nose bleeding? Lin Water changed her face in fear, and rushed forward to support her. Su Maoyong now just wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Feeling extremely embarrassed. I'm a little angry. I'll be fine after I clear it. She must not let them know that she had a nosebleed while bathing Jun Haotsong. It was too embarrassing. Are you sure you're okay? You were fine before. Why did you suddenly get angry? Lin Water wiped Su Maoyong with a handkerchief, her face full of worry. Su Maoyong shook her head. Don't worry. I'm really fine. TSK. I think your boss is the favorite of the emperor, and he is so excited that he has a nosebleed. Xiongzheng snorted sarcastically after hearing this. He originally wanted to kill Su Maoyong, but he didn't expect that he pushed her to serve the emperor. Xiongzheng was angry and jealous, and his words were quite unpleasant. Hearing this, Xiao Linchen angrily retorted, Xiongzheng, don't push your luck. I heard that you sent someone to cut the hole in the clothes and deliberately framed our boss. What do you mean by saying this now? Do you think my boss is willing to serve the emperor? It's all because of you. Xiongzheng was stunned by the shouting, and the surprise in his eyes was fleeting. Finally, he snorted coldly and said righteously, don't slander me. If you say that I sent someone to do it, you must show evidence. Otherwise, even if you make trouble in front of the emperor, you can't do anything to me. Yu Xiao Linchen was speechless. He only heard some gossip and had no definite evidence. However, just as the two men were on the verge of a fight, a horn suddenly sounded outside, followed by the thunder of war drums and a continuous roar. The Burning Blood Army will attack Qingzhou City at night. All soldiers muster up and march out. Hearing the sound, Su Maoyong opened the tent and walked out, only to see that the entire camp was brightly lit, and all the soldiers hurriedly ran out and assembled under the orders of several generals. La Feng, who was in charge of the Jingwei army, also walked over quickly, with a cold face, and shouted orders to everyone. His tone could not help but sound a little anxious. You all gather quickly and follow me to the city gate for support immediately. Su Maoyong was shocked when she heard this. The enemy army attacked at night, so they must have made full preparations to catch the army of Yunlu Dark Domain off guard. This night's battle was extremely dangerous. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong was worried and immediately looked up to search for Jun Haotsong's figure. He was at the front of the team, riding a horse, holding a gun, and a black cloak fluttering in the night, making a sound. The murderous aura emanating from his body made him look like a killer from hell, cold and terrifying. Before she could come to her senses, he raised his spear high and roared, "Kill!" Only 3 words, but they broke the sky, like thunder from the sky, shaking the hearts of all soldiers. Afterwards, the soldiers were in high spirits, holding their spears and roaring, and ran towards the city gate with him. Su Maoyong was worried about Jun Haotsong's safety, so he followed the team to the city gate. At this time, Jun Haotsong sent 3 old generals to resist at the city gate, while he, La Feng in general, he led the team to rush out of the city gate to meet the enemy, Su Maoyong and others, as the Jingwei army under La Feng naturally rushed out of the city gate. As soon as he left the city gate, Su Maoyong saw a black mass of enemy soldiers swarming in from a distance. However, in the blink of an eye, the 2 armies had already fought fiercely. Su Maoyong is now a peak Holy Spirit master, and his strength is already good. After a few rounds, the enemy did not gain any advantage. Only the brothers of the Blood Battle group had a little more difficulty, and they barely avoided being injured thanks to the help of Su Maoyong, Xiao Linchen, Wang Feng, and Jiang Zheng. However, the enemy had too many people, and the continuous fighting not only consumed physical strength, but also spiritual power. Soon everyone could not hold on. Jiang Zheng, be careful. Xiao Linchen was frightened to see Jiang Zheng being surrounded and killed by 3 people, and his eyes widened. He blasted away the soldiers entangled in front of him with a palm and quickly rushed towards Jiang Zheng's position. Xiao Linchen's shout also alarmed Su Maoyong. She turned her head suddenly and looked at Jiang Zheng. Seeing that the latter was about to be stabbed by the soldiers behind him, she also shouted anxiously, "Jiang Zheng!" As soon as she was distracted, the soldier fighting with her found a gap and slapped her chest with a palm. Jun Haotsong, who was fighting, heard her voice and was frightened. He swept away the general in front of him with a slap, and without any stop, he quickly rushed towards Su Maoyong. Seeing that the palm was about to fall on Su Maoyong, Jun Haotsong waved his sleeves fiercely and blasted the soldier away. At the same time, the general who was swept away by Jun Haotsong came back and quickly chased up and slammed him hard on the back. In this lightning moment, the enemy general succeeded in a sneak attack. Jun Haotsong spit out a mouthful of blood and quickly turned around to meet his attack. Because the enemy general took the lead, he threw out a hidden weapon at the right time and immediately pierced Jun Haotsong's lower abdomen and chest. Su Maoyong, who saw the scene, was so scared that his eyes were broken and he screamed, "Jun Haotsong! Emperor!" The other generals were all pale with fear when they saw this. At this time, Jun Haotsong, even if he was hit by a hidden weapon, still did not change his face. He slammed the enemy general hard with a palm, directly shattering his hard veins and falling to the ground. Chapter 588 Jun Haotsong is poisoned. The enemy sent 3 generals, one of whom had already died, and their morale plummeted. Coupled with Jun Haotsong's fighting power, they killed more than half of them in a short while. Seeing that they could not hold on, the enemy had to choose to retreat temporarily to preserve their strength. As soon as the enemy retreated, General he wanted to pursue the victory, but he didn't expect that Jun Haotsong, who had been holding on, suddenly shook and fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene, and they stopped chasing. Su Maoyong watched Jun Haotsong fall straight down, and the blood in her body seemed to have solidified, and her heart seemed to be torn in half by her hands. She only heard her screaming, and she ran through the crowd like crazy, stumbling towards Jun Haotsong on the ground, crying heartbreakingly, resounding through the sky. Jun Haotsong, seeing that he was pale, his lips were purple, and he was unconscious, no matter how she called, he didn't respond at all. At this moment, Su Maoyong was very scared, and the panic in her heart instantly swallowed her, suffocating and unable to breathe. Jun Haotsong, wake up! Wake up quickly! Don't scare me! Jun Haotsong. Su Maoyong hugged his body in fear. The whole person was in tears, shaking like a sieve. La Feng, who ran from a distance, saw the scene and was stunned by Su Maoyong's screams. Such grief, such pain. It didn't seem to be fake. The sadness emanating from the bones couldn't deceive anyone. However, La Feng was even more confused. He had previously suspected that Su Mu was a spy, and later suspected that he had ulterior motives towards the emperor. But now, he was increasingly unable to understand the relationship between Su Mu and the emperor. How could he be a spy if he was so sad and scared because of the emperor's injury? But who is Su Mu? What is his relationship with the emperor? There were countless question marks in La Feng's mind. Feeling Su Mu's strong feelings for the emperor, he also felt a little jealous. At this time, General He and several other generals also ran over in panic. Seeing the hidden weapon on Jun Haotsong, General He turned pale, frowned, and sighed. Oh no! The hidden weapon is poisonous. The emperor is poisoned. Hurry up. Carry the emperor back to heal. When everyone heard this, they all stepped forward to help Jun Haotsong up. Su Maoyong also knew that this was not the time to be sad. She had to treat the wound and remove the poison quickly, and she couldn't delay for a moment. So, she let everyone carry him back. All the way, she followed closely behind him, unwilling to leave for a moment, until Jun Haotsong was carried into the tent. At this time, the imperial physician, who came with the army, was summoned and hurried into the emperor's tent. Su Maoyong also wanted to follow in, but was stopped outside by General He. Is this the place you should enter? Get out quickly, and don't hinder the emperor's healing. General He had disliked her since the beginning. Seeing that she dared to break into the emperor's tent, he couldn't help but scold her fiercely. Su Maoyong wanted to know Jun Haotsong's condition. She rarely lowered her posture and begged anxiously, General He, please, let me in. I will stand aside, and will never cause trouble for you. Jun Haotsong was on the verge of life and death. How could she stay out of it? Humph! You little soldier. The emperor spared your life last time, but you dared to be so presumptuous. If you make a noise here again, you will be punished by military law. Get out. Another General Duan was anxious when he thought of the emperor being poisoned. He was also full of anger and couldn't control his temper when he heard Su Maoyang making a noise. Su Maoyang was also very anxious, thinking of Jun Haocong being poisoned and in danger of his life. His heart seemed to fly and pounded in his chest. Please, let me stay with him. I won't do anything. Just let me stay with him. As she spoke, Su Maoyang burst into tears, and her tears were like beads that had broken off the string, wetting her face. Yin Lafeng couldn't bear it when he saw this, and he persuaded General Duan, let him in. General Yin, what's wrong with you? Now that the emperor is poisoned, we are already in a mess, and you let a soldier mess it up. What's your intention? General He frowned and yelled, very dissatisfied with Yin Lanfeng's repeated actions of speaking for Su Maoyang. Without waiting for Yin Lafeng to answer, Su Maoyang retorted with a strong momentum. I am the soldier appointed by the emperor to serve closely. The emperor is injured now, and urgently needs someone to take care of him. If you don't let me in now, I will doubt your intentions. General He was immediately blocked by her words. You okay? Let him in. It's not a bad thing to have more people guarding. Another General Pan spoke worriedly, because the emperor was injured and he no longer had the mind to care about other things. General He snorted and turned into the tent after hearing this. Su Maoyang didn't dare to delay and rushed in. At this time, Jun Haocong was lying on the couch, and 4 imperial doctors diagnosed his condition. Everyone held their breath and waited anxiously for the result. Looking at Jun Haocong, who was unconscious and poisoned, General He sighed in confusion. I remember that General was not the opponent of the emperor at all. How could the emperor be attacked by him? Yes, it shouldn't be like that. That General is only at the level of a spiritual master. How could the emperor fall into the hands of such a person? General Duan also shook his head in confusion. The other generals naturally couldn't believe that the powerful and cautious emperor would make such a mistake. It was really unbelievable. Hearing this, Yin Lanfeng's eyes unconsciously looked at Su Maoyang, who was worried beside him, and immediately recalled the scene on the battlefield. At that time, he heard Su Mu's voice and was ready to go to support. But Jun Haocong actually gave up dealing with the enemy generals and rushed towards Su Mu first. He saw clearly that it was Jun Haocong who blasted away the soldiers who attacked Su Mu with a palm. But it was during this gap that he was ambushed and unfortunately poisoned. It was obvious that Jun Haocong caused the tragedy in order to save Su Mu. What exactly was the reason that made the emperor desperate to save an insignificant soldier? You have to know that they have only known each other for a few days, and have only had in-depth contact for 2 days. What is the motivation that makes the emperor so crazy? Now seeing Su Mu's collapsed expression, Yin Lafeng feels that the relationship between the two is extraordinary. Just when Yin Lafeng was thinking hard, the imperial physician gave the result. This dart is stained with oleander poison, and it needs the Qingdu Yudan refined by the Dan Wang strongman to detoxify. We are powerless. Their group of imperial physicians are all at the Dan Wang level. If they can't refine the Qingdu Yudan, they are helpless. Hearing this, several generals were in a hurry. At this critical moment, where can they find the Dan Wang alchemist? Not to mention that there is not enough time. Even if there is time, it is not necessarily found. After all, Dan Wang strongmen are rare, and they are not cabbages on the street that can be picked at will. Chapter 589, he has a homosexual tendency. Humph. The means of burning Blood City are really vicious. They know that if you are poisoned by this kind of toxin, you need to use the poison clearing pill. Although the poison clearing pill does not require high medicinal materials, it requires extremely high requirements for the alchemist. Even if we find a powerful Dan Emperor now, it will be useless if there is no strange fire to refine it. General Duan snorted angrily, his face full of helplessness. The other generals were even more embarrassed when they heard it. Even if they found a powerful Dan Emperor now, the Dan Emperor with the strange fire is 1 in a million among the Dan Emperors. This is simply an impossible task. What's more, the poison has invaded the body now, and time cannot be delayed. If it is delayed a little longer, the Emperor will be in danger of life at any time. No wonder Burning Blood City suddenly attacked Gingzhou City at night this time. They knew that there was no possibility of Gingzhou City being captured with the Emperor, but they still took risks. It turns out that their purpose is here. It is really insidious and cunning, and extremely vicious. Thinking of the poisonous heart of Burning Blood City, Everyone clenched their fists and gnashed their teeth. Su Maoyang's heart trembled suddenly when she heard this. And she hurriedly asked in her heart, Old Master Zhenjuan, are there any herbs for the poison-clearing pill in the space? Old Master Zhenjuan sighed. Alas, a total of 4 herbs are needed, 3 of which are in the space, and 1 is missing, called red sheep vine. However, this herb is not particularly rare, and it should not be difficult to find it now. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's eyes lit up, and she did not dare to delay, and turned around and ran out of the tent. She is now a mid-stage imperial spiritual master, and she also has a rare strange fire such as the phantom earth cold flame. As long as she finds that one herb, she can completely refine the poison-clearing pill. The other generals were frowning. Their minds were all on Jun Haotsong, and they didn't notice Su Maoyang's departure. Only Yin Lafeng, who had been observing her, noticed her abnormality. Seeing her run out, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide and flashed with doubt. Su Maoyang opened the tent curtain and rushed out quickly, and saw the brothers of the blood battle group. Xiao Linchen saw Su Maoyang running out, and hurriedly stopped her and asked, How is the emperor? Lin Water also nodded. Yes, I don't know how the emperor is now. Can he be saved? Su Maoyang nodded and quickly ordered. You should split up and look for a medicinal material called red sheep vine now. Hurry up. Jun Haotsong can't afford to delay. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Maoyang pushed through the crowd and wanted to rush out. Xiao Linchen raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and grabbed Su Maoyang's arm. Boss, are you talking about red sheep vine? Su Maoyang was so anxious now that he nodded repeatedly. Well, go find it. Haha. Boss, don't look for it. I just have red sheep vine here. Xiao Linchen is also an alchemist, although his level is not as high as Su Maoyang. As an alchemist, he naturally likes to collect medicinal materials. What a coincidence. He has several plants here. Su Maoyang heard that, and the steps he wanted to run out stopped, staring at him with surprise. What did you say? Say it again. Happiness came too suddenly. Su Maoyang couldn't believe it. Xiao Linchen curled his lips and chuckled. His beautiful eyes flashed with a proud light, and his handsome eyes like jade seemed like thousands of colored glazes, so wonderful that people couldn't take their eyes away. Su Maoyang was overjoyed and bowed deeply to Xiao Linchen. Please. Seeing her sincerity, Xiao Linchen smiled and nodded, and took out the herbs from the space ring. These are the herbs I have treasured for a long time. When Jun Haotsong wakes up, you must thank me. Su Maoyang grabbed the herbs. Of course. You help me cover. I will find a remote place to make the elixir, and no one can find out. She is going to use the evil blood cauldron and the phantom earth cold flame, which are her trump cards and must not be discovered. Xiao Linchen and others naturally understood and nodded heavily. Su Maoyang saw this and ran towards the remote forest nearby. As soon as she left, the worried Yin Lafeng followed her out of the tent. Seeing Lin Water and others, he asked sternly, Where is Su Murin? The people in the blood battle group were stunned by the question and didn't know how to cover it up for a while. She went to poop. Wang Feng's mind turned quickly this time, but the answer he said was full of flavor. Yin Lafeng frowned immediately, staring at him half-believingly. Humph. If that's the case, then I'll go find him myself. Everyone was frightened, and their faces changed drastically. Lin Water immediately stood in front of Yin Lafeng. General, don't go. My boss is taking a shit. It's not a good idea for you to go like this. Yin Lafeng raised his eyebrows, rolled his eyes, and relaxed. Okay, I won't go. Then you have to tell me, what is the relationship between Su Mu and Emperor Zun? Since these people are Su Mu's younger brothers and have been following him for many years, they must know some inside information. Since Su Mu is unwilling to tell the truth, he can only learn the truth from them. When the blood battle group heard this, their expressions were more embarrassed than before. Su Maoyang's identity cannot be exposed. How are they going to explain it? Everyone looked at each other, trying to get the answer from each other's eyes, and they were silent for a while. Yin Lafeng saw this and felt that something was fishy. It seems that you are not going to tell him, so I will ask him in person. As he said that, Yin Lafeng was about to push Lin Water away and go find Su Maoyang. Lin Water was frightened and stopped him in a hurry. She had an idea and explained immediately. General Yin, actually my eldest brother has a secret, so he has been hiding it and dare not let others know. What is the secret? Yi Lanfeng's pupils were filled with surprise. Seeing that he was willing to calm down and listen to her, Lin Water was slightly relieved and sighed with a sad expression. General, you don't know? My eldest brother is actually a homosexual. When Yi Lanfeng heard this, he widened his eyes in surprise. What? A homosexual? Lin Water nodded like pounding garlic, raised her finger to her lips and hushed. General Yin, keep your voice down. This is a secret that my eldest brother can't tell you. He has always admired the Emperor and tried his best to stay with the Emperor. Just to see the Emperor every day. That's all. The reason why my eldest brother joined the army is also for the Emperor. But he is a man and can't be with the Emperor anyway. As she said this, Lin Water pretended to be sad and wiped her eyes that had no tears at all. And it really sounded like that. When Yi Lanfeng heard this, he was like being struck by lightning, and took a step back in shock, with incredible emotion surging on his handsome face. Recalling the first time he met Su Mu, he was surprisingly excited when he heard him say that he was going to meet up with the Emperor in Gingzhou City and fight on the front line. Later, when he talked about the incident in Gingzhou City, Su Mu's nervousness was also vivid. After arriving in Gingzhou City, he refused the position of deputy general, but was willing to serve in the Emperor's tent, which also made him depressed for a long time. Later, he also helped the Emperor take a bath, and ran out with a red face and nosebleed. After connecting this series of things, Yi Lanfeng suddenly realized that this was the case. Chapter 590 Detoxification and Alchemy for him. He thought of many reasons, but this one was not one of them. He really couldn't imagine that Su Mu did so many things that ordinary people couldn't understand because he loved the Emperor. But, for some reason, after learning such a truth, he actually felt that it was more difficult for him to accept than Su Mu being a spy. He felt like a seasoning bottle had been overturned. With mixed feelings, Lin Water had been observing Yi Lanfeng's expression to confirm whether he believed her words. She thought he would ease his expression, but unexpectedly his expression became even gloomier, and some anger surged, which made it even more unpredictable. General Yin, you? Lin Water wanted to say something. Yi Lanfeng didn't want to listen anymore, so he interrupted immediately. Okay, don't say it. After he finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the tent, leaving the people of the blood battle group confused. Does he believe or not believe this attitude? Lin Water looked at Xiao Linshan for help. Xiao Linshan frowned and shook his head, lowering his voice to respond. Oh, who cares if he believes it or not? Anyway, let's cover the boss to refine the elixir first. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard this. Jiang Zheng couldn't help laughing when he thought of Lin Water's words, and teased, if the boss knew that I had developed an unspeakable homosexual habit after being away for such a short time, I wonder if he would kill you. Lin Water shuddered when she heard this, and her face was filled with fear. No way. Wang Feng chuckled. I think it's very likely. Even Wang Feng said this. Lin Water suddenly felt like she was on the edge of an abyss. This was her only option. At this time, Su Maoyang found a secluded cave and went in for a day and a night. Since this Qingdu Yudan was very difficult to make, even though Su Maoyang had reached the middle stage of Dan Wang, she still felt exhausted. Not to mention that she had used the strange fire. Not to mention the consumption of mental power. Su Maoyang had wasted 3 herbs because she didn't master it well at one time. Fortunately, Xiao Linshan gave her several herbs. Otherwise, she really couldn't refine it. Facing the last herb, Su Maoyang gritted her teeth, and with her fingertips, she immediately raised the fantasy earth cold flame, burning it again with an astonishing temperature. After a crackling sound, it was already the morning of the next day. Su Maoyang, who had been up all night, finally smelled the fragrance of the medicine, and the stone in her heart suddenly fell, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking of Jun Haotsong's poison, she immediately reached out to take the Qingdu Yudan, quickly put away the evil blood cauldron, and rushed back to the camp. At this time, the camp was in a panic, and everyone was worried about the health of the Emperor. The Emperor's tent was also full of people, and several generals had been with him for a day and a night. The doctor saw the poison gradually spread. The wound was faintly black, and he shook his head and sighed rudely. Ah! Seeing this, General, he was frightened and changed his face. He grabbed the doctor's collar and shouted with gnashing teeth. What do you mean by sighing? What do you mean by shaking your head? General Duan and General Pan also had bloodshot eyes and stared at the doctor. Their faces as black as the bottom of a pot. The doctor was strangled by him, and was a little breathless. He replied with a trembling body. The poison is too deep, and has spread all over the body. If there is no Qingde, it will be useless even if you strangle me to death. Seeing this, Yin La Feng stepped forward, pried open General He's hand, and rescued the doctor. He's right. Without the elixir, it's useless even if we kill him. Now we have to find a way to find the Qingde. General He was furious. His eyes were as big as fists, and he wanted to eat Yin La Feng. The Qingde can only be made by the Dan Wang alchemist, who possesses the strange fire. Where can we find it? If we can find it, why should I worry here? Even if there is little hope, we have to find it. It's better than sitting here and waiting to die. Yin La Feng was also anxious. The imperial physician listened and shook his head slightly. I'm afraid it's too late. After tonight, the emperor may be. When everyone heard this, their hearts seemed to be covered with snow and frost, and they were cold to the core. They didn't dare to imagine what it would be like if the Yunlu Dark Domain lost the Yunlu Emperor. Just when everyone was sad, a slightly hoarse voice suddenly rose, startling everyone to look back. Su Maoyang rushed in, excitedly rushing to Jun Haocong. I can save him! Seeing this, General He immediately reached out to stop her, and shouted with a frown. What do you want to do? I have a Qingde, which can cure the poison of the Emperor. General Duan was shocked when he heard this. What did you say? You actually have a Qingde? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. And then ecstasy surged on their faces. There is always a way out. I thought the Emperor was dead this time, but I didn't expect the Qingde to appear by itself. Great. It's great. Hurry up. Feed the Emperor to eat it. General Pan was flushed with excitement. General He frowned, staring at Su Maoyang with a vigilant face. Where did you get this pill? After hearing this, everyone calmed down and stared at her curiously. Although this kind of elixir is not of high quality, it is quite rare. If it is sold at an auction house, it can be sold at a sky-high price. How can a soldier in front of him have such a precious and rare elixir? Isn't this too strange? Yin La Feng also stared at her strangely, and couldn't help but think of her sudden departure the day before yesterday. Could it be related to this elixir? Su Maoyang saw everyone's suspicious eyes, and explained helplessly. I saved an old senior before. In order to repay his kindness, the old senior gave me this elixir. You hesitated, and now saving people is the most important thing. General He was obviously stubborn. He stood in front of her, and didn't intend to move a step. Humph. This is all your excuse. Who knows whether it is true or false? You just took out a pill, and said it was a precious detoxification pill. Who would believe it? What if you are a spy sent by the enemy? Wouldn't we fall into your trap? Everyone heard this and stared at Su Maoyang vigilantly, with a layer of suspicion in their hearts. Su Maoyang was speechless. He took a deep breath, looked into General He's sharp black pupils, and accused him harshly. General He, what time is it now? Don't you see that the Emperor is lying there? His life or death is uncertain. You suspect that I framed the Emperor, but if he doesn't take the elixir now, won't he die anyway? Your only hope now is the elixir in my hand. If he doesn't take it, he will die. If he takes it, he still has a chance of survival. Now you would rather he be poisoned to death than try. What is your intention in obstructing me from saving him? I think you are the spy who framed the Emperor. Su Maoyang's fierce questioning forced General He to take a step back, and his face was filled with astonishment. You are so presumptuous. General He was so angry that his face flushed and his eyes bulged. Chapter 591 Awakening. Su Maoyang snorted coldly. You are the one who is so arrogant that you don't care about the life and death of the Emperor or the safety of the people in the dark domain of Yunlu. General He was blocked on the spot and couldn't speak. He never knew that a small soldier could have such momentum. It was incredible. Now that Su Maoyang had said this, the other generals softened their attitudes and had to admit that she was right. It's going to die anyway. Why not give it a try and choose to believe her once? Yin La Feng was the first to figure it out and nodded slightly. Su Mu, I believe you. Don't let me down. General He heard it and shouted at him. General Yin, are you possessed? Why do you keep helping this small soldier? General He, I don't stand on either side. I only care about the life and death of the Emperor. After tonight, without the Qingde, the Emperor will definitely die. I have no choice. Lanfeng's words also resonated with the other two generals. Yes, we agree with General Yin. Now we have no choice but to try. General Duan and General Pan nodded heavily. Seeing this, General He gritted his teeth in anger. You? Okay. Since you all agree, I have nothing to say. Boy, if you don't save the Emperor, this general will not forgive you. After saying that, he did not forget to warn Su Maoyang fiercely. Su Maoyang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, pushed him away, and went straight to Jun Haocong, pinched his mouth, and stuffed the Qingde Yudan into it. Bring water. With an order, La Feng immediately ordered the soldiers to bring a bowl of water. Su Maoyang hurriedly took the soup bowl, pinched his mouth, and drank a big mouthful. Seeing this, the imperial physician shook his head. The emperor can't eat anything now. It's hard to force him like this. Su Maoyang watched the water that he had poured out overflow from his mouth. And the pills still didn't fall. And she frowned anxiously. Just when everyone was at a loss, Su Maoyang picked up the bowl, poured himself a mouthful, kissed Jun Haocong's mouth, and spit it in with force. You seeing this? Several generals were shocked by Su Maoyang's actions. Lanfeng's heart suddenly shook, and some indescribable irritability surged up. Lin Wanner's words echoed in his ears, and his heart was like being hit by a hammer, and it hurt faintly. As a man, Su Mu kissed the emperor's mouth so unreservedly. It seems that he can do this because of love. Otherwise, how can other men do it? But why did he feel so uncomfortable when he saw this scene? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but touch the wound that Su Mu had bandaged, and he felt a little bitter. But before he could sort out this emotion, he saw Su Maoyang had left Jun Haocong's mouth, stood up straight, and heard her breathe a sigh of relief. Okay. After tonight, he should wake up. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In order to witness the miracle, everyone stayed in the tent, waiting for Jun Haocong to wake up. A night passed, and the morning came in the blink of an eye. The generals, who had been pacing anxiously, had a worried and solemn face. From time to time, they looked at Jun Haocong and saw that he still had his eyes closed and did not move. And their hearts were in turmoil. Seeing this, General He frowned, looked at Su Maoyang, and said viciously, Su Mu, the emperor has not woken up until now. What else do you have to say? Come on. Drag Su Mu out and behead him. As soon as the words fell, two soldiers walked in quickly from outside the door, trying to capture Su Maoyang. At this moment, La Feng shouted, The emperor is awake. The emperor is awake. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the couch in surprise. Sure enough, Jun Haocong had slowly opened his eyes. The imperial physician, who had been guarding beside him, hurried forward to diagnose him. Finally, the imperial physician smiled and nodded, looking relaxed. Ha! The toxin has been detoxified. The toxin has really been detoxified. I didn't expect that the purity of this Qingde Yudan is so high that there is not a trace of toxin left. It's really a miracle. Hearing this, at this moment, everyone felt relieved and their eyes were red with emotion. It is indeed a miracle. Even if he was infected with such a rare toxin, he could be detoxified in such a short time. It was completely God's favor. General, he didn't expect that the toxin was really detoxified. The scolding that had not yet been spit out was choked in his throat, and he couldn't speak. Su Maoyang was so excited when she saw Jun Haocong waking up that she wanted to rush over and hug him. But because there were so many people present and she couldn't reveal her identity, she could only look at him from afar. In order not to lose her composure, Su Maoyang gritted her teeth and turned to leave the tent. As long as she knew that he was alive, she was completely relieved. The first thing Jun Haocong did when he woke up was to search for Su Maoyang's shadow. He immediately propped himself up and looked around. His face was anxious, and he couldn't help asking, Where is Su Mu? La Feng was slightly shocked, and his happy expression froze. He replied lightly, He's fine. After hearing this, Jun Haocong breathed a sigh of relief. Emperor, you better take care of yourself. You were poisoned and almost died. It scared us old guys to death. Seeing that he was still concerned about others at this time, General Duan sighed helplessly. Jun Haocong raised his eyebrows. Who woke me up? General Pan explained. It was that Su Mu. He happened to have the Qingde Yudan. So he saved your life. Jun Haocong seemed to be expecting this, and his lips curled up, and a rare smile flashed across his face. The other generals didn't notice it, but Yin Lafeng saw it clearly. The emperor, who had always been serious, actually smiled. Okay, I'm fine now. I'll be fine after a rest. You can go out and let Su Mu serve you. Jun Haocong waved his hand and ordered them to leave. Hearing this, the generals didn't insist. They had been guarding here for 2 days and 2 nights, and they were so tired that they couldn't open their eyes. It was time to go back and rest. And then, they clasped their fists and left. Yin Lafeng looked at Jun Haocong deeply, with complex emotion surging in his pupils. He wanted to ask the words in his mouth, but he never had the courage to open his mouth. However, even if he didn't ask, he could feel that Su Mu seemed to be a little special in his mind. Thinking about it, he suppressed his doubts and retreated with his fists clasped. Su Maoyang had just returned to his own tent when he was stopped halfway. Su Mu, the emperor asked you to serve. Su Maoyang was stunned for a moment, quickly sorted out her emotions, and returned the same way again, under Jun Haocong's nose. She couldn't show her true colors. When she returned to Jun Haocong's tent again, everyone inside had left. He was seen leaning on the couch, resting with his eyes closed. Su Maoyang walked in quietly and stood aside, not daring to say anything. But her eyes were wandering around him infatuatedly. Apply medicine to me. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke. Chapter 592. The wound is there. As he spoke, Jun Haocong sat up, opened his white underwear, and revealed his fair and strong chest. The bloody scar on his chest was shocking. Seeing this, Su Maoyang's heart was caught, and she felt distressed. Why are you still standing there? Jun Haocong looked up at her. Su Maoyang heard this, and came back to her senses. She hurriedly took the ointment on the table and walked over. Bear with it. I'll help you apply the ointment. As she spoke, she came forward, dipped her fingers in the ointment, and gently wiped it on the wound. Her movements were very light and gentle, for fear of hurting him. Jun Haocong looked down at the little face that was so nervous that it was about to wrinkle into a ball, and a smile floated in his ice blue eyes. He enjoyed her cautiousness with peace of mind. Jun Haocong restrained his expression until she finished wiping it. Fortunately, the wound is not particularly deep. I believe that as long as the medicine is applied, it will heal in a few days. Su Maoyang bandaged him and looked at his other parts again. Do you have other wounds? Let me help you wipe them quickly. Jun Haocong raised his eyebrows, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. Yes, there is one more. Ah, there is one more. Let me see it quickly. Su Maoyang looked worried. Upon hearing this, Jun Haocong got off the couch and stood up. Before Su Maoyang could react, he reached out and untied his belt and took off his pants. He stood naked in front of Su Maoyang and pointed to his lower abdomen. And here, Su Maoyang gasped in shock, and felt a surge of hot blood rushing to her forehead. This time, she suddenly didn't know whether to cover her eyes or nose. She was afraid that she would bleed from the nose again and make a fool of herself. But such a sexy scene appeared in front of her. Su Maoyang really didn't have the courage to continue watching, and finally covered her eyes. Her cheeks flushed with shame and anger. She never thought that the wound was actually on her lower abdomen. How could she calmly help him apply the medicine? Damn it! Seeing her expression, Jun Haocong couldn't help laughing. But he still pretended to be puzzled and asked, You are a man. Why are you covering your eyes? How can you be like a girl? As soon as these words came out, Su Maoyang was immediately stimulated to put down her hands. She actually forgot that she was a man now. There is nothing strange about men looking at men. It was indeed her who lost her composure just now, perhaps afraid of Jun Haocong's suspicion. Su Maoyang pulled up the corners of her mouth and laughed twice, explaining, I am a more introverted person, and I have never seen another man so. This medicine, you should apply it yourself. As she said, Su Maoyang was about to stand up from the couch and wanted to escape. Who knew that before she could completely stand up, Jun Haocong stretched out his hands and pressed her back. That handsome face that made people bleed from the nose was so close that she could see her panic in his ice blue eyes. A low and pleasant voice with a bit of ambiguity suddenly sounded in her ears. Which one are you talking about? Su Maoyang only felt a hot breath sprayed on her face. An evil fire in her body was surging, making her face red with shame and anger. Since being eaten up by him, Su Maoyang is not as innocent as before. When she sees him like this, she can think of scenes that are not suitable for children. It is simply torture. Emperor, I really can't do anything about your wound. You should apply the medicine yourself, Su Maoyang said in a voice that was almost pleading. Jun Haotsong frowned slightly. I am a patient now. I have no strength. Now I order you. Hurry up and apply the medicine. Su Maoyang wanted to cry, but had no tears. The wound was in her lower abdomen, just above that thing. How could she turn a blind eye to it? However, facing those sharp and irrefutable ice-blue eyes, Su Maoyang did not dare to say a word of no. If she did too much, she was afraid of arousing his suspicion. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang had to grit her teeth, get up from the couch, apply the ointment with her eyes closed. Seeing this, Jun Haotsong smiled and wanted to tease her. Seeing her reaching out, he deliberately moved the angle. Su Maoyang's hand suddenly touched his thing. Su Maoyang opened her eyes and saw something was wrong. She was so scared that she let go immediately and screamed. Ah! Although she had felt the power of that thing, she had never touched it with her hands. Now, Su Maoyang's face was so hot that it was about to explode. The wound is on the top, but you rubbed it on the bottom. Are you blind? Jun Haotsong asked back in the end. Su Maoyang almost collapsed. I didn't mean it. Su Maoyang felt ashamed to face people. Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows. I'll give you another chance. Wipe it well. Su Maoyang gritted her teeth, her eyes wide open, not daring to close them anymore, just staring at him, moving quickly, applying the medicine in 2 or 3 strokes, and immediately letting go, and hurriedly walked out. Okay. I'm done. I'll take my leave first. Jun Haotsong curled his lips, put on his pants with satisfaction, and sat back on the couch slowly. Before she could leave the tent, he said again, 3 times a day. Remember to come on time to help me apply the medicine. Su Maoyang's body was shocked, and her eyes widened in surprise. You have to apply medicine every day, and 3 times a day. Doesn't that mean you have to face his thing 3 times every day? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's head seemed to explode with thunder, and she stood stiffly in place. Seeing her stiff back, Jun Haotsong could also imagine that her expression of alternating blue and red must be very exciting. Thinking of this, Jun Haotsong slowly raised the corners of his lips. Since Jun Haotsong was injured, Su Maoyang has been busy these days, serving him, either applying medicine for him or stewing soup for him, making a lot of nourishing soup. Jun Haotsong saw her hard work and felt very distressed. Don't jump up and down. It makes me dizzy. Sit aside and be quiet for a while. Jun Haotsong felt sorry for Su Maoyang's busyness, and pretended to be unhappy and scolded her. After Su Maoyang was scolded, she sat aside quietly and watched him work quietly. As she watched, she felt sleepy and dozed off. Seeing that she had fallen asleep on the table, Jun Haotsong extinguished the calming incense beside her, stood up, picked her up and walked to the couch, gently put her down, and covered her with a quilt. Then he kissed her on the forehead, then walked to the table and re-entered the battle. At this time, Im La Feng suddenly walked in from outside. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Jun Haotsong nervously hissing. He was stunned, and before he could react, he glanced at Su Maoyang on the couch beside him. His heart suddenly shook, and the whole person seemed to be nailed there, as if the ground was about to crack in front of his feet. A strong taste of disgust surged into his heart. In his impression, the pure and ruthless emperor actually let a soldier sleep on his couch, and he looked nervous, afraid that Su Mu would be disturbed. What does this mean? Chapter 593: The Smell of Gunpowder Between Two Men. Im La Feng didn't dare to think about it. He only knew that Su Mu admired the emperor, but he didn't expect that the emperor's attitude was indulgent. Didn't he know Su Mu's feelings for him? Or did the emperor know, but he happily accepted his feelings? No! This is impossible. Su Mu is a man. How could the emperor of the dark domain of Yunlu like a man? Maybe the emperor just admired Su Mu, so he looked up to him a little and gave him the honor that others didn't have. Just like him, he also admired Su Mu, a brave and intelligent young man, so he paid more attention to him. But thinking of this, Im La Feng actually felt guilty. If he was just simply appreciating, why would he feel so awkward and angry when he saw this scene? Logically speaking, the relationship between Emperor Zun and Su Mu, how they get along, has nothing to do with him. Why is he awkward and angry? Thinking of this, Im La Feng's heart was covered with a layer of gloom, and an indescribable emotion lingered in his heart, which was extremely uncomfortable. This is the first time that he would be troubled by such a small matter. Although he couldn't figure it out for a while, there was one thing he could be sure of. He really didn't like to see Su-mu and Emperor Zun together. He didn't like to hear about Su-mu's love for Emperor Zun and taking care of Emperor Zun. And he didn't like Emperor Zun giving Su-mu any special treatment. Thinking of this, Lanfeng's body was already emitting a hostility that he himself didn't even notice. And even Jun Haotsong in the distance could keenly feel it, seeing him standing there, staring at Su Maoyang intently. His handsome face was no longer as cold and hard as usual. For the first time in his life, some imperceptible anger surged in his face. Jun Haotsong's ice-blue eyes gradually narrowed, and his pupils flashed a bit of chilling coldness. "General Yin, have you seen enough?" A deep and sexy voice suddenly rose, with a chill that kept people away from him, as sharp as a knife, as if it scraped Lanfeng's face. Lanfeng was called by him, and then he reacted, restrained his anger, but deliberately spoke loudly, clasped his fists and said, "Su-mu was too rude. He actually slept on the Emperor's bed. It's my fault for not disciplining him. Please punish me, Emperor." Lanfeng usually spoke vigorously, but not like this now. His voice was as loud as thunder, and his intention was extremely obvious. Sure enough, Su Maoyang was awakened by him, no matter how good his sleep was. He blinked a few times with sleepy eyes, felt the quilt on his body, and then sat up with a jerk, looking at Jun Haotsong and Lanfeng in shock. Before Su Maoyang could figure out the situation, Lanfeng had already strode forward, pulled Su Maoyang up, and shouted, "You are so bold that you actually slept on the Emperor's bed. Get out of here and be punished." As he said that, he was about to pull Su Maoyang out. He really didn't like seeing Su-mu and the Emperor living under the same roof. When Jun Haotsong saw the two people shaking hands, his brows twisted instantly. His ice-blue eyes were as sharp as knives. He waved his sleeves and set out a force, instantly knocking the two people shaking hands apart. The cold and piercing voice was full of murderous intent, and it was obvious that he had suppressed great anger. "General Yin, are you too presumptuous?" Facing those cold eyes that seemed to be immersed in a cold pond, Lanfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he felt guilty for being seen through. His handsome face was slightly stiff, and he was unable to face his questioning for a while. "I dare not. But I think the Emperor is injured and needs to rest. Su-mu is too lawless and disturbs the Emperor's rest. I will take him out now." Jun Haotsong sneered when he heard this, and his sharp eyes suddenly softened. But Lanfeng could see clearly the murderous intent contained in them. He and Jun Haotsong grew up together. Although they were king and subject, they had a brotherly love. This was the first time he felt the hostility from the Emperor, and it was unexpectedly strong. "When did you dare to cross the line and ask about my private affairs?" Lanfeng knew that Jun Haotsong was angry, and he was so scared that he trembled. He immediately clasped his fists and apologized. "I have offended the Emperor. I deserve to die." Feeling the tense and awkward atmosphere, Su Maoyang, who was caught in the middle, twitched at the corners of his mouth, and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "It's my fault. It has nothing to do with General Yin. I don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. I actually fell asleep on the Emperor's couch. I will go out and accept the punishment." As she said that, she ran out of the tent like a loach without waiting for Jun Haotsong to speak. After coming out and breathing fresh air, she slowly exhaled. "Aren't Jun Haotsong and Lanfeng brothers? Why is it like seeing the murderer of his father? It's really weird." She shook her head in confusion and returned to her tent. Unexpectedly, there was only Lin Water in the tent, and the other soldiers were nowhere to be seen. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Before he could ask, Lin Water came forward in a hurry, wrinkled her face, and said in a low voice, "Master, General, he just ordered the whole army to tidy up their housework and clean up. Now all the soldiers went to the river to take a bath. Fortunately, I was smart and lied that I was not feeling well, so I didn't go." "You said that in the whole army? Only the two of us won't go. Will it arouse suspicion?" Although Lin Water got away with it, she was still a little worried. Su Maoyang frowned slightly after hearing this. "It shouldn't be. But I really want to take a shower. I haven't taken a shower for nearly a month. I really can't stand it." Lin Water had a sad face, pulled the clothes, and sniffed the smell of her body. She couldn't help but avoid her nose, frowned, and looked uncomfortable, seeing the group of men excitedly taking a shower. God knows she was envious to death. Su Maoyong curled his lips and whispered a few words in her ear. Lin Wanner's eyes suddenly lit up, swept away the depression just now, and immediately became excited. Ha! This is a good idea. Tonight, I can't wait a moment. At night, the dark sky seemed to be painted with endless thick ink, and a few stars hung above, as if they were keeping watch for Su Maoyong and Lin Wanner. The night fog came, and the air was slightly cool, but it did not affect the steaming hot spring at all. The spring water was only chest deep. Lin Wanner was in the water, feeling the warmth invading her pores and flowing through her limbs. She couldn't help but sigh comfortably. It's so comfortable. I finally took a bath. Master, how did you know there is a hot spring in this forest? You are so amazing. Lin Wanner asked excitedly while stirring the hot water. Su Maoyong smiled and washed his body. Last time I made an elixir for Jun Haosong. I found a secluded place, which is the cave in front. When I passed by here, I saw a hot spring and wrote it down. Master, you are really great. No matter what you do, you can plan ahead. Lin Wanner praised excitedly. Chapter 594, Taking a Bath Secretly. Su Maoyong laughed. Stop flattering me. Take a bath quickly. We are out at night. If we are caught during the rounds, it will be terrible. Lin Wanner nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. Take a bath quickly. After saying that, she began to scrub herself seriously, because she hadn't taken a bath for so long. She wanted to wash off a layer of skin. Su Maoyong urged her again, and urged her several times, but Lin Wanner was reluctant to leave. She knew that after this bath, she didn't know when she would have another chance. We have been out for a long time. We can't delay any longer. Su Maoyong was quite helpless, frowning and persuading. Just a little while. Just a little while. It will be done soon. Lin Wanner begged. But at this moment, footsteps suddenly came from a distance. Su Maoyong had excellent hearing ability, and was shocked. He immediately held down Lin Wanner, not allowing her to splash water. He leaned close to her ear and warned in a low voice. Don't move. Someone is coming. Lin Wanner was enjoying the bath, but she didn't expect such a change. She was so frightened that her eyes widened, holding her breath, and she didn't dare to breathe, because of the hot air around her. Her face turned red, and she almost fainted, hearing the footsteps getting closer. Su Maoyong's heart was beating like a rabbit. Who on earth is it? Hearing this time, he actually ran here. Master, what should we do now? Lin Wanner was so anxious that she whispered in a low voice. Su Maoyong's eyes were slightly fixed, and he took the clothes and shoes on the shore and ordered, Hold your breath. Sink. What? Lin Wanner's face changed in shock. She had been holding her breath for so long and had no breath. He still asked her to sink into the water. Isn't that courting death? However, before she could protest, Su Maoyong had already pressed her body into the water. Lin Wanner was choked by this sudden action, but she didn't dare to speak or stand up. Su Maoyong had no choice. If they came out now and put on clothes on the shore, it would be too late. They might be discovered by the newcomers before they put on their clothes. At present, the only way is to sink into the water and hide temporarily. At this time, the footsteps were getting closer and closer, and they were about to walk to the side of the hot spring. The two people in the water held their breath, stiffened their bodies, dared not make any movements, and were always alert to the people on the shore. Lin Wanner's facial features were distorted, and her internal organs were about to explode. She had only one wish in her heart, which was to hope that the people on the shore would get out quickly. At this moment, they felt as if time had stopped. It was just a moment, but it seemed like a long time had passed. Just when the two were about to reveal their heads, they heard a soldier suddenly run over from a distance, reporting loudly, General Yin, the Emperor wants to see you for something. Yin La Feng frowned slightly, his pupils flashing with doubt. It's so late. What is it? I don't know. It looks very urgent. Please go quickly. General Yin. The soldier clasped his fists, lowered his head, and answered seriously. Yin La Feng listened, then nodded, and ordered coldly, If you see Su Mu, ask him to come to this general's tent. Yes, I obey. After saying that, Yin La Feng raised his eyes and looked around, and finally turned around and followed the soldiers back the same way, hearing the footsteps gradually fading away. Su Maoyang and Lin Water finally breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly rushed out of the water, and gasped. Finally he left. He almost suffocated me. I didn't die after so many battles. If I suffocated to death while taking a bath, wouldn't that be too unfair? Lin Water took a few deep breaths, and it took a long time for her face to ease. She couldn't help but sigh. Su Maoyang looked at the direction where Yin La Feng left, trying to adjust her breath, and said solemnly, Yin La Feng is looking for us. We have to leave quickly. We were lucky to avoid it this time, but we won't be so lucky next time. It would be better if we didn't mention this. Once she mentioned this, Lin Water was about to cry. Master, how are we going to go back? You wet my clothes and shoes. Don't tell me that we have to go back naked. If that's the case, I won't go back even if I kill myself. Just now, in order to prevent Yin La Feng from finding out, Su Maoyang sank his clothes and shoes into the water. Now they are so wet that they can't be worn at all. Even if they want to go back now, they can't. Su Maoyang frowned when he heard this, and felt that this matter was indeed a bit tricky. There is really no other way. I can only ask the heavenly demon Martin to notify Xiao Linshan and the others to get us clothes, Su Maoyang said. And he had already summoned the heavenly demon Martin. Seeing the furry heavenly demon Martin, Lin Wana was so grateful that she placed all her hopes on it. Heavenly demon Martin, this time it depends on you. The heavenly demon Martin tidied its fur very arrogantly, raised its head proudly, and said something very annoying. If you want clothes, beg me. Su Maoyang glared. Hurry up and notify the blood battle group. Don't talk to me here. Woman, you are too fierce. You scared me so much that my limbs are weak, and I can't walk. The demon Martin had always been suppressed by Su Maoyang. Now that he finally turned over, he naturally couldn't waste this opportunity. Su Maoyang gritted his teeth and warned, if you don't hurry up, I will really break your legs and make you unable to walk. The demon Martin was frightened by her vicious expression and shrank his head. You are so fierce when you ask someone to do something for you. Although he was dissatisfied, he still turned around and ran towards the camp under her pressure. However, before the demon Martin left for a long time, Su Maoyang heard footsteps in the distance again, and his relaxed spirit suddenly tensed up again. Lin Water wanted to cry, but had no tears. No way. There is someone again. Su Maoyang didn't waste words this time, and held Lin Water down and sank into the water again. Lin Water wanted to die. She held her breath twice just to take a bath. How could she be easy? Let me go! I am an ancient beast. You dare to lift my neck. Are you tired of living? The demon Martin bared its teeth and roared, struggling with its chubby body. If it hadn't been for Su Maoyang's contract and sealed his strength, this man would have been punched away by it. How dare you treat an ancient beast like this? When I recover my strength, I will make you pay. The cursing voice was getting closer and closer. Su Maoyang in the water heard the voice of the demon Martin and was shocked. His heart was lifted up. She didn't expect that the sky demon Martin had been discovered. Just as Su Maoyang racked her brains and thought of a countermeasure, a cold and slightly interested voice floated over her head. Do you want me to go down and pick you up? Su Maoyang's body was shocked. Her eyes widened in shock, and she couldn't hold her breath for a moment. She took a sip of water and rushed out of the water, coughing. When she wiped the water drops off her face, she could see clearly that there was a tall figure standing on the shore, with a pair of ice blue eyes flashing with a strange luster, staring at her straight. Chapter 595 deliberately teasing her. Su Maoyang stared at him blankly, completely dumbfounded. On the contrary, Lin Water rushed out of the water, spit out a few mouthfuls of water, her face full of horror, and stammered, Emperor, Emperor, in order to stay by the Emperor's side smoothly. They deliberately disguised their identities and dressed as men, one to deal with Jun Haocong, and the other to deal with other generals and soldiers. If others knew that Jun Haocong brought his family to the battlefield, it would be a disgrace. Not only would it not boost morale, but it would also be branded as greedy for pleasure and indulgence in sensuality. What's more, Su Maoyang's current strength is not enough to fight alongside him, so there is no need to guess that her existence will be opposed by everyone. Because of this, she tried her best to conceal her identity and wanted to stay by his side without anyone noticing. I didn't expect to be discovered so soon. In this way, all the previous efforts will be in vain. Madam, you are staring at me like this. Are you inviting me to play in the water? Seeing this scene, Jun Haotsong's icy blue eyes suddenly became deeper and more spiritual, as if covered with a faint mist, making his eyes look hazy and blurred. This period of time is neither short nor long. For Jun Haotsong, who misses Su Maoyong so much when he can't see him for a minute, this scene undoubtedly stimulates his nerves. If Lin Water was not there, he would probably jump into the water and punish her. Hearing this, Su Maoyong came back to his senses immediately, followed his line of sight, looked down, and was so scared that he immediately covered his chest and growled in shame and anger. Jun Haotsong, you are shameless. Jun Haotsong curled his lips, and a smile overflowed from his beautiful blue eyes. His low and sexy voice was so embarrassing that people couldn't handle it. There will be more shameless people later. It's too early for you to say this. Looking at the pair of eyes that flashed with strange luster, Su Maoyong's body trembled slightly, and her face turned red. She was too familiar with that kind of eyes, and she knew what he was thinking without guessing. At this moment, Jun Haotsong immediately threw the clothes in his hand near Lin Water. Put them on. Go back quickly. Don't be discovered. This was obviously said to Lin Water. And after saying that, he grabbed the restless but helpless Tianmo Martin and turned away to avoid suspicion. Seeing this, Lin Water was overjoyed. And then she emerged from the water and quickly took the clothes and put them on. Su Maoyong saw that she had finished dressing and was half dead in anxiety. She shouted at Jun Haotsong's direction. Asshole! Come back to me. Where are my clothes? Why are there only Lin Water's? What do you mean? Lin Water knew that the Emperor was clearly teasing Su Maoyong. Usually she always looks like she is in control of everything, but it is rare to see her in such a mess. Even Lin Water feels like laughing at her. She pretends to be in a hurry and says, Master, we have been away for so long. There must be a big commotion in the camp. I have to go back to take care of it for you. So I will leave first. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Water ran away like lightning, and Su Maoyong was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. Lin Water, you are so heartless that you actually abandoned me. Remember to go back and get my clothes. Do you hear me? Seeing Lin Water's gloating back, Su Maoyong held her forehead speechlessly. She felt that she should not pin her hopes on Lin Water. It seemed that she had to let Qin Jianbei run again. Just when she was about to summon Qin Jianbei, Jun Haotsong appeared from nowhere and walked back slowly. Su Maoyong saw that he dared to come. His eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth and said, Didn't you leave? Why are you back again? Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows and answered innocently. Just now I heard that the lady was reluctant to call me back, so I came back. Su Maoyong took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger in his heart, and snorted in a bad tone. The devil can't bear to leave you. Leave quickly. Don't hang around in front of me. Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows slightly and raised the clothes in his hand. It seems that the lady doesn't want the clothes anymore. Humph. No need. I'll find a way myself. Su Maoyong glared at him fiercely and didn't intend to accept his charity. If she bowed her head when he teased her like this, wouldn't it be too spineless? Jun Haotsong raised his lips, and his hoarse voice was full of teasing. Madam, you don't want to come out, so I can only go down to get you out. He emphasized the word get out a little, and Su Maoyong naturally heard the implication. She was frightened and her face changed drastically. She hurriedly called for a stop. Don't come down. Jun Haotsong, you are crazy. This is the wild. Su Maoyong was so anxious that her face flushed and she gritted her teeth. Okay. I'll put on my clothes. Isn't it okay? As she said that, she swam over quickly and reached out to take the clothes. It was obvious that she was forced into no choice by Jun Haotsong, thinking of her fame in her life. She had never been in vain, but she was eaten by Jun Haotsong, and she had no chance to struggle and turn over. It was really aggrieved. Seeing that she was honest, Jun Haotsong's blue eyes flashed with a smile, and his eyebrows raised slightly. Then he stopped and stood aside and stared at her. Su Maoyong agreed to put on the clothes, but the clothes were still a little far away from her. Her arms were not long enough, and she couldn't reach them after trying for a long time. In addition, a pair of blue eyes were staring at her, so she couldn't get up to get them. She glared at Jun Haotsong with a flushed face. Can you turn your back? According to Jun Haotsong's sinister nature, she seriously suspected that he did it on purpose, deliberately throwing the clothes so far away, just to see her make a fool of herself. It must be said that Su Maoyang now knows Jun Haotsong too well. At this moment, Jun Haotsong had no mind to think about anything else. Seeing her blushing face become more vivid because of shame and anger, the blush gradually spread to her snow-white neck and ears, making her look white and rosy, delicate and charming. The eyelashes stained with water trembled gently, blooming with a crystal luster, like a shiny feather sweeping across his heart. Itching. And now he only had one thought, which was to rush down and hug her in his arms and kiss her hard. Chapter 596, He is a Scoundrel. Su Maoyang saw that Jun Haotsong did not move, as if he had taken root, standing there, with no intention of avoiding, and could no longer bear it and yelled, "Jun Haotsong, I asked you to turn around. Don't you understand?" She was thin-skinned. Although she had done that with him, she was still very embarrassed to put on clothes in front of him. Jun Haotsong raised the corners of his lips and said shamelessly, "I have seen every part of your body. Madam, don't you think it's too late to be shy now?" Su Maoyang was so angry that she was half dead. If she hadn't been wearing clothes, she really wanted to rush up and beat Jun Haotsong to pieces at this moment. This man was too shameless and too scoundrel. If you don't turn around today, don't even think about getting on my bed in the future. Su Maoyang was forced to use this matter to threaten him. Unfortunately, Jun Haotsong didn't fall for her tricks and laughed twice. "It doesn't matter, madam. Just get on my bed." Su Maoyang was angry. Facing that charming face, teasing blue eyes, and shameless attitude, she was helpless. "Jun Haotsong, if you want to do this, I will really ignore you in the future." Su Maoyang suddenly felt that she was really useless. She didn't have any handle to threaten Jun Haotsong. He didn't seem to care about anything in particular. He was very indifferent to people and things. Only for her, he cared deeply. So, Su Maoyang was forced to threaten him with herself. From another perspective, such Jun Haotsong was heartwarming. Sure enough, after hearing this, Jun Haotsong had no choice but to compromise. Although he wanted to punish her for deceiving him and running to the battlefield. When he thought that Su Maoyang was going to quarrel with him, he immediately surrendered, buttoned his clothes again, and turned around. "This is finally okay." His tone was somewhat helpless, and also contained his own imperceptible doting. Seeing this, Su Maoyang snorted angrily, quickly stood up, picked up her clothes and put them on quickly, while she was alert for him to turn his head. After she put on her clothes, while Jun Haotsong hadn't turned around yet, she suddenly had an idea and ran towards the camp. Jun Haotsong seemed to have expected it. He didn't even raise his eyelids. He was quick and grabbed her collar and pulled her back. "Madam, where are you going in such a hurry?" Su Maoyang's face was bitter and wrinkled. "I have been away from the camp for a long time. I must hurry back. Otherwise, I will be discovered." Jun Haotsong said faintly, "You are with me. Who dares to doubt you?" Su Maoyang retorted angrily. "It's just that being with you makes people more suspicious." Okay. It was late at night, and the two of them came back from the forest, with her messy and embarrassed appearance. I don't know what others would think. Originally, she could make things round by telling a lie. But if she followed Jun Haotsong back, according to his eye-catching degree, it would probably cause a sensation in the whole army. At that time, the small matter became a big matter, and she really had no way to defend herself. However, at this time, Jun Haotsong ignored Su Maoyang's objection and directly carried her sideways. Su Maoyang was scared to death and growled angrily. "You bastard! Let me go! What do you want to do? What do you think I should do?" Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows and asked back. Accepting his ambiguous gaze, Su Maoyang's cheeks immediately blushed, and he said angrily, "Don't even think about it. Shameless. Your husband, didn't think of anything. It's you who thinks more." Jun Haotsong chuckled. "Hello. I'll go back with you. Put me down? You're holding me like this. It's really outrageous." Su Maoyang couldn't beat him, so she had to surrender. "It's too late. I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't want it." Jun Haotsong found that there was a soft fragrance in his arms, which was quite comfortable. He couldn't bear to let go. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was furious and wanted to curse. But Jun Haotsong suddenly lowered his head and kissed her lips. Su Maoyang was so choked by him that she couldn't breathe, and trembled as she endured his stormy love. But all this was not enough. Jun Haotsong wanted more and more, and his arms couldn't help but use force to hold her tighter. This woman really can mobilize all his emotions. Liana, he hadn't kissed her for a long time. And he was so excited that he couldn't help but call her twice. His ambiguous breath sprayed on Su Maoyang's face, making her soften and gradually forget to resist. They kissed for a long time, and Jun Haotsong couldn't hold back any longer. So he let go of her lips. His blue eyes were deep, staring at her rosy lips tightly. His eyes dimmed, and he whispered, "You carried me on your back and ran to the military camp, and mixed with men. If I don't take you back like this, Yin La Feng will probably ask you to marry him." Su Maoyang understood his thoughts when he heard this, and glared at him speechlessly. "You are a grown man. Why are you so petty? General Yin and I are innocent. Why are you jealous? Put me down quickly. Don't let anyone see it. I'm afraid that people won't see it." Having said that, Jun Haotsong walked towards the military camp without paying any attention to her objection. Su Maoyang couldn't imagine what a shocking scene it would be if Jun Haotsong appeared in front of everyone with her in his arms. She really couldn't bear the strange looks of others, and twisted her body anxiously, wanting to get down. Jun Haotsong ignored her objection. He couldn't bear it for a moment now, and just wanted to go back to the camp and eat her up. If he put her down, she might be disobedient again. It's better to carry her back directly, which is simple, direct, efficient and rough. This is his style. Su Maoyang was targeted by him, and there was no place to escape in this life. Camp. General Yin. Su Mu hasn't come back yet. I heard from Lin Wan that he seemed to have diarrhea and went to poop. Deputy General Liang reported with a fist. Yin La Feng put down the military book, frowned, and looked worried. Have you sent someone to look for him? It takes so long to take a shit. Well, I went to the back mountain just now, but I couldn't find Su Mu. Did you go to other places? Yin La Feng was even more confused. There is a forest nearby that we haven't been to yet, but the emperor seems to be practicing there, and he specifically ordered that no one should disturb him. So the brothers didn't dare to go there. Liang Lieutenant General answered everything. When Yin La Feng heard this, his pupils flashed with surprise. At this time, the emperor actually went to the forest to practice. Chapter 597, Emperor holding a soldier. Yin La Feng couldn't help but recall that when he was in the forest just now, the emperor suddenly called him back, saying that there was something urgent to discuss. In fact, he just asked him to hand over the tactical plan for attacking Tianyan City, which was not a very urgent matter. He was still wondering what the emperor's intention was, but he didn't expect to hear him go to the forest and not let anyone disturb him when he turned his back. Although he couldn't figure it out, he always felt that there was an unclear relationship between them. General Yin, are you still sending someone to look for him? Seeing that Yin La Feng was lost in thought and couldn't figure out his thoughts, Deputy General Liang asked cautiously. Hearing this, Yin La Feng stood up immediately. This general will go to look for him personally. General, there's no need for that. Su Mu is just a small soldier. How can I trouble you to come? Let me send someone to look for him. Deputy General Liang quickly dissuaded him. Yin La Feng waved his long sleeves and shouted to stop him. No need. I will go myself. As he said that, he strode out of the tent without waiting for Deputy General Liang to persuade him. He just walked out and was about to go to the forest. But unexpectedly, he saw Jun Haotsong holding Su Mu and walking towards this side quickly. The sharp-eyed soldiers recognized Su Mu at once and shouted excitedly. Look! It's the Emperor and Su Mu. The Emperor is holding Su Mu. My God! Am I seeing things? I saw it too. What is this act? What is the relationship between Su Mu and the Emperor? Why was he held back by the Emperor? I don't know. I heard that Su Mu has been serving the Emperor recently. How come he is in his arms? With a shout, the whole camp was noisy, and even the soldiers in the tent ran out to watch. At this time, several old generals, who had been planning tactics in the tent, heard the noise outside and ran out. When they saw that the Emperor was actually holding a soldier, their old faces were more exciting than overturning a colorful plate. What the hell is going on? General Duan pointed at Su Mu and turned to look at General He and General Pan beside him, his eyes bulging with disbelief. General Pan shook his head in shock, also full of questions. Su Maoyang felt the surprised eyes from all directions, and countless discussions echoed in his ears. He buried his head in Jun Haotsong's chest in embarrassment. When Yin La Feng saw this, his pupils were instantly filled with shock, and there was anger that he couldn't explain. Without waiting for everyone to react, He strode forward and blocked the Emperor in an instant. Emperor? What's going on? If it were the old Yin Feng, he would never dare to question Jun Haocang with such an attitude. But he didn't know what had happened to him. Seeing Su Mu nestling in Jun Haocang's arms, he was so angry that he couldn't control his temper. Hearing Yin Lanfeng's questioning, Su Maoyang's face changed with guilt, and her mind was working quickly, thinking about how to respond. Unexpectedly, Jun Haocang didn't give her a chance to show off, and said coldly, Su Mu fell into the pit, and I found him, so I rescued him. Hearing such a perfect lie, and seeing the handsome face that was so calm, Su Maoyang couldn't help but admire Jun Haocang. When he lied, it was natural and just right. The key was the righteous momentum. Even if they didn't believe it, it seemed that no one had the courage to question it. Yin Feng was not stupid. How could he believe it? Is it really like that? Jun Haocang raised his eyebrows. His blue eyes projected a sharp chill. No. Then what does General Yin think? Yin Feng was unable to speak because of his question. He just stared at Su Mu and changed the subject. Su Mu, you are a soldier. How can you let the Emperor hold you? How can you be so shameless? Get down from here immediately. Jun Haocang heard this. His low voice was filled with suppressed anger, and he accused harshly. Su Mu fell into the pit. His foot was injured, and he can't walk on the ground at present. No matter what. He is a soldier who has fought for the lives of Yunlu Dark Domain, and has made contributions to the people of Yunlu Dark Domain. It is natural for me to care about him. But why is it so shameful in your mouth? As soon as Jun Haocang said this, it immediately resonated with other soldiers. Everyone was moved to tears when they heard their king say this. It turns out that these insignificant soldiers are so important in the eyes of the Emperor. The Emperor said it well. Long live the Emperor. Soon, the crowd burst into roars of support for Jun Haocang, and the momentum was deafening. And Su Maoyang was shocked. She felt that she was good at making up stories, but she didn't expect Jun Haocang to be even better than her. And he was so exaggerated that he didn't change his face. Not to mention that he lied with his eyes open. The key is that he made the lies so fresh and refined. Not only did he cover up the matter with a few words, but he also boosted morale, gathered the army's heart, and set off his image more gloriously and greatly. It has to be said that Jun Haocang's black belly is even more evil. Even Su Maoyang has to admit defeat. Now that the soldiers were making such a fuss, Yin Feng had no courage to refute even if he still wanted to. If he continued to hold on, wouldn't he be accused of not caring about the soldiers? Not only did he not care about the soldiers, but he also prevented the Emperor from caring about the soldiers. Such a style would definitely cause criticism, which was really not conducive to his leading the troops to fight. Fortunately, the angry Yin Feng still had some brains and finally endured it. That's not what I meant. Jun Haocang did not reply, but just glanced at him coldly, directly avoided him, and strode back to the tent. Yin Feng watched the Emperor holding Su Mu and leaving, but he was not qualified to stop him, and he clenched his fists in anger. Su Maoyang thought that Jun Haocang was horny and wanted to hug her and run back to the tent to make love. But it seems that it is not entirely true. If she came back alone, she would definitely be embarrassed and punished by other generals and soldiers. She left the team for so long without permission, and it would be easy for people to think she was a deserter or a spy on the spot. If the matter is investigated, it will be difficult for her to get away. However, he carried her back so blatantly, which was clearly to give her support, so that everyone would know that Su Mu was a favorite of the Emperor, and was not someone who could be bullied casually. He also made up a perfect lie, saying that she fell into a pit. Her legs and feet were injured, and he rescued her after he found her. The surface work was reasonable, and there was no fault to find. Not only did he protect her from being punished, but he also established a tall image of caring for soldiers, and gathered the hearts of the army. Such means are not only superb, but also include care and love for her. At this time, looking at that cold and handsome face, Su Maoyang's heart was moved by mutual sympathy. Madam is looking at me with such affection. It seems that you are ready. Even if Jun Haocang did not look down at her, he could feel her fiery gaze. Su Maoyang came back to her senses after hearing this, but it was too late to react now, because she had been thrown on the couch by him. Chapter 598 General Yin's Thoughts. Jun Haocang, don't be impulsive. This is a camp. If you make a noise and someone hears it, what will happen? Su Maoyang said tremblingly. Jun Haotsong raised the corners of his lips and slowly moved closer. His charming blue eyes reflected her flushed face, shining brightly. Su Maoyang seemed to be bewitched. She stared at the charming face and forgot to react, seeing that she was obsessed with his beauty. Jun Haotsong's smile deepened. Don't worry, madam. I will be very careful. As he said that, his deep blue eyes moved to her red lips. His heart moved slightly. He could no longer control his inner feelings and kissed her lips. Su Maoyang couldn't bear it any longer and pushed him away forcefully. Jun Haotsong, can you be serious? Madam, you promised me before. How can you go back on your word? Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows and asked in dissatisfaction. Su Maoyang's pretty face was about to bleed, and she refuted sharply. You are talking nonsense. When did I promise you? You promised in the hot spring before. And now you are going to deny it? Jun Haotsong raised his eyes slightly, questioned in a dissatisfied tone. But his blue eyes flashed with a hidden brilliance. Su Maoyang was furious at his righteous attitude. You are making up excuses. She really didn't meet such a rogue. Madam, your husband must remind you that if you still want to stay in the military camp, you must learn to please your husband. Such as starting from here. Jun Haotsong's domineering answer made Su Maoyang ashamed and angry. And she didn't intend to succumb to his tyranny, and refuted hard. Humph. I want to stay. No one can stop me. Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows. His tone was light but not light. I said I have 100 ways to let you leave the barracks. Do you believe it? Su Maoyang was shocked by the deep blue eyes and the firm tone. She knew that Jun Haotsong was insidious and cunning, with a variety of tricks, and he was not inferior to her in terms of brains and means. She also knew that if he wanted to, he would definitely do what he said. Realizing this, Su Maoyang took a deep breath, was forced to give up struggling, and bit her lips in shame and anger, as if she wanted to bite blood. You be gentle. Just these 3 shy words. The voice was as small as a mosquito, but it made Jun Haotsong lose his mind instantly. Su Maoyang looked at the slightly bloodshot blue eyes and shrank her head in worry. She felt his power, and she knew without thinking that Jun Haotsong would torment her as much as possible. You have to know that she is now a soldier disguised as a man. If she stays in the emperor's bed every day, it will be a disgrace. In the end, she is not resisting being intimate with Jun Haotsong, but she is guilty and can't stand Jun Haotsong's enthusiasm. Seeing Su Maoyang's retreat, Jun Haotsong is rarely gentle. Leon, I miss you so much. So much. So much. Jun Haotsong kissed her cheek and whispered emotionally. That night, the tent was full of spring. At the same time, the tent on the other side was cold and deserted. With an inexplicable irritability, Im La Fong took the military book and wanted to distract his attention and concentrate on thinking about the tactics of attacking Tian'an City. But no matter how he forced himself, his thoughts always drifted away, and his mind was full of pictures of Su Mu and Jun Haotsong. I don't know what they are doing in the tent, and I don't know what Jun Haotsong thinks of Su Mu. He put down the military book irritably and paced back and forth in the tent. When Lieutenant General Liang came in, he frowned unconsciously when he saw him like this. General, are you worried about Su Mu? Im La Fong was stunned for a moment, and looked at him guiltily. What are you talking about? Why should I worry about a new recruit? Lieutenant General Liang saw his evasive eyes, and his heart was more certain. General, you don't have to deceive yourself. I can see that you care about Su Mu. Chapter 599. He is actually jealous? That night, the tent was full of spring. At the same time, the tent on the other side was cold and deserted, and there was a bit of unclear irritability. Im La Fong took the military book and wanted to distract his attention and concentrate on thinking about the tactics of attacking Tian'an City. But no matter how he forced himself, his thoughts always drifted away, and his mind was full of images of Su Mu and Jun Haotsong. I don't know what they are doing in the tent, and I don't know what Jun Haotsong thinks of Su Mu. He put down the military book irritably and paced back and forth in the tent. When Lieutenant General Liang entered, he frowned unconsciously when he saw him like this. General, are you worried about Su Mu? Im La Fong was stunned for a moment, and looked at him guiltily. What are you talking about? Why should I worry about a new recruit? Lieutenant General Liang saw his evasive eyes, and was more certain in his heart. General, you don't have to deceive yourself. I can see that you care about Su Mu. Although Yin La Feng felt a little embarrassed when his inner thoughts were exposed, he still admitted generously, "Well, that kid is a good general, and will do a lot in the future." Lieutenant General Liang sneered. "I think it's not entirely true. General, don't you think your concern for Su Mu has gone beyond the scope of cherishing talent?" To be honest, seeing that General Yin was so concerned about a new recruit, Lieutenant General Liang really couldn't understand it. He admitted that Su Mu was smart and capable, but he didn't make General Yin so nervous, being so nervous that he openly turned against the Emperor. This was really strange. Yin La Feng was shocked when he heard this, and frowned suddenly. "What do you mean by this?" "I just think that the general cares too much about Su Mu. I heard that you had a quarrel with the Emperor because of Su Mu before, and today you boldly question the Emperor. You used to be respectful to the Emperor. Why are you so impulsive this time?" When Lieutenant General Liang heard about their quarrel, he thought it was just an unreliable rumor. But after seeing this scene with his own eyes today, he had to believe it. However, he didn't expect that he would do such an extreme behavior to the loyal General Yin, which was really unbelievable. Yin La Feng was stunned by his question. In fact, he didn't know why he was so angry. Whenever he saw Su Mu and the Emperor together, he felt all kinds of eyesores and felt uncomfortable all over. He wanted to restrain this emotion and ignore it, but he just couldn't control it. What happened to him? Is he sick? General, I don't know what you think of Su Mu, but I must remind you that Su Mu is just a soldier. It's not worth it for you to fall out with the Emperor. You and the Emperor have been brothers for many years. How can you let a new soldier destroy this relationship? Deputy General Liang advised earnestly. The more Yin La Feng thought about it, the more annoyed he became. His face became quite ugly. He shouted unhappily, "Okay, you can go out if you have nothing to do. General Yin, you have to think about it carefully." Deputy General Liang wanted to say more. "Enough. Get out." Yin La Feng was already furious. Seeing his attitude, Deputy General Liang sighed helplessly and had to turn around and walk out of the tent. Deputy General Liang's words kept echoing in Yin La Feng's ears, but the figure of Su Mu in his mind became clearer and clearer. Su Mu is not good-looking, but he has a pair of black eyes as bright as stars, and often has a confident and wise smile. Even when facing himself, Su Mu can exude a domineering and strong power that is no less than his. Of course, what he admires most is his planning and calmness when facing dangerous difficulties. He knew early on that Su Mu was extraordinary, because he always showed noble elegance in his every move. And he was not like an ordinary citizen. His intelligence, his calmness, his aura, and his confidence attracted his attention, making him unable to help but admire and approach. However, Jun Haocong is his brother, and he naturally cannot turn against his brother because of a soldier. But he has always had a question in his heart. Why does the always cold-hearted Emperor Zun look at Su Mu differently? Could it be that he can't help but admire Su Mu like him? But isn't it a good thing to appreciate someone together? Why is it full of hostility and plunder? Yin La Feng's thoughts are getting more and more confused. He lifted the curtain and walked out, wanting to go to the Emperor's tent to ask clearly. But his legs seemed to be filled with lead, and he couldn't even lift them up. He just stood there, looking in the direction of Jun Haocong's tent, and couldn't help but be lost in thought. The soldier standing guard saw that Yin La Feng looked unhappy, and couldn't help but ask with a fist, "General Yin, if you have anything to say, you can tell me." Yin La Feng heard this, and came back to his senses, waved his hand. "It's okay." Just as he was about to turn around and go back to the tent, he suddenly stopped and looked at the soldier. "This general asks you, if you see someone being intimate with other men, will you be angry?" The soldier was stunned for a moment, scratched his head, and chuckled twice. "I won't be angry if I see other people. But if I see my wife being intimate with other men, of course I will be angry." Hearing this, Yin La Feng's eyes widened and his face became even darker. "Wife? Then will you get angry when you see a man with another man?" Yin La Feng asked anxiously. The soldier was stunned by his question, frowned, and looked confused. "I don't like men. Why should I be angry? I like my wife. So I will be jealous and angry when I see her being intimate with other men. However, my wife is quiet, and she will not be intimate with other men. I know this." As he said this, the soldier laughed again. It seems that he missed his wife. Yin La Feng was shocked when he heard the word jealous, and surprise instantly surged on his handsome face. "Jealous? Is he jealous? Oh my God! Don't tell him that he is jealous of a man? If he is really jealous of Su Mu, doesn't that mean he likes Su Mu? Realizing this, Yin La Feng seemed to be struck by a bolt from the blue. His body shook, and he took 2 steps back, shaking his head in shock. He knew better than anyone that Su Mu was a man. How could he? A man of 7 feet tall. Like a man. No. This is absolutely impossible. Yin La Feng turned pale with fear, and ran back to the tent in panic, which confused the soldiers on guard. The next morning, Su Maoyang opened his eyes, and looked into the deep blue eyes. It seemed that there were countless little stars hidden in it, which were gathering together at this moment, blooming with a charming luster. Just such a pair of eyes that were so beautiful that both humans and gods were angry. But they stared at him intently. This obsessed, gentle, and doting gaze belonged only to him. And Su Maoyang felt as if he was about to drown in the sweetness he gave him. Just thinking about the madness of last night, and feeling the pain all over her body, Su Maoyang still gritted her teeth. Can't you be gentler? Madam, I am already very light. It's you who are too thin. You must take care of your body. Otherwise you can't bear it in the future. Jun Haocong was very innocent. He restrained himself for a long time with the strength last night. If he released his true fighting power, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to speak now. Su Maoyang glared at him fiercely, and muttered unhappily. Humph. You think about that all day. Can't you do something romantic? Jun Haocong frowned when he heard it. He seemed to be unfamiliar with the word romance. He didn't understand the meaning for a while, and said based on his own understanding. Slow and romantic? Okay. You are a little more romantic in bed, and I will move a little slower. Su Maoyang almost spit out a mouthful of blood when he heard it, raised a fist, and hit his chest fiercely. You hooligan! Chapter 600, The Truth is Revealed. Jun Haocong grabbed her fist, and raised his eyebrows to remind her. You seem to have forgotten again. I will do it as many times as you hit me. It seems that you still want to come. Su Maoyang was shaken by his words, and quickly shrank back in fear. She found that the person sleeping next to her was not a human, but a beast. Jun Haocong couldn't help laughing at her pitiful appearance. He stretched out his hand to pull her into his arms again, lowered his head, and buried it in her neck, and sighed helplessly. I seem to be poisoned. What should I do? Su Maoyang's face changed, and she asked nervously, Has the toxin in your body not been cleared yet? No, not in the body, but in the heart. Jun Haocong kissed her neck and sniffed her fragrance greedily. Su Maoyang was stunned for a moment and didn't react for a while. Jun Haocong pecked her red lips, his eyes flowing with unconcealed affection. You are the poison in my heart. Addictive. And I can't quit. Su Maoyang rarely heard him say sweet words. Her pretty face turned red, and she glared at him unhappily. Stop being so slick. If you can't quit, why did you abandon me and leave alone? Recognize my identity, and deliberately tease me. It's really hateful. Su Maoyang is not stupid. She doesn't think that the hot spring incident last night was accidental. Since Yin La Feng was transferred away by Jun Haocong, she felt that there was something fishy, until she saw him take the initiative to come to the forest. Su Maoyang was more certain. This guy had recognized her identity a long time ago, but just didn't expose it, and teased her again and again. Thinking of the past, he deliberately asked her to massage, serve tea and water, and insisted that she apply medicine to his lower abdomen, teasing her so much that she was miserable. Su Maoyang was full of anger, but had no place to vent. Jun Haocong also frowned seriously. Who told you to run to the border without telling me, and deliberately conceal your identity and deceive me? Do you know how dangerous the border is? I just think of you encountering enemy raids and ambushes in Tongguang City. If it weren't for Yin La Feng blocking an arrow for you, you would have been injured. My heart is torn up. Not only did she act willfully and recklessly, but she also dared to deceive him and mix in the army. He couldn't imagine what he would do if something really happened to her. Therefore, for such a bad behavior, Jun Haocong didn't punish her, and it was really hard to get rid of the bad breath in his heart. Su Maoyang admitted that he was in the wrong, so he hummed softly, I'm still worried about you. You left without saying goodbye, which scared me to death. Jun Haocong heard the words. His heart moved slightly. His chest was hot, and he hugged her tighter with force. However, at this moment, Yin La Feng suddenly rushed in aggressively. Seeing the scene in front of him, He was so scared that he took 2 or 3 steps back. His face turned pale, and then flushed. He couldn't believe what he saw. The Emperor actually slept in the same bed with Su Mu. And they were hugging each other intimately. This is definitely not true. He must be dreaming. It must not be true. Yin La Feng shook his head in shock. Now, in addition to shock, his mind was blank. Jun Haocong never expected Yin La Feng to suddenly rush in. He frowned and yelled angrily. Get out! No matter how arrogant Yin La Feng was in the past, he was respectful in front of him. If you need to find him, you will at least let him know. I didn't expect him to be so presumptuous this time. He barged in recklessly. It's really hateful. Yin La Feng stood there, as if nailed to the ground, facing Jun Haocong's anger. He was indifferent. His eyes seemed to be rusty, staring at Su Mu, who was held in Jun Haocong's arms and protected. At this moment, his anger was no less than Jun Haocong's, and he was even more upset that he couldn't control. For the first time, he began to realize that he was jealous. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, Jun Haocong immediately pulled the quilt to wrap Su Maoyang tightly, then turned over, reached out to take the clothes and put them on, strode over, punched Yin La Feng in the face, and directly blasted him out of the tent. Then, Jun Haocong followed him out. Su Maoyang was shocked when she saw this scene, and hurriedly took the clothes and put them on quickly. Enduring the pain in her lower body, she chased out quickly. When she went out, there were already many soldiers outside. Everyone was shocked to see Jun Haocong beating Yin La Feng, and they were all shocked. Soon, such a big thing also alarmed several old generals. Several old guys got the news and rushed over. Seeing Yin La Feng's nose and face were swollen, and there was blood on the corners of his mouth, they were scared and shouted loudly. Oh! What happened? Emperor, what did General Yin do wrong to make you so angry? General, he asked loudly in disbelief as soon as he arrived. He really couldn't figure out what was so serious that they had to fight. Even if they lost the battle, they wouldn't be like this. General Pan also had a tangled expression, staring at Jun Haocong in shock, and advised, Emperor, we are all family members. If there is anything, sit down and discuss it slowly. There is no need to use force. Yes, Emperor, General Yin has been marching and fighting for so many years, and has won many battles. He is a man with plans and sense of measure. Do you think there is any misunderstanding? General Duan also persuaded. Yin La Feng heard this and sneered without waiting for Jun Haocong to speak. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding between us. I just discovered the secret of the Emperor, so he beat me in anger. Secret? Everyone started talking among themselves when they heard this. Several old generals also had doubts on their faces. Jun Haocong was afraid that he would tell about Su Maoyang, so he warned him with a dark face. Yin La Feng. Shut up. Yin La Feng stared at Su Maoyang, who was standing beside him with a scorched face. Seeing the obvious kiss marks on her neck, his heart felt like being stabbed. He loudly retorted, Emperor, you are hugging Su Mu. Why don't you dare to admit it? In fact, he could keep it to himself and hide this secret. But his heart was so jealous that he couldn't tolerate them being together every day. He knew that as long as he told the truth, the two of them would definitely be opposed by several old generals. As expected, several old generals were so scared when they heard this that they were shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. Emperor Zun and Su Mu hugged each other? Did they hear it wrong? Men hugging each other. Is that gay? General He, who was the first to react, was shocked and angry. He pointed at Su Maoyang and shouted, Ridiculous. Now the Yunlu Dark Domain is still fighting with the Burning Blood Sky City. Emperor Zun, you are actually hanging out with a soldier. How can you be so shameless? Yes, Emperor Zun. The Burning Blood Sky City just issued a declaration of war this morning. The war is scheduled to start in 10 days. How can you ignore the war and indulge in love affairs? Besides, it's a soldier. My God. General Duan also sighed in anger. Seeing this scene, his head was about to explode with pain. Chapter 601 questioned. Faced with opposition from all sides, Jun Haocong's face was slightly ugly, but his voice was still steady and powerful. Full of confidence, Su Mu has been promoted to my deputy general. He discussed the war with me until very late last night. Because his foot was injured, there were many inconveniences, so I let him rest on the couch. General Yin came in and saw us sleeping on the same couch. It was obviously a misunderstanding. Su Maoyang found that no matter what lie Jun Haocong told, he was not red in the face or out of breath. And he was calm and composed, which really seemed to be the case. Sure enough, the people who were just shocked by Yin Lanfeng's words breathed a sigh of relief and began to doubt the authenticity of this matter. After all, the homosexuality is rare. Not to mention that it happened to the emperor, which is too hard to believe. Perhaps, as the emperor said, it was too late. Su Mu's foot was injured, and he was afraid of disturbing other soldiers to rest. So he temporarily let him rest on the couch for one night. After all, Su Mu is the emperor's savior, so it's understandable that the emperor treats him specially, although they always feel something is strange. Compared with the homosexuality, everyone seems to be more willing to believe what the emperor said, that it's just a misunderstanding. For these big and strong men, if General Yin hadn't deliberately exaggerated, they wouldn't have thought of the homosexuality at all. Of course, if it weren't for Lin Wanner's words, the emotionally dull Yin Lanfeng would hardly think of the emperor and Su Mu as that kind of relationship. In addition, his current mentality does not allow the emperor and Su Mu to have that kind of relationship. However, he still didn't expect Jun Haocong to go to such an extent to protect Su Mu, which was really shocking. Jun Haocong said this to cover up the truth about Su Maoyang's female body. Now that the two armies are fighting, it is the key time to stabilize the morale of the army. If other soldiers knew that their emperor slept in the same tent with a woman, no one would believe him even if he wanted to lie. He would definitely be branded as a man of debauchery and incompetence. At that time, the soldiers would not be interested in fighting, which would ruin the big thing. Therefore, he could only let Su Maoyang stay by his side under the guise of deputy general. As a man, it is always more convenient to speak and do things. Even if he and Su Maoyang have something, no one would think about it. However, when several old generals heard that Su Mu was suddenly promoted to deputy general, they all frowned in dissatisfaction and looked at Su Maoyang with critical eyes. General Pan looked at Su Maoyang's frail figure with a look of disapproval on his face, and questioned loudly, "Emperor, this Su Mu is just a new soldier. He has no combat experience. And he is as thin as a chicken. In my opinion, even a gust of wind can blow him down. I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the people if you let him be your deputy general." A deputy general is considered a general, which is not something that everyone can do, let alone being the deputy general of the emperor. Looking at the entire army, I'm afraid there are not many people who are qualified. And this Su Mu in front of him, who has no qualifications, has just joined the army not long ago, and is so thin that he is not even as good as an ordinary soldier. How can he be qualified for the position of deputy general? General Duan also felt that it was inappropriate and hurriedly advised, "Emperor, you suddenly appointed a new soldier as a deputy general. Isn't it too frivolous? What do you think the soldiers of the army will think?" "Okay, you don't need to say it." At the beginning, Su Mu proposed a battle strategy for General Yin, helped us conquer Shuanka City, and later helped me detoxify. He has made such a great contribution and is worthy of the position of deputy general. Jun Haocong frowned and interrupted him with a wave of his sleeve. "Your Majesty, Su Mu is just a little clever and cunning. How can he be a general with this alone? I admit that he has done a favor to your Majesty. But as a general, if he has no real ability and relies on cunning, how can he make the whole army obey him? This is related to the life and death of the entire Yunlu Dark Domain. I hope your Majesty will think twice." General He frowned and objected loudly. The soldiers around him also shouted loudly with dissatisfaction, undoubtedly disagreeing with Su Mu becoming a deputy general. "Yes, we don't accept it. Su Mu is a new soldier. Why should he be the deputy general? Emperor, you can't be partial to him just because he is your savior. We don't accept it. When leading troops to fight, which general does not rely on strength? If Su Mu really wants to be a deputy general, he must convince us all. Otherwise, we all disagree." "Yes, I don't agree. I am stronger than him, and have more seniority in the army than him. Su Mu is the deputy general. I, Xiongzheng, am the first to disagree." Xiongzheng was jealous of Su Mu's becoming a favorite of the emperor. He had offended him and his brothers in the blood battle group before. If Su Mu became the deputy general now, wouldn't it be a personal revenge? In any case, he had to try his best to stop it. As soon as Xiongzheng started, all the soldiers boldly opposed it. All of a sudden, the whole barracks became a mess, and everyone was dissatisfied with Su Maoyang. In the army, there are many people with strong bodies and strong strength. Su Maoyang is indeed not qualified. Seeing that everyone was in a commotion and Jun Haocong showed no sign of giving in, General Duan couldn't help but suggest, "Emperor, if you insist on letting Su Mu be the deputy general, that's fine. But at least you have to convince these soldiers. In my opinion, why not have a competition? As long as Su Mu defeats the challenger, we will recognize him as the deputy general. It just so happens that through this competition, everyone has also exercised their skills and is just right for preparing for the expedition. What do you think?" It must be said that this method is excellent and quickly received everyone's response. "Well, it's a good idea. Su Mu, I wonder if you dare to accept the challenge." General Pan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately looked at Su Maoyang and asked loudly. When he asked this, all the soldiers present looked at him expectantly. In addition to curiosity, their eyes were more ridiculed, mocked and disdainful. Just looking at his physique can make people laugh, not to mention going on the field to compete. Obviously, General Duan's method is to make Su Mu retreat. Ha ha ha. Su Mu, I want to challenge you. I wonder if you dare to answer. Xiongzheng was so happy when he saw this that he laughed out loud with gloating. Before, because of General Yin, he couldn't teach this kid a lesson. And later because of Emperor Zun, he didn't dare to cause trouble casually. He had endured it for a long time. Now there is a legitimate opportunity to teach him a lesson. How can Xiongzheng give up? Ha ha ha. Boss, how dare Su Mu compete with you? He probably didn't have time to make a move, and he was beaten by you and vomited blood. We are not unaware of your strength. Several soldiers following Xiongzheng all laughed, stepped on Su Maoyang, and flattered Xiongzheng. From the tone, they seemed to have been taught a lesson by Xiongzheng and were very afraid of his power. Chapter 602 Accepting the Challenge. Hearing the praise from the people around him, Xiongzheng became even more proud and stared at Su Maoyang with contempt, as if he had already expected that she would not dare to accept the challenge. "Su Mu, if you don't dare to accept my challenge, just give up the position of deputy general. Don't think about climbing up by relying on connections. This is not the officialdom, but a battlefield where people are eaten without spitting out bones. Everything is said with fists. Don't come with those empty words." Xiongzheng is a rough man, with a simple brain circuit and not so many twists and turns. All means and cleverness don't work in front of him. He recognizes strength. If you are strong, you are the boss. And if you are weak, you should be beaten. Yes, Su Mu, if you don't dare, just give it up. Deputy General is not someone who can be. We veterans who have been in the army for so many years still dare not dream of the position of Deputy General. You, an inexperienced recruit, are too arrogant. As soon as Xiongzheng finished speaking, many soldiers followed suit and did not think highly of Su Mu at all. Jun Haocong wanted to speak after hearing this, but Su Maoyang immediately stepped forward, held him back, and then looked at Xiongzheng and said calmly, "Okay, I accept your challenge." Everyone was shocked to hear that Su Mu actually accepted it, and looked at her with some surprise. The winner of this competition was obvious. Su Mu was stupid enough to accept the challenge at the risk of being injured. Yin Lafeng didn't expect Su Mu to really agree. He was shocked, and worry surged on his handsome face. He anxiously shouted at him, "Su Mu, are you crazy? Xiongzheng is a late-stage Holy Spirit master. You can't beat him. Don't show off." Yin Lafeng admitted that he had a good brain, but in terms of spiritual power and strength, he was definitely not Xiongzheng's opponent. Xiongzheng is the most powerful soldier in his Jingwei army besides Deputy General Liang. His tall and mighty figure alone can scare away many people, not to mention the strength of the late Holy Spirit Master. Su Mu's weak body can't stand his punches and kicks. Jun Haocong raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. In contrast to Yin Lafeng's nervousness, he looked calm and watched, and didn't seem to take this competition to heart, because he knew Su Maoyang too well. She never did anything she was not sure of. Since she agreed to do it, she must have the confidence to win, and will definitely do it perfectly. This is the woman he likes. Jun Haocong still has this basic trust. What's more, Su Maoyang really needs to establish her prestige in the army. Otherwise he will always be excluded, and he will feel distressed when he sees it. Seeing Su Maoyang agreed, Xiongzheng thought he was just showing off, and shook his head with a sneer. Su Mu, you have to think clearly. Once you accept my challenge, you can't go back on it. If you get beaten by me, don't blame me for not knowing the severity of the situation. When this was said, everyone laughed. And they were just laughing at Su Mu's ignorance and overestimation of his own abilities. Faced with the ridicule from all sides, Su Maoyang was not angry, but laughed along, staring at Xiongzheng indifferently, and did not show any fear because of his intimidation. Instead, he calmly responded, "Don't worry. Since I, Su Mu, have decided to fight, I will not go back on it. You can come at me. However, I think Brother Xiong should prepare. What do you think tomorrow?" When Xiongzheng heard this, he felt insulted. His eyes glared, and his murderous intent was revealed. And he cursed, "Bah! I, Xiongzheng, need to prepare to beat you? Are you mistaken?" Facing this small figure in front of him, he could knock him down with just a flick of his finger. But he still asked him to prepare. Isn't this obviously humiliating him? Su Maoyang raised his eyes slightly and nodded in understanding. "I gave you a chance to prepare, but you didn't want it. Don't make excuses that you are not in good condition and not ready. It will be too late by then." Xiongzheng never expected Su Mu to be so arrogant. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. His whole black face turned red. He was as good as Guangong. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You little bastard! You dare to humiliate me! I will beat you to your knees and call you grandpa today." As he said that, Xiongzheng had rolled up his sleeves and was about to pounce on Su Maoyang and wrestle with him. Seeing this, Im Lanfeng's face changed with fear. He immediately stood in front of Su Maoyang and shouted, "Xiongzheng, this is not a martial arts arena. You are not allowed to act recklessly here." Xiongzheng was furious when he saw Im Lanfeng protecting Su Mu. He pointed at Su Maoyang and shouted, "Let's go to the martial arts arena now to decide who is better." Su Maoyang nodded slightly. "Please." As she said that, she walked towards the martial arts training ground. Im Lanfeng really didn't know where Su Mu got the courage from. He was worried to death. Su Mu, on the other hand, looked like he didn't care, which was really worrying. He wanted to hold him back, but he always remembered that he was a general. If he was too partial to Su Mu, he would cause gossip. He could only watch Su Maoyang walk towards the martial arts training ground. Seeing that the two were going to compete, everyone was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. As soon as Su Maoyang and Xiongzheng left, all the soldiers followed them in a mighty manner. The brothers of the blood battle group were not worried, as their master had endless tricks up his sleeve, and they would never suffer any loss. Only others would suffer. They also followed the crowd, and slowly moved over to watch. Jun Haocang looked at Im Lanfeng deeply, and his charming blue eyes swept across with sharp coldness, which made the latter tremble all over, with an indescribable chill. Then, before Im Lanfeng could react, Jun Haocang had already walked towards the martial arts training ground. Seeing that Emperor Zun also went over to join in the fun, several old generals naturally didn't want to miss it, although they didn't think Su Mu could beat Xiongzheng. Seeing Su Mu's swearing look, they couldn't help but be curious. The martial arts training ground was very wide. In addition to the training ground, there was also a medium-sized arena. Usually, several old generals would exchange and guide on the arena, and sometimes they would let the soldiers go up to exchange skills. Now Su Maoyang and Xiongzheng walked up, and the audience suddenly erupted in an excited roar. However, almost all of these shouts were from Xiongng's supporters, while Su Maoyang's relatives and friends were only the brothers of the blood battle group, and their momentum was much weaker. Im Lanfeng saw Su Maoyang standing on the arena, and he was inexplicably heartbroken when he saw Su Maoyang standing on the arena and about to fight. Xiongzheng was pleased to hear the support from the people around him. He raised his eyebrows and sneered, "Su Mu, today I will let you taste my power." After saying that, Xiongzheng raised his arm and burst out with a strong spiritual power. The fluctuation of the late Holy Spirit Master instantly spread. The weaker soldiers felt the power piercing their faces and took a step back with lingering fear. This Xiongzheng is really capable. It is not easy for a late Holy Spirit Master to have such power. General Duan looked at the fluctuation of spiritual power in Xiongng's hand and couldn't help sighing. General Pan nodded slightly. Yes, it is really difficult for Su Mu to defeat him. Chapter 603 Powerful Challenger. Emperor, Don't blame me for being nosy this time. After all, a general who marches and fights needs a strong person. Otherwise it will be difficult to convince the people. Now is a critical moment. The morale of the army is particularly important. I hope that the emperor will consider the overall situation. General Duan saw Jun Haozong standing aside without saying a word, thinking that he was worried about Su Mu's accident, and couldn't help but persuade him in a deep voice. If you really want to thank Su Mu, you can reward him with some military pay. There is no need to appoint him as a deputy general. General Duan chose a compromise suggestion. When Jun Haozong heard it, he had no expression on his face, just looking at the arena indifferently. After a long time, he blurted out a few words. No need. She will win. General Duan was stunned when he heard the words. His face flashed with surprise, and he stared at his perfect and impeccable profile in surprise, not knowing how to react for a while. Ma Feng, who was not far away, heard the words and also glanced at Jun Haozong. Looking at his confident look, some doubts suddenly surged in his heart. I don't know where he got the confidence from. So he believed that Su Mu could beat Xiongzheng? However, at this moment, Xiongzheng on the stage had already launched an attack, and the fierce spiritual power in his hands instantly turned into a big knife, slashing towards Su Maoyang fiercely. Kong Yuzhan, kill! I heard a roar breaking through the clouds, and swept towards Su Maoyang with violent force. Looking at this power, it is a good martial art, which shocked the onlookers and worried about Su Maoyang. Ma Feng was also frightened and his eyes were wide open, and his heart was in his throat. I wanted to shout, but found that I couldn't make a sound in my throat. Su Maoyang, who was opposite Xiongzheng, stood calmly in place. Compared with the anxious audience below, she seemed unhurried. Seeing that the overwhelming force was about to fall on her, she suddenly flew to avoid the attack. Her thin but agile figure was like a swimming dragon. She dodged to the side and then threw a punch fiercely. A huge fist shadow instantly formed in the sky. The fist shadow was wrapped in brilliant light and attacked fiercely. Zhou Zhan was terrified and wanted to avoid it, but the fist shadow had already arrived. The powerful momentum spread everywhere. The wind howled, and there was a loud bang. The fist shadow hit his meager power, as if it was going to tear the air, and it hit Xiongzheng, who had no time to resist. Everyone only saw a residual shadow passing by, and fell heavily under the ring, splashing dust all over the ground. The whimpering sound of the collision of power was still circling around, but Xiongzheng was already lying under the ring, spitting blood, twitching all over, and had no strength to struggle. Seeing this scene, the martial arts training ground, which was just noisy and lively, suddenly became quiet. Everyone's expression suddenly froze, and their pupils gradually filled with horror. They stared at Su Maoyang's eyes, almost popping out. That was Xiongzheng, who was powerful and strong. Many soldiers of the Jingwei army had suffered losses at his hands, and they knew his strength too well. But now, he was actually knocked to the ground by a punch from Su Mu, a dwarf, and couldn't even get up. Looking at Xiongzheng's pale face and the blood on the corners of his mouth, he was so embarrassed that he couldn't bear to look directly at it. All the soldiers didn't dare to believe their eyes, and the shock in their hearts was beyond words. Oh my God! Su Mu is a peak Holy Spirit Master. He is actually a peak Holy Spirit Master. After the dead silence, someone in the crowd finally reacted, pointing at Su Maoyang, and bursting out with an excited and trembling voice. His roar instantly broke the silence, and the whole audience burst into incredible exclamations. They saw it clearly just now. There was no doubt that the spiritual power fluctuations that Su Maoyang burst out were from the peak Holy Spirit Master. They really couldn't imagine that Su Mu, with his small body, had already reached the peak Holy Spirit Master. It was really unexpected. No wonder Su Mu could knock Xiongzheng away with one punch. He was a whole level higher than him, facing Xiongzheng's minor attacks. It was naturally a piece of cake. Several old generals looked at this scene and were also stunned on the spot. They were stunned for a long time before they came back to their senses. This time, they finally saw what it meant to be a person's appearance. Ma Feng stared at Su Maoyang infatuatedly, looking at the figure that was surrounded by spiritual power and stood tall in the wind. Even from such a distance, he could feel the strong breath coming towards him. Su Mu's star-like black eyes, falling into Ma Feng's eyes, became even brighter and more charming. His cold and indifferent face and calm temperament made him unable to look away. The wind blew, and the sleeves fluttered, messing up Su Maoyang's hair and Yin Lanfeng's heart. Yin Lanfeng found at this moment that he seemed to really like men. Realizing this made him feel both exciting and strange, as well as deep regret and self-blame. How could he like a man? Was he also a homosexual? He knew it was not right, but he just couldn't control his eyes and his heartbeat, following the figure that made his heart beat, and quietly looked into his mind. Jun Haotsong had long anticipated Su Maoyang's victory, raised his eyebrows lightly, and his pupils bloomed with a hint of appreciation, and then spoke to several old generals. Now that Su Mu has won, you should have nothing to say. Several old generals were shocked by his question, and their faces were filled with embarrassment, and they could no longer speak. However, as soon as Jun Haotsong finished speaking, a roar broke out again in the crowd. Su Mu, I want to challenge you. At this moment, everyone saw a big man walking out of the crowd. This big man was fat and big-eared, with a strong back and waist. When he walked, the ground would shake 3 times. The aura he exuded was even stronger than Xiongzheng. Such a heavyweight figure was known to everyone in the military camp. His name was Li Kuiping, a pioneer soldier in General He's Iron Cavalry Army, and a well-known figure in the military camp. He was warlike by nature, and seeing that Su Maoyang was actually a peak Holy Spirit master, who was comparable to his own strength, aroused his fighting spirit and wanted to compete with him. Oh! Su Mu is in trouble now. He has provoked this pervert Li Kuiping. It will be difficult to get away. Yes, Li Kuiping is much stronger than Xiongzheng, and his moves are even more brutal and bloodless. Even if Su Mu is a peak Holy Spirit master, he may not be able to get any benefit from him. Well, Li Kuiping is also a peak Holy Spirit master. I have seen his power. Compared with Su Mu, he is only stronger, not weaker. Seeing Li Kuiping appear, everyone started talking again, and they were still afraid of this man's fighting power. Su Maoyang saw another challenger, raised her eyebrows slightly, and looked at Li Kuiping in front of her carefully, feeling the amazing breath. She was shocked. If it was a single round of spiritual power, the two would definitely be on par. But she was at a disadvantage because of insufficient strength. The man in front of her obviously had great strength, and his hunchback and waist were as strong as iron. I believe that even if the spiritual power fell on him, it would not necessarily cause much damage. Therefore, Su Maoyang had to admit that the man in front of him was indeed a very strong opponent. Chapter 604, Not Spiritual Power, but Fists and Feet. Seeing Su Maoyang looking at him, Li Kuiping raised his eyebrows and snorted contemptuously. Su Mu, don't think that you can't beat Xiongzheng, the loser. If you want to be a deputy general, you must pass me, Li Kuiping. Otherwise, before he finished speaking, he had already rubbed his 2 iron ball-like fists, making a clattering sound. His face was full of flesh and looked ferocious. His rough and powerful voice was a master with strong internal strength, and he was indeed much stronger than Xiongzheng, not to mention spiritual power. His fat body like a mountain could match 2 Xiongzhengs. Lin Wanner and others felt Li Kuiping's strong aura, and their smug faces gradually stiffened, and their pupils were stained with a bit of solemnity. Boss, don't fight him. He is clearly bullying you. He is so big that his body can crush you to death. You will suffer a lot if you fight him. Lin Wanner stopped him anxiously. They were not worried about Su Maoyang's fight against Xiongzheng before because they knew that their master's spiritual power level was stronger than Xiongzheng. Li Kuiping is also a peak Holy Spirit master. Judging from his momentum, he is probably stronger than Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang can't have the upper hand in a fight with such a person. Seeing this scene, everyone in the blood battle group naturally began to worry. Li Kuiping sneered when he heard this. His voice seemed to burst out from his chest, deafening. Humph! If you don't have the strength, get off the stage quickly, so as not to say that I am bullying you. Everyone shouted in dissatisfaction after hearing this. That's right. You don't have the strength, but you still say that others are bullying you. Fighting on the battlefield is extremely cruel, and there is never any fairness. If you can't do it, get off. Get down. Get down. Only Li Kuiping is capable of taking on the position of deputy general. Su Mu, get down. Seeing the chaos all around, the brothers of the blood battle group clenched their fists in embarrassment. Faced with the scolding, Su Maoyang only raised his eyes slightly, staring at Li Kuiping with a sharp gaze, and smiled faintly with his red lips. I accept your challenge. Her voice was calm and calm, but it actually startled everyone below. She accepted Xiong challenge because her spiritual power level was higher than Xiong So she was full of confidence. They could understand this. But Li Kuipeng was also a peak Holy Spirit master. And his spiritual power was comparable to hers. What's more, he was burly and powerful. And he was unstoppable when he started fighting. She really couldn't get any benefit. But she dared to accept such a challenge. It seems that he had defeated Xiongzheng before. And he had become proud and arrogant. And he even dared to ignore Li Kuipeng. It was really stupid. However, Su Maoyang's next words caused an uproar. Li, brother, our spiritual powers are equal. So it's meaningless to compete in spiritual power. Why don't we compete in fists and feet? We don't use any spiritual power or martial arts. And we just fight with bare hands. How about it? Fists and feet. Everyone gasped in shock when they heard this. And they couldn't believe their ears. A frail dwarf actually wanted to compete with a fat and burly man in fists and feet. Oh my god. Is Sumu crazy? If she competes in spiritual power, there is still a glimmer of hope for victory. But if she fights with bare hands, she will only be beaten to death. Everyone stared at Su Maoyang in amazement, their pupils surging with extreme shock. And they couldn't calm down for a long time. This Su Mu is too arrogant. He actually has the guts to compete with Li Kuipeng in boxing. It's incredible. Yes, he is too lawless. He thinks he is the best in the world because he beat Xiongzheng. With his small body. If he doesn't use his spiritual power, isn't he looking for death? The whole audience burst into shocked discussions. They really couldn't agree with Su Maoyang's approach. In their opinion, Su Maoyang was too arrogant, and he didn't know how he would die. La Feng couldn't stand it any longer. His handsome face was tangled up. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Su Mu, get down from here. Don't be complacent just because you beat Xiongzheng. You are no match for Li Kuipeng. Get down quickly. Originally, the spiritual power battle had already made him very worried. Su Mu was so good that he dared to take the initiative to propose not to use spiritual power, but to meet the challenge with his bare hands and his weakest strength. Isn't this courting death? He has never seen such a crazy person. Su Maoyang glanced at La Feng, whose face was flushed with anger, and asked calmly, I haven't started the competition yet. How does General Yin know that I am not his opponent? You, Su Mu, don't be so stubborn. If you talk about bare hands alone, you will definitely not be able to beat him. Seeing him so stubborn, La Feng was furious. When he thought that he took such a risk just to compete for the position of deputy general beside the emperor, he was even more furious. When he asked him to be the deputy general, he refused politely. Now, with just one word from the emperor, he tried his best to complete it. This gap made La Feng's face even more embarrassed. He was so worried about him. But Su Mu didn't appreciate it. It was really infuriating. Seeing Su Maoyang's confident look, Li Kuipeng deliberately said that he wanted to compete with him in fists and feet, which was a great humiliation to him. He was so angry that his eyes were about to spit fire. He pointed at Su Maoyang and shouted fiercely, You loser! You dare to compete with me in fists and feet! Well, today I will fulfill your wish. As he said that, Li Kuipeng ran towards the stage with his heavy legs. Seeing this, Xiao Linshan was frightened and his face changed drastically. He immediately stopped him. Li Kuipeng, this competition is unfair. My boss just finished competing with Xiongzheng and his physical strength is seriously overdrawn. If you continue to compete now, wouldn't it be suspected of bullying our boss? Hearing this, Wang Feng also shouted immediately. Yes, it's too bullying. Since we want to compete with real strength, we should do it under the same conditions. Otherwise, you will win unfairly, and we will not accept it. Hearing this roar, everyone nodded in agreement. Although they were not optimistic about Su Mu, Li Kuipeng's behavior was indeed a bit bullying. Li Kuipeng was a proud man. When he heard others say that he won unfairly, he stopped and looked at Su Mu from afar. Okay, I'll give you a night's rest and adjust your body. Tomorrow morning, we'll meet on the ring. After saying that, Li Kuipeng snorted angrily, got off the ring aggressively, and left the martial arts training ground. Su Maoyang saw this and followed him down from the ring. Lin Water and others immediately surrounded him. Boss, are you crazy? Even if you compete with him in spiritual power, you are still competing with him in fists and feet. Lin Wana was so worried that her facial features were about to be put together. Xiao Linshan also disagreed. Boss, You are too impulsive this time. What will you do if something bad happens to you? Su Maoyang smiled sweetly when he heard this, and seemed not to take Li Kuiping seriously. I really have no chance of winning if I compete with him in spiritual power. But if we compete in fists and feet, I have an 80% chance of winning. What? 80%? Xiao Linshan widened his eyes in shock. Jiangzheng listened, but did not give him any face and refuted. I think you don't even have 10%. Chapter 605 An Impossible Challenge. Just in terms of gender, Su Maoyang, a woman, is no match for a man. Not to mention a tough man like Li Kuiping. She has the nerve to say 80%. That's why Jiangzheng fought back without giving her any face. Su Maoyang didn't care. She just smiled and said nothing. She had her own plan in mind. Li Kuiping's spiritual power was stronger than hers. It would be difficult for her to win. But if it was fists and feet, it seemed impossible. But she could rely on cleverness and use the opponent's strength to fight against the opponent's strength, which would increase her chances of winning. It's just that the blood battle group didn't know. They were worried. And seeing her so calm, some doubts surged in their hearts. They had been with Su Maoyang for so long, but they still didn't quite understand her thoughts. They only understood one thing. That if she decided to do something, even if 10 cows couldn't pull it back, it would be useless for them to worry. And they could only hope that tomorrow would go smoothly. Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads helplessly and gave up persuading her. At this time, Su Maoyang slightly raised his eyes and looked at Jun Haosong not far away, seeing that the latter was also staring at him intently, with a light of trust in his eyes. His heart was inexplicably warm. No matter what the environment is, no matter what difficulties he faces, only Jun Haosong believes in himself from beginning to end. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but bloom a warm smile at the corner of his lips. Although it was very shallow, it was still captured by Yin La Feng not far away. Seeing the two people looking at each other affectionately, he felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but stride forward, blocking their sight, frowning and questioning. Su Mu, are you crazy? You know that Li Kuiping is very skilled, but you still dare to make a bold statement to compete with fists and feet. I thought you were smart at first, but now it seems that you are as stupid as a pig. General Yin, I have accepted the challenge. It is meaningless for you to persuade me. Let's wait for the result tomorrow. Su Maoyang didn't want to talk to Yin La Feng and responded lightly. Yin La Feng really hated her cold attitude towards him, and was so angry that he frowned. Su Mu, why do you have to accept this challenge? Before, I asked you to be a deputy general, and you said you couldn't bear this responsibility. Why are you willing to risk your life to fight for the position of deputy general? Don't you care about the official position? Why now? Tell me. In fact, he knew the reason, but he still wanted to hear her say it herself. Su Maoyang didn't expect that his actions would cause such a big reaction from Yin La Feng. He stared at him with a little surprise, but he couldn't answer his question with a guilty conscience. She couldn't say that it was to stay with the emperor. Well, actually I figured it out. In life, you need to make achievements and establish a career, so that you don't go through this in vain. Su Maoyang has been with Jun Haosong for a long time, and he is also calmer when he lies. Okay, shut up. This general doesn't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. For the emperor, you have also worked hard. I have advised you and reminded you that Li Kuiping is not a simple person. You should take care of yourself. Yin La Feng roared angrily, his heart aching slightly, and then he strode away angrily, looking at Yin La Feng's angry back. Su Maoyang was stunned on the spot, with a bit of surprise on her face. She felt that Yin La Feng had become more and more strange recently, as if he had something on his mind. Seeing her staring at other men, Jun Haosong frowned. His face darkened, strode over, and asked coldly, Everyone has gone far away. Haven't you seen enough? Su Maoyang came to her senses after hearing this and looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with Yin La Feng? I feel like he is hostile to me. Recently, Yin La Feng always looked angry when facing her, either scolding or blaming her. Did she offend him in any way? Jun Haosong raised his eyes and glanced at Yin La Feng's receding back, snorting coldly. He is not hostile to you, but to me. What? To you? Aren't you good brothers? Su Maoyang was surprised. Jun Haosong glared at her. Yes. So this is all your fault. Su Maoyang was even more puzzled. What do you two have to do with me? Jun Haosong was glad that Su Maoyang was an emotional idiot. Otherwise, according to her physique that attracts bees and butterflies, I don't know how many rivals she would have to deal with. Thinking of this, he sighed softly and pulled Su Maoyang to the tent. Su Maoyang suddenly broke free from his hand, winking and warning, "Be careful of the impact in public. And don't let me go to your tent every other day in the future. If you do it too often, it will arouse suspicion." After saying that, Su Maoyang slipped away, like a loach without waiting for Jun Haosong's reaction. Jun Haosong was speechless. He hadn't been tired of her yet, and she started to draw a clear line with him. He found that it was a mistake to let her stay in the military camp. The feeling of being able to see, but not being able to eat was more uncomfortable than not being able to see. Returning to her own tent, Su Maoyang had a good rest for the night, as if she didn't take the competition to heart. The people of the blood battle group saw her leisurely appearance, but they were very anxious. The next morning, the morning light slowly opened the curtain, and a rosy glow from the east shone with golden brilliance. On this day, the military camp was quite lively, because the news that Su Mu was going to compete with Li Kuiping had spread throughout the military camp. In addition to being shocked, everyone was also very curious. After all, this was the first soldier in the military camp who dared to challenge Li Kuiping, and the first soldier who dared to fight Li Kuiping with bare hands. This courage alone was admirable. Of course, Su Maoyang's heroic act was foolish in the eyes of most people. Therefore, the martial arts training ground was very lively at this time, and the densely packed soldiers had surrounded the ring. Li Kuiping saw so many spectators, with a contemptuous smile on his face, and walked onto the ring in front of Su Maoyang. His appearance on the stage immediately won the cheers and support of everyone, and the sound waves echoed over the martial arts training ground. "Hey, Su Mu hasn't shown up at this time. Could he be afraid to come?" Ha ha ha, there was no sign of Su Maoyang in the crowd, and some people laughed. Yes, I think Su Mu was not clear-headed yesterday. Not only did he agree to the challenge, but he was also stupid enough to propose a fistfight. Now he has slept for a while, and is probably awake. He probably doesn't dare to come. Hearing this, everyone laughed. Li Kuiping also snorted complacently. After waiting for a while, he didn't see Su Maoyang. Then he looked at the emperor and said, "Emperor, Su Mu is a coward, and is not qualified to be your deputy general. This deputy general position belongs to me." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a loud voice from a distance, with a strong sense of sarcasm in his voice. "Li Kuiping, the competition hasn't started yet. Why are you daydreaming?" When everyone heard the voice, they were shocked and turned their heads to look. Su Maoyang and the brothers of the blood battle group were walking towards them from a distance. Li Kuiping didn't expect Su Maoyang to dare to come, and his eyes were wide open in surprise. Chapter 606, Using the Opponent's Force to Counterattack. Seeing this scene, the soldiers who had just laughed at Su Maoyang for not daring to come all shut up and watched Su Maoyang walk onto the ring. "Humph! Su Mu, you are so brave that you are not even afraid of death." Li Kuiping snorted in surprise. Su Maoyang laughed. "Brother Li, isn't it too early for you to say this? Hee hee. If you fight me with spiritual power, you may be able to hold on for a while and not lose too badly. But you chose to fight me with your bare hands. Don't you think you are looking for death?" It was the first time that Li Kuiping saw such a stupid person. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and replied calmly, "It's still unknown who will win or lose. I hope you can still smile like this when the winner is announced." "You?" Li Kuiping was so angry that his face turned black, and he shouted with his teeth bared, "Good Su Mu, today I will let you taste my fist." As he said that, Li Kuiping rushed out with a punch, and his whole body pressed towards Su Maoyang like a wall. Su Maoyang's body shook, seemingly soft and without any strength, but he easily avoided his fist, turned around, leaned his back against his belly, and drilled under his armpit, just like a loach, and flashed behind him in an instant. Li Kuiping missed. His face became more embarrassed, bulged his eyes, shouted, and rushed towards Su Maoyang several more punches. Even though the fist did not carry any spiritual power, the force that broke through the air was quite terrifying, 3 times more powerful than the sharp edge, and it scraped Su Maoyang's face. Su Maoyang watched the fists rain down and quickly stretched out her hands to block them, but her slender arms were no match for Li Kuiping's iron arms. After just a few hits, she felt both her hands were numb. At this moment, Li Kuiping snorted disdainfully, grabbed Su Maoyang's shoulders, lifted her up, and threw her to the side, trying to throw her out of the ring. Seeing this scene, everyone opened their mouths in horror, staring at Su Maoyang, who was circling in the air, and their expressions froze. Su Mu! Yin La Feng screamed in fear. But who knew that just when everyone thought Su Maoyang was going to be thrown out, she saw her legs entangled, and suddenly locked Li Kuiping's lower body, tightly entangled his calves, so that he couldn't throw her out. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Su Maoyang saw the opportunity, suddenly stretched out two fingers, and poked Li Kuiping's eyes fiercely. Li Kuiping let go immediately in pain, covered his eyes, and stepped back several steps before he stabilized his body. Seeing this, the Blood Battle Group and Yin La Feng widened their eyes in surprise, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was so close. It must be said that Li Kuiping was indeed strong. His eyes hurt so much that he quickly adjusted his breath and attacked again. The fist was even more fierce than before. He roared and came again, swinging heavily at Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang tilted her head suddenly and punched Li Kuiping in the stomach. It felt like hitting an iron plate, and she grimaced in pain. No wonder everyone was afraid of him. This man was really like a copper wall and an iron wall. Attacking the belly was ineffective, so Su Maoyang had to change her strategy. She stretched out her legs and clamped Li Kuiping's head. But you know, his head was also made of iron, extremely hard, which gave him a loophole. He grabbed her feet and threw her to the ground with her arms and legs. Seeing this scene, the Blood Battle Group and Yin La Feng's hearts, which had just fallen back, were lifted up again, and their faces turned pale with fear. "Boss, be careful," Xiao Linchin shouted anxiously, seeing that he was about to fall face down on the ground. Su Maoyang grabbed his trouser legs with both hands, raised his head fiercely, and hit him hard on his back. Li Kuiping, who had already won, suddenly screamed in pain, let go immediately, covered his lower body and retreated. His whole fat face was grinning and wrinkled. Seeing this, everyone laughed, and the thrilling atmosphere was instantly eased a lot. The people of the Blood Battle Group also changed their initial solemnity and gradually became calm. Before, Su Maoyang said that there was an 80% chance of winning, and now it seems that it is not impossible. Everyone was constantly surprised, and Su Maoyang launched an attack again. Li Kuiping endured the pain and punched Su Maoyang. When the punch came, Su Maoyang grabbed his wrist and pulled it towards her. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she swept his lower body. Li Kuiping didn't stand firmly and rushed in the direction Su Maoyang pointed. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground, Li Kuiping leaned back hard to stabilize his body. Unexpectedly, Su Maoyang behind him stretched out his hand and gently pushed his back. There was a crisp sound, and Li Kuiping screamed and fell to the ground with a bang. The pain made him unable to get up. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They really didn't expect that Li Kuiping, who was as strong as a copper wall, was knocked to the ground by Su Mu. Oh my god! Their worldview was overturned. How could this be true? Are they dreaming? General Duan was shocked when he saw this. He ran up to the ring and checked Li Kuiping's injuries. He was so scared that his hair turned pale. He looked at Su Maoyang in disbelief. "You broke Li Kuiping's waist." When this was said, the whole audience was terrified and shook their heads in horror. You know, Li Kuiping is strong and hard as iron. It is very difficult to hurt him. Su Mu broke his waist. How much strength does it take to do this? Su Mu in front of him is obviously such a thin person. How could he have such great strength? Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Maoyang as if they had seen a ghost. They really couldn't digest this fact. Even several old generals and Yin La Feng were shocked and their eyes were widened. Obviously, they were also scared. This is simply an impossible thing to accomplish. But Su Mu did it. It is really shocking. Su Mu, what kind of magic did you use to break Li Kuiping's waist? General, he didn't believe that was his real strength and asked harshly. Su Maoyang was about to speak, but was interrupted by Jun Haocong. General, that is not magic. Su Mu just used the move of using the opponent's force to defeat the opponent, and used a little force to move a lot of pounds. Using the opponent's force to defeat the opponent's force? Hearing this, General Duan's face was full of curiosity. Jun Haocong nodded slightly. The opponent's body is too strong and hard. Under normal circumstances, Su Mu is thin and small, and her strength must not be able to hurt Li Kuiping. So Li Kuiping was injured by his own strength. Injured by his own strength? Everyone looked at each other in surprise when they heard such words. Su Mu found his weakness, poked his eyes first, then attacked his vitals, and then led him to his direction. Li Kuiping would naturally resist with great strength, exerting force in the opposite direction. This force is quite large, and his waist must be bent to the limit. No matter who it is, there is no need to use any strength at all. Just a slight push can push Li Kuiping's waist. Chapter 607 Discussing the War. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized and looked at Su Maoyang with admiration. In fact, Su Maoyang didn't know much about drunk boxing and Tai Chi, which are boxing styles that use force to attack. She learned this move from TV. It happened that the opponent was also a sturdy man. Unexpectedly, it really came in handy. General, he was shocked when he heard this, but he didn't support it on his face. He snorted disdainfully. Humph. It turns out that he is opportunistic. I thought it was his own strength. In this case, he doesn't have any real ability. Jun Haotsong heard this and looked at him coldly. His low tone was harshly reproachful. On the battlefield, only victory and defeat are determined, regardless of the means. As long as you win, it is strength. General, he has been marching and fighting for so many years. Don't you understand this principle? General, he was stunned by the question, and his old face was stiff, and he couldn't say anything to refute. After all, what Jun Haotsong said makes sense. No matter how tricky the process is, as long as you can win, that's their ability. Fighting on the battlefield, swords have no eyes, either life or death. In order to survive, you have to do whatever it takes. This is the most basic common sense as a general. And General He's words now are indeed a bit inappropriate. Su Maoyang ignored General He's dissatisfaction and spoke loudly to the soldiers under the stage. Who else wants to challenge? Come up at once. Hearing such arrogant words, all the soldiers admitted their fear. Even Li Kuiping's waist was broken by her. If they go up, they will be missing arms and legs. Although Su Maoyang's moves are a bit opportunistic, she is at least a peak Holy Spirit master. Not to mention that her moves are unexpected. And she is definitely not a simple person. Now that they understand Su Maoyang's methods, the soldiers who humiliated and mocked her just now all shut up and dared not speak casually. Jiang Zheng saw that everyone had swept away their arrogance just now and remained silent and did not dare to speak out. He immediately put his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. You still have the nerve to call others cowards. I think you are the real cowards. My boss, thin and weak, has never been timid. But you tall and strong people are weak. Hearing such ridicule, the soldiers present were a little embarrassed and just stared at Jiang Zheng angrily. But they did not have the courage to refute. Seeing that the soldiers were quiet, Jiang Zheng turned his head proudly to look at several old generals. Sneered and asked, Generals, my boss not only defeated Xiong Zheng, but also defeated Li Kuiping. Now no one dares to challenge him. My boss deserves the position of deputy general. What else do you have to say? Several generals were choked by a soldier, and their faces were quite ugly. However, this was the competition they proposed to hold. Once the words are spoken, the water will be spilled. The winner and loser have been decided. There is no reason for them to deny it. General Duan nodded slightly. Since everyone has been convinced, then we will admit that Su Mu is the deputy general beside the emperor. Hearing General Duan's admission, everyone did not dare to have any complaints and could only acquiesce to this arrangement. Looking at the whole scene, only General he had some resistance in his heart. But because of the emperor's presence, he did not dare to get angry casually. Yin La Feng saw the petite but tall figure on the stage, and the ordinary but eye-catching face. He couldn't tell how he felt at the moment. In fact, he had long intended to promote Su Mu. But when he thought that after he became the deputy general of the emperor, he would have to always be by the emperor's side, he felt particularly uncomfortable. General Pan saw the end of the competition and was worried about the upcoming expedition. He could not help but change the subject and said solemnly, Emperor, in 9 days, we will fight with Burning Blood City. It is said that this expedition will be led by Lord Burning Heaven himself, and he will bring 5 brave and skilled generals to assist him. The fighting power is very strong. Hearing this, several generals looked gloomy and looked at the emperor with worried eyes, waiting for his orders. Jun Haotsong naturally knew that the matter was urgent. He glanced at them and ordered in a cold voice, Generals, Please come to my tent to discuss the war immediately. The rest of the soldiers will stay and train. As he said that, he turned around and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and shouted to Su Maoyong. You come too. General, he glared at him, and immediately showed dissatisfaction on his face. He hurriedly retorted, Emperor, how can we let outsiders be present when we discuss military secrets? Jun Haotsong frowned slightly and glanced at him unhappily. General, you seem to have forgotten that he is now my deputy general. I have something to tell him. Do you have any objections? General, he looked at the cold blue eyes. His heart trembled, and he was speechless. Let's go! Jun Haotsong withdrew his gaze from General He and looked at Su Maoyong on the stage. Seeing this, Su Maoyong quickly got off the stage and followed the generals to his tent. Entering the tent, Jun Haotsong sat behind the desk and spread out a map. Several nearby cities and mountains were clearly marked on it, as well as other miscellaneous marks. At first glance, it looked very complicated. His fingers gently tapped the location of Tianyan City, and there seemed to be a layer of gloom between his brows, which made people feel depressed. General Yin, I asked you to come up with a feasible tactic before. I wonder what you think. Jun Haotsong was silent for a while, and his low voice slowly came out. Yin La Feng has been worrying about Su Mu's affairs recently, and he can't calm down to think about the war. Now he was suddenly asked, and he was a little guilty, and didn't dare to look at Jun Haotsong's eyes. Emperor, I think Tianyan City is heavily guarded. If we attack head-on, we will definitely not get any benefits. I looked at the 2 cities next to Tianyan City. Whether it is terrain or military strength, they are much weaker than Tianyan City. Therefore, if we send troops to attack from the side and besiege Tianyan City, perhaps there is still a possibility of a battle. Fortunately, Yin La Feng still has some foundation, and he can still list 1 or 2 of the most basic tactics. General Duan heard this and nodded in agreement. Well, this method is not bad. A roundabout attack, and catch Finchua Tianqing off guard. General Pan and General He listened, and nodded with satisfaction. However, at this moment, Su Maoyong chuckled and shook his head, and his voice seemed particularly abrupt. You really think that Finchua Tianqing is a fool? General He originally disagreed with Su Mu's presence, and now seeing her laughing, he frowned suddenly and shouted, How dare you, an inexperienced deputy general, interrupt the general when he is talking? Su Maoyong sneered. I just think your tactics are too trifling, so I can't help but speak. Trifling? Such a serious matter. You actually think it's trifling? General He was so angry that his face turned red, and veins on his neck were bulging. Since you can come up with this tactic, can't Burning Blood City think of it? If I were Burning Blood City, and I knew you would have this idea, I would deliberately use the cities on both sides as bait to lure you there, and then catch you in the trap you in the city, and then attack head-on to catch Qingzhou City off guard. Isn't that right, General He? Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows slightly and analyzed it in a crackling manner, shocking General He's face pale. Chapter 608 Su Maoyong's Tactics. Su Maoyong stared at General He. His sharp black pupils seemed to look into his eyes. General He felt guilty because of this strange look, and quickly avoided his sight, and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Not only General He, but also several other generals changed their faces in surprise. They didn't expect that Su Mu, a new soldier, could have such insights. It was really unexpected. Su Mu, you are quite good at talking. If you have the ability, come up with a tactic. General Duan is a down-to-earth person. He doesn't like people bragging the most, since he has the courage to question other people's plans. He must have his own ideas. After this, several generals present, even Jun Haotsong, looked at Su Maoyong with curiosity. Yin La Feng knew that he had a lot of tricks, and he was used to listening to his rebuttals. He was actually looking forward to his strategy in his heart, because every time he heard him plotting against others, his eyes would light up, and his heart would beat faster. Su Maoyong was questioned, and he looked at General He deeply, then raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Jun Haotsong, and said calmly, Emperor, General Yin is right about one thing. A frontal attack will not work. Only by attacking from the side can there be a possibility of a battle. However, attacking from the side alone is obviously not enough. Our roundabout tactics must be unexpected and confuse the enemy's judgment. Confuse the enemy's judgment? La Feng frowned slightly and murmured in surprise. General, he heard this. But he snorted disdainfully. Su Mu, aren't you talking nonsense? If we can think of a way to confuse the enemy, do we still have to rack our brains here to discuss it? Yes. You also know that Finshua Tiancheng is not a fool. It is not that easy to confuse Fin Tianjun. General Duan was also somewhat dissatisfied with Su Maoyang's empty words. Su Maoyang smiled lightly and replied indifferently. Although Fin Tianjun is smart, he is a human being after all. It is impossible for him to be comprehensive in everything. As long as we act well, we can still deceive the world. Act well? General Pan frowned in confusion. Su Maoyang nodded, came to the table, pointed to the cities on both sides of Tianjin City on the map, and explained, the city on the left of Tianjin City, called Roaming City, is high in terrain and easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is very difficult to completely capture it. So we can first occupy the city on the right of Tianjin City, called Xingping City. This city has a relatively flat terrain and can be entered directly, which is relatively easy. However, we cannot send troops to attack Xingping City. We must first send troops to attack Roaming City. As she spoke, she pointed to the location of Roaming City, and everyone immediately shook their heads in confusion. General Duan didn't react for a moment and asked, didn't you just say that Xingping City is easier to capture? Then why do we have to attack Roaming City? Su Maoyang smiled and raised his eyebrows slightly. Attacking Roaming City is just a cover. Just a means to confuse Lord Finshin. What we really want to capture is Xingping City. Hearing this, La Feng suddenly realized and spoke excitedly. You mean? We split our troops into two groups. One to attack Roaming City, create a false impression, divert the enemy's attention, and tie down the enemy's troops, while the other group is the focus, to capture Xingping City in one fell swoop. La Feng was a smart man who understood it immediately. After realizing what Su Maoyang meant, his eyes lit up with excitement. The other three generals were stunned when they heard this. They remained calm on the surface, but their hearts were already in turmoil. After Su Maoyang's reminder, they realized that this method was indeed the best strategy. However, although this method sounds good, it is still very difficult to implement. For example, it is hard to figure out what Finshin Jun is thinking. That guy has always been insidious and cunning, suspicious by nature, and cautious in doing things. Even Jun Haotsong didn't get much benefit from him. Will he really believe it this time? General Pan thought of this and couldn't help but ask worriedly. Finshin Jun is so smart. Will he really not notice it? Su Maoyang heard this and spoke again with a confident look on his face. If we are afraid that he will notice it, then we will pretend to be real and really send most of our troops to attack Roaming City, so that he will have to send troops to garrison Roaming City to resist the attack. By then, Finshin Jun will see that most of our troops are in Roaming City, and even if he doesn't want to believe it, he will have to believe it. Moreover, he will not only believe it, but also concentrate his troops to surround Roaming City, suppress our army. After all, this is a great opportunity. As long as Lord Finshin is smart, he will definitely take advantage of the dangerous terrain of Roaming City to severely attack our army and kill all of our troops. Therefore, just because Lord Finshin will fight back with all his strength, our soldiers must not fight to the death. Remember, the purpose of our attack on Roaming City is just to harass them and tie down their forces. Never dream of really being able to attack that city with dangerous terrain. In any battle, we will stop at the right time. If the situation is slightly wrong, we will retreat immediately and never give the enemy a chance to counterattack. By that time, the enemy's forces have been tied down. Our forces will take the opportunity to quietly move the battlefield and join the army that has been ambushed in Xingping City, and completely capture Xingping City. Su Maoyang's words exploded in everyone's heart like a thunder. No matter how calm the old generals were, they were completely destroyed by Su Maoyang. At this moment, they stared at her in amazement, with rare shock and excitement in their hearts. They have fought for a lifetime, and they know many tactics and have applied many tactics. But they have never heard of such a fake play to tie down the enemy's forces. At first, they were still worried that Finshin Jun would notice their conspiracy and would not be easily fooled. But after Su Maoyang's tossing, even if Finshin Jun was extremely smart, he had to fall into the trap obediently. Such means are really superb. They really couldn't imagine that this seemingly thin and weak boy in front of them had a lot of tricks in his mind and was a rare general. Talent, Not only can she analyze the entire battle situation in a logical and reasonable way, but she can also guess the mind of Lord Finchen. Such strength is simply terrifying. After listening to this, Im La Feng was once again impressed by her intelligence and wisdom. Looking at Su Maoyang, his eyes flashed with appreciation, admiration, love, and other complex emotions. He found that he couldn't stay with Su Mu. The longer he stayed, the more he couldn't help but be attracted to her. And he fell deeper and deeper. Sitting behind the desk, Jun Haocong saw several men staring at his woman intently, and a nameless anger surged in his heart. He coughed twice in displeasure. Okay, since this tactic is feasible, then I will adopt it. After I deploy it, I will notify you, and you can withdraw. After hearing the words of the emperor, everyone came back to their senses and clasped their fists and left the tent. Su Maoyang also wanted to leave with the crowd, because she knew that if she stayed, it would definitely be another physical fight. Chapter 609 Her Real Tactics. However, things don't go as planned. The more you don't want to happen, the more likely it will happen. As expected, before Su Maoyang even stepped out of the tent, Jun Haocong's faint voice came from behind. Su Mu, you stay. I have something to tell you. Su Maoyang's whole body froze, and he stood straight in place, stiffly and very reluctantly turned around. Im La Feng, who was standing aside, frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but facing Jun Haocong's cold and serious face, he suddenly didn't know how to start. After all, Su Mu is now the deputy general of the emperor. If he makes any more comments, it would be meddling in other people's business. Thinking of this, Im La Feng gritted his teeth and turned away, seeing Su Maoyang's face full of annoyance and nervousness, which was particularly funny. Jun Haocong sighed helplessly and called her lovingly. Come here. You have to promise that you won't touch me, and I'll come over. Su Maoyang already had a psychological shadow. Jun Haocong was helpless. Okay. I promise. I won't touch you. Su Maoyang relaxed her guard and walked towards him after hearing this. However, just as she walked up to him and before she could speak, Jun Haocong suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms, lowered his head, and bit her lips fiercely, kissing her hard as if punishing her. Su Maoyang was frightened by him and opened her eyes wide. In his arms, she struggled restlessly, but Jun Haocong hugged her tighter and tighter. He almost missed her to death, but she was so cruel that she didn't let him touch her. It was really hateful. Just like that, he passionately made love with her for a long time before reluctantly letting go of her red lips. He stared at her blushing face with burning eyes, and a fire burned in his chest. Su Maoyang breathed in the air again, gasped for a few times, and then growled angrily. Didn't you promise not to touch me? Jun Haocong curled his lips. His eyes' blue pupils overflowed with a hint of smile, and his low voice was sexy and hoarse. But I didn't say I wouldn't kiss you. Su Maoyang gritted her teeth in anger, but she had no way to deal with this rogue. Okay. Tell me, what is the real intention of your words just now? Don't tell me that you really intend to use that tactic to deceive Fin Tianjin. Jun Haocong stared at her rosy little mouth and tried to change the subject. Su Maoyang was slightly stunned when she heard the words, and then immediately reacted, and her pupils were instantly filled with admiration and appreciation. You are worthy of being the emperor of Yunlu, and you are worthy of being the man that I... Su Maoyang. I fooled her so well. But you noticed it. Su Maoyang had to admit that Jun Haocong was the only person in the world who understood her, no matter what she said or did. It seemed that she could not escape his eyes. When Jun Haocong heard the man she liked, she remained calm on the surface, but she was very happy in her heart. The tactics you said were fake, and what you said just now is the key to confuse Fin Tianjin. Su Maoyang smiled sweetly and couldn't help but praise. Smart. It seems that you should have noticed that there was a spy among the people present just now. Jun Haocong nodded slightly. Of course he knew this. Su Maoyang smiled. I hope this spy can successfully convey what I said just now. Otherwise, I will have acted in vain today and wasted so much time and effort. Jun Haocong laughed. What do you plan to do next? Of course, we should use the opponent's trick. Lord Finchen will definitely know our strategic deployment. He will definitely send most of his troops to garrison Xingping City, and even set up an ambush on the way to Xingping City to encircle our soldiers. Rongming City is originally a strategic location, easy to defend but difficult to attack. In addition, He now knows our strategy, and knows that we are just using Roaming City as a cover, and will not really attack. According to Lord Finchen's arrogant and conceited character, he will definitely not send too many soldiers to resist and relax his vigilance against Roaming City. In this way, we can really make the fake play real, Su Maoyong said, already laughing softly. Lord Finchen would never have thought that the entire tactic she deployed today with so much talk was just a huge illusion, the purpose of which was to confuse Lord Finchen through the mouth of the spy. Lord Finchen knew that they were deliberately attacking Roaming City to tie down his troops, so he would naturally not let them succeed, but would focus on Xingping City. In this way, most of the troops gathered outside Roaming City to create a false impression will really go all out to attack Roaming City, completely enter Roaming City, and kill the enemy by surprise. Therefore, Su Maoyong's real tactic is actually to capture Roaming City, which is strategically located, rather than Xingping City. In the end, Xingping City has become a false illusion to confuse Lord Finchen. Lord Finchen would never have thought that Yunlu Dark Domain would really attack Roaming City, which has a higher coefficient of difficulty. And he would never have thought that after Su Maoyong used the trick of repairing the plank road in the open and crossing Chinsong in secret, he also gave him a counter-espionage plan. Isn't Lord Finchen insidious and cunning? Suspicious by nature? Su Maoyong's true and false, fooling him so much that he doesn't even know what is true and what is false. This is simply the Achilles heel of a suspicious person. Su Maoyong grasped his Achilles heel, and still didn't believe that he wouldn't give in obediently. The next arrangement will be left to you. Seeing Su Maoyong's sly smile, Jun Haocong laughed. Okay. I promise not to disappoint the lady. Okay. It's getting late now. I have to leave. Looking at those straight blue eyes, Su Maoyong suddenly woke up and found herself still in his arms. As he said, he was about to get up and leave, but Jun Haocong hugged her tightly and had no intention of letting her go. It was not easy to trick her into the tent. If he didn't do something, would he be worthy of him? What's more, now that she was in his arms, he was already excited. How could he let her go like this? Feeling Jun Haocong's explicit gaze, Su Maoyong shuddered and immediately broke free and scolded. Don't do it again. I'm afraid you won't know how to cover up this lie later. Su Maoyong was still frightened by his last lie and was afraid of being exposed. Shouldn't you explain what's going on between you and Yin La Feng? Jun Haocong raised his eyebrows, and a trace of coldness flashed across his blue eyes. Su Maoyong was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, What's going on between me and Yin La Feng? Can't you see his admiration for you? What? Admiration? What nonsense are you talking about? How could Yin La Feng admire me? Su Maoyong sighed in surprise. Chapter 610, Simple Weapons. How can it be impossible? I saw his eyes were glued to you. And don't think I don't know that you took the initiative to bandage his wounds before. Jun Haocong recalled the obsessed look Yin La Feng had when he looked at Su Maoyong, and he was very upset when he thought about Su Maoyong bandaging his wounds. He was even more furious. He couldn't help but pinch Su Maoyong's little but hard as a punishment. This woman is his, but she is coveted by other men, which is really infuriating. Now he wants to hold her in his palm every day and not let her see anyone. Su Maoyong felt his big hand lingering on her buttocks, and her face flushed with shame and anger. Jun Haocong, don't push it too far. I'm a woman dressed as a man now. In Yin Lanfeng's eyes, I'm a man. How could he like me? Besides, he was injured to save me. I'm not so heartless as to pretend I didn't see it. I helped him bandage his wound out of gratitude. Don't wrongly accuse me. Humph. Even if you're dressed as a man, you can still attract bees and butterflies. Jun Haocong snorted in dissatisfaction, and the big hand holding her buttocks was even stronger, causing Su Maoyong to cry out, and her pretty face was red enough to drip blood. Hearing her cry like a moan, Jun Haocong's blood vessel swelled. His blue eyes sank slightly, and he suddenly lowered his head to kiss her neck, moving down little by little. Su Maoyong knew that this guy was in heat again, so he made a prompt decision and bit his shoulder, causing Jun Haocong to stagnate in pain. You dare to bite me? Jun Haocong widened his blue eyes, full of shock. Su Maoyong was frightened by him and shrank his head, but he still retorted with a strong heart. Humph! Who told you to seduce me? You promised not to touch me, but you went back on your word. Very good. Jun Haocong narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of anger appeared on his handsome face. Su Maoyong looked at the dark blue eyes and stuttered with guilt. You You? What are you going to do? Jun Haotsong curled his lips, and a dark look flashed across his eyes. Of course. Bite back. He hugged her, got up quickly, and strode towards the bed. Seeing this, Su Maoyong knew that he would toss her around for another night. She struggled hard and wanted to scream loudly, but was afraid of attracting other people's attention. So she was bullied by Jun Haotsong. Be good. Just once tonight. Seeing her struggling hard, Jun Haotsong kissed her little mouth and face softly, and his hands were stirring up fire everywhere. And soon she became weak all over. In this way, Su Maoyong was very spineless. Fortunately, Jun Haotsong did not pester her to do it all night, and let her go back in the middle of the night. But even so, Jun Haotsong had insisted on sending her back to the camp. But she tried her best to stop him. She really couldn't stand the pressure of public opinion for the second time. When she returned to the camp, she was exhausted. Lin Water and others saw it, and knew what was going on. They just covered their mouths and laughed secretly, winked ambiguously, and praised Jun Haotsong's ability in a low voice. Su Maoyong had no energy to laugh and play with them. As soon as he touched the bed, he fell asleep and slept until the next morning. The next day, before dawn, when the sky was just turning white, he heard the command outside. So the soldiers dressed neatly and rushed to the martial arts training ground. Because the two armies were about to fight, the soldiers' training was in full swing. Not only did they increase the intensity, but they also extended the training time. The purpose was to take advantage of the last period of time to strengthen the troops and deal a heavy blow to the enemy. Su Maoyong, now a deputy general, naturally had to train with the soldiers. But her body was sore and weak, and she was a little tired after a set of boxing. However, at this moment, a scream suddenly came from not far away. Two soldiers who were sparring in the distance accidentally stabbed the other soldier's arm with a gun. The injured soldier covered his bloody arm. His face was pale, and his teeth were grimace. The old generals standing on the stage reviewing the troops were shocked when they saw the scene, and hurried over to check the injuries. Now the war is imminent, and the most taboo is to lose soldiers and generals, even if it is a small soldier. Several generals attach great importance to it. What's wrong with you? You can get wounds in sparring? How can such a waste go to the battlefield to kill the enemy? General Duan looked at the bloody arm, which seemed to be 80% useless. Anger surged in his heart, and he scolded fiercely. This is just a small fight, and it can be injured like this. If you really go to the battlefield, you will lose your life. The soldier who stabbed the opponent knelt down in fear and kowtowed, begging for mercy. General, spare me. I didn't mean to do it. It was just that the spear was too sharp. I accidentally stabbed him. It's none of my fault. Please spare me. It would have been better if he didn't explain. Upon hearing this explanation, General Duan was furious. You still call this sharp? Do you know that Burning Blood City recently invited a forger? And the weapons he made are hundreds of times sharper than the swords and guns in your hands. The war will start in a few days. You are so incompetent that you can't even resist ordinary swords and guns. How can you resist the attack of Burning Blood City? General Duan felt upset when he thought of the famous forger. When he saw the injured and weak soldier again, a surge of anger surged in his heart, making him frown. Originally, the military strength of their Yunlu Dark Domain and Finchua Tiancheng was similar, and Emperor Zun and Fan Tianjun were evenly matched. It was still unknown who would win or lose, but who knew that Fan Tianjun spent a lot of money to invite a forger to forge a large number of sharp swords, guns, bows and arrows, which undoubtedly increased the chances of winning this battle. In comparison, the weapons of their Yunlu Dark Domain seemed much simpler. Knowing that the enemy's combat power was strong and aggressive, their soldiers were weak, and could be pierced in the arm even in sparring. How could they fight on the battlefield with such combat power? The other generals were also overwhelmed, and looked terribly gloomy after hearing this. Seeing this, Su Maoyong walked over slowly, took a closer look at the stabbed soldier and the spear in his hand, and nodded solemnly. General Duan, in fact, you can't blame the soldiers for being incompetent. Soldiers are flesh and blood, not iron walls. How can they resist the attack of weapons? Being stabbed is inevitable. General Duan was unhappy when he heard this. He frowned and asked sternly, Su Mu, what do you mean? Don't blame them for being incompetent. Do you blame me? Now they are about to go to the battlefield, and they are still in this ghostly state. By then, it will not be as simple as stabbing an arm. but losing their entire lives. General Duan, I have to admit that this matter is really your fault, Su Maoyang said seriously. What? What did you say? Say it again. General Duan heard this, and immediately shouted with a frown. Su Maoyang looked at him calmly, and said in a cold voice, You don't think about how to modify weapons and improve equipment, but only know how to blame the soldiers. If you don't blame your general for being incompetent, who else can you blame? Chapter 611 Her Method. You, Su Mu, you are so bold that you dare to talk to this general like this. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because the emperor protects you. No matter who it is. If they commit crimes, this general will punish them according to military law. General Duan was so angry that his face turned blue. His eyes bulged, and he snorted. This was the first time he was reprimanded by a deputy general in front of so many soldiers. How could he keep his majestic face? Yin Feng was shocked when he saw the two of them were on the verge of a fight, and immediately advised, General Duan, calm down. Su Mu is young and ignorant. He spoke directly, and didn't mean to offend you. Humph. You don't need to speak for him. This general thinks that he just relies on the emperor's support. So he doesn't take me seriously. General Duan stared at Su Mu. His face as black as the bottom of a pot. General Duan, now is not the time to argue. Although Su Mu's attitude is a bit direct, what he said is not unreasonable. These soldiers are not made of iron and steel. How can they resist the attack of swords and guns? Since the enemy has modified their weapons, we can't fall behind. Yin Feng patiently advised. General Duan frowned when he heard this, and was also anxious. It's easy for you to say that you want to modify weapons. Forgers are so rare. I don't know how much effort Fentianjin took to invite them. Where do you want us to invite them now? Since you think Su Mu's words make sense, then ask him to come up with a plan to modify weapons and equipment. Everyone can talk big, but it's just talking. Su Maoyang heard this, but he didn't comment, but walked closer to the soldiers, looked at the armor they were wearing, frowned slightly, and then analyzed in a deep voice. The armor they wear is too heavy, and can only protect the chest and shoulders. Their limbs are not well protected, so they are easily injured. As you know, limbs are particularly important. Once injured, even if they don't die, their movements are restricted, which will greatly affect their combat effectiveness. General Duan snorted disdainfully and retorted loudly. What do you know? The armor is heavy. If it is put on the limbs of the soldiers, how can they move? You said that their limb injuries will restrict their movements. So will being restrained by heavy objects not restrict their movements? You said a lot of useless nonsense. And you didn't get to the point at all. When he heard Su Maoyang say this, he knew that Su Mu was an inexperienced recruit after all. Su Maoyang was not angry at General Duan's harsh words, but shook her head lightly. General Duan, I didn't say to tie the armor to their limbs. Yin Lanfeng's expression froze when he heard this. Seeing her confident look, he immediately knew that she must have a good idea, and asked impatiently, Su Mu, what do you have in mind? Just tell me. In fact, Su Maoyang is not very good at improving equipment. However, fortunately, she still knows a little about the history of the Xia kingdom. She knows that there was a kind of armor in ancient wars that had a better effect on resisting bows and spears. Of course, the most important thing is that it can protect the whole body and is more flexible and easy than other armors, allowing people to move freely. Well, I do have a way, but I need a lot of iron wire, Su Maoyang said after a moment of silence. Yin Feng frowned in surprise. Full of confusion, iron wire? There are a lot of iron wires. I don't know what you want the iron wire for. General Duan was slightly dissatisfied and angrily blamed. You modified the armor with iron wire. This is a war, not a joke. General He and General Pan on the side looked unhappy, with shock and curiosity in their pupils. General He just looked at Su Maoyang suspiciously. This time he was rarely angry. He just asked curiously, Su Mu, are you going to use iron wire to improve clothes? Su Maoyang glanced at him and said faintly, First, you go find some slightly thick iron wires, and then arrange each soldier to make small iron rings with iron wires, according to their own body shapes. String all the iron rings together. The smaller the better. The denser the better. Yin Feng heard this. His eyes lit up, and he asked curiously, You mean, string all the iron rings together to make an iron ring shirt, and put it on yourself? Su Maoyang nodded in appreciation. Yes, that's it. Meaning? The smaller the gap of the iron ring, the greater the protection. Roaming City is in a dangerous position, and the enemy is in a high position, so they will naturally attack with bows and arrows. The chain mail made of this iron ring can just resist bows and arrows and spearheads. Wearing chain mail, the bows and arrows will not shoot into the skin, and they will basically be stuck in the gap of the iron ring. In addition, the chain mail made of iron wire can protect the whole body. It is flexible and light to wear anywhere, and it does not affect the activity at all. Hearing this, Yin La Feng and several generals suddenly realized. General Duan, who had just questioned Su Maoyang's inexperience and only boasting, was shocked and stared at her in surprise. I have to admit that this is indeed a very good defense improvement. In this way, the soldiers can not only protect their bodies, but also their limbs. They can arm themselves fully. When fighting, everyone dares to charge forward, and scrupulously, and with high morale. It is indeed a good idea. However, before they recovered from their shock, Su Maoyang asked again, "Do you have saltpeter?" "Saltpeter? What is that?" Yin La Feng was stunned by her. Hearing her question, he was stunned for a while before coming back to his senses. Su Maoyang saw his confused look and knew that they probably didn't know about saltpeter yet. So he shook his head helplessly. "Well, forget it. If there is no saltpeter, then let's make some saltpeter ourselves." Su Maoyang thought that there were no mineral veins nearby, and it would be troublesome to get saltpeter, so it would be better to make it ourselves. Yin La Feng was even more confused when he heard this. "Making saltpeter? What are you going to do?" Su Maoyang saw countless pairs of eyes staring at him curiously, smiled and said mysteriously, "The secret cannot be revealed." Yin La Feng laughed and shook his head. "Okay, just tell us what you want us to do. Go to the kitchen and get some soil. Put it in a big pot, and keep adding water to boil. When the time comes, a layer of white particles will appear on the edge of the pot. That's the saltpeter I need. Remember, the more the better. Then break those white particles, grind them into fine powder, and pack them for me. I will be very useful. By the way, prepare some charcoal. The more the better." General, he frowned and stared at Su Maoyang suspiciously. "This general is the first time I have heard of putting soil in a pot and boiling it with water. What are you doing?" The other generals also frowned in confusion when they heard this, staring at Su Maoyang in confusion. "I always feel that this person is really weird and can always think of some strange things." Su Maoyang glanced at him, curled his lips, and said calmly, "General He, you just need to do what I say, and as for the rest, leave it to me." Chapter 612 The Legendary Lord Fentian. Seeing her confident look, several old generals stared at her half-believingly. Throughout the whole scene, only Yin La Feng believed her words without a doubt, because he had seen how powerful Su Maoyang was. He could make the blood-burning army run around in circles, and he could come up with those ideas to confuse Lord Fentian. Such a person definitely has the potential to create miracles. Looking at that confident and calm face, Yin La Feng nodded excitedly. "Okay, I'll go and prepare it now." Having said that, he didn't dare to delay for a moment and turned to walk towards the kitchen. Seeing this, several old generals were confused and reluctant to believe it. But facing the strength of the enemy, they were helpless and could only let Yin La Feng do what Su Maoyang said. Su Maoyang looked away after seeing Yin La Feng leave, and planned to go to the hot spring in his heart. Last time, she took a bath in a nearby hot spring and found many sulfur blocks under the hot spring. So she thought of making explosives. But she lacked saltpeter, and there were no mineral veins nearby. So she had to make it herself. Since the opponent's swords, guns, bows and arrows were very sharp, she would blow those sharp weapons to pieces. She still didn't believe that gunpowder was not as good as cold weapons. "I believe that Lord Finchen will like the gift she gave him." Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's eyes floated with a confident smile. Tianyin City, the junction of Yunlu Dark Domain and Finchua Tianqing. Tianyin City is affiliated to Finchua Tianqing, and is a city with an extremely important geographical location. There are many shops here, and it is very lively, because of the stationing of the Finchua army. It is rare to be stable and prosperous in this war-torn season. Thanks to Lord Finchen's credit, the afterglow of the setting sun was faintly sprinkled on the colorful eaves of the pavilions, adding a bit of haziness to the prosperous evening scene of the city in front of us. In the city lord's mansion, A loud report suddenly came. Lord Finchen, there is news from Dingzhou City. Please take a look. General Yang knelt down respectfully and saluted, and then personally held up the letter. In the depths of the room, a tall and straight figure stood with his back to her, with a head of red hair cascading down, shining brightly in the darkness, like a ghost in the night, making people tremble with fear. Hearing the report behind him, he slightly raised his sleeves, stretched out his delicate and slender fingers like white jade onion roots, and gently took the letter. After a long time, kneeling on the ground, the uneasy general heard the cold sound like steel beads scattered on the ice. Each grain was clear and each bone piercing, slowly rising. It was obviously not a reprimand, but it was more frightening than a reprimand. Jun Haotsong can come up with such an idea. It's really interesting. The sexy voice, light and gentle, but with a chill, as if a knife scraped the eardrum, making people tremble. The general was afraid, but he still had to report the matter truthfully. Reply to Lord Finchen. It is said that this was not thought up by Emperor Yunlu, but by a deputy general in his military camp. Oh, deputy general? I don't know when Jun Haotsong has such a powerful deputy general around him. Lord Finchen's tone was light, not too surprised, but with a bit of interest. Reply to Lord Finchen. This deputy general seems to have been promoted recently. I heard that it was because of him that General Lung was fooled by him last time and lost Xuanca City. Hearing this, Lord Fintion narrowed his eyes slightly. His tall figure exuded a murderous aura, and his cold voice could not tell whether he was happy or angry, but it could make people tremble. Oh, there is such a thing? Yes, I heard that he is now improving the equipment of the soldiers to deal with our army's weapons. It seems that he is very valued by Emperor Zun and Yin Lanfeng. He is very capable. Lord Fintion laughed twice when he heard this. He can come up with such tactics and improve the equipment in the way of iron rings. He is really capable. But it's a pity that no matter how capable he is a dying man. Hearing this, General Yang trembled inexplicably and lowered his head in fear. He knew that Lord Finchen had the intention to kill. The man called Su Mu would not be able to escape death. Lord Finchen, how should I deal with it next? You, General Fan and General Lung will lead the team to Xingping City and set up an ambush on the road from Dingzhou City to Xingping City. I will make Jun Haotsong go without return. Remember, capture the deputy general, who likes to play tricks alive. I want to meet him in person. As he said, in the darkness, a sinister smile bloomed from the corners of his beautiful lips. He picked up the letter in his hand and gently placed it on the candlelight, watching it burn to ashes, turn into light smoke, and dissipate in the darkness. Tent, I heard that you gave a method to improve the equipment today? Jun Haotsong sat behind the desk, writing something with a pen, and asked lightly. But that charming and handsome face was not as cold as usual, and looked much softer. This was a special treatment for Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. Yes. What's wrong? You made a big show of not revealing every detail of the improved equipment in front of the entire army. Aren't you afraid that Lord Finchen will find out? Jun Haotsong's voice was very calm, as if he was just stating the facts, without any intention of blaming. Su Maoyang smiled softly. A cunning look flashed across his eyes. It's good that Lord Finchen knows. Originally, improving weapons is a big project, and it can't be concealed. But in this case, it's a good thing that it can't be concealed. Oh! Hearing this, Jun Haotsong also stopped his actions and raised his head curiously. It was the first time he heard that letting the enemy know that he had improved his equipment was a good thing. Seeing that he was interested, Su Maoyang smiled and explained, Lord Finchen already knew our strategic deployment, and now he knows that our equipment has been strengthened, which means that attacking us will be more time-consuming and laborious than before. Since the attack is difficult, his army in Rongming City will definitely become defensive and attack as a supplement. Otherwise it will waste weapons and strength to deal with us in vain, which is not worth the loss. In this way, when we launch an attack, won't it be like a fish in water and more smooth? Don't you think this is a good thing? Son, what is it? Jun Haotsong couldn't help but smile from his hard mouth when he heard it. His ice-blue eyes swept through with doting appreciation. If Finchen Jun knew that you were plotting against him like this, I wonder if he would eat you alive. Don't you still have you? Su Maoyang raised her eyes slightly. Her dark pupils were crystal clear like two black gems, and she stared at Jun Haotsong with a smile. The friendship inside was as thick as ink and could not be dissolved. Seeing Jun Haotsong, his heart moved slightly, and he stretched out his hand to embrace her in his arms. This sentence, "You are still here," hit him directly in the heart, making him unable to control his emotions. Su Maoyong felt the changes in his body, afraid that he would have a beastly attack, and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, since Finchen Jun has planted a spy around you, you can also plant one around him to disturb his sight and hearing. Don't worry about this, madam." Jun Haotsong curled his lips and said faintly. Hearing this, Su Maoyong suddenly realized. "Okay, so you have already planted it. And you hid it very well. You are really insidious and cunning. I have been with a lady for a long time, and I have been influenced by her." Jun Haotsong lowered his head and pecked her mouth lightly. Su Maoyong heard the words, and his eyes widened immediately, and he growled indignantly. "Okay, you actually scolded me in a roundabout way." As he said that, Su Maoyong was ready to take revenge, but who knew that a report suddenly came from outside. "Emperor, General Yin wants to see you." Chapter 613 I'm in love with you. Su Maoyong was shocked and quickly pushed Jun Haotsong away. She jumped up from him, blushing and standing aside, trying to hide her embarrassment. Jun Haotsong felt lost when the soft fragrance left his arms, and some anger surged in his heart. It was hard for him to believe that Yin La Feng didn't mean it. This happened several times. Every time Yin La Feng asked to see him, he would choose when Su Maoyong was there. Maybe Su Maoyong didn't notice it, but he saw Yin La Feng's thoughts clearly. This guy definitely has no good intentions towards Su Maoyong. Jun Haotsong was angry, and his face was quite ugly. His low voice was 3 times colder than the ice spike. "Let him in." After the words fell, Yin La Feng, who was outside, lifted the curtain and walked in. Yin La Feng was not as reckless as last time, and the rules and etiquette were not bad at all. But just walking in so carelessly and standing in front of Jun Haotsong made the latter want to punch him away. Yin La Feng seemed to be blind to Jun Haotsong's stinky face, and saluted calmly, then raised his head and stared at Su Maoyong with burning eyes. Su Maoyong was inexplicably frightened by his strange gaze, and couldn't help but recall what Jun Haotsong had said to her before. At first, she didn't believe it at all, because she was a woman dressed as a man, and in Yin La Feng's eyes, she was a man. How could he like a man? But now, meeting Yin La Feng's gaze, she actually felt a little guilty, unable to figure out his thoughts. Su Maoyong quickly avoided his sight, turned around and clasped her fists towards Jun Haotsong. "Since General Yin and the Emperor have important matters to discuss, then I will take my leave first." After saying that, before Jun Haotsong could reply, Su Maoyong fled away. Coming out of Jun Haotsong's tent, Su Maoyong breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that the atmosphere between Jun Haotsong and Yin La Feng was always weird, so it was better to stay out of it. Thinking about it, she shook her head and returned to her tent. She was now promoted to deputy general and had an independent tent. So in addition to practicing boxing and training with the soldiers these days, she worked hard to improve her spiritual power and mental power every night. Ever since Jun Haotsong was injured last time, she was still in fear. Every time he was in danger, it was because of her. If he hadn't wanted to save her, how could he, the Emperor, make such a mistake? So, there was one thing she had to admit. Jun Qingran's worry was right, and she did hold Jun Haotsong back. However, she was very selfish. She knew that she was of no help to him, but distracted him. But she still stubbornly wanted to stay by his side. Now the only way is to work hard to become stronger. Strong enough to fight side by side with him. So, she must cheer up and practice with all her strength. I have to admit that the spiritual energy in the upper plane is indeed much stronger than that in the lower plane. However, in just a few days, the spiritual energy in Su Maoyong's body has expanded and filled up her dantian. She knew that this was a trend of promotion. So without hesitation, she meditated with her eyes closed, sank her chi into her dantian, and tried hard to comprehend the level of the venerable spiritual master. In this way, after an hour, Su Maoyong was like a whirlpool, absorbing all the spiritual energy around her. And the spiritual energy that was already boiling in her body was even more rampant in her internal energy. The intense pain made her brows frown. Her face turned pale, and her whole body was about to explode. Trembling all over, The fierce spiritual energy was raging in her body, cutting Su Maoyang's nerves like a knife. After rounds of collisions, the spiritual energy finally gradually merged into her limbs and bones, and completely merged with her body. At this moment, a huge force poured out from her pores, turning into curling white smoke, enveloping her, making her whole person ethereal, like a dream, and not a person in the mortal world. After a long time, Su Maoyang exhaled a heavy breath and opened her eyes in surprise. Suddenly, she felt that the things in front of her were clearer and more delicate than before, and her ears were more sensitive to the sounds of the outside world. Most importantly, she felt that her whole body was full of strength, as if she had been reborn. In surprise, she moved her arms and rubbed her fists, and suddenly felt that her body became much harder and stronger. No wonder the strong men of the Venerable Spiritual Master looked down on the Holy Spirit Master. Even the peak Holy Spirit Master, who is one level away from them, is not taken seriously by the Venerable Spiritual Master. It turns out that there is a huge difference between the two. Su Maoyang believes that if she meets an early-stage Venerable Spiritual Master, or even a mid-stage Venerable Spiritual Master, she may have a fight. However, just when Su Maoyang was happy, she suddenly heard footsteps outside, and immediately restrained her breath. Sure enough, within a moment, a soldier's report came from outside. Deputy General Su. General Yin asked you to go to his tent to discuss important matters. Important matters? Su Maoyang was slightly startled, and Yin Lanfeng's enthusiastic eyes suddenly flashed in her mind, and her heart sank inexplicably. But she was stopped by him, so she couldn't refuse. So she had to bite the bullet and walk out of the tent. At this time, Yin Lanfeng was in the tent, holding the chain mail strung by the soldiers, looking at it carefully, with obvious excitement in his pupils. As soon as Su Maoyang entered, he quickly stood up, strode over, and showed her the chain mail in his hand, with a smile on his lips and eyes. It can be seen that he was in a very good mood. Su Mu, you are a genius. The armor made of iron rings is really much lighter, and the whole body can be protected tightly. I believe that no matter how sharp the enemy's weapons are this time, they can't do anything to us. Su Maoyang saw that the effect of the chain mail was indeed good, and then nodded slightly with satisfaction. General Yin asked me to come here today. Is it about this matter? Yin Lanfeng smiled when he heard this. His handsome face was more radiant than usual, and his expression was a little flattering. In addition to this, there is also the saltpeter you want. I have asked someone to boil it out. As he said, he handed the saltpeter package to her. Su Maoyang quickly reached out to take it. Seeing that it was indeed the saltpeter she was lacking, she curled her lips and nodded lightly. Thank you for troubling you this time. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Since Su Maoyang came in, she didn't dare to look into Yin Lanfeng's eyes. She always felt that something was flickering in them, and that kind of thing made her a little scared. So, she tried to avoid it as much as possible. She really didn't want to stay for a moment. Feeling Su Maoyang's perfunctory and rejection, Yin Lanfeng's smile was slightly stiff, and his heart seemed to be hit hard, causing a dull pain. He finally found an excuse to be alone with her, but she was like avoiding the plague, and wanted to escape from here. Why? Seeing Su Maoyang turning around to leave, Yin Lanfeng was anxious and suddenly blocked her in front of her. Su Mu, do you hate me so much? Su Maoyang was shocked by his sudden action and stared at him in surprise. General Yin, what do you mean by this? Yin Lanfeng looked at her shocked black eyes, mustered up the courage, and said, Su Mu, I must tell you something. This matter has been lingering in my heart for a long time, and I am very painful. At first, I didn't know what was wrong with me, but later, I figured it out. I should have fallen in love with you. Chapter 614. Are you a girl? Hearing this, Su Maoyang trembled all over, took 2 steps back in shock, and her expression froze. General Yin, do you know what you are saying? Her voice trembled slightly, and she asked back uncertainly. She could still remain calm in the face of other things, but Yin Lanfeng's feelings were completely beyond her expectations and out of her control. Now listening to his confession in person, the impact on her was too great. Seeing her disbelieving expression, Yin Lanfeng frowned slightly, and couldn't be more serious. Su Mu, I am more sober now than ever. I know exactly what I am saying. You don't have to hide it from me. I know your identity, and I know that you like the Emperor. Su Maoyang was frightened when he heard this. His pupils suddenly widened, staring at him in shock. What? You already knew that I was a girl? She had always been good at hiding it. Could it be that he had discovered it in the last hot spring incident? She had been wondering before. How could he Feng like a man? It turned out that he already knew that she was a girl. Su Maoyang was frightened. And Feng, who suddenly heard the 3 words girl, was like being struck by lightning. His facial features widened instantly, and his pupils were filled with horror. What? What did you say? You are a girl? Feng exclaimed, almost shouting, and then suddenly realized that the volume was too loud. Immediately covered his mouth, stared at her in amazement, as if dead. His face suddenly turned gray. Su Maoyang saw that he was more frightened than herself. And then she realized that he didn't know her identity as a girl. So she covered her mouth belatedly. Did I hear you wrong? You are a girl? Aren't you a gay? Feng's eyes bulged as if they were about to jump out. The questioning voice was very low, but it could not hide the shock in his heart. Su Maoyang was confused. Broken sleeve? When did I say I was a gay? Lin Wan told me in person that you were a gay. Later, when I saw how you and Emperor Zun got along, I thought Feng, who was so serious and majestic, also showed an exaggerated expression at this moment, and even trembled when he spoke. Su Maoyang heard this and then understood. So you said you knew my identity just now, because you mistakenly thought I was a gay. She actually thought that Feng discovered her identity as a girl, but she didn't expect that he actually misunderstood her as a gay. Emma, is she confessing herself? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was speechless and held her forehead. Lin Wanner, who was incapable of success and more than enough to cause trouble, lied and didn't tell her, which simply killed her. Actually, it's not Lin Wanner's fault. How could she know that Feng would like Su Maoyang? At this moment, Feng looked at Su Maoyang, shook his head in disbelief, and kept muttering to himself. Impossible. How could it be possible? What it means is that the person who has made me suffer for so long is not a man, but a woman. When he realized that he liked a man, the pain was so severe that he couldn't eat or sleep well. He didn't expect that all this was a joke. His pain and his entanglement were all a joke in Su Maoyang's eyes. He was played by Su Maoyang and Jun Haocang like a fool, kept in the dark like an idiot, and suffered alone. He once suspected that there was something wrong with his body and his mind. He collapsed and tossed and turned every night, feeling irritable. But he didn't expect that he had no problem at all. He was just teased. After being shocked, Feng suddenly felt extremely angry. A kind of anger of being deceived and teased. I didn't expect you to lie to me all the time. Feng's eyes were bloodshot with anger. His pale face turned red because of his rage, and his neck was faintly bulging with blue veins. Su Maoyang saw that he was very angry and helpless, and tried his best to explain. Feng, listen to me. I didn't mean it. I had no choice. If I didn't pretend like this, I couldn't stay with Jun Haocang. I really didn't mean to deceive you. Such an explanation is better than no explanation. And her reason for deceiving made Feng clench his fists. She once again made him face the cruel fact that she liked Jun Haocang, which was undoubtedly rubbing salt into his wounds. Disguised as a man, she sneaked into the military camp for Jun Haocang. She fought desperately in the ring for Jun Haocang. She shamelessly said that she was gay for Jun Haocang. Ha. You can do anything for the emperor. Feng sneered, his face full of sadness. Su Maoyang felt guilty when she heard it. She didn't know that her unintentional deception actually hurt Feng's feelings. Don't tell me that your face, your name and your identity are all fake. Feng didn't know what he was expecting. It seemed that he was expecting at least one of her to be true. Su Maoyang nodded helplessly and acquiesced. Seeing this, Feng smiled bitterly and took 2 steps back in rejection. His handsome face became extremely cold, like an ice wall, which immediately blocked Su Maoyang. I didn't expect you to be fake from beginning to end. It seems that even that bandage. You deliberately tried to please me in order to gain my trust. Right? Su Maoyang immediately shook his head and denied it strongly. You blocked an arrow for me that time, and I was grateful. So enough. Don't say any more. Feng was furious when he heard the word gratitude, and he interrupted her unbearably. He at least hoped that she had some feelings for him. But in the end, there was only deception. Just for gratitude. Maybe that bandage was just to pity him and give him alms. Su Maoyong saw that he was emotional and couldn't bear it. She apologized sincerely. La Feng. I'm really sorry. I didn't know you would have such thoughts about me. Okay. I told you not to say anything. You go out. La Feng looked at her coldly, not wanting to hear her say another word, and stretched out his hand to open the tent. Su Maoyong looked at his stubborn look, sighed softly, and didn't say anything more. So he walked out of the tent. After this incident, La Feng and Su Maoyong never met again. In the past, La Feng seemed to go to Jun Haocong when Su Maoyong was there. But recently, everything was reversed. As long as Su Maoyong was there, he would avoid it. Su Maoyong wanted to apologize, but he couldn't find a chance, and felt helpless. If you think about it, you can understand it. It's so shameful to hear that La Feng has never liked a woman, let alone think that he likes a man. Su Maoyong couldn't imagine how long La Feng struggled before he mustered up the courage to face his heart and confess to her face to face. It's an extremely painful process. But I didn't expect that my first love would become a deception before it even started. It's really sad. In recent days, the military camp has been very busy. While training, they rushed to make chain mail. No one cared about the abnormality of the two of them. In order to vent his inner dissatisfaction, La Feng trained the soldiers more strictly, and Su Maoyong also devoted himself to the configuration of gunpowder. However, in addition to configuring gunpowder, she suddenly had an idea and asked someone to find a large amount of croton and arsenic, and asked each soldier to prepare a mask. When several old generals heard her request, they were all full of question marks. How did the two armies fight and involve poisonous substances such as arsenic? Chapter 615. Oops. I've been fooled. Jun Haocong didn't believe this. His face was slightly gloomy, and he whispered, "Protect her well tomorrow. If a hair is missing, you will be held responsible. But what about you, Master?" He Xiao was very worried when he learned that he was going to Xingping City with General He. Xingping City has Black Eagle and others to support you. Just protect Su Maoyong. But Xingping City is too dangerous, and Lord Fentian has already moved his focus there. I'm afraid He Xiao was in a state of anxiety when he thought that Jun Haocong was going to Xingping City in person to confuse Lord Fentian. Besides, there were only a few soldiers going to Xingping City this time. So how could he not be worried? Okay. No need to say more. Jun Haocong interrupted with an impatient frown. Jun Haocong knew Lord Fentian's temperament too well. If he didn't go to Xingping City in person, it would be difficult to eliminate Lord Fentian's vigilance. Moreover, he not only had to go, but also had to go quietly, deliberately doing it in a mysterious way, so as to deceive the old fox Fentianjian. So, to some extent, Jun Haocong and Su Maoyong are surprisingly similar. No matter what they do, they are cautious and try their best to ensure that nothing goes wrong. But He Xiao was always worried, and his expression was tangled together. Master, if you anger Miss Su away like this, she will find out sooner or later. He lied to her that they were going to Roaming City together, but he went to Xingping City. According to Su Maoyong's personality, how could she let it go? Although he could understand that the emperor was worried that Su Maoyong was in danger and hid it from her, Su Maoyong was so smart that it was not easy to hide it from her. That's why I asked you to keep an eye on her. If you can't even handle this little thing, you don't have to stay with me anymore. Jun Haocong's stern warning frightened He Xiao so much that he immediately knelt down and clasped his fists. Yes, I will obey your orders. After he finished speaking, he returned to the dark. I don't know if it was because of the blood, but He Xiao's heart has never been at peace again. The next morning, at dawn, the whole army set out from Guangzhou City in a mighty manner. The team led by Emperor Zun, General Yin and General Duan went to Roaming City, while General He and General Pan went to Xingping City. Seeing that everyone was ready to go, Su Maoyong quickly jumped on the horse. Lin Water saw that she had no intention of riding in the chariot with Jun Haocong, and her face flashed with surprise. She immediately asked, "Boss, don't you ride in the same chariot with Emperor Zun?" The other members of the blood battle group also stared at her in surprise when they heard this. Normally, the two of them were so close to each other. But why didn't they sit together when they went to war? They even didn't say hello and just rode away on horseback. This was too abnormal. Su Maoyong had a calm face and replied coldly, "If you want to ride in a chariot, go with the emperor. I'll go first." After saying that, Su Maoyong patted the horses, and ran towards the team led by Yin La Feng in front. Thinking of Jun Haotsong's distrust of her and his suspicion of her relationship with Yin La Feng last night, she was furious. They had been through so many life and death situations, but they didn't even have the most basic trust. Knowing that she only felt guilty about Yin La Feng, he had to connect them into that kind of relationship, which was really infuriating. What made her even more angry was that when she was angry, Jun Haotsong didn't chase her out to coax her, let alone show her good intentions. So Su Maoyang made up her mind not to forgive him easily this time. She didn't want to vent her anger, and didn't want to see Jun Haotsong. So she quickly ran to the front of the team. The people in the blood battle group were all stunned. She didn't even sit with the emperor. So how could they, the little minions, be qualified? Boss, slow down. Wait for us. Jiang Zheng shouted helplessly, and chased after him. Just as Su Maoyang ran to the front, he saw General Duan riding a horse from the back of the team. While holding the horse, he shouted to Yin La Feng, "General Yin, the emperor asked us to go first. He will stay behind to deal with the aftermath, and will meet up with us later." Yin La Feng nodded heavily after hearing this, and then waved his spear and shouted loudly, "All soldiers, listen to the order. Set off for Roaming City." The loud voice resounded through the sky and echoed in the ears of all the soldiers. The magnificent momentum immediately boosted morale, making everyone excited, and followed Yin La Feng to Roaming City. They walked for nearly a day, until night, when the Yulu army arrived at the foot of Roaming City. Seeing the brightly lit torches on the city gate, Yin La Feng suddenly raised his arm and shouted, "Archers, prepare the slingshot." As the roar fell, the archers instantly rushed to the front, lined up in a row, knelt on one knee, and aimed at the gate of Roaming City. The soldiers in charge of the slingshot also pushed the slingshot and stood in the designated position, waiting for the general to give orders at any time. At this time, the flags were fluttering, the drums were thundering, the soldiers were at the gate of the city, and the war was about to break out. The night gradually bloomed with a murderous atmosphere, which was so oppressive that it made people breathless. Hearing the movement under the city, the enemy army also quickly set up bows and arrows on the city gate. The general on the city gate suddenly roared, and the arrows flew over the city wall like locusts, and shot down densely. The soldiers were originally afraid of the bows and arrows of the burning sky army, but now, wearing chain mail, they had no worries and felt that they were invincible. They rushed forward fiercely, waving their swords and spears to block all the arrows. After such a sweep, at most 100 people of the Yulu army were injured, and the soldiers behind were still climbing up the ladders and attacking. The enemy general on the city gate saw that the soldiers of the Yunlu dark domain had been shot by arrows, but their mobility was not affected at all, and they rushed up with high morale. He was shocked and his eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. After so many battles, this was the first time he encountered such a fierce attack. This group of people was simply fearless of life and death, and rushed forward without caring about their lives. Even if they were shot by countless sharp arrows, they were not hurt at all, and it did not affect their combat effectiveness at all. Wouldn't such morale be too terrifying? However, he didn't know that the reason why these soldiers were so invincible and brave was because they were wearing chain mail. Chain mail not only defends against arrows well, but also protects the soldiers' bodies by holding the arrowheads with iron rings. It also makes the soldiers feel very safe, which invisibly enhances their courage and confidence, and naturally rushes forward fearlessly. But the enemy's deputy general, who saw the scene, began to panic. He hurried to the general and reported with a fist, "General, this is too strange. They were shot by arrows, but they didn't have any problems. They are still attacking desperately. I'm afraid we can't resist such momentum for long." The general looked at the fierce soldiers below, frowned. His face was so dark that ink was about to overflow, and he gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn, we fell into a trap." Seeing such a fierce attack, he would be stupid if he couldn't react. What fake attack? This is even more fierce than a real attack. It is obvious that the Yunlu Dark Domain is trying to seize the entire Roaming City. Chapter 616 Her Way. The deputy general was stunned by his words, but he quickly reacted and asked anxiously, "General, what should we do now? What else can we do? Of course, we should open the city and meet the enemy." The general's veins popped out, and he roared angrily. The deputy general was frightened and turned pale. He frowned and reminded, But the king has issued an order not to open the city to meet the enemy. We should focus on defense and attack as a supplement." The general heard the words and slapped him on the head in anger. He gritted his teeth and growled, "If we don't go out of the city to meet the enemy will attack our roaming city. By then, it will be too late to save it. Hurry up and gather the team and go out of the city to meet the enemy." The deputy general seemed to be awakened by his slap. Only then did he realize the seriousness of the matter. He nodded in horror, turned around and commanded the soldiers to open the city gate and led the army out. At this time, the blood-burning army poured out of roaming city in large numbers, holding sharp spears, broadswords, and even hammers and double axes. Just by looking at them, you can tell that they are very powerful. One hammer can probably beat people into a meat paste. General Duan and Yin La Feng saw this scene, and their hearts sank and their faces became solemn. They knew very well that the armor called chain mail was more effective in resisting weapons such as bows and arrows. If it encountered hammers and broadswords, it would probably be smashed to pieces in a few strokes, and it would have almost no defensive effect. What's more, the enemy was holding top-notch weapons, and with a spiritual power attack, the power was conceivable, which was absolutely terrible. Sure enough, before Yin La Feng and others could react, they saw that the soldiers who were charging in front were defeated step by step, and many figures fell one after another. But in the blink of an eye, the front was already littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. The speed was amazing. Seeing this scene, Deputy General Liang was so anxious that his face flushed, and he shouted loudly, "General, the enemy's fighting power is too strong, and our armor can hardly resist it." Yin La Feng and General Duan heard this. Their faces were terribly gloomy, and their eyes were filled with bloodshot because of anxiety and anger as they watched the fighting in front. The enemy's weapons are very strong, and their spiritual power is not weak. Although the Yunlu army has a large number of people, they will not get any benefits if they fight hard. In addition, Roaming City has a dangerous terrain. If they make a mistake, tonight's tactics will fail completely, and it will be harder than climbing to the sky to capture Roaming City in the future. Therefore, tonight's battle can only succeed, not fail. Thinking of this, General Duan clenched his fists anxiously, turned his head to look at Su Maoyang, gritted his teeth and asked loudly, "Su Mu, didn't you say before that there was a way to defeat the enemy? What's your method?" Su Maoyang, who was standing aside, watched the fighting in front of him coldly from beginning to end. Facing General Duan's questioning, he did not change his expression, which made General Duan anxious. "Su Mu, you should say something." At this critical moment, she was still as steady as a mountain, which really made people angry. Su Maoyang just raised her eyebrows slightly. After seeing that the Yunlu army led most of the enemy troops out of the city gate, she turned her head and gave a wink to the brothers of the Blood Battle Group. "Get the trebuchet ready." The brothers of the Blood Battle Group received the order and understood it, and put the explosive packs that had been prepared on the trebuchet. General Duan's eyes almost popped out when he saw this. He shouted angrily, "Su Mu, what are you doing? How can you put a paper bag on the catapult? This is a battlefield. You are not allowed to mess around." He had seen Su Maoyang fiddling with those paper bags before, grinding some strange things into powder, mixing them together, and putting them in paper bags. At first, he didn't know what Su Mu was going to do, but now he saw her putting those paper bags on the trebuchet, and his lungs were about to explode, using paper bags instead of boulders. So this is what she said. Oh my God! He has been marching and fighting for so many years, and he has never met such a ridiculous person. Originally, using trebuchets to attack boulders may not necessarily capture Roaming City, but she didn't expect her to attack with paper bags in an exaggerated way. It's just too much of a joke. Nonsense. Really nonsense. He shouldn't have placed his hopes on Su Mu a long time ago. He actually expected a rookie to come up with a way to repel the Burning Blood army. He was so naive. Su Mu, stop it! Faced with Su Maoyang's self-willed behavior, General Duan couldn't bear it anymore, and he gritted his teeth and roared, so angry that he was about to explode. However, Su Maoyang ignored his anger. His pupils condensed, and he suddenly raised his hand and ordered loudly, "Ignite! Fire!" The brothers of the Blood Battle Group received the order, took torches to light the fuse on the explosive pack, and then commanded the soldiers to pull down the wrench, and immediately threw the paper bag into the enemy circle. At this moment, There was a loud bang, and a hot wave rushed out in front, and the billowing smoke rose into the air like an overwhelming sandstorm, instantly covering the enemy. The scarlet flame was like a light that cut through the sky, piercing the dark night, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. At this time, Su Maoyong didn't give the enemy time to react at all, waved his sleeves again, and shouted again, "Fire!" Then, several catapults fired several paper bags one after another, and there was a shocking sound in the crowd of enemy soldiers. Scarlet fireballs mixed with billowing black smoke spread out in an instant. In a moment, the enemy soldiers were choked by the thick smoke and bled from all 7 orifices, and died suddenly. When General Duan saw the scene, the voice of rebuke was choked in his throat, and he could no longer speak. The soldiers of the Yunlu army also looked at the large number of dead enemy soldiers in front of them with shock on their faces, and they couldn't recover for a long time. They really couldn't think that they hadn't made a move yet, and the enemy soldiers actually fell down by themselves. This was too incredible. In fact, only Su Maoyong himself knew that the power of black gunpowder was not as powerful as that of modern gunpowder. Black gunpowder could only create momentum and scare the enemy. At most, it would only injure them, and it couldn't cause them too many casualties. Therefore, it was still very difficult to kill the enemy without leaving a single piece of armor. Therefore, Su Maoyong got poisons such as croton and arsenic. She mixed these poisons with charcoal, saltpeter, and sulfur to make poison gas bombs. Even if they couldn't be killed by the explosion, they could be poisoned to death. Moreover, the poison gas was widespread. As long as it exploded, anyone who smelled it would die. It saved time and effort, and it was foolproof, causing heavy losses to the enemy. She believed that no matter how high the terrain was or how solid the defense was, it could not withstand the poison gas. No matter how powerful the Burning Blood army was, it would have to retreat with its tail between its legs. Sure enough, she guessed right. The smoke is poisonous. The smoke is poisonous. Retreat quickly. The enemy general saw that many soldiers were poisoned and died, and then he reacted and shouted orders in panic. Hearing this, the soldiers all retreated, trying to return to Roaming City. Seeing this, how could Su Maoyong give them a chance to escape? He sneered at the corner of his lips, raised his sleeves slightly, and ordered loudly, "Archers, get ready. Shoot!" Chapter 617 found a clue. After the roar, the stunned archers came to their senses and shot. The arrows rained down from the sky. The fleeing enemy was shrouded in smoke and could not tell the direction of the arrows. They were still charging forward 1 second and shot into honeycomb coal the next. They did not even have the chance to resist and fight back. They were already poisoned and shot by several arrows. There was no time to breathe. Soon, a large number of people fell on the battlefield in front. Seeing this scene, Im La Feng and General Duan gasped in shock. They had to admit that Su Mu's move was really cruel. She was not trying to defeat the enemy at all, but to wipe out the enemy and eradicate the roots. The soldiers in the dark area of Yunlu also understood instantly why Su Mu asked them to wear masks and drink potions. It turned out that this was the purpose. They could not imagine that if they had not followed Su Mu's instructions and had not prepared in advance, they would be the ones bleeding from all 7 orifices and poisoned to death. Seeing the smoke and blood in front of them, everyone swallowed their saliva with lingering fear. At this moment, they were extremely fortunate that they were soldiers of the Yunlu Dark Domain. Such a method of not giving the enemy a chance to breathe was really terrible. Today's battle not only left a deep impression on the soldiers of the Yunlu Dark Domain, but also cast a shadow on the soldiers of the Burning Blood Sky City. Even after a long time, as long as the battle tonight was mentioned, the soldiers of the Burning Blood Sky City would change color. They will never forget the roar of artillery fire and the night that covered the sky. Never forget the soldiers who were hit by sharp arrows but still charged forward. And never forget this shocking tragedy. This battle also caused unprecedented damage to Fengshuishan City. The Roaming City, which they were proud of and had a dangerous terrain, was lost, seeing the enemy soldiers throwing away their armor and weapons. Some died and some fled. Im La Feng was excited and shouted, "Brothers, charge and kill into Roaming City." The roar was like thunder rolling over, echoing over the entire battlefield. The Yunlu army heard the sound and raised their spears, and responded excitedly, and rushed into Roaming City with Im La Feng. Seeing the soldiers' high spirits and excitement, Su Maoyong also smiled slightly, and followed the crowd to the city gate. watching all the soldiers rushing into Roaming City. Su Maoyong suddenly stopped at this time and turned to look back. Behind him was a battlefield filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. In addition to the corpses, there was only the dead and hideous night. But in the depths of the darkness, there was no figure she was waiting for. The blood battle group, who were following Su Maoyong, were excited to go into the city. Before they had taken a few steps, they saw Su Maoyong stop. Everyone looked at her in surprise. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Wang Feng asked in confusion. Su Maoyong stood there for a long time, looking in the direction he came from, and gradually frowned. A bad premonition lingered in his heart. Then his eyes slightly focused, and he shouted at the night, "Black Owl, come out!" The brothers of the blood battle group were confused when they heard this. Why did the master call Black Owl for no reason? Lin Water came over and asked in surprise, "Master, are you confused? Black Owl is with the Emperor, not here." Su Maoyong ignored her and spoke again calmly to the depths of darkness. "Black Owl, come out. I found you." The Black Owl in the dark was shocked, and a bit of surprise surged on his cold face. Logically speaking, Su Maoyong's strength should not be able to discover him. So how did she know of his existence? The Black Owl couldn't figure it out. But since he had been discovered, he had no choice but to come out. Lin Water and others were shocked to see the figure of the Black Owl. "It's really the Black Owl," Jiang Jun sighed. At this time, everyone didn't have time to think about why the Black Owl was not by Jun Haotsong's side, but secretly followed Su Maoyong, and heard Su Maoyong speak anxiously. "Black Owl, I just found that the soul-devouring flower I got with great difficulty fell on the way here." Su Maoyong's calm face showed a rare anxiety, which scared the Black Owl. He knew very well that the soul-devouring flower was an important medicinal material for refining elixirs for the Emperor. Whether the Emperor could get rid of the trouble of cold disease depended on this elixir. If there was no soul-devouring flower, there would be no hope of recovery in this life. Just as he was shocked, Su Maoyong said anxiously, "You know, there is only one soul-devouring flower in the world. If it is lost, it will be gone forever." When He Xiao heard this, no matter how cold he was, he panicked and said immediately, "Wait, I will go back to look for it." As he said this, he turned around and disappeared into the night behind him, unwilling to say a word. It can be seen that he was also very anxious. Jiang Zheng and others were shocked and also very anxious. "Master, what's the matter with you? How could you lose the soul-devouring flower?" "Oh, let's go and look for it." Wang Feng did not dare to delay and ran towards He Xiao. Seeing this, Xiao Linchen reached out and caught him back. "No need to go." Everyone frowned in confusion when they heard this. "Boss, you always do things carefully. How could you make such a mistake? Moreover, this soul-devouring flower was obtained by her after going through hardships and risking her life. How could it be lost easily?" Xiao Linchen was smart and saw at a glance that Su Maoyong was lying. After hearing this, Wang Feng didn't understand. "Master, what do you mean?" Su Maoyong frowned slightly. He wanted to take this opportunity to send the blood battle group away. But unfortunately, there was a cunning Xiao Linchen around him, and it was not easy to fool him. Although Black Owl was not stupid, the soul-devouring flower was related to the safety of his master, so he would inevitably be anxious and lose his thinking. It is obvious that the boss wants to send Black Owl away, and send us away at the same time. Xiao Linchen stared at Su Maoyong with a sharp gaze, and the first sentence he spoke was not a question, but an affirmative sentence. Lin Water asked in surprise, "Master, what happened? Why did you send us away?" Su Maoyong sent them away. So something dangerous must have happened. Su Maoyong saw that he couldn't hide it from them, so he had to say solemnly, "I want to go to Xingping City." "What? Are you crazy? Xingping City is now full of Burning Blood Army, and even Lord Burning Heaven is in charge there personally. If you go, you will be trapped." Xiao Linchen frowned and objected immediately after hearing this. Su Maoyong looked gloomy and glanced at him. "I must go to Xingping City." Hearing this, Xiao Linchen gradually understood. Could it be that the Emperor went to Xingping City? Su Maoyong nodded slightly. Lin Water advised worriedly, "Master, the Emperor said he was cleaning up the mess. Maybe he didn't have time to catch up. Are you thinking the wrong thing?" Su Maoyong shook his head. "No, he must have gone to Xingping City. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said Black Owl to follow me and protect me." Just now, she saw that Jun Haosong had not appeared for a long time. So she became suspicious. And then she blew Black Owl out, which made her more certain of his whereabouts. Chapter 618. She was ambushed. Boss, I know we can't stop you. If that's the case, then take us with you. At least you can take care of us on the way. Xiao Linshan knew Su Maoyang's personality. No matter how they objected, it was meaningless, since they couldn't stop him. Let's go together. Yes, master. We can't let you take risks alone. Wang Feng also spoke up. The other brothers naturally had to follow Su Maoyang. Wherever she was, the blood battle group was there. There was no reason to separate. Su Maoyang also knew that she couldn't get rid of this group of people. While Black Owl hadn't reacted yet, she could only nod and agree. Let's go. Hurry up and get on the road. Don't delay. After saying that, Su Maoyang led the blood battle group into the night. At this time, Rongming City was brightly lit, and a bonfire party was held directly. Everyone cheered and celebrated, eating meat and drinking wine, which made everyone very happy. Now that they have occupied Rongming City, which is strategically located, it is easy for them to attack Tianyan City. It can be said that in this battle, their Yunlu Dark Domain has already won more than half of the victory. So the general let them be happy. Seeing everyone's smiling faces, Yin La Feng suddenly thought of Su Maoyang. He looked up and searched around, but he didn't find her figure. He couldn't help but frown and asked General Duan, "Where is Su Mu?" General Duan was still happy, but was suddenly asked, and his expression was stunned. Then he looked up and looked around. "I don't know. He was here just now." Yin Lanfeng's face was slightly gloomy, and his heart was a little uneasy. He immediately pushed through the crowd and looked for her figure. After searching for a long time, he still didn't see her figure, which made him even more worried and uneasy. As a hero of this battle, she disappeared at the celebration banquet, which was really unacceptable. Thinking of this, Yin La Feng was worried. So he found Deputy General Liang and ordered him seriously. "Su Mu is missing. You send someone to look for him immediately." "Su Mu is missing? How is it possible? He was still there just now. How could it be?" Deputy General Liang sighed in disbelief. "They have all won the battle and killed the enemy without any chance of fighting back. How could Su Mu disappear? Hurry up. Don't dawdle. If Su Mu has an accident, I will kill you." Yin La Feng shouted anxiously, and his ferocious appearance frightened Deputy General Liang so much that he trembled all over and immediately turned around to make arrangements. After nearly an hour, Lieutenant General Liang hurried back. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, he clasped his fists and reported to Yin La Feng. "General Yin, I sent people to search Rongming City, but did not see Su Mu. Only these soldiers said that they saw him at the city gate, but they did not see him later." As he spoke, Lieutenant General Liang pointed to the soldiers behind him and explained. Yin La Feng frowned deeply when he heard this, and his face became quite ugly. Does it mean that she did not enter the city at all? Thinking of this, Yin La Feng's heart sank, and he ordered loudly in panic, "Quick! Send troops out of the city to look for Su Mu until he finds him." General Duan, who was standing aside, heard this and strode forward to stop him. "No. We finally captured Rongming City, and we must stabilize it. If the enemy does not give up and is counterattacked by the enemy, won't our efforts tonight be in vain? Go!" Yin La Feng didn't listen to General Duan's dissuasion at all, and yelled on his own initiative. General Duan didn't expect that the junior, who always respected him, would be so disobedient. And he shouted angrily, "General Yin, don't you understand what I say? We finally captured Rongming City, and we must defend it. If you send troops out now, it will give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of it. Don't you even understand this principle?" Yin Lanfeng's eyes were red with anger. When he thought that Su Maoyang might be in danger, he almost collapsed. At this moment, he lost his usual posture and etiquette, and roared with gritted teeth, "I don't understand anything now. I just want Su Mu came back safe and sound. General Duan, I tell you clearly that if anything happens to Su Mu, I will fight you to the death." General Duan was shocked when he heard this. He took 2 steps back and stared at him in horror. "Yin La Feng, are you crazy? Do you know what you are saying? You'd better send troops to find him immediately. Otherwise, I really can't guarantee that I will hand over the entire Rongming City to others." Yin Lanfeng's gloomy voice was chilling. as if it floated out of hell. And General Duan turned pale. For a deputy general, he didn't even want Roaming City or his life. Ma Feng must be crazy. Roaming City became panicked because of Su Mu's disappearance. And Su Maoyang also encountered unprecedented difficulties. Su Maoyang didn't expect to encounter an ambush by the enemy on the way to Xingping City. Although there were only 6 people, their strength was above the peak Holy Spirit Master. And 2 of them had reached the middle stage of the Venerable Spirit Master. Looking at this lineup and this strength, Su Maoyang knew that these people were not ordinary soldiers, but should be the enemy general's secret guards. And as soon as they met, the other party said her name. It was obvious that they were coming for her. According to Su Maoyang's current strength, although it was a little difficult to deal with a mid-term Venerable Spiritual Master, at least there was still a chance of winning. But they caught Lin Wanner and put a big knife on her neck, which restrained Su Maoyang and all the brothers of the Blood Battle Group and made them dare not act rashly. Su Mu, if you want her to live, come with us. The man who spoke was wearing a black suit, blending into the night, and it was difficult to distinguish his figure. Only his cold eyes with dim light looked gloomy and terrifying in the dark night, revealing a cold murderous aura that made people shudder. Boss, don't go! Xiao Linshan stopped him anxiously. The enemy was obviously coming for Su Maoyang. If she went, she would be like a sheep in the mouth of a tiger, and she would be gnawed to the bone. Humph. This is not up to you. The man in black deepened the knife a few millimeters deeper than the one on Lin Wanner's neck, leaving a blood mark. Seeing this, Su Maoyang took a deep breath and pretended to be calm and replied, "You are really naive. You use a lowly servant to threaten me. Do you believe that I will go with you for an insignificant servant?" The man in black didn't seem to be fooled by her tricks and sneered. "Ha. I want to see if you really don't care, or just pretend not to care." As he said that, the man in black took out a dagger from his wrist and suddenly inserted it into Lin Wanner's shoulder. A scream shook her, and the people in the Blood Battle Group turned pale in fear. They wanted to rescue her, but they didn't dare to do it casually. They stared at Lin Wanner's painful appearance. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their fists were clenched. Even so, the man in black didn't give up. He took the dagger and dug it hard at her wound, causing Lin Wanner to gasp and roll her eyes in pain. Su Maoyang was so frightened that his heart trembled. His face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and roared fiercely. "Believe it or not, as long as you stab Lin Wanner, I will make you and your people suffer 1,000 cuts." Chapter 619. Arriving at the enemy's territory, Su Maoyang's roar fell. And then, he heard a series of laughter from the other side. Ha ha ha. The 6 men laughed so hard that they fell backwards. And they despised Su Maoyang's arrogant words to the extreme. Ha ha ha. You want to cut us into pieces. This is really the funniest joke I heard today. If the general hadn't ordered to capture you alive, I wouldn't even bother to deal with people like you. The man in black sneered and looked at Su Maoyang with disdain. Seeing that she was thin and weak, she didn't take him seriously at all. When they got the order, they thought it was some big shot, and they actually asked the 6 of them to go out together. Unexpectedly, it was just a group of small minions, which was really a waste of talent. I don't know what General Lung was thinking. He was so cautious to deal with such scum. Su Maoyang heard the other party's contemptuous laughter, and now he calmed down a lot. His dark pupils burst into a cold light, and his gloomy voice was like ice chips soaked in a cold pond. Cold and hard. If you don't believe it, you can try it. The murderous aura that was pouring out of his body spread instantly. The 6 men felt the strong murderous intent, and their laughter stopped abruptly. They looked deeply at the pair of black eyes, which were flashing with cold flames, which made people shudder. Su Mu in front of him looked thin and small. Why did he have such a strong momentum? The leading black-clothed man was frightened by her for a moment, until Lin Wanner in his arms struggled and yelled. And then he came back to his senses. "Master, leave quickly. Don't come over. I, Lin Wanner, have only one worthless life. It's no big deal if I die. But you, Master, can't. The Blood Battle Group needs you. And the Emperor needs you too. You can't get into trouble." The man in black frowned when he heard that she was trying to shake Su Maoyang's mind. He slapped her hard, and immediately scraped blood from the corner of her mouth. He cursed and growled. "Shut up. If you say another word, I'll peel off your skin." Su Maoyang's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and his face became even uglier. He said in a deep voice, "I can go with you. But the premise is to let her go. This was her biggest concession. The brothers of the blood battle group saw that she agreed, and they all shouted in shock. Master, you must not go. If you go, you will die. This time, Su Maoyang defeated the Burning Blood army and killed so many of their soldiers. How could Burning Blood City let her go so easily? They probably wouldn't be satisfied even if they cut her into pieces. How could they watch her go to a dead end? Su Maoyang heard the words of resistance from behind, looked back at them deeply, nodded slightly. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Since the man in black said that the higher-ups had ordered her to be captured alive, it means that the other party doesn't want her life. At least not now. The man in black heard this, sneered with contempt, and retorted, We can't let her go. What if you play some tricks on the way? Wouldn't it be a waste of our time? If you don't let her go, do you think I will go with you? Su Maoyang asked forcefully. Humph. You have to go with me even if you don't want to. It's not up to you. If you don't care about her life, then we will kill her. But don't forget that there are a large group of people behind you. If they really fight, what do you think their chances of winning are? Or, do you want this large group of people to be buried with you? The man in black raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Su Maoyang knew that the strength of the blood battle group was not as good as theirs. If they fought, there would be casualties. Thinking of this, she clenched her fists in anger and had to give in again. I will go back with you. When we reach the destination, let her go. The man in black nodded slightly in agreement. Well, okay. Anyway, the person we want to arrest is not her. As long as you go back with us obediently, we will let you go when we reach the destination. Hearing this, Su Maoyang raised his steps and walked slowly towards them. Seeing Su Maoyang coming over, the man in black immediately gave the other 5 men a look. The other few people understood and immediately stepped forward to grab her, and quickly put the big knife on her neck. Seeing this scene, the people of the blood battle group were anxious and blushed. But they could do nothing. If Su Maoyang didn't go, Lin Water would die. But if Su Maoyang went, she would die again. In any case, they couldn't help it all, which was really frustrating. Just when they were so anxious that they didn't know what to do, 6 men in black had already put Lin Water and Su Maoyang on the carriage, galloping away and disappearing into the night. Tianyin City. Tianyin City is prosperous and vast, and is an extremely important city in Fengshuishan City. In terms of business, it is a trade hub that can provide supplies for the front line. In terms of tactics, it is surrounded by mountains and rivers to defend against foreign invasions. Therefore, then Tianjun will use Tianyin City as a base to launch large-scale operations. The sound of horse hooves echoed in Su Maoyang's ears, and the carriage sped through the streets and drove into the city lord's mansion. When they arrived at the destination, the man in black took the lead in taking Lin Wana off the carriage and warned Su Maoyang coldly. Su Mu, you are now in our territory, and you can't fly away. If you want to survive, be obedient and don't think about running away. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and sneered. Don't worry. I haven't let you endure the pain of being cut into pieces yet. How could you just run away like this? That would be too easy for you. Seeing the wound on Lin Water's shoulder, her eyes condensed slightly, and her tone was as cold as ice, which was particularly harsh. The man in black heard her words and snorted disdainfully, obviously not taking her words seriously. Su Mu, you are in our territory. You can only be slaughtered by others, and you dare to speak nonsense. It seems that you are really tired of living. Really? I want to see who is being slaughtered by others. Su Maoyang raised his eyes and looked back at him coldly. The sinisterness in his pupils climbed up the back of the man in black like a poisonous snake, making him feel inexplicably cold. Boss, don't talk nonsense with her. The general is still waiting to see her. Another man in black hurriedly when he saw that it was getting late. The leader came back to his senses, snorted angrily, waved his hand, and said, Take him away. After that, Su Maoyang was taken off the carriage and escorted to the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion is an old house with an antique style. Even if it is shrouded in darkness, the general structure of the courtyard can be vaguely seen. Although it is not magnificent, it is exquisite and unique, with a profound heritage. She was escorted through the courtyard with many connections. She saw the leaves swaying in the wind and reflected on the ground, which looked particularly gloomy. There were no lanterns in the front yard. It was dark and cold. It was not until she walked to the backyard that Su Maoyang saw the light coming from the front. The towering attic in front seemed to be stretched by the lights and tilted on the ground. Su Maoyang was escorted to the attic quickly. When she got there, she spoke in a deep voice. I have already entered the city lord's mansion with you. You can let her go now. The man in black snorted coldly. It is up to our general to decide whether to let her go or not. Go in. As he said that, the man in black pushed Su Maoyang hard and immediately pushed her into the spacious hall with flickering candlelight. Chapter 620 Unbelievable Request. The round table in the hall was filled with fine wine and delicacies. Just by smelling the aroma and looking at the color, you knew that the taste was good. Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with surprise. She wanted to turn around and ask, but she saw that the man in black had disappeared. There were only 2 soldiers guarding the door. Just before she had time to think, a tall and slender figure suddenly walked in the door. He was dressed in a military uniform. Heroic, dignified, with regular features, clear eyes, slanted eyebrows, and a cold face like a knife. He was handsome and unusual. Su Maoyang couldn't help but sigh that he was another rare handsome man. It was just that the cold and fierce aura he exuded, just like his surname, immediately made the temperature of the whole hall drop sharply. Feeling the aura of the person coming, Su Maoyang's mind worked quickly, and he quickly guessed his identity. I heard that Lord Finchen has 5 capable generals under his command, 3 of whom are older and respected, and the other 2 are young generals in their early 20s. One of the young generals is named Xiang Zhan. He is burly, strong, and brave. The other is named Lung Machin. On the contrary, he is handsome and looks like a jade tree. He is very pleasing to the eye. Only those who know him know that his every move is as sharp as a sword out of its sheath. He is a ruthless character who should not be provoked. If she guessed correctly, the man in front of her, with a good appearance and temperament, should be Lung Machin. Thinking of this, her red lips moved slightly, and she spoke first. General Lung caught me in the middle of the night and set up such a table of delicious food. What's the meaning? Lung Machin heard her call out his last name directly, and his brown eyes, like cold stars, showed a trace of surprise. In his impression, this was the first time they met, but the person in front of him could tell his identity without hesitation, as if he had known each other for many years, which was a bit surprising. Lung Machin narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at her carefully with sharp eyes. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turned out that the counselor who teased him with a straw boat and made him lose Schwanka City was such a thin and weak little man, which was really surprising. Thinking of this, Lung Machin was a little ashamed and angry, and then walked straight to the table and sat down, answering her question in a cold voice. This general has long wanted to host a banquet to entertain you, but I was afraid that you would not be willing to show your favor, so I sent someone to invite you. He raised his head and stared at Su Maoyang again, his angular and handsome face expressionless, and gave a justified explanation that went against the facts. Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows and snorted. You injured my people and forcibly captured me. Is this what you call a request? As long as you come. I don't care about the process and means. I only care about the result. Lung Machin's low voice was cold without a ripple. Just by listening to his tone, you know that this person is a cruel person who will do anything to achieve his goal. Su Maoyang's face sank slightly when he heard this, and his tone was also unfriendly. There is no need for this meal. General Lung should get straight to the point. Okay. In this case, I won't beat around the bush. Take out the antidote. Lung Machin didn't waste time talking to her and gave the order directly. Su Maoyang heard this. The corners of his lips curled up. His smile deepened, and his dark pupils flashed with brilliance. I didn't expect that the general was so lucky. He actually escaped back to Tianyin City alive. It's really amazing. Hearing this, Su Maoyang quickly understood. Lung Machin suddenly asked her for an antidote. Obviously, there was only one possibility. That is, the general stationed in Rongming City tonight was defeated and was hit by her poison gas bomb. He desperately fled back to Tianyin City. It was just that the poison had taken effect and he urgently needed an antidote. Otherwise he would die suddenly. And the general was able to hold on until now. In addition to his good foundation. More importantly, he should have taken the detoxification pill to temporarily relieve the poison. So he did not die of poisoning immediately. Unfortunately, he thought that taking the detoxification pill would be fine. But he didn't expect Su Maoyang to tamper with the explosive pack. Not only did he put croton, arsenic and other poisons in it, but also the extremely rare jinwu flower. You should know that medicinal materials such as jinwu flowers are very rare. The petals are highly toxic, but the flower stems are antidotes. Therefore, ordinary detoxification pills can't remove its toxins at all. Therefore, Su Maoyang did not pursue the victory at that time, and let the enemy generals escape in the chaos. Not because she was soft-hearted, but because she had long known that no matter how far these people fled, they would die. So far, only she has the ability to detoxify this poison. So Leng Machin couldn't sit still, and sent 6 secret guards around him to catch her. It seems that the general situation is not optimistic. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's smile became more charming. Leng Machin suddenly felt that her smile was dazzling, frowned, and spoke again. Su Mu, I advise you to hand over the antidote quickly. Otherwise, not only you, but also your followers, will have to be buried with General Chao. Su Maoyang heard such news, swept away the solemnity just now, and suddenly became relaxed, retorting, General Leng, you seem to be mistaken. I am just a newly appointed deputy general, and I have no influence on the Yunlu army. If I died, in the eyes of the emperor and the Yunlu army, it would be nothing more than the death of a small soldier. Insignificant. But if your old general died, it would be different. That would be like cutting off one of Fin Tianjin's arms. So, you should beg me now, not threaten me. She now has the absolute initiative. She believes that as long as Leng Machin is still afraid of Lord Fin Tian and Emperor Yunlu's attack, he will not be stupid enough to let the general be poisoned to death. This time, they have suffered heavy losses. Not only did they lose the city, but also many soldiers died. If this old general who is highly respected and authoritative in the army also died, such a death news will completely break the last straw in the soldiers' hearts. He didn't need to guess that the blood-burning army would definitely not want to fight. Even if they did, they would only suffer defeat. And if Lord Fin Tian learned of General Chao's death, he would definitely be furious, and the consequences would be disastrous. So, when facing Su Maoyang's confident and calm smile, Leng Machin suddenly had the urge to tear her apart. But for the sake of the overall situation, he, who has always been proud, had to lower his noble head. Su Mu, what do you have to do to get the antidote? Su Maoyang saw that he looked embarrassed, raised his eyebrows and spoke softly. It's very simple. First cut your 6 secret guards into pieces, and then we will discuss the antidote. Otherwise, there is no room for negotiation. What? Leng Machin heard this and roared in shock. His gloomy face was so dark that it was almost raining. He really didn't expect that Su Maoyang would make such an incredible request. You have to know that those 6 secret guards took 10 years to train and were his most capable assistants. And Su Maoyang actually wanted to cut them into pieces. How unreasonable. Chapter 621 Cutting into Pieces. Seeing Leng Machin's veins bulging with anger, Su Maoyang felt relieved and couldn't help but ask softly, why? General Leng is reluctant to give it up. Since you are reluctant to give it up, there is no need to discuss the antidote. Su Maoyang's indifferent attitude made Leng Machin tremble with anger. Su Mu, don't push it. Leng Machin gritted his teeth and growled. General Leng, do you decide to consider the overall situation? Kill the secret guards and save the old general? Or save the secret guards, cut off one of Fin Tianjuan's arms, and let Fin Tianqing fall into dire straits? You decide. Su Maoyang's light words were as heavy as 1,000 gold in Leng Machin's heart. Unexpectedly, after all the twists and turns, he was threatened by her. This person is really not simple. He took control in 2 or 3 moves, which put him in a dilemma. He clearly wanted to kill the person in front of him, but he had to rely on her antidote. Moreover, the one who was poisoned was General Chao. In the minds of Lord Finchen and the blood-burning army, he held a high position. If he died, it would definitely damage morale and deal a heavy blow to everyone. If Lord Finchen knew that he selfishly saved the secret guards and killed Su Mu and General Chao, he would definitely not let him go. He believed that Su Mu knew this, so he dared to threaten him and force him so unscrupulously at this moment, because he was sure that he would not dare to joke with General Chao's life. This man has such a deep mind. It seems that General Leng has not yet decided how to choose. Anyway, I am not in a hurry. There is plenty of time. You can think about it slowly. I am always waiting for the general's answer. Su Maoyang calmly comforted him. seemingly caring for him, but actually harboring evil intentions. She knew that General Chao was poisoned, and even with the antidote pill, he would not survive for 2 days. But she actually asked him to think about it slowly. Of course, she had plenty of time and was not in a hurry. But General Chao could not wait. She was doing it on purpose. No need to wait. I will give you the answer now. Looking at that confident face, Lung Machan tasted the frustration for the first time, almost biting his silver teeth, and rushed forward to cut her into pieces. At this time, he only heard him gritting his teeth and roaring. Send Lung Lin. The guards at the door listened to the order, immediately clasped their fists and accepted the order, and left quickly. After a while, 6 men in black, led by Lung Lin, walked in quickly. Master, what do you want? The 6 people knelt on one knee and asked with their fists clasped. Lung Machan saw the calm and composed faces of several people, thought of their loyalty to death, thought of how they had helped him solve many obstacles and troubles, and felt as if there were 2 villains fighting in his heart. It was so confusing that it made him collapse. But facing Su Mu's kind eyes like obsidian, looking at him expectantly, waiting for his answer, Lung Machan's mind suddenly appeared the miserable situation of General Chao being poisoned, and he could not help but grit his teeth and made up his mind. Come on. Give these 6 people the punishment of slicing. Thousands of cuts. A roar exploded in the hall like thunder, and the 6 secret guards suddenly raised their heads and stared at him with horror. Master, what did you say just now? Lung Lin had no father or mother since he was a child. An orphan. Lung Machan saw that he was pitiful and let him follow him, and let him follow the surname Lin, and they had a pretty good relationship. But now, he was sentenced to death by slicing by Lung Machan. He couldn't believe his ears at this moment. The other 5 men were also shocked. Their cold and hard faces were filled with horror. Obviously, they didn't expect this. Lung Machan didn't explain too much. Seeing the 2 frightened soldiers at the door, he shouted fiercely again. Why are you still standing there? Execute them. The soldiers were trembling with pale faces, and walked in tremblingly. Seeing the 6 secret guards kneeling on the ground, they didn't dare to do it at all. Lung Lin didn't expect Lung Machan to be serious. He widened his eyes in shock and asked loudly in disbelief. What mistakes did I make to make my master so angry? Su Maoyong listened and spoke before Lung Machan could answer. His tone was calm and gentle, but his words were creepy. This man, you have a bad memory. Just an hour ago, I reminded you that if you stab Lin Wanner, I will let you suffer the pain of thousands of cuts. Had you forgotten? Hearing this, the 6 men were shocked and their expressions were unprecedentedly surprised. It's you? Lung Lin's pupils dilated and he was shocked. He really couldn't think that Su Mu really did what he said and let their master give the order personally. This was too incredible. Su Maoyong's lips curled slightly, and his pupils flashed bloodthirsty cruelty and a barely perceptible excitement. If they dared to hurt Lin Wanner, she would make these people pay a painful price tonight. Yes, it's me. How about it? Do you like the gifts I gave you? Su Maoyong laughed softly twice. Although his tone was cheerful, it sounded eerie and terrifying when it reached Lung Lin's ears. Everyone was so frightened that their faces turned pale. Lung Lin didn't understand why Su Mu, an insignificant deputy general, could control his master and let Lung Machan give such a ridiculous order. No matter how you look at it, no matter how you think about it, it's unbelievable. Master, spare my life. Master, spare my life. Lung Lin couldn't figure out what was going on. Seeing that the 2 soldiers around him were about to torture him, he had to save his life temporarily. The other 5 men also cowed out in fear, shouting for mercy. In an instant, the whole hall was in chaos. However, Su Maoyong refused to give in. Even if Lung Machan was unwilling, he had to swallow his anger, closed his eyes, and waved at the 2 soldiers. Execution. Hearing the 2 words announcing death, the 6 men seemed to have been struck by thunderbolts, with thousands of pounds pressing on their foreheads. Something in their heads exploded, broke, and completely collapsed. Master, spare my life. Master, spare my life. After being terrified, several people cowed out heavily in panic. However, it was useless at this time. The 2 soldiers beside him had no way to disobey the military order. They could only pick up the knife and stab Lung Lin's body fiercely, digging out his flesh and skin, only to hear the shrill screams burst out, echoing throughout the hall. stimulating the eardrums of everyone present. The bloody and cruel scene was like a huge whip that severely whipped Lung Machen's conscience and destroyed his spiritual will. Seeing this, Su Maoyang was as steady as a mountain. Like an outsider, watching from the sidelines, making it difficult to understand his emotions. People who don't know her may think she is cruel, but only those who know her know that Su Maoyang does not allow anyone to take advantage of the people around her. That is her weakness. Her bottom line. Once someone touches her bottom line, don't blame her for being cruel. Chapter 622, I don't know what she's up to. Lung Machen saw two soldiers wielding knives to cut flesh. And in a moment, the 6 secret guards were riddled with holes and blood. The bloody and cruel scene made even him, a general who had fought on the battlefield, feel cold. And the shrill roar made the atmosphere so oppressive that it made people breathless. The 6 secret guards would never have thought that they would really endure the pain of being cut into pieces. And they would never have thought that they would fall into the hands of a worthless person who looked down on them. The most unexpected thing was that the one who gave the order was actually the master they swore to be loyal to until death. It was so ironic and ridiculous. Faced with this situation, Lung Machen felt uncomfortable. A sense of hostility lingered around him. He clenched his fists tightly, and his nails dug deep into the flesh. The anger in his chest was boiling like a pot of boiling water. He felt a surge of anger going straight to his forehead, and his temples were throbbing. Unable to bear it any longer, he turned to glare at Su Maoyang, gnashing his teeth and questioning him. His gloomy tone showed his great patience. Su Mu, are you satisfied now? Hand over the antidote. For General Chao and the overall situation, Lung Machen paid a painful price. If he still couldn't get the antidote, he would really tear Su Maoyang apart. Su Maoyang saw the 6 secret guards being tortured to death, and then he nodded slightly with satisfaction. Okay, I'll give you the antidote, but you have to give me a day. Su Mu, how dare you play tricks on this general? His poison can't last long. And you actually let him wait for a day. Lung Machen heard this, and the anger accumulated in his chest instantly erupted like a volcano. He slapped the table with one palm, and it was immediately shattered. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Su Maoyang looked at him calmly after hearing this, and said coldly, I don't have the antidote on me, so I have to spend a day to make a temporary pill. If you want to survive, there is only one way. That is to wait another day. This is not that she deliberately made things difficult, but she really needed a day to prepare. When Lung Machen heard the words temporary pill making, a trace of surprise flashed across his handsome pupils, and he frowned and asked loudly, Practice pill making? Are you an alchemist? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and did not comment. Lung Machen was surprised to see her acquiescing, and his angry handsome face suddenly subsided. He didn't expect that the thin little man in front of him was actually a noble alchemist. He really underestimated him. Okay, I'll give you another day, if you don't hurry up and make the antidote. As soon as General Chao dies, you and your henchmen will die. So, I advise you not to play any tricks. As he said that, he stood up suddenly and ordered the 2 soldiers coldly, arrange a room for him and watch him make the elixir. After he finished speaking, he glared at Su Maoyang fiercely, then angrily threw his sleeves and left. That night, Su Maoyang was taken to an empty room. Soldiers were reinforced outside the room, surrounded by 3 layers inside and outside, and not even a fly could fly in. Su Maoyang looked at the situation outside through the window, and then he completely gave up the idea of escaping. This is the enemy's territory, and his people are everywhere. It is harder than climbing to the sky to run away. What's more, Lin Water is still in their hands, so she can't act rashly. Thinking of this, she sighed softly, and had no choice but to go back to the couch, put out the medicine cauldron, and hurry to make the antidote. For now, let's stabilize Lung Machen first. A day passed quickly. The sun rose and set, until it was close to dusk, and there were small and anxious footsteps outside. Su Maoyang quickly put away the medicine cauldron, held the refined antidote in her hand, stood up and approached the window, looking at the situation outside through the pierced window paper. At this time, it was a mess outside, and several maids came and went in a hurry, holding basins and handkerchiefs in their hands, and went to the distance in a panic. Su Maoyang saw this and immediately understood that it seemed that the poisoned old general could not hold on. Sure enough, as she expected, Lung Machen was full of anger. Running in a hurry, and suddenly knocked the door open. A loud roar, accompanied by a strong wind, came. Su Mu, where is your antidote? His stern face turned red due to anxiety. His 2 eyeballs were bulging and bloodshot, and his voice was like thunder, deafening. Su Maoyang didn't waste any words, and directly reached out and handed over the refined pill. This is a lower-level soul-returning poison pill. Give it to him, and he will wake up in less than an hour. Lung Machin saw this, anxiously took the pill, and looked at it carefully. His eyes flashed with shock that could not be concealed. And there was also a strong suspicion. A lower-level pill. So you are actually an early-stage pill emperor? The level of the early-stage pill emperor is not low, and it can be regarded as a very powerful alchemist. You should know that his sister, who is known as an alchemy genius, is only at the level of the early-stage pill emperor. After all, they have reached this level at a young age, and they are considered genius-level figures. Seeing Su Maoyang was silent and didn't refute, Lung Machin misunderstood her as an early-stage Dan emperor. But unexpectedly, Su Maoyang was a middle-stage Dan emperor who was a whole level higher. Facing Su Maoyang's silence, Lung Machin couldn't help but narrow his eyes, looking at her deeply in disbelief, trying to find out some clues, and finally warned, "You'd better not play tricks on me." It was obvious that he was always worried about Su Mu. After all, he fell twice in her hands. First, he lost Xuanca City, and then killed 6 carefully trained secret guards. And there was a shadow in his heart. Lung Machin wanted to skin Su Maoyang and pull out his bones just thinking of these 2 things. If he didn't have to rely on her to refine the detoxification pill, she would have been crushed to ashes by him at this moment. Su Maoyang felt Lung Machin's distrust, shook his head gently, and sneered. "General Lung, I'm not stupid. Playing tricks now. Isn't it courting death? If the old general is poisoned to death, I won't survive tonight. To be honest, I don't want him to get into trouble more than you do." Hearing this, Lung Machin snorted in anger, thinking that General Chao's poison could not be delayed. So he turned around and left quickly. After watching him leave, the Golden Lion King in the space could not help but ask anxiously, "Master, you have given him the antidote, without the means to restrain them. Isn't it a dead end? If General Chao dies, Su Maoyang and Lin Wanner will be buried with him. But if General Chao comes back to life and removes the poison, then Su Maoyang will no longer have the conditions to restrain the enemy. And won't he be at the mercy of others? This move, no matter how it goes, will be a death anyway." After hearing this, Su Maoyang hooked her red lips slightly. A cunning flashed across her eyes, and her voice slowly flowed out like a low hum. "Who said I have no means to restrain them? Just wait and see. Even if the general comes back to life, Lung Machin will not dare to do anything to me." The Golden Lion King, the Sky Demon Marten, and the Blue Cloud Leopard were all confused, wondering what she was up to. Chapter 623 Hand over the poison formula. Sure enough, within an hour, General Chao, who had taken the antidote, finally woke up. The imperial doctors, who accompanied the army, carefully examined him and confirmed that he had really eliminated the poison and was fine. Then, they breathed a sigh of relief and turned to report to Lung Machin. "General Lung, General Chao's poison has been completely cleared. He only needs to recuperate for a few days, and he will recover." Hearing this, Lung Machin, who had been worried all the time, also eased his expression and nodded slightly. It seems that this time, Su Mu really didn't lie to him. However, when he thought of his successive defeats of the Burning Blood army and the death of his 6 secret guards, Lung Machin was furious, clenched his fists, gave a few simple instructions, and turned to walk towards Su Mu's room. Su Mu had hurt him so badly, and he had to settle this account with him. Su Maoyang seemed to have expected him to come a long time ago. At this time, he sat on a chair, watching him walk out of the yard, with a posture that was completely waiting for him. Lung Machin saw that she looked calm and met his gaze without any fear. His heroic eyebrows suddenly frowned. His face was cold and dark, brewing with hidden anger. He couldn't figure it out. Su Mu had no support to restrain him. He was just a captive who was at the mercy of others and in danger of life at any time. Shouldn't she be afraid, trembling, and terrified at this time? Why didn't she panic at all, but waited for him calmly? Lung Machin found that he couldn't see the man's mind at all. Thinking of this, his heart sank even more. Sometimes people are like this. The more you show weakness, the more arrogant the enemy will be, and use all kinds of despicable means to deal with you. However, the calmer Su Maoyang behaved, the more people couldn't figure out his mind, and dared not act rashly. Moreover, Lung Machin had suffered a loss at her hands, and with psychological trauma, he would naturally be more cautious. Now, seeing Su Maoyang's attitude of taking the initiative, Lung Machin was more and more unsure whether she would use more vicious means to make him fall in the next second. So, in addition to being angry, he was also vigilant and on guard. At this time, the general should have been cured, and General Lang should be happy. Why is his face so dark? Su Maoyang had a faint smile on her lips, and her dark pupils seemed to glow, emitting a strange luster. The playful question made Lang Machin's face even more embarrassed. She still had the nerve to ask him why he had a dark face. She killed so many soldiers of the Burning Blood Army, and cut his 6 secret guards into pieces. Facing such an enemy, should he still greet her with a smile? He didn't cut her into pieces, which was already very good. However, because Su Mu was still somewhat useful, he could not kill him so quickly. So he suppressed all his anger and spoke calmly. Su Mu, you should know that you will die if you enter Tianyan City. But as long as you behave well, I can consider giving you a way out. Sure enough, it came. Su Maoyang had expected that this matter was not as simple as detoxification. She raised her eyebrows slightly, although she had already figured it out in her mind. But her expression still pretended to be listening attentively. I don't know what I should do to let General Ling give me a way out. Lung Machin saw that she took the bait, raised his sword eyebrows slightly, and said slowly, as long as you hand over the poison that killed the soldiers, I will spare your life. When Su Maoyang heard this, he immediately understood that he was talking about the explosives mixed with poison. He must have seen the power of poison gas bombs. So he also wanted to make poison gas bombs as a counterattack on the battlefield. Tsinghua Tiancheng has already lost Roaming City, and Tian'in City, as a neighbor, is in danger of being attacked at any time. In order to resist the Yulu army, they had to come up with strong tactics. Otherwise, Tian'in City would be in danger. You know, if they lose this battle, it will definitely become the most tragic and embarrassing battle in the history of Tsinghua Tiancheng. It will definitely cause Tsinghua Tiancheng to suffer a great loss of vitality. Therefore, getting the formula of explosives should be the most powerful counterattack. Realizing this, Su Maoyang smiled. General Lung, why do you think I will give you the formula? Lung Machin's face darkened when he heard this, and a cold light flashed in his pupils. It seems that you are not willing to drink the wine for punishment. In this case, I have nothing to say. Come on. Take Su Mu to the prison and torture him until he is willing to hand over the formula. General Chao was poisoned before, and his life was at stake. He dared not delay for a moment, so he had to be controlled by Su Maoyang. But now, the situation is different. General Chao is fine, and he has plenty of time to slowly waste with Su Maoyang until she comes up with the formula for explosives. He believes that once in the prison, no matter how stubborn a person is, he will have to compromise obediently. Su Maoyang didn't seem surprised at all after hearing this. A calm and composed smile appeared on his ordinary face. His eyes, as dark as ink, looked deeply at Lung Machin. His sharp eyes made the latter's heart jump, and a hint of coldness lingered. General Lung, I hope you don't regret your decision today. You have to know that if you send me to prison, it won't be so easy to ask me to get out. Before leaving, Su Maoyang had an unpredictable expression and gave a serious reminder. But these words fell into Lung Machin's ears, and they seemed to be ignorant and arrogant. He seemed to have heard a big joke, sneered angrily, and growled in a deep voice. I, Lung Machin, don't know how to write regrets in this life. I want to see how you, a captive, can make me regret it. Come on. Take him away quickly. Hearing the order, several soldiers rushed in from outside and quickly stepped forward to capture Su Maoyang. This time, Su Maoyang did not resist, but stared at Lung Machin with a dim look, letting the soldiers catch her, and then quickly left the room. Her calm demeanor when she left the room made Lung Machin mad. He had never met such a difficult person. After entering the so-called prison, Su Maoyang found that it was actually a dark and damp underground palace. The area was not small, and the surroundings were messy and dirty. Walking along the way, dark red bloodstains could be seen everywhere, and a rotten and moldy smell could be smelled everywhere. The further you went in, the more miserable screams you could hear from the depths of the dungeon. Such an environment was eerie and terrifying. And it was creepy. Just walking in would make people confess and compromise. While Su Maoyang was observing the surroundings, the prison boss, who led her, had already loudly ordered the soldiers who were torturing use the red-hot iron block. Several soldiers nodded in understanding after hearing this, and wanted to step forward to catch Su Maoyang. However, who was Su Maoyang? She was at least an early-stage venerable spiritual master. Facing the actions of several soldiers, she didn't even move a step. She waved her sleeves and violently knocked away the two soldiers who came forward. And then her figure flashed and instantly approached the prison boss. I don't know when. A dagger had been turned out in her hand and fiercely hit the prison boss's neck. Chapter 624. He will ask us to get out. Are you sure you want to torture me? Su Maoyang leaned close to the head of the prison, lowered her voice, and said something eerie, which frightened the head of the prison. The other soldiers were also frightened by this scene and changed their faces. They stared at her with horror, not knowing what to do for a moment. Su Mu, you are so brave. You dare to hold me hostage. The head of the prison was terrified, shaking his body, and scolded him with a trembling voice. Su Maoyang curled her lips, seemingly smiling, but her eyes were indescribably cold. I not only dare to hold you hostage, but also dare to kill you. Do you believe it? As she said, she increased the strength of the dagger in her hand, and instantly left a deep blood mark on the neck of the head of the prison. Feeling the same feeling on his skin and the coldness of the dagger, the prisoner was trembling with fear, but he still refuted strongly. Su Mu, if you kill me, you will not live. That's not necessarily true. You are just a small prisoner. If you die, you die. I am a prisoner they have finally captured. If they don't squeeze out useful information from me, do you think General Lung will let me die easily? Su Maoyang's low voice was like a blow to the head, which made the prisoner stiff all over and completely broke the last line of defense in his heart. Su Mu, I am also working under someone else. There is really no way. The general stipulates the execution. If I disobey the military order, I will die. Aren't you making things difficult for me? The prisoner knew that intimidation would not work, so he had to be soft-tempered and stabilize Su Maoyang first. Su Maoyang didn't fall for it. The dagger in his hand dug deeper and deeper into his flesh. Since disobeying military orders means death, I will send you off early so that you don't have to endure General Lung's punishment. As Su Maoyang said this, she suddenly showed her murderous intent. Just as she was about to make a move, she heard the prison boss begging for mercy in a crying voice. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I won't torture you. Isn't it okay not to torture you? Facing death, the prison boss naturally didn't care about the punishment in the future. If he couldn't even save his life now, why would he worry about the punishment in the future? I can only promise not to torture you, but I really can't let you go out. This was his maximum concession. Su Maoyang nodded slightly when she heard this. In fact, she didn't care whether she could go out or not, because she knew that Ling Machin would come to ask her out sooner or later. What's more, there were Ling Machin's people everywhere outside. Even if she went out now, she would have no chance to escape. So, she wouldn't be stupid enough to waste time and energy on useless work. Just tell me where Lin Water is, and you don't have to worry about the rest, Su Maoyang said coldly. Upon hearing this, the prison boss nodded quickly. I know where she is. I'll take you there. Put the dagger away. Su Maoyang saw that he was honest, so he moved the dagger away, dragged him forward, and said 2 words. Lead the way. The prison boss saw Su Maoyang's strength and did not dare to resist casually. He had to bite the bullet and take her to Lin Water's cell. At this time, Lin Water was lying in the corner of the cell. There was a big hole in her shoulder, bleeding profusely, and her face was pale. If it weren't for the last bit of will supporting her, she would have fainted completely at this time. When she heard the rustling sound of the door opening, she opened her eyes slightly and took a look. This glance immediately made her look drastically changed, and she shouted in disbelief. Master, why are you here? As she said that, she wanted to get up, and Su Maoyang, who walked in quickly, was shocked and immediately held her down. Quickly took out a pill from the medicine bottle and fed it into her mouth. Lung Machin locked me in. Su Maoyang helped her treat the wound while frowning and explaining. What? You are also locked in. What should I do? Lin Water at least thought that Su Maoyang had a way to get out. But she didn't expect that even she came to this ghost place. Does it mean that they can't escape death? Su Maoyang patted her hand and comforted her softly. Don't worry. We will return to the dark area of Yunlu safely tomorrow. After she finished speaking, she had bandaged Lin Wanner's wound with her hands and feet. Lin Wanner didn't understand what she said. Her pale face was full of doubts. Tomorrow? Did the Emperor send someone to attack us? Su Maoyang was the sworn enemy of the blood-burning army. They wanted to grind her to ashes. So how could they let her leave safely? So, what she could think of was that Jun Haocong came to rescue them. Su Maoyang shook her head. No. Tomorrow, Lung Machan will take the initiative to beg us to go out. What? Take the initiative to beg us to go out? Is he crazy? Lin Wanner couldn't imagine that the enemy general would take the initiative to ask for prisoners of war. This was too strange. Obviously, she didn't want to believe it, and thought Su Maoyang was a little whimsical. They became prisoners of war, and they could only be slaughtered by others. There was no such thing as a general begging for prisoners of war in this world. Faced with her doubts, Su Maoyang didn't explain too much, but just advised her to be at ease. However, the next morning, Lin Wanner really saw a miracle. Lung Machan actually sent someone to invite Su Maoyang. The moment the iron gate opened, she saw two soldiers walking in quickly and speaking loudly with a serious face. Su Mu, General Lung asked you to go and come with us. Hearing this, Lin Wanner widened her eyes in shock, looked at the two soldiers in disbelief, and finally her eyes fell on Su Maoyang. At this time, Su Maoyang was leaning in the corner and pretending to sleep, turning a deaf ear to the words of the two, and leaving them aside without giving face. Seeing this, the two soldiers frowned, looked embarrassed, and suddenly shouted, Su Mu, didn't you hear it? General Lung asked you to go see him. Hurry up and go with us. After the roar fell, Su Maoyang pretended not to hear it, still closed his eyes and ignored it. The two soldiers couldn't bear it anymore, and gnashed their teeth in anger. Su Mu, you dare to disobey the military order. Are you tired of living? Su Maoyang slowly opened his eyes after hearing this, and looked at them coldly. I once said that if you send me to the dungeon, it will not be so easy to ask me to get out. Go back and tell your general that I have made up my mind to stay in the dungeon. Please go back. As she said this, she raised her hand slightly and refused coldly. The two soldiers were surprised to see this. They had never seen such a strange person. The general ordered her to leave the dungeon, but she stayed in the dungeon. Is this person crazy? Lin Wanner was so anxious when she saw this, and immediately advised, Master, now you have a chance to go out. You should go quickly. If you miss such a rare opportunity, you will really die here. Su Maoyang didn't care at all, closed his eyes again, and dozed off. The two soldiers looked at it. Their faces twitched with surprise, and turned away speechlessly. Chapter 625, Not Blaming, but Thanking? Lin Wanner saw the two soldiers leave like this, and then saw Su Maoyang's attitude of not caring at all. She was so angry that she jumped up and down. Her pale face turned red at this time, and her eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that she was extremely worried. Master, are you crazy? If you stay in the dungeon all the time, when can you get out? You must know that only when you get out can you find a way to get out. You can't stay here deliberately because you are worried about me. If so, I might as well die to avoid dragging you down. The dungeon was guarded by 3 layers of people inside and outside, and not even a fly could fly in, let alone get out. And they faced either soldiers or prison bosses every day, all of whom were people who couldn't say anything. If they wanted to get out, even a little cleverness would not work. Su Maoyang was so smart that she naturally knew this truth, but she still stubbornly insisted on staying. In addition to worrying about herself, Lin Wanner really couldn't think of any other reason. Thinking of this, Lin Wanner's anxious face surged with a look of fearless death, and she suddenly raised her hand and slapped her chest hard, in order not to implicate Su Maoyang. What does her life mean? Su Maoyang was frightened to see that she actually had such thoughts, and immediately raised his sleeves to wave away, opened Lin Wanner's hand, frowned and scolded. Lin Wanner, don't do stupid things to me. I said we will be fine. It really will be fine. Don't think about it. Lin Wanner covered her arm that was hurt by the beating, and saw Su Maoyang's angry face, and apologized with guilt in her heart. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, the master wouldn't be like this. No need to apologize to me. This time it's all thanks to you. On the contrary, I want to thank you. Su Maoyong saw that she had calmed down. And then he explained lightly. Lin Water was confused by her words. Her gloomy expression suddenly showed surprise. She asked back in disbelief. Master, what are you talking about? You can't deliberately say nonsense to comfort me just because you don't want me to feel guilty. I caused you to become a prisoner of war and be at the mercy of others. You actually want to thank me. What's the point? Su Maoyong heard the words, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he raised a sly smile. He smiled and shook his head. You think too much. This time it's really not to comfort you. Think about it. If I don't use this method, can I successfully enter Tianyan City and successfully mix into the Burning Blood Army? Lin Wana was even more dumbfounded when she heard this. She blinked her eyes, as big as copper bells, a few times, facing her weird smile. She suddenly couldn't turn around. After thinking for a while, Lin Water gradually came to her senses. She opened her mouth in surprise and gasped. Master, could it be that even this capture was intentional? Su Maoyong saw that her voice was a little loud, and immediately shushed her. Keep your voice down. Lin Water was scolded. And then she immediately reacted, covering her mouth fiercely, her round eyes full of shock. Su Maoyong saw the question in her pupils, nodded slightly, and tacitly agreed with her guess. In fact, it was not entirely intentional. We were ambushed on the road, and your capture was indeed unexpected. I saw you being stabbed, so I had the idea of sneaking in. Someone dared to touch the people she cared about, and she was angry on the spot. She simply took advantage of the situation and went back to Tianyan City with them, just in time to mess them up and help Jun Haocong to bring down Finianjin from inside and outside. You know, if it weren't for this capture, she would never have been able to sneak into the Burning Blood Army. Even if she did, she would have been discovered by the cunning Burning Heavenly Lord. Instead, she was captured and given the identity of a prisoner of war, so she could stay here openly. I believe that Burning Heavenly Lord, who is so proud and conceited, will naturally not take a prisoner of war seriously. Therefore, such an identity can lower his vigilance, confuse his vision and hearing, and make it easier to get things done. To be honest, Su Maoyong is really grateful to Lin Wana for giving her this opportunity to infiltrate the enemy. Seeing Su Maoyong's eyes flashing with wisdom, Lin Wana suddenly calmed down a lot. In addition to the strong shock in her heart, there were more questions. But you are now a prisoner of war, locked in a dungeon, and you can't do anything. It's useless. Who said that nothing can be done? In less than an hour, Lung Machin will come to the dungeon in person to ask me to get out. Su Maoyong's tone was firm, with a confident smile on his face. Lin Wana was even more puzzled when she heard this. She had never heard of a general running to the dungeon to beg for prisoners of war. It was really unbelievable. Just when Lin Wana was puzzled, Su Maoyong had closed his eyes again and began to meditate and practice. Soon, a rich spiritual energy floated around. Seeing this, Lin Wana helplessly held her forehead. They were all imprisoned and faced death at any time. But she was so good that she even practiced in prison. I really have to admire her calmness. Seeing that she stopped talking, Lin Wana also sat aside helplessly, waiting for everything that would happen next. Her whole heart was in turmoil, and she couldn't calm down. Just when she was getting irritated, footsteps were heard outside. The sound came from far away and approached quickly. After just a few breaths, Lin Wana saw a tall and straight figure coming from the opposite side. The man was wearing a handsome armor, had a handsome and cold face, and was surrounded by a murderous aura. Even before he got close, Lin Wana couldn't help but shudder. At this time, the man had already strode to the door of the cell. Seeing that Su Maoyong was actually resting leisurely with her eyes closed, without suffering any harm, he was furious. But he couldn't touch her at this time, which really made him feel aggrieved. Su Mu, get out of here! A roar suddenly sounded, shaking the air faintly. Lin Wana was shocked. When she heard the word general, she immediately realized that this person should be Lung Machin mentioned by Su Maoyong. Recognizing the other party's identity, she was shocked again. She didn't expect that the general actually came to the cell in person. Lin Wana was surprised. But Su Maoyong heard the roar. But he still sat like an old monk and ignored Lung Machin. Lung Machin was furious when he learned that she refused to leave prison and drove away his soldiers. Now that she still ignored him, he gnashed his teeth and roared. Su Mu, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Su Maoyong heard the words, The corners of his lips curled slightly. Slowly opened his eyes. And looked at him meaningfully. Why should I be afraid? If I die, you should be afraid? Hearing this, Lung Machen's pupils suddenly widened. And he jumped into shock. It seems that you knew it all along. So you are so unscrupulous. I really underestimated you. Lin Wana heard the conversation between the two. Confused. And didn't understand what they were saying at all. Chapter 626 Kneel down and beg me. Su Maoyang saw that Lin Machen was about to go berserk by him. And his eyebrows were slightly raised. He was in a very happy mood. His soft voice was so gentle that it could squeeze water out of it. But it was like a cold knife. Which made people shudder. I planned all this. If I didn't know, who would know? Lung Machen was shocked. In addition to anger, his expression was also deeply shocked. The man in front of him was too complicated. He always had a trick up his sleeve. Every time he let his guard down, he was hit hard. It was really abominable. Not to mention him. Even Finch and June didn't expect that Su Maoyang had buried explosives on the way to Xingping City in advance. As a result, the two generals were unfortunately poisoned when fighting with Jun Haocong. Now they are on the verge of life and death and urgently need an antidote. If there is no antidote, Finch and June will face the risk of losing two fierce generals in a row. Such a blow is simply fatal. General Chao is still lying in bed and has not fully recovered. Now the other two generals have had problems. The hateful thing is that the enemy has completely occupied Rongming City and is ready to attack at any time. As long as the two generals have problems, this battle will undoubtedly be lost by Finchua Tianqing. Not only will it be lost, but it will also cause huge losses. Fortunately, the news that the two generals were poisoned was blocked by Fan Tianjun and has not been spread so far, which temporarily stabilized the morale of the army. The two generals were also secretly transported back to Tianyan City tonight, waiting for Su Maoyang's antidote. As long as they survive, Finchua Tianqing still has hope of turning defeat into victory. If they cannot survive, the consequences are completely unimaginable by Lung Machen. Therefore, Fan Tianjun is now furious in the hall, worrying about the safety of the two generals. Thinking of this, Lung Machen had to endure his anger and humiliation, and patiently negotiated with Su Maoyang. What will it take for you to go out and make an antidote for them? Su Maoyang knew that it was time to negotiate, and his indifferent face became a little stubborn. I said earlier that it was easy to send me in, but it was difficult to ask me out. I also advised you not to regret it. With your current attitude, are you planning to lose this face? Hearing this, Lung Machen clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He was a great general, and he cared about his face the most. Now he could stand here with a thick skin. It can be imagined that he was forced to what extent and mustered up a lot of courage. Even if he didn't say these, Su Maoyang could see clearly. She said these words, but she was just deliberately mocking him. Su Mu, I advise you not to challenge my patience. Take out the antidote while I'm talking nicely. Otherwise I can't guarantee what I will do. Su Maoyang sneered and retorted after hearing this. General Lung, I also advise you not to act on impulse. It's worth using my head to replace the heads of thousands of your burning blood army. Yu Leng Machen was simply forced into a corner by her. Okay. Tell me what I have to do to save them. Lung Machen was arrogant and unrestrained in his life. Only Su Maoyang could make him endure like this. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and looked at him carefully. Kneel down and beg me. If I'm happy, maybe I'll give you the antidote. Lung Machen had never been humiliated so much before. He was furious and roared with a red face. Su Mu, don't push your luck. Su Maoyang glanced at him coldly, as if she could not see his rage, and closed her eyes again. You are asking for help with this attitude. It seems that you don't want to save their lives. So please go back. Seeing that she was as stubborn as a rock. So stubborn that it made people collapse. Lung Machen, who could not let go of his dignity, could no longer bear it. He just wanted to use the simplest and roughest way. And suddenly shouted, Come on. Torture this general until she hands over the antidote. Hearing this, Su Maoyang suddenly opened his eyes and stared at him with dark eyes, with a glaring sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. I want to see whether you torture me to hand over the antidote faster, or they die faster. General Lung, do you want to gamble? Lung Machen heard the words, and his angry handsome face suddenly turned pale. He found that he could not outlast the man in front of him. If he delayed here for one more second, the lives of the two generals would be in danger. What's more, Now Lord Fentian is even more furious than him, and ordered him to get the antidote immediately. If he doesn't accept Su Maoyang's conditions and delays the rescue time of the two generals, the consequences will be disastrous. Seeing those cold, resolute and stubborn black eyes, Leng Machen suddenly couldn't be sure if he had a chance of winning if he forced it, or he didn't have any chance of winning at all. Su Mu could afford this bet, but he and the two generals couldn't. Thinking of this, he felt like cold water was pouring over him, trembling with sweat hairs, and his clenched fists kept exerting force, and he could see drops of blood flowing out of his palms. After a stalemate for a while, Leng Machen may have overcome his self-esteem in his heart, and finally knelt down heavily. "Please, take out the antidote." Such words were almost squeezed out from Leng Machen's lips and teeth, cold and hard, mixed with the raging anger that he endured. But even so, Lin Water was still shocked. Her pretty face seemed to be frozen, with a stiff expression and a faint twitch at the corner of her mouth. She really didn't expect that Leng Machen, as a general beside Lord Finchen, would kneel down and beg their master. This scene was too shocking and horrifying. Seeing this, Lin Water could no longer control her inner shock and quickly covered her mouth. Speechless, the only one who could be forced into this state was probably her master. Su Maoyang didn't expect that he would actually kneel down. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, and he finally let go. "Since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly agree. But I have to see Lin Wan leave the city in person." Leng Machen stood up suddenly when he heard this, and retorted with a dark face, "What if I let her go, and you don't want to give me the antidote? She has played a lot of tricks." How can he believe her? "Since you don't want to believe me, there is no other way. You have to give me your head and your life. If I can let the two generals of the Burning Blood Army be buried with me, my life will not be in vain." Su Maoyang seemed to be ready to give up. Leng Machen took a deep breath after hearing this. He naturally couldn't beat her, so he could only shout, "Come here! Escort Lin Wan out of the city." Lin Water came back to her senses after hearing this, and hurriedly said, "Master, I won't leave. I can't leave you here alone." Su Maoyang frowned and angrily blamed, "You stay here, but you are a burden to me. Remember what I just told you. Don't worry about me." Lin Wan was reminded of Su Maoyang's intention. Although she was worried, she couldn't let herself ruin her big plan. She had implicated her once before, and she couldn't implicate her again. Thinking of this, Lin Water gritted her teeth and followed the soldiers out of the cell. Su Maoyang followed her all the way until he really saw her leave Tianyan City safely, and then handed over the antidote. However, not long after the two generals had detoxified, Su Maoyang was summoned by Fentianjin. She had heard about Fentianjin a long time ago. She heard that he was a man who was not inferior to Jun Haocong at all. He once made Jun Haocong fall down and almost lost his life. It was enough to show that this man was a tough character who couldn't be provoked. There were also rumors that this man had a face that was more charming and beautiful than a woman. Su Maoyang suddenly had a few more indescribable expectations. Chapter 627, Have to be more careful. The night was dark, and the cold wind was blowing. Su Maoyang was led by Leng Machen through several corridors, and came to a place called Guanhai Hall. The environment here was secluded and guarded by soldiers everywhere. If it weren't for Leng Machen leading the way, she would have been caught on the spot before she even got close to the yard. With such strict security, Su Maoyang knew without guessing that this Guanhai Hall should be the place where Fentianjin stayed. Just as Su Maoyang looked around carefully, Leng Machen had already led her into the hall, and came to the side hall. The furnishings in the side hall were simple, with only 2 or 3 tables and chairs, a few unnamed but luxurious and expensive vases and potted plants, and exquisite and gorgeous porcelain ornaments. There were many ink paintings on the walls with poems on them, which added a bit of poetic and picturesque to the whole room. But behind the jade-white bee curtain, the smoke was lingering, the candlelight was swaying, and the strange fragrance was fragrant. The scene inside was looming and unclear, and it seemed a bit gloomy. Leng Machen took 2 steps forward, clasped his fists respectfully and reported, "Lord Finchen, Su Mu is here." After a moment of silence, a faint, misty, ethereal voice came from inside. "Go down." After the voice fell, Leng Machen bowed and glared at Su Maoyang before leaving. Su Maoyang tried to see the situation behind the bee curtain, and vaguely saw a figure leaning on the couch. He could only see the tall back, but not the specific appearance. His red hair fell like a waterfall, gently hanging to the ground. And under the flickering candlelight, it was shining with a bright luster. Just this back alone was full of indescribable enchantment and evilness. It was hard to imagine what kind of enchanting face was in front. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang's expression froze slightly, and her pupils jumped with surprise. This feeling was very unique and familiar. She seemed to have seen that bright red hair somewhere. Just as Su Maoyang was recalling carefully, the person inside spoke. "Are you Su Mu who made the poison gas?" Su Maoyang came back to his senses instantly after being asked suddenly, and answered cautiously, "Yes. I heard that this strategic deployment was planned by you. Not only did you kill many of my soldiers, but you also poisoned 3 generals. You are quite capable." The man's voice was like a flute, pleasant to the ears. Although he was talking about blood feuds, it was as gentle as the curling smoke from the incense burner, which fell lightly into Su Maoyang's heart. Su Maoyang couldn't help but sigh that the Finchen Jun in front of him was really able to keep his temper. He had lost so many troops because of his poison gas bombs. But now he could talk to him calmly, which was enough to show how deep his thoughts were. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's scalp tingled a little, and he pulled up the corners of his mouth stiffly, and said modestly, "Lord Finchen, you are joking. I am just an insignificant soldier. How can I control the entire battle situation? I just made some poison gas bombs and assisted from the side." "That thing is called poison gas bomb? It's a new word. Do you know that your poison gas bomb is more effective than any tactics?" Lord Finchen's voice was as lazy as a cat, and his tone was soft, but it had a deterrent power that made people feel cold and terrified. Lord Finchen was never afraid of any tactics. No matter how powerful the tactics were, they would only lose some troops. But poison gas bombs were different. For the unprepared Burning Blood army, if they encountered the spread of poison gas, they would basically be wiped out. This is not an effect that ordinary tactics can achieve. He had also used poison gas to attack the Yunlu army before, but the effect was not satisfactory. The poison gas could only spread in a small area. Once the enemy was slightly alert, they would take corresponding measures, which could only defeat part of the enemy's forces. However, the poison gas bomb that Su Mu mentioned did not give the enemy any time to react. It exploded directly, and the projection distance was far and wide. It could be blown up wherever it wanted. It was simply pointing and hitting wherever it wanted. The poison gas also spread instantly, and the effect was too amazing. Therefore, this was the first time that he was caught off guard, and he had to pay attention to the poison gas bomb mentioned by Su Maoyang. If their Burning Blood army also had poison gas bombs, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, which would be very tempting to Lord Fintian. "Su Mu, you are a smart person. Since you have come to the territory of Burning Blood City, you should know that life and death depends on a word from this lord. If you know what's interesting, hand over the formula of the poison gas bomb. Otherwise..." Sure enough, Su Maoyang was well prepared, and Lord Fintian still took a fancy to her poison gas bomb formula. "Otherwise, how could I waste so much time talking to her here?" Su Maoyang heard this, curled his lips, sneered and asked, "What else will happen? Kill me? Lord Finchen, I just saved your 3 generals. Are you planning to cross the river and destroy the bridge? If you are unwilling to hand over the formula of the poison gas bomb, then your bridge will have no value. Killing you will not only give an explanation to the dead soldiers, but also cut off one of Jun Haotsong's arms. Why not do it? Talking about benevolence, morality, gratitude and conscience in front of Lord Finchen is basically seeking death. In his eyes, there is only interest, no morality. Lord Finchen has heard about Su Mu's deeds for a long time, and now he has seen her methods, so he will naturally not let a genius-level military advisor return to Jun Haotsong safely. If such a person cannot be used by him, he must cut the grass and root it out to prevent future troubles, and he must not let the enemy get away with it. Su Maoyang knew that Fentianjin had the intention to kill, and asked sarcastically, "Fentianjin, I'm not stupid. I killed so many of your soldiers. If I hand over the formula now, can I still survive tonight?" Hee. "Do you think you can survive tonight if you don't hand over the formula?" Fentianjin laughed twice, with cold certainty. She trembled all over when she heard it, and a chill surged in her heart. She absolutely believed that the insidious man in front of her would use 100 ways to make her take out the formula. Each one was more painful than death. Su Maoyang was not stupid. To deal with such a character, she must not force it. If she did, Not only would her life be in danger, but she would also be worse off than death. Although she was stubborn and unyielding, she was lucky to have a brain and could read people's expressions. So, she thought of a compromise. Lord Finchon, since you want my poison gas bombs, I'm worried that if I give you the formula, you will cross the river and burn the bridge. How about this? I will be responsible for making poison gas bombs for you. As long as I am alive, you will not lack poison gas bombs. How about it? Su Maoyang made a pertinent suggestion. Lord Finchon heard this, and his charming voice rose gently. You have played so many tricks. Are you still trustworthy? Su Maoyang chuckled twice and deliberately provoked. Why? Lord Finchon is afraid of my tricks and afraid of falling into the hands of a soldier? Lord Finchon is a proud man, and naturally does not allow Su Maoyang to challenge his authority. Okay, I will give you this opportunity. If you dare to play tricks again, you should know the consequences. Lord Finchon warned coldly. Su Maoyang saw that he was relieved, and a triumphant smile appeared on his face, and he made another request. Since Lord Finchon agreed, then arrange a room with a good environment for me, and serve good wine and food, so that I can also have the strength to make poison gas bombs. Chapter 628 Identity Exposed. Finchon Jun did not expect Su Mu to be so cunning. Knowing that he cared about the gas bombs, he actually took advantage of the opportunity to make demands. But he had no way to refuse, because he really needed the gas bombs. Su Mu was probably the only prisoner of war in history who was treated better than the general. Come on. Arrange for Su Mu to stay in Huizhu Pavilion and serve him well. And don't neglect him. Finchon Jun put the overall situation first, so he was naturally too lazy to argue with her. After a moment of silence, he ordered loudly. The soldiers outside received the order, walked in quickly, clasped their fists to accept the order, and then left Guanhai Hall with Su Maoyang. Not long after Su Maoyang entered Huizhu Pavilion, and was still slowly getting familiar with the environment, he heard a fierce roar from outside. Who is Su Mu? Get out of here! The loud voice startled the birds in the tree and instantly disturbed the quiet Huizhu Pavilion. Su Maoyang, who was in the side room, was some distance away from the outside and also heard a loud roar. She was stunned for a moment, and her pupils jumped with a bit of suspicion. Then she walked out of the hall quickly and saw a woman in a red dress. She seemed to be walking on the wind, walking very fast. Her ponytail fluttered in the wind, outlining a stunning arc. Her curvy figure and beautiful face, like a lotus out of water, were 8 points similar to the handsome Leng Machin. This kind of appearance can be regarded as stunningly beautiful. Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with surprise, and before he could ask about her identity, he was rebuked by the other party. Are you Su Mu? The woman in red crossed her waist, raised her proud chest, and looked at her condescendingly. Su Maoyang didn't understand, so she nodded and said yes. Seeing that she admitted it, the red-dressed woman's pretty face instantly surged with anger, and then she raised her arm and swung out a thick and long whip, smashing it hard on the ground, making a violent sound, and directly smashing a crack in the ground. So it was you who killed the burning blood soldiers and poisoned several generals. If I don't peel off a layer of skin from you today and avenge the soldiers, I won't be called Leng. The red-dressed woman was so angry that her eyes were red. She roared suddenly, and waved the long whip in her hand, wrapped with the spiritual power of the initial stage venerable spiritual master, and swung it hard at Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang didn't expect that the other party would kill him after just a face-to-face encounter with this person. At the moment, he clenched his fists, and the spiritual power in his body boiled. Her current strength is also at the initial stage venerable spiritual master, but she is an ancient spirit body, which is much stronger than the same level. Even if she faces a mid-stage venerable spiritual master, she has the possibility of fighting, not to mention dealing with an initial stage venerable spiritual master. In a flash, the whip was about to fall on Su Maoyang, who flashed to the side with lightning speed, raised her arm suddenly, and grabbed the long whip. The red-dressed woman's spiritual power, an early-stage master of the spirit, was pinched in her palm and could not play any role. When the red-dressed woman saw this scene, her angry expression suddenly stiffened, and her pupils flashed with shock. Then she immediately withdrew her hand and wanted to pull back the whip. At this time, Su Maoyang grabbed the end of the whip and pulled it hard in her direction. The red-dressed woman was instantly taken over by a strong force. At this moment, Su Maoyang raised his palm and pushed it hard towards the chest of the red-dressed woman. The palm suddenly surged with fierce spiritual power, and it hit her all of a sudden. The red-dressed woman was blown away and fell heavily to the ground. The woman in red thought that Sumu was just a prisoner of war, who was at most more resourceful. She didn't expect that he was also an early-stage Zunlingshi. What was strange was that she, who was also an early-stage Zunlingshi, could not survive more than 5 moves in Sumu's hands. Thinking of this, the woman in red felt extremely humiliated, her pale face flushed with rage. Then, she took out a pill and swallowed it unconvinced. The wound on her chest healed quickly, and Zhou Shen's floating spiritual power was forcibly increased by 1 level, bursting out with the power fluctuations of a mid-stage Zunlingshi. Su Maoyang exclaimed in surprise when he saw this. A pill that can forcibly increase strength. Are you an alchemist? The pill that can quickly heal the wounds of an early-stage Zunlingshi and forcibly increase 1 level should be the Naong pill. You must know that this kind of pill must reach the level of an early-stage Dan Wang to be refined. If this pill comes from this woman, then she must be an amazing early-stage Dan Wang. The woman in red saw her surprise and thought she was scared. She straightened her chest and raised her head. Her face was full of pride, and she sneered twice. You guessed right. I am an alchemist in the early stage of the Dan Emperor. It is a blessing that you can die in the hands of an alchemist today. After saying this, the woman in red looked fierce, and raised her arm suddenly. The long whip wrapped with more fierce spiritual power became more powerful, like a yellow dragon swinging its tail, and rushed towards Su Maoyang crazily. The woman in red used a killing move again, pressing step by step, and each move was fatal. If it were someone else, he would have been beaten to a bloody mess by now. But unfortunately, she met Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang remained calm in the face of her strength increasing by 1 level. He looked at both sides calmly and dodged. Then he raised his hand, and the spiritual power in his hand instantly turned into a sharp knife. Seeing that the whip was about to come over again, he raised his hand and slashed it fiercely, and the whip was split in 2. The red-clothed woman was so shocked that her body froze. Before she could react, she saw Su Maoyang, who was like a ghost, coming in the blink of an eye, and saw the shiny sharp knife stabbing fiercely at her chest. The red-clothed woman was so frightened that her expression changed drastically, and she was full of fear. She had no time to dodge. However, at this moment, a white figure suddenly flew in the distance, and a strong energy suddenly slapped the sharp knife in Su Maoyang's hand away, and the other hand grabbed her collar and threw it hard to the side. Su Maoyang struggled to break free from the man's restraints and wanted to land steadily. Unexpectedly, with such a strong pull, there was only a ripping sound, and the man directly tore off a large piece of her collar on her chest, immediately exposing Su Maoyang's white and attractive hook. Lung Machin, who came to rescue people, was shocked by this scene. All his roars were choked in his throat, and he couldn't spit out a word. His brown pupils were bulging and round, full of horror. What did he see? Isn't that a woman's asterisk? Su Maoyang's expression changed drastically because of his straight eyes. She suddenly covered her chest and shouted angrily, Lung Machin, where are you looking? Lung Machin was completely back to his senses after being yelled at by her, and exclaimed in shock, So, you are a woman? The woman in red, who was protected behind him, also looked at Su Maoyang with shock. She really couldn't believe it. This person had a rough appearance and looked like a man, but she didn't expect that she was actually a girl. Chapter 629. Is she a woman? Su Mu. Who are you? What is your intention in dressing as a man? Lung Machin stared at Su Maoyang in astonishment, and countless question marks suddenly appeared in his mind. He really couldn't understand what kind of thoughts this person had in mind to do such an incredible thing. He only knew that Su Mu was cunning, but he didn't expect that even her being a man was fake. Is this all a conspiracy of Emperor Yunlu? Deliberately let her dress as a man? But why hide her gender? Such an intention is too strange. Lung Machin was puzzled, and Su Maoyang, whose gender was revealed, looked calm. In fact, she didn't expect to expose her identity at this time. But facing an unknown enemy, she didn't have too many concerns. Su Maoyang calmly arranged her clothes to cover her breasts, and her calm tone was a bit sarcastic. General Lung, you are so funny. You said people to capture me to Tianyan City, but you don't know who I am? What's wrong with you? At first, she disguised herself as a man just to deal with the Yunlu army and stay with Jun Haotsong. now facing enemies who don't know her true identity. She has no need to hide. What's more, she has changed her appearance now, with a female body and a male appearance. They will never associate her with Jun Haotsong's woman, because no one believes that Jun Haotsong's vision is so bad that he would actually like her ugly face. So, she is still safe for the time being. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang became calmer. The red-clothed woman behind Ling Machan saw Su Maoyang's fearless attitude, and her face of shock turned into anger. As an alchemist, Leng Shuyue has always had a sense of superiority. In addition, her spiritual power is not weak, and her kung fu skills are also good. A person who can make alchemy and spiritual power go hand in hand is not a simple person. However, such a proud and arrogant Ling Shuyue was defeated by a prisoner of war who is also a woman. What a shame. What's more, she took the elixir and forcibly upgraded to a level. Unexpectedly, she still couldn't beat Su Maoyang. If her brother hadn't come out to save the situation in time, she would have died in the hands of this ugly woman. If the news that she cheated and was almost killed by the prisoners of war spread, where would she put her face? So, now seeing Su Maoyang, Leng Shuyue felt all kinds of anger and wanted to eat her alive. Brother, don't waste your words on her. This ugly woman caused us to lose Rongming City, killed so many of our soldiers, and made 3 generals suffer from the torture of poison. Now she is hiding her identity and sneaking around. I don't know what conspiracy she has. In my opinion, she should be executed immediately to prevent future troubles. Leng Shuyue gnashed her teeth and roared with bloodshot eyes. After she finished speaking, she called the soldiers guarding outside the yard to prepare for action. Seeing this, Leng Machan was frightened and froze. He immediately raised his hand to stop him. No, Su Mu has obtained the permission of Lord Fentian, and can live here safely and make poison gas bombs for us. If you kill her now, how are you going to explain to Lord Fentian? Leng Shuyue didn't expect Su Maoyang to have obtained Lord Fentian's permission. She looked even more embarrassed and snorted in dissatisfaction. Humph. I really don't know what Lord Fentian is thinking. He actually treated an enemy with courtesy. How can he be worthy of the dead soldiers? No, I'm not as generous as Lord Fentian. It's really hard to quench my anger to let her live here so comfortably. Even if I don't kill her, I will peel off a layer of her skin today. Leng Shuyue had been fighting on the battlefield with Leng Machan for many years, and she had acquired some of the man's personality, and even learned some of the general's hot temper. This time, she was not only venting her anger for the soldiers, but also for herself. After she finished speaking, she ignored Leng Machan's attempts to stop her and shouted again. Take her to the prison. I will personally deal with her. Several soldiers received the order and immediately went to catch Su Maoyang. Seeing this, Leng Machan anxiously advised. Shu, don't be childish. If you go against Lord Finchens will like this, and he knows about it, you will be punished. Brother, what's wrong with you? You actually spoke for an enemy. Have you forgotten the dead soldiers? Have you forgotten the lost Rongming City? Even if you don't care about those, don't you care about your sister? She not only injured me just now, but also almost killed me. It's okay if you don't help me with this anger, but you still want to protect her? Leng Shuyue was spoiled and competitive, and never suffered losses. This time she fell, and naturally she couldn't tolerate Su Maoyang. She had to get this account back. Leng Machan was stiff with her sharp eyes and questioning, and couldn't speak. He wanted to cut Su Maoyang into pieces, but he couldn't disobey Lord Finchen's instructions. But, Lord Finchen. Okay, stop talking. Brother, if you still have this sister in your heart, let me vent my anger. He wanted to say something else, but Leng Shuyue obviously didn't want to listen to his dissuasion. She glared at him fiercely and asked the soldiers to go out. Her attitude was so tough that he couldn't refuse at all. Leng Machan always doted on this sister, and seeing that she was so stubborn, it was not easy to force her. This matter still needs to be notified to Lord Finchen. His sister is not afraid of heaven or earth, but only Lord Finchen in this world. Only Lord Finchen can suppress her bad temper. Thinking of this, he turned around and walked quickly towards Guanhai Hall. Leng Machan was anxious, and he walked into the side hall at a fast pace. He walked to the B curtain and saluted with his fists. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? A soft and thin voice came from inside. The voice was lazy, and there was a hint of bewitching charm. Leng Machan's handsome face was wrinkled together. His eyebrows were frowned with worry, and he was tangled and hesitant, and he couldn't speak for a long time. What? Lung Shuyue got into trouble? From the tone, it was clear that Lung Shuyue had caused a lot of trouble for Lung Machin, and even Lord Finchen had figured out the routine. Seeing that he had guessed it, Lung Machin clasped his fists and said, replying to Lord Finchen, Shuyue and I discovered that Su Mu is a woman. Shuyue was afraid that she had a conspiracy, so she was taken to the prison for questioning. When Lord Finchen heard the word woman, his bright purple eyes suddenly condensed, and suddenly jumped into a rare surprise, and murmured in disbelief, woman? According to the spy, this Su Mu is a big celebrity in front of Jun Haotsong, and he made an exception to let him serve him closely. It can be seen that Su Mu has a great weight in Jun Haotsong's mind. I didn't expect it to be a woman. Jun Haotsong, who has always been aloof from women, actually let a woman serve him closely. Could he not know the truth that Su Mu is a woman? No. Jun Haotsong is so cunning. How could he not notice it after living together day and night? Could it be that? Thinking of another possibility, Lord Finchen was shocked, waved his sleeves, and suddenly turned over from the couch, raised his sleeves, waved open the jade white bee curtain, and strode out. Lung Machin was still waiting for his decision, but he didn't expect a strong aura to hit him. He saw Fentianjin coming towards him. He rushed out of Guanhai Hall before he could even say a word. He had never seen Fentianjin so anxious before. It was incredible. Chapter 630. Long time no see. Su Maoyang. Lung Machin was shocked and stunned on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. He woke up suddenly and chased after Fentianjin immediately when he could no longer see her figure. At this time, Su Maoyang returned to the cell again and felt much more at home. It was really unexpected that she was beaten back to her original form after just one night, and before she saw the sun the next day. Facing Lung Machin and Fentianjin was okay. At least they were still a little rational, knowing to put the overall situation first and pursue maximum benefits. But now facing a spoiled and willful lady, there was no reason to talk, no benefits to discuss, purely for her ridiculous self-esteem. Su Maoyang's heart suddenly surged with sadness and helplessness. Is she really going to die in the hands of this stinky girl today? It's too unworthy. Just when Su Maoyang was sighing, Lung Shuyue had already ordered the soldiers to prepare the torture instruments. She took the whip dipped in pepper water, with a sarcastic smile on her lips, and sneered twice with disdain. Su Mu, don't think that you are an alchemist in the early stage of Dan Wang, and you can be arrogant and threaten this and that, but you can't threaten me. Finchen Jun is easy to talk to, but I am not. Before my whip falls on you, hand over the formula of the poison gas bomb. Otherwise, watch out for your skin. As she said, Lung Shuyue took the whip and swung it hard, smashing it on the ground, causing quite a commotion. It was the first time that Su Maoyang heard someone praise Finchen Jun for being easy to talk to, and she couldn't help but sneer at the corner of her mouth. Although she had never dealt with Finchen Jun, she knew that he was a cold-blooded and cruel person just by listening to his deeds. He was so-called easy to talk to, and he had other intentions. However, Su Maoyang was still not sure what the intention was that made Fentianjin indulge her and arrange a room for her to live in and make explosives. His mind was deep, and ordinary people could not guess. But Lung Shuyue in front of him obviously did not think deeply. Seeing Fentianjin treat an enemy with courtesy, she thought he was kind and easy to talk to, which was so stupid that people had nothing to say. Seeing Su Maoyang's contemptuous smile, Lung Shuyue was so angry that her blood rushed up. Her eyes bulged and shone like a wild cat, and the raging fire inside seemed to burn Su Maoyang to ashes. What are you laughing at? She frowned and shouted angrily. Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows. The smile on her lips deepened, and she said jokingly, Nothing. I just laughed at your stupidity. Her sarcasm without giving any face made Lung Shuyue grit her teeth, and she was furious and whipped her whip hard, swinging it towards Su Maoyang. You dare to laugh at me? I will beat you to your knees and beg for mercy. The whip was about to hit her, and at this moment, a strong wind blade suddenly came at her. Lung Shuyue didn't have time to react, and was immediately knocked away by the tyrannical spiritual power, hitting the wall heavily, making a violent bang, and then sliding to the ground, splashing dust all over the ground. Su Maoyang was ready to be tortured, but she didn't expect this to happen suddenly. She saw Lung Shuyue fall to the ground and was dumbfounded on the spot, looking up in amazement. I saw a tall and slender figure walking towards me from a distance. He was wearing a purple robe that was lazily draped over the man's body. It was slightly open, revealing his white chest. His bright red hair fluttered in the wind as the air waves burst out from his body, and frivolously lingered around his stunning face that was difficult to tell whether it was androgynous, and his delicate neck that was as white and shiny as a pearl, outlining a beauty that transcended the mundane world and transcended men and women. What makes people unable to look away the most is the ghostly purple eyes, slightly raised, like two pieces of purple jade shining with cold light, crystal clear, and exuding a trace of evil and seductiveness. His nose is like a hanging beam. His lips are like painted cinnabar. His skin is like condensed fat. And his seductive and charming phoenix eyes are exquisite, even more seductive than a stunning beauty. Looking at this scene, Su Maoyong suddenly didn't know what words to use to describe this kind of beauty between men and women. Dangerous and evil. When Leng Machan arrived, he happened to see Ling Shuyue being beaten away by Fen Tianjin. He was immediately shocked and stood there stiffly. He opened his mouth and couldn't utter a single syllable. Although Fen Tianjin didn't like his sister very much, as long as Ling Shuyue didn't do too much, Fen Tianjin would turn a blind eye to her for his sake. Even when Ling Shuyue usually pestered him, he just treated her coldly and didn't want to pay attention. Although Lord Fen Tian's behavior was strange and bizarre, he would not beat Ling Shuyue away for a prisoner of war. This was too incredible and unreasonable. Leng Machan was shocked, and Ling Shuyue was even more shocked. Lord Fen Tian was cold to her. She had long been accustomed to it, and she also understood his temperament and found it strange. But what she could not accept was that no matter how cold he was, no matter how much he hated her, how could he be violent to her for a prisoner? This ugly woman was their enemy of Fenshui Tian City. He actually beat her away because of an enemy. In his mind, was her status not as good as an enemy? What's more, this woman was so ugly that it was impossible to look directly at her. What kind of power made him protect her to this extent? She killed so many soldiers, caused everyone to lose roaming city, and made 3 generals suffer from illness. Then Tianjin ignored all of them and arranged a good courtyard to serve her. But now, he went to the prison to stop her from torturing for this ugly woman, which was really unbearable. Looking at the pair of bright purple eyes with cold light, Ling Shuyue felt cold in her heart. In addition to shock, she was also mixed with strong humiliation and unwillingness. Today, she was already very angry as a defeated general who became a prisoner of war. Unexpectedly, she was beaten by Fen Tianjin. At this moment, her resentment towards Su Maoyong continued to deepen, and her eyes staring at Su Maoyong became extremely ferocious and terrifying. However, at this time, Su Maoyong was no less shocked than any of their brothers and sisters. Seeing that familiar and charming face, she seemed to be hit by a thunderbolt on her head. With a clang, her mind was blank in an instant, and her body could not bear the blow and took a step back. She must be dazzled, or dreaming. Isn't this man Feng Emosia who once hunted her down? This enchanting face like a fairy once again entered her sight, immediately bringing back all her memories. The pair of purple eyes that once wanted to confuse her were so unique and profound that Su Mo Liang would never forget them. Purple eyes with red hair, an extremely contradictory beauty, matched with his exquisite and charming face. But it looked particularly beautiful and outstanding. It was difficult for Su Mo Liang to forget. Just when Su Mo Liang was shocked, Feng Emosia gently raised his red lips like cherry blossom petals, and uttered an evil voice. It's been a long time since we last met. Su Mo Liang. Chapter 631 How Should I Punish You? When Su Maoyong heard him say her name word for word, it was as if thunder exploded on her head. She was stunned and numb all over. Looking at the charming and seductive purple eyes, her heart sank as if a stone was tied to it. Who else could have such unique pupils and such evil eyes except Feng Moxie? She didn't expect that she would be recognized by Feng Moxie even though she changed her appearance. Could it be that he has a flaming eye? In fact, Feng Moxie didn't recognize her with his naked eyes, but guessed it with his brain. There is only one woman that Jun Haotsong can get close to, and that is Su Maoyong. When he was in the lower plane, in order to stimulate Jun Haotsong and make him break the seal and fall into a cold disease, he deliberately went to the tomb of the super strongman to kill Su Maoyong. Unexpectedly, Jun Haotsong was so desperate to protect this woman, so crazy that he could even ignore his own life and the dark domain of Yunlu, which really shocked him. Such a touching scene is still vivid in Feng Mox's mind, which left a deep impression on him. He thought that Jun Haotsong and himself were the same kind of people. Both heartless, ruthless and loveless. So they could stand at the top of the food chain and look down on these ants. Unexpectedly, Jun Haotsong changed, and he didn't even recognize him. However, such a change made him very dissatisfied. The most useless and troublesome thing in the world is emotion. The most terrible and hateful thing is love. Unexpectedly, his only opponent also fell in love, which was really stupid. While dissatisfied, he was also very curious about what magic this woman had in front of him that could change the only opponent he liked. In terms of appearance, Su Maoyang is indeed beautiful. But there are many people prettier than her in the Nine Netherworld. Jun Haotsong has seen so many beauties. But he was not moved. Why did he fall in love with her? In terms of strength, she is even worse. In the lower planes, she may be considered a genius. But in the Nine Netherworld, as long as she is not a loser or a bottom, she is already very good. In terms of background, even he, an outsider, can't bear to look directly at it. An ant from the lower plane. Such a background is simply unspeakable. Such a person with no knowledge of the three aspects. But Jun Haotsong's favor once made him very puzzled. Until one time, his proud pupil technique hit a wall with her. And he began to take this woman seriously. Although she is very weak, her willpower is quite strong. You know, there are not many people in the world who can resist his pupil technique. And she is one of them. It can be seen that Su Maoyang is not as useless as he imagined. Now he knew that all these tactics were planned by her alone. And she also made a terrifying thing like poison gas bombs. This was the first time that he fell so hard. Feng Moxie had to admit that this woman was indeed a very special existence. Leng Shuyue and Leng Machan were surprised to hear that Fen Tianjin actually greeted Su Mu cordially, as if they were friends who had known each other for a long time. They were both speechless. Fen Tianjin, who was high and mighty, had all kinds of women around him. But he actually knew such a humble and ugly woman, and said that he hadn't seen her for a long time. Such news was even more terrifying than him beating Leng Shuyue away. Lord Fenchen, do you know this ugly woman? Leng Shuyue saw the scene, and regardless of the injuries on her body, she struggled to get up from the ground, with an unbelievable shock on her face, and couldn't help asking. Except for Jun Haotsong, Lord Fenchen has never taken anyone seriously. But what virtue and ability does this ugly woman in front of him have to make Lord Fenchen personally run to the prison? Which is really strange. Although Leng Machan didn't ask. He also looked at Feng Moxie with a puzzled look, waiting for his explanation. When Su Maoyang heard the three words Lord Fenchen, her ears made a sound, as if she was pricked by a sharp needle, and her whole body stiffened. She only knew that Feng Moxie was Jun Haotsong's enemy, but she didn't expect that he was actually the king of Fengshuishan City. Realizing this, Su Maoyang's stiff face turned pale as paper in an instant. But when she thought of Lord Fenchen's insidious and cunning nature, once he knew her identity, he would definitely make a fuss about her to seduce Jun Haotsong. So, at this time, you must not lose your composure. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang swallowed her saliva, trying to stay calm and make her voice sound as steady as usual. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Feng Moxie heard this, and a dark and obscure look flashed across his purple eyes. The corners of his lips gently raised a charming arc. He pressed closer and closer to Su Maoyang, and his voice echoed in her ears like the whispers of lovers. At the beginning, I reminded you to remember me next time we meet, but I didn't expect you to forgive me so quickly. It seems that I have to help you recall it myself. His expression was playful, and there was an ambiguous smile on his lips. But his voice was so cold that it seemed to float out of hell, which made people tremble with fear. Su Maoyang had a profound experience of what it meant to be a smiling face with a dagger hidden in it. The man in front of her seemed to be frivolous in his words and deeds, but he might very likely kill you in the next second when you let down your guard. A powerful enemy is not scary, but an enemy that you can't guess is scary. Sure enough, she had just met the strange purple eyes, and felt her head heavy and dizzy before she was completely immersed in him. As he approached, a faint fragrance came to her face and lingered on her nose, as if she fell into another gorgeous world. The old man Jinjuan in her body found something wrong and shouted anxiously, "Young master, wake up quickly. Don't look into his eyes. Don't be hit by his pupil technique." Su Maoyang was about to indulge in it, but when she heard the roar of the old man Jinjuan, she instantly became much more sober. and suddenly avoided the beautiful but terrifying purple eyes, and stepped back several steps. It was a close call. It was a close call. She almost fell. She couldn't imagine what she would do if she was bewitched by him. If she heard Jun Hao's song, she would never forgive herself. After escaping from the beautiful dream he created, Su Maoyong breathed a sigh of relief, lowered her head, and never dared to look into his eyes again. Feng Moxie didn't expect that his exquisite pupil technique would fail twice in front of the same person, which was simply an insult to him. You are really disobedient. How do you think I should punish you? Feng Moxie's charming face added a bit of sinisterness, and it was obvious that he was really angry. Leng Shuyue heard this and immediately took over. Finchen Jun. This woman has an irreconcilable feud with our Finchua Tianqing. She will be tortured to commemorate the souls of the Finchua soldiers in heaven. She heard that this ugly woman actually cut the 6 secret guards around her brother into pieces. So let her also taste the taste of torture. However, Feng Emosia ignored her suggestion. His purple eyes were rolling, and his beautiful face was dark. After a long silence, he raised his eyes, stretched out his hand to pinch Su Mo Liang's chin, and sneered. Tell me, if Jun Hao Song's woman becomes my concubine, wouldn't it be fun? Chapter 632. There are spies in the army? Concubine. Lord Finchen actually let this ugly woman be his concubine. Before Su Maoyong could be shocked, Leng Shuyue shouted in dissatisfaction. Her pretty face, which was pale due to the injury, was even uglier at this moment. Her eyebrows were trembling, and her voice was extremely unwilling. Lord Finchen, she is the enemy of our Finchua army. How can you let your enemy be your concubine? I strongly disagree. Leng Shuyue has a good appearance and a graceful figure. She can be regarded as a great beauty in Fengshuishan City. Such a big living person stood in front of him, but he didn't even look at her. Instead, he let an ugly woman who was unbearable to look at be his concubine. How could the proud Leng Shuyue bear it? Lord Finchen knew that she loved him, and that her greatest wish in this life was to be his woman. As long as he needed her, she would come at his call and serve him willingly. But he always turned a blind eye to her love. She had tolerated him ignoring her before, but now her status was even lower than that of a prisoner of war, lower than that of an ugly freak. Lord Fintian's action simply trampled on Leng Shuyue's self-esteem and crushed it. No wonder Leng Shuyue was so irritated that her eyes were red, and she was gritting her teeth in anger. However, what Lord Fintian was going to do could not be stopped by her disapproval. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, Feng Emosia said a few words coldly, in a low tone, with obvious anger hidden. When is it your turn to interrupt the decision made by this lord? Leng Shuyue was scolded by him, and she couldn't hold her face. Her red eyes were like a sponge filled with water, which would overflow at a touch. Her whole heart seemed to be cut by a knife, with dull pains. Over the years, her love for him was seen by everyone, and everyone was envious and moved. But he didn't feel anything. Is his heart made of stone? Even if he doesn't love her, there is no need to humiliate her. Now facing the ugly woman who suddenly appeared, he can accept it completely. Why can't he accept her? Why is she inferior to this ugly woman? The more she thought about it, the angrier Leng Shuyue gradually lost her mind. Her pretty face flushed, and she was obviously furious. Finchen Jun, have you ever thought about my feelings when you do this? I have been standing here for so many years. Why can't you see it? What's wrong with me that makes you hate and reject it to this extent? She couldn't stand Finchen Jun favoring other women. She couldn't tolerate Finchen Jun scolding her in public and embarrassing her for a prisoner of war. Finchen Jun belongs to her alone, and can only be his. Even if he doesn't love her, he can't love others. She never asked for any status. As long as she could be his woman, even if she was a concubine, she would be willing. However, she was not even qualified to be a concubine. But he gave such an opportunity to a captive. This was a fatal blow to her. But after hearing this, Lord Finchen not only did not change his mind, but became furious and shouted coldly, "How dare you? Are you accusing me?" Leng Machen, who was standing by, was so scared that his face turned pale when he saw Lord Finchen's anger. He immediately tried to smooth things over. Lord Finchen, calm down. Shuyue is young and ignorant. It's all my fault that I spoiled her. I hope Lord Finchen will forgive me. Lord Finchen still valued Leng Machen. After listening to his plea, his angry expression eased a little, but his tone was still heavy. Take care of your sister. If it happens again, You will be punished by military law. Lung Machan was trembling all over after being yelled at. And he quickly clasped his fists. Yes. I got it. Okay. Immediately arrange for the maid to bathe and change clothes for this lord's concubine. Feng Mox's enchanting purple eyes were coated with a layer of ice crystal coldness. And her eyes moved and gently cut. And she felt the cold air pressing, making people tremble. Lung Machan heard the words, bowed his head and accepted the order, and quickly stepped back to make arrangements. Lung Shuyue was so angry that she stamped her feet when she saw that her brother who doted on her didn't speak for her. She didn't even have the qualifications to climb onto Fentianjin's bed, but let a lowly ugly freak get ahead of her. Thinking of this, she looked at Su Maoyang with eyes that made her want to eat her alive. However, at this time, Su Maoyang was in no mood to pay attention to the jealous Ling Shuyue, but was frightened by Feng Moxi in front of her. Thinking of becoming his concubine, Su Maoyang retreated in repulsion, distanced herself from him instantly, and resisted with a gloomy face. Feng Moxi, forget it. I will never be your concubine. Feng Moxi faced her panicked little face, swept away the gloom just now, and smiled lightly. It was just a faint smile, but it was so beautiful that it seemed to recall the bright spring, making people feel excited. Su Maoyang, do you think you still have room for choice now? Su Maoyang was shocked, as if falling into an ice cellar. Yes, she is now in Feng Mox's hands. He knows too well how important she is in Jun Haotsong's mind. So her role is obviously much greater than that of the poison gas bomb. As long as he wants, he can use 100 ways to threaten Jun Haotsong. Now she has no qualifications to negotiate conditions. She is really at the mercy of others. Seeing Su Maoyang's pale face, Feng Moxi smiled. This smile was like 100 flowers blooming, beautiful and bright. But in Su Maoyang's eyes, it was like an ice cone piercing his heart, causing a stinging pain. At this time, Su Maoyang had no capital to resist, and could only let the soldiers escort him out of the prison. Seeing this scene, Lung Shuyue was furious. He couldn't bear it anymore. So he snorted and walked out of the prison. In his heart, he silently vowed to take back everything today. Lung Machan wanted to keep her, but thinking of his sister's stubborn character, he swallowed the words on his lips. Today's situation is already ugly enough. Although Ling Shuyue is strong, she is a girl after all, and her face is thin. If he speaks again to persuade her, she will lose face in front of Fentianjin. Think about it and forget it. Although Lung Machan felt sorry for his sister, he still had some questions in his mind, and he couldn't help but say, Lord Fentian, I don't understand. Su Mu is not an ordinary prisoner of war. She killed so many of our soldiers, and is our sworn enemy. If you let an enemy be your concubine now, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the soldiers of the whole army. If the army is in chaos, how can we fight this war? Although being a concubine is not a noble status, it is to serve Lord Fentian after all. Letting an enemy sleep next to Lord Fentian is terrifying. What's more, Su Mu is a person with many tricks, many schemes, and a mysterious identity. If she follows Lord Fentian, I don't know what kind of trouble she will cause. It's really worrying. Lung Machan also thinks that Lord Fentian's move is a bit inappropriate. Fentianjin looked at the direction where Su Maoyang left. His lips raised slightly. A wicked arc appeared, and his low voice was slightly cold. If you don't keep her by your side, how can you catch the spy? What? There is a spy in the army. Lung Machan was shocked. Chapter 633, Using Spies to Pass Messages. When Lung Machan heard such news, his handsome face turned gray in an instant, and he was extremely shocked. If it wasn't for Fentianjin mentioning it, he wouldn't have known that there were spies in the army. He was a straightforward person, and he couldn't hold back and asked in a stern voice, Who is this spy? How dare he hide under Fentianjin's nose? He's so bold. Fentianjin narrowed his purple eyes slightly, and there was a beautiful arc at the corner of his lips. But the smile didn't reach his eyes, but instead looked a little cold. Yes, I'm also curious about who it is, but I'll know soon. This spy was well concealed, and even Fentianjin himself couldn't be completely sure. The only thing he could be sure of was that there was a spy around him. But he had to find out who it was through Su Maoyang's hands. Lung Machan heard this, and gnashed his teeth in anger. He drew out his sword with a bang. A cold light flashed and murderous intent spread. The angry voice almost came out from the gap between his teeth. Humph. When I know who he is, I will definitely kill him. if Ling Machin doesn't cut him into pieces if he dares to make trouble under his nose. He is not Lung. But Lord Fentian frowned slightly, and a trace of blame flashed in his evil and bright purple pupils. He warned seriously, "Don't act rashly without my order. His life must be saved." "What? Keep him?" Lord Fentian. "I really don't understand. It's okay for you to keep Su Mu. But why do you keep the spy? Are you going to let them collude and harm our soldiers?" Lung Machin was full of grievances and confusion, and asked loudly with a tangled face. They suffered heavy losses this time. Not only did they lose troops, but they also lost the very important roaming city. They were already at a disadvantage, and could not afford any more trouble. If Su Mu's spies succeed again, they really have no chance of winning this battle. Of course we have to keep them. If we don't keep them, who will help me pass the message to Jun Haotsong? Vincent Jun raised his eyebrows. His charming pupil showed a sharp coldness, and a smile at the corners of his mouth made people feel cold. Lung Machin was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and after thinking for a moment, his angry face gradually became enlightened. "Vincent Jun, do you mean to use them to pass false news to Emperor Yunlu?" He restrained his anger, and his eyes flashed with the light of understanding. Feng Moxie saw that he understood, smiled and glanced at him, but did not answer. But the meaning in his pupils was obvious. Lung Machin understood the essence of Lord Fentian, and his heart finally calmed down. He nodded in understanding. No wonder. He was still wondering why Lord Fentian indulged Su Mu's spy. So this is what he was thinking. Why didn't he think of this? Killing this spy is just a death. Not only can it not hit Jun Haotsong, but it will make Jun Haotsong alert. However, if this spy is used to confuse Jun Haotsong, it will be much more useful than killing him. Thinking of this, Lung Machin suddenly realized that Su Mu obviously had no capital to threaten him. But Lord Fentian not only did not kill her, but also did not torture her. Instead, he indulged her, which clearly showed that he wanted to give Su Mu a chance to get the news naturally. Because Su Mu was too cunning. If Lord Fentian deliberately revealed the news to her, it would definitely arouse suspicion. But if he used other reasons to get her by his side, and let her get the news through his own hands, she would definitely believe it, and would quickly contact the spy and bring the news to Jun Haotsong. It seemed that the whole thing was under the control of Su Mu and Jun Haotsong. But unexpectedly, all this was the result of Vincent Jun's deliberate connivance. And all the conspiracies were in his eyes. Vincent Jun clearly set up a trap, waiting for Su Mu to take the initiative to get in. Thinking of this, Lung Machin suddenly became clear. His pupils widened, and his excitement flashed in an instant. He knelt down and apologized. "Vincent Jun is still thoughtful. It was me who was impulsive. Please forgive me." "Vincent Jun, forget it. Pay attention to Su Mu's movements recently, and let the merits atone for the crime." Feng Moxie didn't care too much about him, just gave a cold order and strode away. Lung Machin received the order and immediately clasped his fists. "Yes, I obey your order." At this time, Su Maoyang had been taken to the right wing of Guanhai Hall to take a bath. Although she was worried about how to face Feng and Mo Xia, since she had already fallen into his hands, it was useless to worry anymore. She simply relaxed and planned to take one step at a time. Anyway, she had no chance to take a bath during this period. Now there was such a good pool, and 2 maids serving. Such a good opportunity. It would be a waste not to take a bath, because she hadn't taken a bath for a long time. Su Maoyang took a long bath. Feng and Mo Xia, who was waiting for her in the side hall, was a little impatient and whispered, "Come here." The soldiers outside heard the voice and walked in quickly, clasping their fists, and said, "What do you want? Lord Finchen? Why hasn't Su Mu come yet?" Hearing this, the soldier immediately replied, "Su Mu is taking a bath." "Is she really bathing? Bathing takes so long?" Su Maoyang was full of bad intentions, and now she has become his concubine. How could she bathe obediently? Vientiangen obviously didn't believe it when he heard this. But the soldier answered decisively, "I am sure. I just saw the maid who served the bathing ordered people to prepare a few buckets of bath water, saying that Su Mu hadn't bathed for too long, and planned to take this rare opportunity to clean up." Feng Moxie heard the words. A trace of surprise flashed across his face, and he couldn't help but sneered. "Hey, she is quite good at enjoying herself. This Su Maoyang is always unexpected. I thought she and Jun Haotsong had a deep love for each other, and she would never do anything to let Jun Haotsong down." Facing the identity of a concubine, she would definitely try her best to resist. I didn't expect that she really took a bath. Which was really incredible. Just as Feng Moxie was sighing, he heard footsteps from outside, and soon saw 2 soldiers escorting Su Maoyang in. At this time, Su Maoyang changed into a plain and pure white dress. Although she still had an ugly and rough face, her graceful figure gradually stood out in women's clothes. Her elegant and noble temperament blurred the ugliness of her face and made her look brighter. Lord Finchen, Su Mu is here. The 2 soldiers stepped forward and saluted. Feng Moxie waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to retreat, and then slowly approached Su Maoyang, sniffed her fragrance, and a cold light of contempt flashed in his eyes. You wash so clean. Are you eager to climb into my bed? Su Maoyang heard the words, looked up at him, and raised the corner of his mouth with sarcasm, sneering. I didn't expect that Lord Finchen's ability to be sentimental is even greater than his ability to lead troops to fight. Chapter 634, The Spy Exposed. Feng Moxie was startled. He didn't expect that he would be mocked by an ant. It was a novel experience. Looking at her thin body, he suddenly wanted to know what kind of power was in her body that gave her the courage to fight against him. He didn't get angry but laughed. His charming purple eyes showed laziness and arrogance. His eyes gently swept across her cheek, and suddenly a terrifying chill burst out. Su Liang, you will suffer for your attitude. Hee. Attitude? If I change my attitude, can you forgive me? Obviously not. She has already fallen into his hands. Even if she begs him now, he will not let her go. Why make herself so humble and wronged? Feng Moxie seemed to find it interesting when he heard this, and the smile in his pupils deepened. It seems that you are ready to serve me in bed. In this case, I will not delay. After he finished speaking, he reached out to grab her without any hesitation. Su Maoyang was shocked when she saw this, and immediately stepped back 2 steps. At this moment, she suddenly took out a dagger, pointed it at her chest, and roared fiercely to stop. Feng Moxie, if you come 1 step closer, I will die in front of you. Feng Moxie did not expect that she would threaten him with his life. He stopped in his tracks, and his purple pupils suddenly condensed, revealing a trace of coldness. His beautiful face was like frost. Extremely cold. Su Maoyang, you are a captive. Do you think your life is worth it? You know whether it is worth it or not. If I die, you will get nothing. Instead, it will stimulate Jun Haosong and force him to attack desperately. At that time, can you still defend Tianyan City? Can your soldiers still resist? If you can bear the consequences, you might as well try it. Su Maoyang curled the corner of his lips, tilting a sarcastic arc, and a series of light questions broke down Feng Moxie's defense line bit by bit. Feng Moxie's face became uglier with every word she heard. When she finished speaking, her beautiful face had already darkened. No one in the world dared to threaten him like this. This was something Feng Moxie absolutely could not tolerate. I want to see what consequences I will have to bear if you die. Feng Moxie hated being threatened the most, but he just didn't believe it, and walked towards Su Liang as he pleased. In the end, he still didn't believe that Su Liang would really commit suicide. How could she, such a smart person, let herself die like this? Seeing that Feng Moxie didn't fall for her tricks and kept approaching, Su Liang's eyes condensed slightly. Without any hesitation, she suddenly raised the dagger in her hand and stabbed it into her chest. Blood gushed out, which frightened Feng Moxie so much that he stopped suddenly, and a rare look of astonishment appeared on her charming face. He really didn't expect Su Maoyang to really do it. You're crazy. Seeing her wound that was bleeding profusely, and then seeing her pale, but resolute and stubborn face, Feng Moxie's heart seemed to be hit hard, and he was shocked that he couldn't even admit it. Su Maoyang endured the severe pain in her chest, supported her body with difficulty, and held the dagger tightly in her hand, and went deeper into her chest without caring about her life. The blood flowed wildly, and soon her clothes were stained red. I said, back off. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't splatter you with blood. Even if she was about to suffocate in pain. Even if she was about to lose consciousness in pain. Su Maoyang still warned fiercely, and the strength in her hand was not weak, going deeper and deeper, which made Feng Moxie tremble with fear. This woman is a lunatic. She actually threatened him with her life. Seeing this scene, Feng Moxie took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger and shock, and finally succumbed to Su Liang's madness. Okay. I won't touch you. You quickly pull out the dagger. Originally, he didn't intend to really touch Su Mo Liang. He just thought it was a very happy thing to trample on the woman that Jun Hao Song cared about the most. Who would have thought that Su Mo Liang would really do it? He had to admit that Su Mo Liang's analysis was correct. Her life was of great use to him. And she couldn't just die like this. Su Mo Liang heard that he compromised. And he breathed a sigh of relief. And his tense face gradually eased. And then he pulled out the dagger with force. And a stream of blood splashed. Just as Feng Yamouxia was shocked. Su Mo Liang pressed the acupuncture points fiercely, and quickly swallowed the pill to heal the wound. In a moment, the bleeding was quickly stopped. And even the wound was healing rapidly. It was as if the incident just now had not happened. And it became an illusion. Seeing this scene, Vincent Jun was furious. And his face was terribly gloomy. He was actually deceived by her. This woman is really fearless. If she is not still very useful, he would like to grind her to ashes. Feng Yamouxia stared at her for a long time before gradually calming down his anger. Finally, he ordered loudly, "You will live in the right wing of Guanhai Hall in the future. Be careful to serve. And don't play any tricks. Otherwise, I don't mind spreading the news that you have become a concubine." I believe Jun Haosong should be very interested in this news. Hearing this, Su Maoyang shuddered all over. And a chill instantly surged in his heart. If Jun Haosong, the jealous king, heard this news, it would be terrible. Just thinking about it, Su Maoyang felt terrified. Su Maoyang and Feng Moxie had been living peacefully these days. Su Maoyang spent every day in Guanhai Hall, and had already gotten familiar with the environment here, and had a deep understanding of Fen Tianjin's schedule. Every night, Feng Moxie would gather a few generals in the room to discuss something. On such occasions, outsiders were never allowed to be present, so she could only eavesdrop. But Fen Tianjin kept secrets so well that even after eavesdropping several times, Su Maoyang didn't hear anything. Perhaps it was God's blessing that Su Maoyang, who had been waiting for an opportunity, finally waited until Fen Tianjin went out. It was rare to have such a good opportunity. So Su Maoyang quickly sneaked into Feng Mox's room and carefully searched. After a carpet search, her efforts paid off, and she finally found some information. It turned out that Fen Tianjin was planning to use a roundabout tactic to bypass Qingzhou City. First take Yuan City behind Qingzhou City, and then attack from the rear, trying to catch Qingzhou City off guard. After looking at the specific strategic deployment, strategic route and tactical play, this plan is almost perfect, and there is nothing wrong with it. Even Su Maoyang has to admire the ability of Lord Finchin. Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard the news and quickly left the room. Until the night of the second day, Lung Machin hurriedly walked into Guanhai Hall, came to Lord Finchin, and saluted excitedly. "Lord Finchin, you really guessed right. Su Mu has already contacted the spy. I really didn't expect that the spy was actually the deputy general beside General Liu. He usually looks honest, but he hides such a terrible mind. He really hides it deeply." Chapter 635 News. When Ling Machin thought that the seemingly loyal deputy general beside him was actually a spy sent by Emperor Yun Lu, he was furious and could not bear it any longer. If it weren't for Lord Fen Tian's advance warning, he would have rushed over and killed him. But Lung Machin was angry. But he knew the business, and immediately handed over the letter in his hand. "This is the letter that I intercepted. It was written by Su Mu to the spy. It seems that he wanted to inform Emperor Yun Lu. Please take a look at it." Lord Fen Tian. At this moment, he was extremely grateful for Lord Fen Tian's wisdom. If he killed Su Mu, it would be difficult for them to know who the spy was, let alone using the spy to confuse Emperor Yun Lu. I believe that as long as Su Mu and Emperor Yun Lu fall into this situation, they will definitely have a chance to turn defeat into victory in this battle. Not only will they win, but they will also defeat the Yun Lu army and make them seriously injured. He has always believed in Lord Fen Tian's ability, because Lord Fen Tian has never let anyone down. Feng Yamouxia heard this, as expected, and did not react much. He took the note, glanced at the contents of the letter, and carefully read through the contents. It was the same as the message he was going to convey, so he gave it to Leng Yamouchen with confidence. "Put the note back. Don't get caught." Leng Yamouchen nodded heavily, clasped his fists and left. All this seemed to be done without anyone noticing, and was done perfectly. But another conspiracy was quietly brewing. Qingzhou City, important place in the military camp. Yi Lafeng rushed into Jun Haotsong's tent without waiting for the soldiers to report. His handsome face flushed, and his excited smile filled him. He raised the letter in his hand and said happily, "Emperor, there is news about Su Mu from Tianyin City." Sitting in front of the desk, looking down at the map, Jun Haotsong, with a frown on his face, suddenly raised his head when he heard the word Su Mu. His ice blue eyes seemed to be illuminated by fire, and two flames rose instantly, with excitement floating in them. He stood up quickly, and his handsome face, as white as ancient jade, was rarely full of surprise. He walked over quickly, took the letter paper, and quickly unfolded it to read it. God knows that he was almost exhausted waiting for the news of Su Maoyang. When he heard that she was captured by the enemy, Jun Haotsong almost collapsed and wanted to rush into Tianyin City to rescue Su Maoyang. At that time, several old generals strongly opposed it. Jun Haotsong was so angry that he didn't even care about the old general's face. He knocked them to the ground and led his men to Tianyin City. Fortunately, he met Lin Wanner, who had escaped on the way there. And then he learned that Su Maoyang was safe and sound. And not only that, she also fiercely killed 6 secret guards of the enemy generals, restraining the enemy everywhere, and was not in any danger of life. Jun Haotsong was relieved when he heard the news, while Yi Lafeng and several other generals were shocked and could not believe their ears. They knew that Su Mu would be a little clever and had endless means, but it was incredible that he could make the enemy so embarrassed. Yi Lafeng had fought with Lung Machen for so many years, and he knew too well how powerful the other party was. Lung Machen was not only skilled in martial arts, but also familiar with military books. Even Yi Lafeng had fallen into his hands several times, which was enough to show his ability. But he didn't expect that Su Maoyang forced the other party to cut the 6 secret guards around her into pieces after just a face-to-face encounter, and also made Lung Machen, such a stubborn and resolute person, kneel down and beg for mercy. If Lin Wanner hadn't mentioned it herself, he really couldn't believe that all this was true. After all, which captive can be so crazy? As a prisoner, Su Maoyang is probably the only one in the world who can fool the enemy. When Yi Lafeng thought of Su Maoyang's wit, he couldn't help but smile, and his heart was boiling with admiration. In addition to Jun Haotsong, Su Maoyang was the second person he admired. But even if he heard the news that she was safe, Jun Haotsong was still worried and wanted to send troops to rescue her. But Lin Wanner said that Su Maoyang had her own plan and asked them to wait for her news. He gave up the idea of rescue. But Jun Haotsong had waited and waited, but there was no news from her. Even such a calm and composed person was about to get restless. Now that he finally got the news, Jun Haotsong was inevitably a little excited. Yi Lafeng couldn't wait to read the letter as soon as he got it. Now his face was full of smiles, and he said happily, "Su Mu dug out such a big secret of Fentianjin this time, which is really a great contribution. I didn't expect that Fentianjin was silent for so long, without any action, and was actually planning to capture Yiren City first, and then attack Qingzhou City. Fortunately, we know his tactics. Otherwise we would have lost so much troops. The troops stationed in Yiren City are not many, because the battle line is very long, which is considered a large rear area. It is very difficult for the enemy to capture it. What's more, the city is barren, and there is not enough water and food. If the enemy's supplies are not supplied, they will be trapped in the city. Therefore, this city has no advantage over the enemy, which also led to their negligence of Yiren City. They didn't expect the other party to pay attention to the city. But after checking the map carefully, I found out that although Yiren City is far away from the rear, there is a small road leading to Qingzhou City. This road is a shortcut. If you hurry up, it will only take half a day. If you attack Qingzhou City at night, it will inevitably cause a heavy blow to Qingzhou City." When Yi Lafeng thought of this, Su Maoyang's figure appeared in his mind, and both eyes were shining. But at this time, Jun Haotsong did not notice his emotions. He stared at the contents of the letter paper, frowned slightly, and there was no joy on his face. Yi Lafeng, who had been happy for a long time, also noticed something. The smile on his lips faded slightly, and he asked in confusion, "Emperor, is there something wrong?" Jun Haotsong nodded solemnly. "I always feel that it is not that simple." Hearing this, Yi Lafeng's heart skipped a beat, and the rest of his smile disappeared instantly. He asked seriously, "Emperor, do you mean that this content is fake and not written by Su Mu?" Jun Haocong shook his head. No. This is her handwriting. It is indeed from her hand. Since it was written by her. What is fake? Did she write the news randomly to confuse us? Yin La Feng was confused by him, and became even more puzzled. Jun Haocong heard this, but did not refute it. Instead, he nodded in agreement. It seems that she really wrote this news to confuse people. Emperor, do you know what you are saying? Do you mean that Sumu is a spy? If she is a spy, why did she make poison gas bombs for us? Kill so many enemy soldiers? And capture Roaming City? Isn't this just shooting herself in the foot? Although Yin La Feng was angry that Su Maoyang had deceived his feelings, he absolutely trusted her 100% in such a big matter. If she was a spy, she would not have saved Jun Haocong, who was about to die from the poison. And she would not have helped them kill so many enemies. Now that he heard that she was suspected of being a spy, Yin La Feng didn't know why. And a ball of nameless anger suddenly surged in his heart. Jun Haocong raised his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in his blue eyes. He really couldn't stand Yin La Feng's protection of Su Maoyang. When did I suspect that she was a spy? Chapter 636, Her True Intention. Yin La Feng was stunned by this question, his expression slightly frozen. Didn't you say that she wrote this to confuse people? Jun Haocong raised his eyebrows, looked at him coldly, and explained lightly. This is indeed written to confuse people. But it is not us who are confused, but Feng Moxie. Feng Moxie? Yin La Feng murmured in surprise, stunned for a moment, and quickly reacted. You mean Su Mu deliberately pretended to show Feng Moxie? Jun Haocong did not comment, and acquiesced to his guess. Seeing this, Yin La Feng's eyes flashed with surprise, and he asked in confusion, then what does she really want to express to us? You must know that every time Su Mu uses spies to convey information, there will be an additional risk of exposing the spies. This spy has been planted by Jun Haocong next to Fen Tianjin for so long, and there has been no flaws. Because Jun Haocong has never contacted him. Because this spy is a very important chess move. It must play a role at the most important moment. But Su Maoyang used the spy so casually, without saying any key information, but just deliberately said a bunch of false information to confuse Fen Tianjin, which was simply a waste of such a rare opportunity. It makes people feel painful just thinking about it. Fen Tianjin is such a shrewd person. Once this spy makes a move, it will be easy for him to discover it. If it is really discovered, then the spy that Jun Haocong has planted with great difficulty will fail, which is definitely a big loss. Thinking of this, Yin La Feng was anxious and his face was very ugly. Jun Haocong lowered his head and carefully observed the letter paper. After a long pause, he slowly said, I think she is not such a person who doesn't know the importance of the matter. Her meaning must be in this paper. Hearing this, Yin La Feng was even more confused. The emperor just said that the content on the paper was used to confuse Fen Tianjin. It was all fake news and not Su Maoyang's true meaning. But now he said that her meaning was on this paper. He couldn't understand what was going on. Just when Yin La Feng was confused, Jun Haocong suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of something. Then he took the letter paper, walked to the candle, and put the letter paper on the fire to bake. Yin La Feng stared at Jun Haocong's strange behavior, his eyes full of suspicion. And he didn't understand what he was doing for a long time, until he saw other fonts gradually appear on the letter paper. Yin La Feng opened his mouth in surprise. Seeing the font baked by the flames under the letter paper. Yin La Feng was shocked and speechless. Just now, except for those few lines of words, the rest of the place was blank. Nothing. I didn't expect that so many words would suddenly appear after being baked by the fire. This is too magical. Yin La Feng was stunned. And Jun Haocong saw this. The corners of his lips slightly raised, and a smile of empathy flashed across his pupils. Sure enough, he guessed right. Su Maoyang's meaning was really all on this piece of paper. But I didn't expect that she would use this method, not only to confuse Fen Tianjin, but also to successfully pass on her news. Moreover, when Fen Tianjin thought he was in control of everything, he achieved his goal. Feng Moxie was arrogant and conceited. He deliberately set up a trap. And when he saw Su Maoyang jumping into it, he thought she was really in his control. But unexpectedly, Su Maoyang was unexpected. Not only was she not controlled by him, but she also set up a bigger trap. Feng Moxie should never have thought of what kind of consequences this indulgence would bring to himself and even the entire Fengshuishan city. It is hard to imagine what kind of expression Fan Tianjun would have if he knew about it. It would definitely be very exciting. Thinking of this, Jun Haocong laughed and shook his head, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that his woman always gave him surprises. Yin La Feng didn't know what Jun Haocong was thinking. At this time, his attention was all on the words that suddenly appeared. He asked with surprise, "Emperor, what's the matter with these words that suddenly appeared?" Jun Haocong knew that Su Maoyang had written on white paper with sugar water and then baked it with fire. But Yin La Feng had never seen it. Not only had he not seen it, he had never even heard of it. Naturally, he was shocked and curious. It's just a little trick. Jun Haocong was too lazy to explain so much to him. He was particularly reluctant to let Yin La Feng know anything related to Su Maoyang. But such a perfunctory understatement still shocked Yin La Feng. In his impression, Su Maoyang is always able to surprise others, and has many tricks. She is really a rare and extraordinary woman. What do these words mean? After being shocked, Yin La Feng was curious about Su Maoyang's intentions. Jun Haocong did not hide it this time. Fan Tianjun has long discovered this spy, and intends to use the spy to confuse us. So this news is false. Now the only person around Feng Moxie, who is not restrained by her, is General Fan. This person has a high prestige in the army, is a master of military tactics, and has a lot of military power in his hands. This time, he is the only one who has not been poisoned except Lung Machin. So he is the breakthrough point of this battle. General Fan? This man is highly valued by Lord Fan Tian. And he is very powerful, and has many soldiers. It is even harder to overthrow him than to attack Tianyin City directly. When Yin La Feng heard this, he shook his head and refuted. It is simply a fantasy to want to overthrow General Fan. When Jun Haocong heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his blue eyes. Of course, we don't have the ability to overthrow General Fan. But Lord Fan Tian has this ability. What? Lord Fan Tian? Emperor, are you kidding? General Fan is Lord Fan Tian's right-hand man. Lord Fan Tian can't rely on him. Is he crazy? Will he cut off his arm? Yin La Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Jun Haocong did not rush to deny it, but repeated a few words. Su Maoyang mentioned a sentence, saying that General Fan is the only person who is not poisoned except Lung Machin. Do you know what this means? Yin La Feng frowned and shook his head, not quite understanding. He. Except for Lung Machin, who guarded Tianyin City, who did not go to the battle and was not poisoned. All the generals who went to the battle were poisoned by the poison gas bombs. But General Fan was not poisoned. What do you think Fan Tianjun, who is suspicious by nature, would think? Jun Haocong smiled faintly and asked back faintly, which obviously grasped the essence of Su Maoyang. Yin La Feng was shocked. You mean to sow discord and make Fan Tianjun suspect that General Fan is our spy? However, there is no evidence, just suspicion. Fan Tianjun will not do anything to General Fan. Of course, it's more than just suspicion. What we have to do is to prove that General Fan is a spy. Jun Haocong's icy blue eyes bloomed with a ray of cold light, and there was an intoxicating luster in them. Yin La Feng was shocked when he heard this, and asked hurriedly, how do we prove it? Chapter 637. Two people with the same mind. Jun Haocong stared at the lines of small characters, and seemed to have understood the meaning between the lines of Su Maoyang's words. He smiled knowingly, sat down slowly, took a piece of white paper, and started writing. After he finished writing, he handed the letter to Yin La Feng and told him, give it to Tian Kai and tell him to be careful. Yin La Feng took the letter and looked down involuntarily. It actually said General Fan will lead a large force to meet with the Yunlu army at Xingling Pass west of Tianyin City, preparing to attack Tianyin City in one fell swoop and kill the enemy by surprise. At this time, Tian Kai will take you all the way to the west to escape from the city and meet General Fan at Xingling Pass. He will escort you back to the Yunlu Dark Domain safely. Seeing this passage, Yin La Feng was shocked, and his face was very shocked. Before he could speak, Jun Haocong had already explained. Since Tian Kai's identity as a spy has been exposed, this letter will definitely fall into Feng Mox's hands. As long as he sees this letter, he will definitely suspect General Fan and keep an eye on his movements, alerting him to whether he will go to Xingling Pass to join our army. General Fan has a large number of troops. If his troops and the Yunlu army join forces, even if Fan Tianjun is sure to resist the attack, he will suffer heavy losses. What's more, they have been defeated once before, and can't stand a second time. Upon hearing this news, Finch and June will definitely be suspicious and very careful. La Feng still has some things he doesn't understand after listening, and can't help but ask back. But we all know that General Fan is not a spy. He won't go to Xingling Pass at all. Wouldn't our conspiracy be exposed in this way? Even if Finch and June is suspicious, General Fan will not go to Xingling Pass. Once Finch and June finds out the truth, he will know that General Fan has been wronged. In this way, everything they did was just scratching the surface. Useless. And even killed Tian Kai. Jun Haotsong heard this, but his lips curled slightly. His eyes turned slightly, and his ice blue eyes revealed a hint of coldness. So, we have to design a plan to lead Fan Tianjing to Xingling Pass, and let him be convicted of this crime. Feng Moxie is cautious, and will not casually attack a general just because of a simple suspicion. So he will definitely investigate secretly, and observe General Fan's whereabouts. As long as General Fan takes the initiative to go to Xingling Pass, it will be confirmed. As a general, he colluded with the enemy to rebel, which is a capital crime that can kill 9 clans. Feng Moxie will be furious at that time. According to his cold-blooded and ruthless temperament, how to deal with Fan Tianjing. Jun Haotsong almost doesn't need to guess the consequences. Let him take the initiative to go to Xingling Pass. La Feng heard this. Both eyes lit up, and his expression jumped into excitement. Jun Haotsong nodded slightly, tapping the location of Iran City on the map with his bony fingers. His blue eyes flickered in the candlelight, faintly emitting a cold light. Since Su Mu said that the tactic of attacking Iran City was false, then Lord Finchen's goal is likely to be on Gingzhou City. So before designing to lure General Fan away, we have to take advantage of the situation and abandon Gingzhou City and go to Iran City. What? Abandon Gingzhou City? Isn't the price too high? La Feng didn't expect that Jun Haotsong, who was always cautious, would make such a crazy decision, which was simply unacceptable to him. If you don't do this, do you think Feng Moxie will believe it easily? Jun Haotsong raised his eyes and stared at him with a sharp gaze. Such a sharp and piercing look made La Feng's heart tremble, and he felt indescribable. He still disagreed with Jun Haotsong's decision. Emperor, this is too risky. If Su Mu makes a wrong estimate this time, even if he kills General Fan, it will be difficult to achieve success, and will not shake the foundation of Lord Finchen. Then we will just hand over Gingzhou City to them. You know, Gingzhou City is our most important stronghold, and we can't make any mistakes. Although Su Mu has many ideas and is indeed very capable, there is no guarantee that he will make mistakes. They can't afford to lose Gingzhou City as a bet. If they make a wrong move, they will lose the battle completely. I believe her. Jun Haotsong didn't analyze the pros and cons. Just a few simple words. But they were very heavy words. La Feng was shocked by the firm blue eyes and the determined tone. He stepped back and was shocked. His expression was instantly filled with astonishment. Just because he believed in Su Maoyang, he took Gingzhou City as a bet. To what extent does one trust someone so much that he would do such a crazy thing? La Feng suddenly found that he was out of place in front of Jun Haotsong and Su Maoyang. Jun Haotsong could always guess Su Maoyang's thoughts at the first time, understand her intentions, make decisions that fully trust her, and cooperate with her tacitly. And he wanted to squeeze in and integrate into Su Maoyang's world. But he was always blocked out like a fool. Although he had decided to give up when he learned that Su Maoyang was the woman that Jun Haotsong loved deeply, he still couldn't control his heart, and couldn't help but care, and even feel jealous. At this moment, he realized the gap between him and Jun Haotsong, and there were some feelings that he couldn't interfere with at all. Tianjin City, Guanhai Hall. Lord Finchen, I have intercepted the reply from Emperor Yunlu. Please take a look. Lung Machin walked quickly into the side hall of Guanhai Hall, panting and clasping his fists to report. It seems that he ran back in a hurry as soon as he got the letter. Finchen's lazy voice came from the depths of darkness. Read it to me. Hearing this, Lung Machin immediately unfolded the letter and read out the contents of the letter in detail. When he read to the end, he was shocked. His handsome face turned pale as paper. He couldn't believe it and whispered, How is this possible? How could General Fan be the man of Emperor Yunlu? Isn't Tian Kai the spy? How could General Fan be involved? Could it be that there is more than one spy? Realizing this, Lung Machin covered his mouth in fear, his pupils full of horror. Feng Mox's purple eyes condensed slightly, and his face was also gloomy and scary. When he heard General Fan's name, he felt a chill all over his body, and he seemed to be very angry. It seems that I have neglected it. Please pay close attention to his movements. Hearing this, Lung Machin knew that Lord Finchen suspected General Fan. He had been taken care of by General Fan in the past, and had some feelings for him. He could not help but plead, Lord Finchen, maybe this is not true. It may be a conspiracy of Emperor Yunlu. General Fan has worked hard, and never complained in these years. There has never been any suspicious place. If you say he is a spy, it is really unreasonable. Feng Moxie heard the words, and her charming phoenix eyes slightly raised, and her purple eyes were cold. She murmured, Is there nothing suspicious? 3 of the 4 generals who followed me to the expedition were poisoned. But he was not poisoned. What do you think is the reason? Lung Machin was frightened and his expression changed drastically when he heard the words. Chapter 638, She is not as good as me in any way. Lung Machin had never thought about this question. But Fan Tianjun easily thought of it. It is enough to show that Fan Tianjun's mind is unfathomable. In fact, people who know Feng Moxie will not be surprised. Because he is a person who does not trust people. Even Lung Machin, who grew up with him and fought for him. He cannot trust him 100%. Not to mention Fan Tianjing who assisted him halfway after he ascended the throne. For him, people will change. There are no permanent friends. Only permanent interests. Anyone may betray him. He can only trust himself. There are too many jackals and tigers around him. Once he trusts the wrong person, he will fall into a situation where there is no return. In order to remove obstacles and survive, he once killed all his relatives, let alone a mere spy. Therefore, once he finds betrayal, he will not hesitate to kill all his confidants. He is so cruel and merciless. If others say so, he is a cruel devil and a terrible monster. But what if it is a coincidence and General Fan is not poisoned? It is not pre-planned. After all, we have no evidence. I am afraid that Lord Finchen will wrongly accuse a good man. Lung Machin's heart was trembling. Although he was trying to excuse General Fan, he was very nervous. Even he was not sure whether General Fan was a spy. You know, Tian Kai hid it so well before. He was honest and loyal to his duties, and did not reveal any flaws. If it were not for this meeting with Su Mu, he might still be kept in the dark. And General Fan is obviously more experienced than Tian Kai, a deputy general. If he wants to hide something, Lung Machin is not sure whether he can see through him. Moreover, among the generals who went on the expedition this time, only General Fan was not poisoned, which is indeed suspicious. He is now speaking for General Fan because of their friendship for many years. To be honest, he is unwilling to believe it, or even unable to accept this fact. Feng Moxie heard his defense and just snorted coldly. Whether he is a spy or not, send someone to pay attention to his recent movements to know. Remember not to alert the enemy. Although he is suspicious, he is not arbitrary. Everything must be investigated before taking action. Hearing this, Lung Machin nodded slightly, clasped his fists and accepted the order. Yes, I obey your order, and will pay close attention to his whereabouts. In addition to this, the day after tomorrow, General Xian will go to Yiran City to ambush the enemy. And you and the 3 generals will go to Gingzhou City. And you will definitely take Gingzhou City. Do you understand? Feng Moxie thought of the large-scale raid the day after tomorrow, and his voice became solemn. Lung Machin knew the importance of this matter, nodded solemnly, and left Guanhai Hall. 3 days passed quickly, and Finchua Tianqing and Yunlu Dark Domain had another fierce battle. This battle lasted for 2 days and 2 nights, and there was no sign of a break. In the end, it was the large-scale victory of the Finchua army that made the Yunlu army abandon the city and flee in panic, and gradually calmed down. The fall of Gingzhou City was widely spread in Yunlu Dark Domain and Finchua Tianqing. Everyone knew the importance of Gingzhou City to Yunlu Dark Domain. Even this stronghold was lost, and Yunlu Dark Domain had basically lost more than half of its losses. The chance of turning defeat into victory was almost zero. Finchen Jun was naturally happy to hear this news. He really didn't expect that Jun Haotsong really loved Su Maoyang, that woman, and trusted her wholeheartedly, to the point of losing the entire Gingzhou City, which moved even a heartless and loveless man like him. If he hadn't witnessed Jun Haotsong risking his life for this woman before, he wouldn't have believed that Jun Haotsong could do this. Of course, he also knew that Gingzhou City was Jun Haotsong's lifeline. If he hadn't really failed, Jun Haotsong would have lost Qingzhou City only if he was stupid. Moreover, Finchen Jun was proud and conceited. He would rather believe that Jun Haotsong really lost in his hands. Because the Finchu army won a great victory this time. The entire Tianyin city swept away the haze of defeat and cheered. In order to celebrate the victory, Feng Moxie decided to reward the three armies and held a celebration banquet in the city lord's mansion. The generals and deputy generals, who had made contributions to this battle, and even the soldiers who performed outstandingly, were invited. Even Su Maoyang, a concubine of low status, was brought to the banquet by Lord Finchen. After all, in Feng Moxie's opinion, Su Maoyang played an indispensable role in making Jun Haotsong fall so badly. Although her original intention was not here, she helped him achieve his goal in disguise. So he had to bring her to see his achievements and share his victory in defeating Jun Haotsong. He wanted Jun Haotsong's woman to witness his victory of trampling Jun Haotsong under his feet. What's more ironic is that all this was caused by her. If it weren't for her, Jun Haotsong wouldn't have been defeated so badly. Feng Moxie wanted to see how Su Maoyang would be in pain, torment, and even collapse. That must be very exciting and interesting. Thinking of this, Feng Moxie, who was sitting in the upper seat of the hall, had a strange luster in his charming purple eyes. From a distance, he seemed to be cold, but from a close distance, he was a perverted cruelty. Su Mo Liang felt frightened when he met such a sight, and immediately avoided his gaze, seeing her lower her head and dare not look at him. It was a look of looking at a monster. Feng Moxie was too familiar with it. Anger suddenly surged in his heart. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he ordered in a cold voice, "Come here. Pour wine for me." Su Mo Liang, who was standing next to him, was called, frowned reluctantly, and walked over with difficulty. Leng Shiyue, who was sitting in the lower seat, could no longer hold back when she saw Su Maoyang present. She stood up and asked sternly, "Lord Finchen, Su Mu is a captive. How can he come to the banquet?" Feng Moxie frowned slightly in the face of her relentlessness, with obvious impatience on his face. "She is my concubine. Do I need your consent to let her serve tea and water by my side?" Leng Shiyue was embarrassed by his choking, and she gnashed her teeth in anger, unable to speak for a while. The other generals, deputy generals, and some soldiers sitting there all started to discuss after hearing this, and their attitude was naturally dissatisfied with Su Maoyang's identity. It was already a leniency for a captive not to be beheaded. Now not only did he not stay in the cell properly, but he even ran to the celebration banquet to make trouble. What a disgrace. Besides, Su Mu killed so many of their soldiers, and was their sworn enemy. Even if Lord Finchen had a weird personality and eccentric behavior, they really couldn't stand Su Maoyang's appearance. Seeing everyone in a commotion, all standing on her side, Leng Shiyue took a deep breath to calm herself down. Faced with everyone's support, she was even more confident and continued to accuse him. "Lord Finchen, if you want someone to serve you, I, Leng Shiyue, will do my job without complaint. Even if it's not me, at least you have to choose someone excellent. However, this woman is of low status and ugly, and nothing can compare to me. Why did you choose her instead of me?" Chapter 639, I want to compete with you in alchemy. Leng Shiyue has been among men since she was a child. She is straightforward and speaks her mind. She is not as hypocritical and shy as women. She also generously exposes her love for Fintianjin in front of others, and has won praise and support from all the soldiers. However, Feng Moxie did not appreciate it and always spoke coldly to her. Even in front of so many people, he did not give her face at all. "Are you sure she can't compare to you in any way? Then why did I hear that when you were competing in spiritual power, even if you forced yourself to upgrade a level, you almost died in Su Mu's hands?" Feng Moxie had a blank expression on his face, but the words he uttered seemed to be full of poison, which immediately made Leng Shiyue lose face. Her already unhappy face became even uglier. This matter was a thorn in her heart and a shame that she tried her best to hide. Unexpectedly, Feng Moxie actually said it in public to humiliate her, which was undoubtedly salt in her wounds and made her feel ashamed. When the soldiers heard this, they all widened their eyes in surprise, as if they couldn't believe what Feng Moxie said. They all looked at Leng Shiyue in surprise, and their questioning eyes wandered around Leng Shiyue, expecting her explanation. The young General Xiang Zhan, who was sitting next to Leng Shiyue, shouted in disbelief. "How is this possible? Yue is an early-stage respected spiritual master with good skills. We have seen her fight with the army for these years. How could she be defeated by a prisoner? In Xiang Zhan's impression, Leng Shuyue not only has good spiritual power and skills, but is also a respected alchemist. What's more rare is that she is beautiful and excellent. So Xiang Zhan has always admired her for so many years. Now hearing that she was defeated by the captives, and seeing her embarrassing situation, Xiang Zhan felt distressed, and couldn't help but speak up to help her out. In his eyes, Leng Shuyue was the most outstanding and powerful woman. How could a captive from an enemy country be compared to her? He really didn't understand why such an outstanding girl like Leng Shuyue couldn't catch the eye of Tianjun. Then Tianjun would rather let an ugly guy serve him than accept the beautiful Leng Shuyue. It was really unreasonable. Unfortunately, even if Tianjun didn't like her, Leng Shuyue still put all her thoughts on him. So she never saw his existence. Although Xiang Zhan was jealous, he knew the gap between himself and Tianjun, and didn't dare to have any complaints or any extravagant hopes, and could only wait silently. Hearing what Xiang Zhan said, Leng Shuyue felt embarrassed and guilty. She was so angry that her hands were clenched into fists under her sleeves, and her nails dug deep into her flesh. At this moment, looking at Su Maoyang's ugly but calm face, she was furious. The anger accumulated in her chest suddenly erupted like a volcano, and she roared like thunder. Su Mu, I want to challenge you. I want to compete with you in alchemy. Do you dare to accept it? Leng Shuyue's spiritual power may be slightly inferior, but she is absolutely confident in alchemy. She has reached the early stage of Dan Wang at a young age. Looking at the entire burning blood sky city, few people in the younger generation have surpassed her. She heard that Su Maoyang had refined the antidote for the lower spiritual product for General Chao and claimed to be an early stage Dan Wang. But she didn't see it with her own eyes, and didn't believe it anyway. She heard that Su Mu was just a small soldier in the Yunlu army before, but later he used some clever tricks and was promoted to deputy general. How could he be an alchemist with such a background? You have to know that an alchemist not only needs to be talented, but also has to have a wealthy family. It takes a lot of financial resources to train an alchemist. With Su Mu's conditions, Leng Shuyue really couldn't believe that Su Maoyang was an alchemist. Moreover, she lost to Su Mu in spiritual power, and she had been holding her breath in her heart. She must make up for 1 point in alchemy today, and she must not let Tianjun and the soldiers look down on her. She wanted to see whether her alchemy skills were better or Su Mu's. Su Maoyang didn't expect Leng Shuyue to compete with her in alchemy. This woman really doesn't stop for a moment. Sorry, I'm not in the mood to compete with my defeated general. Su Maoyang heard that Leng Shuyue was an early stage of the alchemy emperor, but she was already in the middle stage of the alchemy emperor. And recently there was a faint trend of advancing to the peak of the alchemy emperor. If she agreed to compete, wouldn't it be suspected of deliberately bullying others? However, some people are like this. The more you retreat, the more she will push forward. Leng Shuyue was furious when she heard her refusal. Her beautiful eyes were wide open with angry flames. Su Mu, my spiritual power is not as good as yours, but it does not mean that I am not as good as you in refining pills. You are refusing now. Are you afraid and want to escape? Everyone laughed at her and pointed at Su Maoyang, mocking and humiliating him. All kinds of unpleasant sounds were heard. Su Maoyang frowned and said in a deep voice, You asked for the competition. Don't cry if you lose. Leng Shuyue was so angry that her face flushed and her emotions became more excited. Don't talk big. If I lose to you, I, Leng Shuyue, will take your surname. But if you lose, I want you to kowtow and apologize to me. Well, since you insist, then please. Su Maoyang has refused and reminded her. She is stubborn, so it's no wonder that she bullies others. Everyone present was surprised when they heard Su Maoyang accept the challenge. They shook their heads in disdain and accused her of overestimating her ability. Leng Shuyue's alchemy skills are quite famous in Tianjin. She is an alchemy genius among the younger generation. Su Mu dared to compete with her in alchemy. He was really arrogant and ignorant. Leng Shuyue saw that she looked confident and gritted her teeth. She walked out of her seat, strode to the center of the hall, and suddenly raised her hand to release the alchemy furnace stored in the space ring. In the blink of an eye, a gorgeous and huge alchemy furnace came into everyone's sight, and immediately set off a climax in the whole audience. TSK. It's a 2-star Tai Ching Jade Cauldron. The Ling family is indeed rich and powerful. They even have a 2-star holy alchemy furnace. It's really enviable. Yes, the alchemy furnace is such an expensive treasure. Even a 1-star holy alchemy furnace is very rare, let alone a 2-star one. This young lady of the Lung family is so lucky. When everyone saw the alchemy furnace in front of Ling Shiyue, they all talked about it with envy. And their envy was exposed. Su Maoyang was also surprised to see the scene, and raised her eyebrows slightly, with surprise in her eyes. She had only seen red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple alchemy furnaces. As for the holy alchemy furnace, she had only heard about it from the old man Jinjuan, but had never seen it with her own eyes. Now that she saw it, she couldn't help but be shocked. It is said that the holy alchemy furnace is above the purple alchemy furnace. This grade of alchemy furnace is divided into 9 levels from 1 star to 9 stars. The elixirs refined by the holy alchemy furnace, no matter the color, concentration, purity, are incomparable to those of the purple grade and lower alchemy furnaces. Strictly speaking, one is in heaven and the other is in hell. Su Maoyang had never come into contact with this kind of alchemy furnace before, because when he was in the lower plane, even the blue grade alchemy furnace was very rare and precious. Not to mention the holy ones. Chapter 640 Cross-Level Alchemy. Hearing everyone's envious voices, Ling Shiyue curled her lips and grinned with a smug smile, looking at Su Maoyang with contempt. This 2-star Taiching jade cauldron was obtained by their Lung family at a high price. She didn't believe that Su Mu, who was born in a humble family, could have such an expensive alchemy furnace. Su Mu, what are you still hesitating about? Put out your alchemy furnace. Ling Shiyue was determined to humiliate her today, and she couldn't wait any longer. Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Maoyang with expectation. Su Maoyang touched his nose and walked down from the upper part. He came to the center of the hall. Without any nonsense, he waved his hand and released the 9 heavens devouring Yin cauldron. The evil blood cauldron was her biggest trump card. She couldn't expose it, so she could only use the blue-grade alchemy furnace from the Zhao family pit. In the past, she thought that the blue-grade alchemy furnace was already very good, but now it was placed in front of Ling Shiyue's holy-grade alchemy furnace, and it was immediately compared to it. The gap was so big that it was laughable. Sure enough, in a moment, everyone present laughed, and the laughter and discussion were deafening, echoing over the entire hall. Ha ha ha! Isn't that a blue-grade alchemy furnace? It's not even a holy-grade one. And you dared to take it out and embarrass yourself. Yes, Miss Ling is a 2-star holy-grade alchemy furnace. She took a blue-grade alchemy furnace. Isn't it courting death? It's really overestimating her own abilities. Ha ha! This Su Mu is too arrogant and arrogant. With these conditions, he dares to accept the challenge casually. In the 9 nether realm, only the holy grade ones can be called good alchemy furnaces. Those below the holy grade ones are all alchemy furnaces that are not up to standard. And the blue grade alchemy furnace is the worst of all. How can everyone not laugh? Everyone didn't know where Su Maoyang got the courage from, and he dared to challenge Ling Shiyue's 2-star holy grade alchemy furnace, which was really incredible. Ling Shiyue was also very happy when she saw the blue grade alchemy furnace, and asked with a smile, Su Mu, you challenge my 2-star holy grade alchemy furnace with a blue grade alchemy furnace. Are you too whimsical? Seeing her confident look, Ling Shiyue at least thought that she had some foundation, but she didn't expect that she really overestimated her. Hearing this, Su Maoyang looked up at her and replied, whether it's whimsical or not, wait until the alchemy results come out before making a conclusion. Tell me, what are we going to refine in this competition? Seeing that she was still calm and composed in front of her own holy grade alchemy furnace, Ling Shiyue just thought she was pretending, and snorted with disdain, and was already thinking about how to make her kneel down and admit her mistake. Thinking of this, Ling Shiyue raised her eyebrows. Her eyes moved, and she came up with a plan. This time we will refine a medium-grade spiritual pill, the 3-pattern Qingling pill. The medicinal materials for this pill are simple, and anyone can refine it. When everyone heard this, they all gasped in shock. Everyone knew that Ling Shiyue was actually only an early-stage Dan Wang, and the pills she refined were only of the lower spiritual grade. Unexpectedly, she would actually compete in the middle-grade spiritual pill. This is a cross-level pill refining, and the possibility of failure is very high. In addition, everyone present knew that although the medicinal materials for the 3-pattern Qingling pill were simple, The requirements for the technique were quite high. If the details were not handled well, it would lead to failure. So, the difficulty of this pill was not even something that an ordinary middle-stage Dan Wang could handle. Not to mention that they were still early Danwings. However, what they didn't know was that Ling Shuyue had practiced this 3-pattern Qingling pill many times. Although it didn't achieve the best effect, it was already very good to be able to take shape initially. I believe that if she works harder, she can advance to the middle stage of the Dan Emperor. Even if Su Maoyang is in the early stage of the Dan Emperor, Ling Shuyue is sure that she can't make a pill of the middle stage of the Dan Emperor. So, to a certain extent, it's easy for the skilled Ling Shuyue to defeat Su Maoyang with just a flick of her finger. Su Maoyang nodded slightly when she heard about this pill. It just so happened that there were medicinal materials for this pill in the space, so she took them out immediately. Let's get started. Ling Shuyue really hated Su Maoyang's calmness. She looked at her with contempt, thinking of her miserable state later. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. And then she began to peel her own medicinal materials. Su Maoyang didn't delay, and quickly peeled the medicinal materials, stretched out his hand to ignite the flame, and threw the peeled medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace with nimble hands and feet. The smooth movements were not as everyone imagined, but surprisingly skilled. Originally, everyone was paying attention to Ling Shuyue's alchemy skills, but after a while, everyone's eyes moved to Su Maoyang uncontrollably. Her movements were fast and smooth, and every move was dazzling and shocking. Whether it was peeling medicinal materials or controlling the fire, it was first class. Her fingertips seemed to have some kind of magic, which led the flames up and down, left and right, and was completely obedient. Just watching her movements, everyone was stunned and speechless for a long time. They had never seen someone who could control the fire as easily as she did, which was even more shocking than Ling Shuyue's skills. Just as everyone was lost in thought, the fragrance of the elixir wafted out of the furnace. Smelling the smell, everyone suddenly became excited. Their emotions were high, and their hearts were filled with expectations. Ling Shuyue saw that her elixir had taken shape, and she was delighted. She showed a smug smile on her face, and suddenly withdrew her hand. The elixir immediately rose from the furnace and floated in the air. Seeing this scene, everyone present was amazed. After being shocked, they all sighed and talked about it. Oh my god! It's really a 3-pattern Qingling pill of the middle spiritual grade. Although it has only taken shape, it is already very remarkable for an early stage of the Elixir Emperor to be able to refine such an elixir across levels. Yes, this elixir has extremely high requirements for details and fire. If you are not careful, it will fail. Ling Shuyue only took one chance and used such a short time. She deserves the title of Elixir Genius. Everyone was so excited that their faces flushed. They praised Ling Shuyue and admired her. Hearing the praises from the people around, Ling Shuyue finally regained some face, and looked at Su Maoyang with a sneer, waiting for her result. At this time, Su Maoyang was concentrating on controlling the flames, and the mental power in his body was fiercely output. After a stalemate for a while, the pill quickly rose up, emitting a charming fragrance. The pill with full grains and gloss was exposed to everyone's sight. Anyone with a little knowledge knows that this is an authentic middle-level spiritual pill. Whether it is color, gloss, shape, or fragrance, it is definitely the purest middle-level spiritual pill. At this moment, the people in the audience were instantly silent, staring at the pill in the air with shock, and gasping for air after realizing it belatedly. Chapter 641 Her True Appearance. After the silence, the whole place erupted into a fierce noise again. Everyone present was shocked and excited, staring at Su Maoyang with eyes that seemed to be rusty and could no longer move. Oh my god! Am I seeing things? It's actually a real middle-grade spiritual pill. She can make authentic middle-grade spiritual pills. Could she be a middle-stage Dan Wang alchemist? Isn't it obvious? If she wasn't a middle-stage Dan Wang, how could she make such a pure 3-pattern Tai Ching pill? I just didn't expect that she would be even better than our alchemy genius. It's incredible. Yes, I heard that Su Mu was just an ordinary soldier in the Yunlu army. Later, he was promoted to a deputy general. He didn't have any power background. I didn't expect that he was actually an amazing middle-stage Dan Wang. It's really surprising. Hearing the discussions around her and seeing the pill in the air, Ling Shuyue's smile suddenly froze, as if she was hit on the head. The pride in her heart was blown away by the sudden hurricane, and her beautiful eyes were almost popped out of her eyes in shock. She really couldn't believe that Su Mu had made an authentic middle-grade spiritual pill. If she was right, the quality of the pill was probably purer than the average middle-level spiritual product. Such purity, if it was not made by an alchemist in the middle stage of the Dan Emperor, it would be unreasonable. No! She didn't believe it. How could Su Mu be in the middle stage of the Dan Emperor? Leng Shuyue herself was only at the early stage of the Dan Emperor. How could a lowly captive be one level higher than her? Such a blow was more devastating to Leng Shuyue than losing her spiritual power. After all, alchemy was the talent she was most proud of in her life. But now it was vulnerable in front of Su Mu. How could she accept it? At this moment, Su Maoyong stretched out his hand and held the floating pill in his hand. He ignored the shocked eyes of the crowd, slightly side-glanced, looked at Leng Shuyue, and said in a cold and sarcastic voice, "It seems that you have to change your surname." Miss Su, facing those sharp black eyes and hearing her cold sarcasm, Leng Shuyue trembled, took a step back, and her pretty face was as pale as paper. At this moment, if she still didn't understand, she would be really stupid. Su Mu, you bitch. You are not the early stage of Dan Huang at all. You lied to me. After Leng Shuyue was shocked, she was furious at being teased. Su Mu could refine a pill that was purer than the average middle spiritual product so smoothly. In addition to the fact that she was the middle stage of Dan Huang, she could not find any other reason. So, from the beginning, Su Mu was playing dumb, deliberately deceiving her and teasing her. It was really abominable and despicable. Su Maoyong was speechless when she heard such an inexplicable accusation. Miss Su, don't wrongly accuse me. I never said that I was in the early stage of Dan Huang. How could I say that I was deceiving? Su Maoyong kept calling her Miss Su, which stimulated Leng Shuyue's face to be red and veins bulged. The hand pointing at her trembled non-stop. You dare to quibble. When you made the antidote for General Chao, you said it to my brother in person. Is it false? Su Maoyong raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard it, and glanced at Leng Machen on the seat, with a somewhat innocent look. At the beginning, she only said that she would make a lower-level antidote for General Chao, and did not say her alchemy level. The early stage of Dan Huang was clearly Leng Machen's own brain. So how could she be blamed for deceiving? Leng Machen was a little embarrassed by her stare, and immediately refuted. When I asked you if you were in the early stage of Dan Huang, you acquiesced. Although he was not an alchemist, he knew that only alchemists who had reached the early stage of the Dan Emperor could refine lower spiritual pills. So when he heard Su Maoyong say that she wanted to refine lower spiritual pills, his first reaction was the early stage of the Dan Emperor. Who would have thought that her level was above this? Sorry. I was silent, not acquiescing. You like to think about it. What does it have to do with me? Su Maoyong never liked to casually show her cards to others. This was undoubtedly a suicidal act. Unexpectedly, someone twisted her silence into deception, which was really speechless. You bitch. You are still right to lie to others. I must kill you today. Leng Shuyue was even more furious when she heard this. A burst of anger arched her forehead. She lost her mind in an instant. She didn't care whether she could beat him or not. She rushed over so savagely, as if she was going to tear Su Maoyong apart. Seeing this, Su Maoyong quickly dodged, waved his sleeves, and the fierce spiritual power hit Leng Shuyue's shoulder. Leng Machen was so frightened when he saw this that his eyes widened. He shot out like lightning and blocked Leng Shuyue in front of him, instantly dissolving Su Maoyong's spiritual power. Then he pushed Su Maoyong's chest hard with a palm, and the wave was several times stronger than Su Maoyong's power. Su Maoyong's pupils shrank slightly in shock, and he quickly withdrew his hand and dodged to the side with a nimble body. Who knew that Leng Shuyue was so shameless that he suddenly waved his sleeve and shot a sleeve arrow while she was too busy to care? Fortunately, Su Maoyong was quick-witted and quickly turned sideways to avoid the body. Who knew that her head was a little slow, and the sharp sleeve arrow passed by her face, cutting her right face and leaving a long and thin wound. Although the wound was not big and not obvious, the blood that slowly flowed out was like a magic trick, instantly making this ugly and rough face look brand new, gradually revealing her original skin and appearance. It was a face that could overwhelm the whole country, with skin as smooth as milky white silk, as white and tender as freshly peeled water chestnuts, lips like cherry blossoms, eyebrows like ink paintings, and a spirit like autumn water. indescribably gentle and delicate. A pair of bright and deep black eyes, like the night sky that embraces everything. Pupils like twinkling stars, shining, like the clear halo of the new moon, like snow on a flower tree. A breeze blew, and the black hair like a spring gently flew, matching this beautiful and moving face. Indescribably ethereal and light. Stunning! Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, with horror on their faces, and their blood seemed to have solidified. At this moment, there are only a few words in my mind. Beautiful. So beautiful. Leng Shuyue and Leng Machan on the opposite side saw Su Maoyang's transformed face, and it was like a thunder exploded above their heads. They stood there in shock, and their feet seemed to be rooted, motionless. Your face. Leng Shuyue was shocked and speechless when she saw the face that was 3 times more beautiful than her own. She thought Su Maoyang was an ugly woman who was despised by others, because she had never seen a woman with a man's face. Ugly features, rough skin, no different from the rough men in the barracks. But she would never have thought that Su Maoyang's gender was not only fake, but even her face was fake. How much of her was fake? She was shocked and couldn't accept this fact at all. She kept shaking her head and didn't want to believe it. First, her spiritual power was hit. Then she was hit by the difficulty in alchemy. And now even her remaining pride and appearance were defeated by Su Maoyang. In a short period of time, Leng Shuyue suffered the biggest setback in her life. Chapter 642. It turns out that she took the disguise pill. Not to mention Leng Shuyue, even Leng Machan and all the onlookers were shocked by Su Maoyang's face. This is really a real face change. She was so ugly just now that she couldn't bear to look at it. But in the blink of an eye, she became incredibly beautiful. What's more, there was a wound on her face, but it didn't affect her beauty at all. That slender figure stood in the center of the hall, with a beautiful and exquisite face and a noble and elegant temperament. Everyone fell in love with her at first sight. Su Maoyang felt everyone's amazing eyes, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately covered the wound on his right face, which was immediately stained with blood. He said in his heart, "Oh no! Although this disguise pill can change a person's appearance, once the face is injured and bleeding, the original appearance will be exposed. Su Mu, aren't you ugly? What's wrong with your face?" Leng Shuyue was the most excited among the audience. She almost yelled out with her teeth clenched. Her angry pupils were burning with jealousy, as if they were about to burst out of her eye sockets and burn Su Maoyang to ashes. Su Maoyang faced her sharp eyes like a knife, frowned slightly, and responded coldly, "As an alchemist, don't you know that there is a pill called Irong pill?" Leng Shuyue's body was shocked, and her expression suddenly stiffened. "I didn't expect that the woman in front of me had eaten Irong pill." She deliberately disguised herself as a man. When she was found behind her daughter, she was still stupid and naively thought that Su Maoyang was an ugly woman. When she faced Su Maoyang before, she always had a sense of superiority and pride, and never took Su Maoyang seriously. But when all the truth came out, looking at that pretty face that was more beautiful than her own, Leng Shuyue suddenly felt particularly eye-catching and extremely ironic. Her whole heart was pulled up, and the strong humiliation flowed in her blood, making her furious and gnashing her teeth. She was deceived by Su Maoyang so badly. She thought she was very powerful, but she didn't expect that after a long time, she became a joke in everyone's eyes. Leng Shuyue didn't please Fan Tianjun to begin with. Now that she knew that Su Maoyang was good-looking, the sense of crisis in her heart was even more overwhelming. "Su Mu, tell me the truth. Are you a spy sent by Jun Haosong to seduce Fan Tianjun?" Leng Shuyue, who was in a state of rampage, pointed at her and roared loudly, deafeningly, echoing over the hall, and frightened everyone back to their senses. At the beginning, Su Maoyang was ugly, and everyone didn't think about it that way. Now that her face is exposed, she is a stunning woman who surpasses Leng Shuyue, and they have to have such doubts. Realizing this, everyone's eyes turned from amazement to vigilance when looking at Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was impressed by their imagination and sneered. "Don't you think about it? If I was a spy sent by Jun Haosong to seduce Lord Fan Tian, why would I disguise myself as a man? Isn't that just for nothing?" Leng Shuyue wanted to argue with her after hearing this, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Feng Moxie above. "Okay, a good celebration banquet has been messed up by you, which is really a bummer. That's all for today. Let's go." Feng Moxie frowned and waved his hand. looking impatient. Leng Shuyue saw this, and didn't want to let Su Maoyang go. She wanted to go up and make trouble for her. But Leng Machan quickly grabbed her, and comforted her in a low voice. Lord Fentian has instructed that Su Mu must not be touched. Don't ruin Lord Fentian's big plan. But Leng Shuyue lost so much face today. If she lets Su Maoyang be arrogant, where will she put her face? No buts. Don't you see that Fentian Jun is not in a good mood now? If you continue to pester and anger Fentian Jun, you will be in trouble. After being reminded by him, Leng Shuyue looked up at Feng Moxie. Seeing that he had a cold face and was in a bad mood, she endured the humiliation and anger and stepped aside. This celebration banquet was originally to celebrate the victory, but it was messed up by Leng Shuyue. Fentian Jun did not stop it. He wanted to test Su Maoyang's depth. Now that he had tested it, he naturally didn't want to see Leng Shuyue pestering like a shrew. Hearing Fentian Jun's order to expel them, everyone stood up and saluted without interest and retreated. Feng Moxie watched the back of General Fan leaving, then raised his eyebrows slightly, and gave Leng Machan a look. Leng Machan understood, clasped his fist to him, and dragged Leng Shuyue out of the hall. Late at night, Leng Machan rushed into Guanhai Hall in a hurry, clasped his fists and reported, Lord Fentian, the spy sent a message that General Fan led his troops to Xingping Pass tonight. It is said that it is a secret operation without notifying anyone. He really couldn't imagine that General Fan, such a loyal person, was actually a spy. When he heard such news, he initially suspected that it was a misunderstanding. But General Fan's secret march was really not related to a misunderstanding. If there was really something urgent, General Fan would definitely ask Lord Fentian for instructions. He was an old general who had fought on the battlefield, and he still understood this rule. But tonight, he acted secretly without even saying hello. Sneaking around, it was hard not to suspect that he was a spy. Furthermore, the direction he was heading was exactly Xingping Pass written in Jun Haotson's letter, which almost confirmed the crime. Now all the evidence points to him being a spy. And no matter how good Leng Machan's relationship with him is, he can't plead for him. Lord Fentian, you are indeed as good as a god. You said that the spy would take action after the celebration banquet, and he really couldn't sit still. Feng Moxie heard the words, and a sneer rose at the corner of his lips. The cold voice seemed to contain ice chips. Tianyan City is heavily guarded. If there is any movement, it will be discovered. And this lord held a celebration banquet. Everyone was immersed in joy, and naturally they would relax their vigilance. So, how could the cunning Jun Haotson let go of such a good opportunity? Speaking of which, Lord Fentian's purpose for this meal tonight was to test General Fan, not to really celebrate. Unexpectedly, General Fan finally disappointed him. Leng Machan clasped his fists in admiration when he heard this. Fentian Jun is still thoughtful. What's the situation with Jun Haotsong? Fentian Jun was silent for a moment and asked faintly. Now the enemy's main force is heading toward Xingping Pass. It should be soon that they will reach Xingping Pass. Humph. You immediately send people to kill Fan Tianjing halfway. If someone resists, don't show mercy and kill them all. When the time comes, you lead Fan Tianjing's army to meet up with several other generals at Xingping Pass. This time, I will make Jun Haotsong go without return. When Feng Moxie said the last few words, his tone was very heavy, and the pair of purple eyes in the dark suddenly bloomed with a bewitching luster, like a ghost, which made people both amazed and scared. Chapter 643 Turn her into a pill. When Leng Machan heard this, his expression was shocked, and he immediately clasped his fists. Yes, I obey your order. But what should we do with Su Mu? Then Tian Jun raised his phoenix eyes slightly, and his cold voice was mixed with some inexplicable taste. Let General Chao stay in the city to guard him first, and there must be no mistakes. Su Maoyang is a very important chess move for him. Leng Machan heard this, although he was confused in his heart, but he didn't dare to ask more. Since Fentian Jun said so, he must have his considerations. He could only clasp his fists and accept the order, and quickly exited Guanhai Hall. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. Under the night sky, countless marching teams shuttled back and forth, and the dense torches seemed to illuminate the entire earth with lights, because both armies were heading towards the same place, Xingping Pass. At this time, Su Maoyang was locked in the wing room on the right side of Guanhai Hall. The door was heavily guarded, and only the footsteps of patrols could be heard. Fentian Jun was afraid that she would run away, So he asked General Chao to guard a prisoner. He really thought highly of her. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang laughed and shook her head, and sat up to concentrate her mind and practice, trying to absorb the spiritual energy in her body, trying to advance to the middle stage of the Imperial Spiritual Master. But she hadn't practiced for long when she vaguely heard a big commotion outside. General Chao, my master and I want to go in to visit Su Mu. Please give us a favor. A crisp and pleasant voice suddenly rose, breaking the solemn atmosphere outside the house. Su Maoyang's expression was shocked, and surprise flashed across his pupils. This voice couldn't be more familiar. Wasn't it Ling Shuyue, who had always been jealous? At this time, what did she want to do when she suddenly appeared here? However, it is not difficult to guess that she has a grudge against him, and she is here with bad intentions. Just as Su Maoyang was thinking, the voice of General Chao was heard from outside. Miss Lung, Master Peng, I am really sorry. Lord Fentian specifically told me to guard Su Mu, and there must not be any mistakes. So, speaking, General Chao bowed slightly and made a gesture to leave. Although he refused, his attitude was very humble, giving Ling Shuyue and Master Peng enough face. Because Ling Shuyue's identity is special. She is not only Ling Machen's sister, but also the daughter of the Ling family. He can't afford to offend her. Not to mention that her master is a very famous and prestigious alchemy master in Fenshua Tianqing. Such a super strong man. Even Lord Fentian will give way to him, let alone a small follower like him. Ling Shuyue was furious when he refused, and cursed fiercely. General Chao, I respect you as a man, so I discussed it with you, and you don't even give me this little favor? General Chao was terrified, and his face turned pale instantly. I dare not disobey Lord Fentian's order. Ling Shuyue heard this, calm, and snorted. Humph. So you would rather offend my master? General Chao looked up at the middle-aged man next to Ling Shuyue, and saw that the latter had a cold face and stared at him sharply. General Chao felt like he was hit by a thorn, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He couldn't disobey Lord Fentian, and he couldn't offend the noble super strong man in front of him. He was in a dilemma, forcing General Chao to clench his fists. I dare not. Humph. What do you dare not? You dare to refuse my master. What a dog's courage. I will go in today. You get out of my way. Ling Shuyue had a bad temper, and had no patience to talk nonsense with him. Seeing that he was not getting along, she was going to force her way in. General Chao was frightened and stepped forward quickly to block her. Miss Lung, please don't embarrass me. If something goes wrong with Su Mu, how can I explain to Lord Fentian? General Chao witnessed her and Su Maoyang's quarrel at the banquet, and naturally knew that Ling Shuyue came with her master, and most likely wanted to kill Su Maoyang. Lord Fentian said that Su Mu could not die. She was a very important step in dealing with Jun Haocong. If she was killed by Ling Shuyue, he could not imagine how angry Lord Fentian would be. He knew Lord Fentian's temper very well. Just thinking about it made him feel terrified, let alone letting him face it. Ling Shuyue didn't care how he explained it. She wanted Su Maoyang's life now. Before, it was because Fentian Jun was here that she couldn't do it. Now, she finally waited for Fentian Jun to go out of the city to meet the enemy. How could she miss such a good opportunity? Now, she even found her master, and she was determined to kill Su Maoyang. That woman played her around. Not only almost beat her to death, but also made her lose face. It was hard to get rid of her hatred if she didn't kill Su Mu. What's more, she couldn't let Su Mu stay here and continue to seduce Fentian Jun. Fentian Jun is hers. No one can take him away. Su Mu must die. Thinking of this, Ling Shuyue was furious, and looked at the old man beside her. Master, let's not talk nonsense with him. Just knock him out. Ling Shuyue knew that General Chao was a general valued by Fentian Jun. She didn't want to kill him, but if he blocked her way, she wouldn't be polite. The old man, who was called the master, frowned, waved his sleeves, and hit General Chao hard. General Chao was no match for him. He was beaten away before he could resist. He fell to the ground and fainted. The soldiers around were all shocked when they saw this. They wanted to rescue General Chao, but because of the presence of Master Peng and Ling Shuyue, they didn't dare to go forward casually. They couldn't afford to offend these big men. If they were not careful, their lives would be in danger, and the gain would be worth the loss. Ling Shuyue glared around with a warning, and then took Master Peng into Su Maoyang's room. At this time, Su Maoyang was already sitting on a chair. waiting for them. They were making such a big fuss outside. It was hard not to hear it. Lung Shuyue didn't expect that she could sit there calmly even though she was imprisoned, without any look of being a prisoner. That complacent look was just like a guest invited by Lord Finchen, which immediately made Lung Shuyue gnash her teeth. Su Mu, you are really leisurely. You are so calm even when you are about to die. Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the words, glanced at her lightly, and finally his eyes fell on the middle-aged man beside her. The man in front of him looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with gray hair, dark skin, and traces of time on his old face. But he was tall and burly, exuding a strong aura, with a pair of slender eyes, sharp and unusual, and a cold look over, which immediately made people feel cold in their hearts. There is no doubt that this person is very strong. He is the strongest master she has met since she came to Tianyan City. Except Lord Finchen. No wonder General Chao couldn't stand his palm. Why? You can't beat me yourself. So you moved reinforcements to help? Su Maoyong slightly curled his lips and sneered contemptuously. Lung Shuyue was furious when she saw her, and now she was even more furious when she heard her provocation. Master, aren't you short of medicine? This woman is a middle-stage Dan Wang alchemist with good mental strength. If you use her as a medicine, you can definitely refine the purest elixir. Chapter 644 Swallowing the Strange Fire. Su Maoyong's calm expression froze slightly when she heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes as she looked at the middle-aged man. She didn't expect that this man would use a human as a medicine inducer. What a vicious way to make an elixir. Seeing Su Maoyong's face change, Lung Shuyue thought she was scared, and her angry pretty face suddenly jumped up a little proud. Su Mu, you don't know? My master is a famous elixir master. Just move his fingers. He can make you into an elixir. I believe this process must be very fun. Su Maoyong's face darkened when he heard this, and his pupils floated with shock. How much pain and torture must be endured to make a human into an elixir? It's really a pity that Lung Shuyue can come up with such a cruel method. It seems that he really hates her. Master, do it. If Fentianjin comes back, we will have no chance. Seeing Su Maoyong's embarrassed face, Lung Shuyue felt happy in her heart and couldn't wait to see her endure the burning of the fire. Pang Jianyuan heard the words, narrowed his eyes slightly, waved his sleeves, and released a large tripod. This large tripod is green, with 2 ears on the mouth, a round bottom, 3 hoof-shaped feet, and a dragon rope pattern on the upper part of the belly of the tripod. There are snake patterns on the upper and lower parts, which are intertwined and densely covered on the belly of the tripod. It is intricate and has a mysterious atmosphere. The old man Jinjuan in the space recognized the quality of the alchemy furnace at a glance, and couldn't help sighing. It turned out to be a 4-star holy product alchemy furnace. It's a good treasure. Su Maoyong heard the words, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. His eyes fell on the alchemy furnace, and his mood became heavier. The alchemy level of the person in front of her is at the dawn zone level, and his alchemy furnace is a 4-star one. With such strength, she is no match for him at all. Furthermore, General Chao's spiritual power was superior to hers. Even he couldn't resist Master Lung Shuyue's move, let alone her. Needless to say, if she tried to force it, she would definitely die. After thinking about it, facing this super strong man in front of her, she felt helpless and desperate for the first time. She couldn't help but clenched her fists anxiously, and cold sweat oozed from her forehead. Just as her mind was working rapidly, she saw Pang Jianyuan gently raise his hand, and the alchemy furnace instantly burned with blue flames, illuminating the entire room at once. Seeing this scene, the old man Jinjuan in the space exclaimed excitedly, "It's the 10th rank strange fire, the red blood sea flame." Hearing this, Su Maoyong was shocked, suddenly opened her eyes wide, and carefully watched the blue flames rolling on the alchemy furnace. Feeling the fierce energy fluctuations, she was shocked. She really didn't expect to encounter strange fire in such a place. It was incredible. Seeing the blue flame in front of her, not only did it not have any temperature, but it also exuded a cold breath, which was so strange that it made people tremble with fear. Su Maoyong's heart also fluctuated with the flickering flames, and her heart was cold. This person was powerful, and he also had a strange fire. No matter how she looked at it, she had no chance of winning. It seemed that today was really dangerous, and she had to die here. She had experienced so many dangers and thought of various ways to die. But she never thought that one day she would be used as a medicine to make a pill. However, just when she was full of emotion, the old man Jinjuan suddenly smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, little master. You won't die." Su Maoyang was slightly stunned when she heard this, and quickly asked in her heart, "Does the old man Jinjuan have any way?" The old man Jinjuan stroked his beard, chuckled and shook his head, as if he didn't take the enemy seriously at all. "Young master, his is only the 10th rank strange fire, and the fantasy earth cold flame you have is the 7th rank strange fire, which is several levels higher than his. You can completely control the fantasy earth cold flame to devour the red blood sea flame. You don't have to be afraid of him at all." Hearing this, Su Maoyang's eyes lit up, sweeping away the haze just now, and her pretty face instantly became bright. Strange fires can actually devour each other? Yes, high-level strange fires can devour low-level strange fires. It's his bad luck to meet you. He should be afraid of you. The old man Jinjuan laughed confidently, with a bit of gloating in his laughter. After hearing this, Su Maoyang's heart finally calmed down. Her eyebrows raised. A hidden light flashed across her pupils, and she smiled at the corners of her lips. She said jokingly, "I want to feel the burning of your strange fire. Please." Lung Shuyue thought that Su Maoyang would be frightened to kneel down and beg for mercy when she saw the strange fire. Unexpectedly, she was not afraid at all, and she had an excited smile on her face. Her eager attitude was simply shocking. Lung Shuyue was so shocked that her body trembled, and her face suddenly became very ugly. Is this Sumu crazy or stupid? He actually took the initiative to ask to taste the strange fire? You know, the strange fire is the most fierce fire in the world. But she doesn't take it seriously at all. Is she not afraid of death? Lung Shuyue stared at her in shock, and her smug expression was directly frozen by her attitude. Su Mu, did you see clearly? This is the red blood sea flame, which is ranked 10th in the strange fire rankings. It is not an ordinary flame. Lung Shuyue was unwilling to believe that someone could remain so calm in the face of strange fire. Su Maoyang nodded slightly, with a calm smile on his face. I'm not blind yet. Of course, I know this is strange fire. Since you want to do it, stop talking nonsense. I don't have time to waste with you. Lung Shuyue had never seen such an arrogant dying person, and was immediately furious, shouting, Master, do it. I think Su Mu will not cry until she sees the coffin. Let her taste the taste of this strange fire. Pang Jianyuan heard this and ordered in a cold voice. Stand far away. If you are splashed by the strange fire, even your master can't save you. Lung Shuyue saw this and quickly dodged to the side. At this time, Pang Jianyuan drew his hands, instantly raised a wave of fire, and then grabbed Su Maoyang in the air and suddenly sucked her into the alchemy furnace. Su Maoyang did not resist, and followed his power and entered his alchemy furnace. Seeing this scene, Lung Shuyue was completely relieved and smiled triumphantly. Letting Su Mu enter her master's alchemy furnace, endure the burning of the strange fire, and endure great torture, can be regarded as a way for her to vent her anger. From now on, there will be no such person as Su Mu. However, just when Lung Shuyue was happy, the alchemy furnace suddenly burst into a violent sound, and the huge furnace vibrated violently, and the blue flame at the bottom of the furnace seemed to be absorbed by the furnace, extinguished in an instant, and disappeared, which frightened Lung Shuyue's face, and the smile on her lips stopped abruptly. At this time, Pang Jianyuan, who was controlling the flame, suddenly covered his chest and spurted out a mouthful of black blood with a puff. Master! Master! What's wrong with you? Lung Shuyue was so scared that her face turned pale, and she screamed in panic. Chapter 645 fainted with anger. At this moment, there was a loud bang, and the 4-star holy product alchemy furnace exploded. The force immediately blew Pang Jianyuan and Lung Shuyue to the ground. At this time, Su Maoyang came out of the furnace smoothly. He had just swallowed the red blood sea flame and felt full of energy. He stretched his body excitedly, and then raised his hand. Flames instantly burst out from his fingertips. The golden flame and the blue flame, intertwined and set off each other, had completely merged into one, and bloomed a more dazzling light. Lung Shuyue fell to the ground, grinning in pain, and was in a mess. But when she saw Su Maoyang standing in front of her unharmed, she no longer cared about the injuries on her body, and shouted in shock, You are not dead. The furnace contained the 10th rank strange fire. No matter how hard the object was, it could not withstand its burning. How could Su Maoyang, a delicate girl, endure the torture of the strange fire and come out intact from it? Oh my god! Did she see it wrong? Leng Shuyue was shocked. And her master was even more shocked. His eyes almost popped out of his head. His wrinkled old face was pale and bloodless. His mouth was still gushing with blood. But he was still moving restlessly. He wanted to say something, but couldn't say it for a long time. He was only seen shaking non-stop, obviously greatly shocked. Illusion, 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 cold flame. After struggling for a long time, Pang Jianyuan finally spit out the name of Su Maoyang's strange fire. As an alchemist of Danzong, he naturally knew a lot about strange fire. When he saw the golden flame, he recognized its species at a glance. Except for the 7th-ranked fantasy earth cold flame, he really couldn't find any other flames with such color and energy. You actually swallowed my strange fire. Who are you? Pang Jianyuan saw this scene and never dared to underestimate Su Maoyang again. The alchemist who can possess strange fire is not a simple person. Leng Shuyue was shocked when she heard this and asked anxiously, "Swallow? Master, what's going on?" Pang Jianyuan swallowed blood and gritted his teeth in anger. She swallowed my master's red blood cold flame. What? How is it possible? Leng Shuyue was shocked and took a deep breath. Su Mu is just a middle-stage Dan Wang. How could he swallow strange fire? Disciple, you were deceived by her. This person pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger. She has fantasy earth cold flame in her body. So she swallowed my master's strange fire. Pang Jianyuan was furious. His whole old face was tangled together, and his eyes were surging with extreme anger and shock. He really didn't expect that this young girl in front of him was such a tough character. She was only in the middle stage of Dan Emperor, but she had already subdued the 7th-ranked fantasy earth cold flame. Such talent and strength were too terrifying. You have to know that he was already at this age and reached the level of Danzong before he subdued the 10th-ranked red blood sea flame. He almost lost his life in the process of subduing it. He endured great suffering and torture and merged with the strange fire. Only he knew the difficulty and danger in it. In addition to having very strong mental power and talent, he must also have very good luck. Without good luck, not only could he not touch the strange fire, but he would also not survive. The 10th-ranked red blood sea flame was already dangerous enough, and the yellow-haired girl in front of him even subdued the 7th-ranked fantasy earth cold flame. The difficulty was something he couldn't imagine. Leng Shuyue was shocked when she heard this. Like thunder and lightning. As an alchemist, she had naturally heard of the reputation of the fantasy earth cold flame. Now, looking at the golden flame in Su Maoyang's hand, her pupils doubled in shock. She was shocked just now, but now she was terrified. You know, the fantasy earth cold flame is the 7th-ranked strange fire, which is more powerful than the red blood sea flame. How could it be in Su Mu's hands? She didn't believe it. Leng Shuyue couldn't accept it and shook her head. It was fine that Su Mu defeated her in spiritual power and alchemy, but she didn't expect that she actually had the strange fire that countless alchemists dreamed of. Such a blow was too great for Leng Shuyue to bear. No, this is impossible. How could it be the fantasy earth cold flame? That is the 7th-ranked strange fire. How could it be in your hands? Leng Shuyue also knew the difficulty of conquering strange fires. There was really no way to connect Su Mu, an alchemist in the middle stage of the Dan Emperor, with strange fires. You know, many alchemists stronger than her can't subdue the strange fire. How can she be qualified? Subduing the strange fire is fine, but now he is so perverted that he swallowed her master's strange fire. This Su Mu is really abominable. When Su Maoyang heard this, he fiddled with the flame in his hand, felt the powerful mental power in his body, curled his lips and chuckled. His tone was quite happy. Leng Shuyue, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to encounter the red blood sea flame. This time, it's really thanks to you. Hearing this, Leng Shuyue was so angry that she spit out a mouthful of blood, and her chest was so depressed that she was about to explode. This is the first time she has encountered such a difficult opponent. She can't beat her in spiritual power, alchemy, or appearance, and now she wants to kill her. And she has also paid for his master's alchemy furnace and strange fire. After all the trouble, she lost all her face and dignity. And Su Mu swallowed the strange fire and became stronger. She had never done such a frustrating thing in her life. Seeing Leng Shuyue was so angry that she almost died. Su Maoyang's smile deepened, lowered his head to look at the fragments of the alchemy furnace, smacked his lips and sighed. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pity. I heard that the 4-star holy alchemy furnace is quite difficult to get. Now it's broken. It seems that your master has to buy a new one. When Pang Jianyuan heard this, saw the fragments on the ground, and thought about the strange fire he had risked his life to get, all destroyed by her, his eyes rolled up on the spot, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fainted. The swallowing of the strange fire had already caused him a great blow, and I'm afraid that all his internal organs were seriously injured. Now that Su Maoyang was so angry, he was lucky to faint but not die of anger. Su Maoyang saw this scene and shook her head speechlessly. It's just a broken alchemy furnace. So why would she faint? She's too fragile. The old Jinjuan in the space almost laughed out loud, and was willing to admit defeat to Su Maoyang's venomous tongue. Not only did she break the alchemy furnace that someone had finally obtained, but she also swallowed up the strange fire that Pang Jianyuan had tried so hard to subdue. She was so good that she didn't care. It was good enough that Pang Jianyuan didn't get angry to death. At this moment, Tian Kai suddenly ran over from a distance, seeing the embarrassed Master Pang and Ling Shuyue on the ground. He was stunned and asked in astonishment, Miss Su, what's this? Master Pang was a highly respected alchemist of the Dan sect, but he was blasted to the ground by Su Maoyang and fainted. This was too incredible and too terrifying. Chapter 646. Be on guard against her everywhere. Su Maoyang was relieved when she saw that it was Tian Kai. She didn't give a direct answer, but hurriedly ordered, Don't ask. It's important to go to Xingping Pass first. According to the time, the two armies should be about to reach Xingping Pass. Hearing this, Tian Kai looked at the huge master on the ground in surprise, suppressed the shock in his heart, and said, General Chao has been killed by me. Do you want to do these two too? Su Maoyang waved her hand. No, they didn't hurt me at all, but gave me a big gift. I can't thank them enough. How can I turn a favor into a grudge? She said this, but she had other concerns in her heart. These days, she also heard some news about Ling Shuyue in Tianyan City. She heard that the Ling family is a big family in Fengshuishan City, with a strong background in power, and it is not easy to provoke. If she killed Ling Shuyue, she would probably get into unnecessary trouble, and her master was a big shot. If she wanted to kill them all, she would definitely get herself killed. Besides, they didn't hurt her, so there was no need for her to be so ruthless. When Tian Kai heard this, although he didn't understand what she meant by the gift, he nodded obediently and immediately led the way forward. I have arranged everything. Miss Su, please follow me on the road. Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction and walked out in the direction he pointed. It was already dawn at this time, and a soft mist had risen at the Xingping Pass, and the mountains were painted with a soft milky white, until the light gradually shone from the horizon. The soldiers of the two armies shrouded in mist gradually showed their figures. Both sides have densely packed armies, each occupying one side, and the war is about to break out. At the front of the two armies, there are two figures, which are extremely eye-catching. Jun Haotsong, you suddenly launched an attack. Don't you care about Su Maoyang's life or death? Then Tianjin stared at the old enemy opposite with a sharp gaze, his purple pupils jumping with excited teasing, and a naughty smirk on his lips, looking particularly charming and seductive. When Jun Haotsong heard this, a trace of darkness flashed across his dark and deep ice-blue eyes. His skin, which was whiter than snow, was shining silvery and white under the morning light. He pursed his red lips, smiled, and asked meaningfully, Are you so sure that Su Maoyang is still in Tianyan City? Feng Moxie didn't seem to be fooled by him and chuckled. Don't try to scare me. General Chao is guarding it personally. Where else can Su Maoyang be if he is not in Tianyan City? General Chao is his capable general and very powerful. If he wants to defeat him, only the old generals around Jun Haotsong have the ability to do so. But the fact is that several of Jun Haotsong's old generals have come to Xingping Pass, which can only mean that Jun Haotsong is cheating and deliberately scaring him. But as soon as Feng Moxie finished speaking, a clear and sweet voice came from behind Jun Haotsong, as refreshing as a spring. Feng Moxie, you miscalculated this time. After the voice fell, a graceful figure walked out from the thousands of soldiers. The delicate face and the cold and elegant temperament were so familiar and stunning. She came slowly, and her whole person was like a bright peach smiling in the spring breeze, delicate and charming. But at this moment, Feng Emosia was shocked and suddenly opened his eyes wide. No! This is impossible. How did you appear here? Feng Moxie frowned in disbelief and asked sternly. Su Maoyang curled his lips, pulled up a touching smile, and explained softly. This is all thanks to Ling Shuyue. If she hadn't brought her master to trouble me, I guess I wouldn't have been able to get out so easily. Feng Moxie was so angry when he heard this, and his charming pupils instantly surged with sinisterness. He didn't expect that everything he had arranged would be destroyed by Ling Shuyue, which was really hateful. Su Maoyang saw that he looked bad, and teased in a good mood. Feng Moxie, do you think you still have the capital to threaten now? Haha. Su Maoyang, you really underestimate me. Do you think I can't beat Jun Haotsong without you threatening him? Feng Moxie has always been a proud and conceited person. He has fought with Jun Haotsong several times in these years. Although he didn't have the upper hand, he has never been at a disadvantage. You know, if Jun Haotsong wants to defeat him, it's not as simple as just talking. But now listening to Su Maoyang's words, for some reason, he always feels uncomfortable. A feeling of being looked down upon. Su Maoyang saw that he would not cry until he saw the coffin, and his eyes were slightly raised, and the smile on his lips became more gentle and gorgeous. Okay, then let's try it. Is your Burning Blood army stronger? Or our Yulu army stronger? After the words fell, Su Maoyang suddenly raised his hand and shouted at the soldiers who were controlling the catapults in front. Prepare the poison gas bombs. Feng Moxie saw that she was going to use the old method again, and couldn't help but sneer twice, his face full of disdain. Ha ha ha. Su Maoyang, do you really think I'm stupid? The moment you hand over the antidote, your poison gas bomb will be ineffective. I have already asked someone to extract the antidote from your pills. Do you think your poison gas bombs are still useful? Su Maoyang made the antidote for the 3 poison generals. Feng Moxie specially found someone to refine the antidote in order to fundamentally defend against the poison gas bombs. Now every soldier drinks the antidote and is not afraid of Su Maoyang's bombardment. That's why he is so confident to welcome Jun Haotsong's attack. Hearing this, Xiang Zhan laughed and said contemptuously, Su Mu, playing tricks with Finch and Jun will only lead to death. I advise you to surrender. Su Maoyang was not surprised when he heard this. Instead, he chuckled calmly, his dark eyes flashing with a strange light. General Xiang, you took my pill. Are you so sure that there is no other poison in it? Xiang Zhan's face changed in shock, and his smile stopped abruptly. What did you say? Xiang Zhan and General Guo, who was also poisoned and had taken Su Maoyang's pill, were both shocked. They had detoxified the poison gas bomb at the time, and their bodies recovered quickly without any discomfort. They never thought that the pill was mixed with another poison. Poison? If that's the case, this little girl is too cunning and her methods are too vicious. Feng Emosia heard it, but he was not surprised at all, and he didn't seem to take it to heart. He raised his lips and calmly retorted, Su Mo Liang, I have asked someone to check your pills. If the safety of the pills cannot be guaranteed, do you think I will let them eat them? Su Mo Liang smiled, and admired him sincerely in his heart. As expected of Lord Fentian, he is meticulous and cautious, and he is on guard against me everywhere. It's a pity that Lord Fentian is one step behind, and is destined to fail miserably. Feng Emosia heard this. His eyes condensed slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed across his pupils. What do you mean? Chapter 647 Sudden Death. Su Maoyang looked at Feng Moxie, and a charming smile gradually blossomed on his lips, like a blooming green lotus, shining and charming under the morning light. That smile was so calm, so confident. Even Feng Moxie's heart surged with an inexplicable vigilance. This woman's methods are endless, and she always plays cards out of the ordinary. Feng Moxie claims to be the best at controlling people's hearts, but he can't figure out Su Maoyang's mind. Facing her weird smile, he, who was confident, actually hesitated for a moment. In the past, only Jun Haotsong in the world was qualified to challenge His Majesty. But he didn't expect that there would be one more person now. This person is not only a woman, but also an ant from the lower plane. Now think about it. Even Feng Moxie himself finds it incredible. Su Maoyang looked at Feng Moxie's increasingly ugly face, and felt very happy. He raised his eyebrows and spoke, his tone as gentle as snow in June, drifting into the other's heart. Lord Finchen, if you hadn't killed Fan Tianjing, you would have had a 3-point chance of winning today's battle. After all, there were 2 powerful generals around to help you, so you wouldn't have lost so badly. It's just a pity that he died unjustly. Pitiful. Hearing this, Feng Mox's body shook. His face changed drastically, and his seductive pupils suddenly jumped into shock. He was so smart that he understood everything after hearing this. Looking at Su Maoyang's pretty face with a charming smile, his eyes instantly burned with anger, and a vein on his temples was beating, obviously furious to the extreme. You Su Maoyang, you dare to tease me. You killed Fan Tianjing. This woman is really good at tricks. She deliberately exposed the spy and exchanged letters with Jun Haocong to confuse him, making him suspect General Fan and make him mistakenly believe that there were 2 spies around him. However, she did not expect that the identity of General Fan as a spy was fabricated out of thin air, and she was taking advantage of his weakness of being suspicious and unwilling to trust people, and disintegrating him bit by bit. This woman is really terrible. Su Maoyang saw that he had come to his senses, and smiled and shook his head, with an innocent expression. Fan Tianjun, you are wrong. You personally sent someone to kill General Fan. I didn't even move a finger. What does it have to do with me? Feng Moxie heard this, and was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. Yes, she didn't even move a finger, but she killed a general he entrusted with an important task. Thinking of this, Feng Moxie wanted to tear her apart. What method did you use to make him take the initiative to go to Xingping Pass? Fan Tianjun was angry, but more confused. He couldn't figure it out. Since Fan Tianjing was not a spy, why did he go to Xingping Pass alone without telling anyone? This was too unreasonable. Jun Haocong smiled and said, I have heard that Fan Tianjing is a filial son. What do you think will happen if his mother falls into our hands? Hearing this, Feng Mox's pupils widened. After being stiff for a few seconds, he suddenly realized, Fan Tianjing is a well-known filial son. Except for fighting on the battlefield, he usually serves his parents and obeys them. If his mother is in trouble, he will pay any price to save her. Obviously, Jun Haocong sees Fan Tianjing's weakness, threatened him with his mother, and led him to Xingping Pass to prove his crime of being a spy. What a vicious trick. Feng Moxie had to admit that Su Mo Liang and Jun Haocong cooperated perfectly. This play was so wonderful that he was fooled. Su Mo Liang saw Feng Moxie's handsome face turn dark blue because of anger, and he couldn't help but sigh. General Fan probably never thought that he would sacrifice his life for Fanshui Tian City and Fan Tianjun, and go through the rain of bullets and life and death. But he was wrongly accused of being a spy and died at the hands of his own family. Even I feel sad for him and feel that it's not worth it. As soon as these words came out, the soldiers who had once been under General Fan's command were all shocked and talked about it. They whispered to each other. Their expressions were angry, and what they said was undoubtedly dissatisfaction with Fan Tianjun. At first, they thought that General Fan was really a spy, so he was killed by Fan Tianjun unexpectedly. There was another hidden story. From what Su Mo Liang said, it was clear that Fan Tianjun had mistakenly killed a loyal and good general. Upon hearing the news, the Burning Blood army was in chaos, and the morale that had been hard to gather was like a pile of loose sand. Facing the enemy, the Burning Blood army should have been united against the enemy. But because of Fan Tianjing's unjust death, there were differences and contradictions. Seeing this scene, Xiang Zhan knew that if he continued like this, it would get out of control. So he shouted loudly and ordered seriously, Don't listen to this witch's words to confuse the people. This is the enemy's conspiracy. Don't fall into it. Everyone cheer up and kill the enemy without leaving a single piece of armor. Charge. Xiang Zhan was afraid that the army's morale would be weakened, so he hurriedly shouted to explain, and then raised his arm and took the lead in launching an attack. Su Maoyang saw the Burning Blood army rushing towards him, and a slight sneer appeared at the corner of his lips. With a cold face, he ordered loudly, Poison gas bombs. Shoot! As the voice fell, all I saw was a sky full of explosive packs thrown into the enemy's ranks. There were several loud bangs, and smoke instantly filled the front, and poisonous gas spread, covering the enemy tightly. At this time, Feng Xia did not take the poisonous gas bomb seriously. Facing Su Mo Liang's bombardment, he remained calm and continued to order the team to charge forward. But at this moment, I heard a terrified roar suddenly from my side. General Xiang! General Xiang! What's wrong with you? General Guo! General Guo! Wake up! Hearing the horrified cry, Feng Xia quickly turned his head and saw that General Xiang and General Guo both fell off their horses, fell to the ground, spitting black blood, and twitching all over, which frightened everyone and made them shout in panic. However, before everyone could react, General Xiang and General Guo, who were spurting blood wildly, twitched a few times and stiffened their bodies, motionless, and there was no sign of life in the blink of an eye. Feng Xia was also shocked when he saw this scene. Looking at the two generals who died suddenly, his charming face was instantly covered with a layer of gloom, and his whole body exuded a murderous aura. He heard a roar burst out from his chest, deafening, like a thunder rolling over, and the momentum was terrifying. What on earth is going on? General Xiang and General Guo had obviously taken the antidote, and the poison gas bombs could not do anything to them. Why did they suddenly die? Seeing this weird scene, Feng Xia, a thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly raised his head and yelled at Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang, what did you do to them? Su Maoyang raised his eyes slightly when he heard this, and his pupil showed a playful smile. I have reminded you long ago that I added other things to the elixir, but you refused to believe it and insisted on attacking by force. So you can't blame me. No. I sent someone to check, and there is no other poison at all. Feng Moxie gritted his teeth and retorted. The anger in his heart was about to burn his internal organs. Su Maoyang chuckled. Under the nose of Finch and Jun. Of course, I would not be stupid enough to put poison in it. Chapter 648. What a sinister trick. Hearing this, Lord Fentian frowned even more tightly, and a suppressed voice burst out from his teeth. With a lot of anger. How could they die of poison if they were not poisoned? Facing Su Maoyang, a sinister and cunning woman who was full of lies, Feng Moxie would not believe a word. Su Maoyang pursed her red lips lightly when she heard this, and her dark eyes flashed with sharp light, as if they contained stars and sparkled with charming luster. I wonder if Lord Fentian has heard of a medicinal material called Yiqianxiao. Feng Moxie had naturally heard of Yiqianxiao. At the beginning, he asked the doctor to check the medicinal materials in Su Maoyang's pills, and Yiqianxiao was indeed added to it. But this kind of medicinal material does not have any toxins, but has the effect of strengthening the body, and has a miraculous effect on healing people who are seriously injured. Su Maoyang added this herb to the elixir. Not only did not mean to harm them, but it could strengthen their physique, and it was reasonable to mix it in the antidote. So he didn't care at all, and didn't go into it. But now when she suddenly mentioned this herb, Feng Mox's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. Sure enough, before he could speak, Su Maoyang's laughter came slowly. Her voice was soft, but her tone was as piercing as ice. Although this Yiqianxiao has a miraculous effect of healing injuries, it will be highly toxic when mixed with the royal blood lotus. Therefore, once a person is poisoned by the mixed poison, he will die on the spot, and there is no medicine to save him. Hearing this, Feng Mox's purple eyes widened slightly. His face remained calm, but his heart was shaken. It was obvious that since Su Maoyang added Yiqianxiao to the antidote, the powder of the royal blood lotus must have been added to her poison gas bomb. Once the poison gas bomb exploded, General Xiang and General Guo inhaled the powder of the royal blood lotus. Once the two medicinal ingredients mixed, they naturally died of poisoning, so fast that they were caught off guard. What a vicious and sinister trick. He really didn't expect Su Maoyang to do something right under his nose, and did it so secretly that he was fooled. This was the first time he was fooled so badly. This woman is really capable. Feng Mox's face was ashen, and the anger in his chest was burning. A strong sense of shame arched his forehead, as if to drown him. Finch and Jun, you killed a general yourself, and now you have lost 2 more generals. Now Ling Machin is the only one left by your side. Do you think you still have a chance of winning? Su Maoyang rarely saw Feng Moxie being angry, and asked with a smile. Feng Xia looked sullen, glared at her fiercely, and shouted at the soldiers around him. Go tell General Chao. Let him lead the troops to support us quickly. But just as he finished speaking, before the soldiers took a step, a soldier suddenly rushed over from behind, rushed to Feng Xia in panic, and reported breathlessly, "Report to Lord Finchon. Big, 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 bad?" Hearing his hesitation, Lung Emochin frowned and shouted anxiously, "What is it? Tell me!" The soldiers were already panicking, and they were even more frightened by his shouting, and they quickly answered, "General Chow. General Chow. He was killed." "What?" Hearing this, Lung Emochin screamed in fear, and his face turned pale instantly. Feng Emosia heard this, and suddenly raised his head, his eyes like sharp knives, and shot at Su Imo Lian at once, and the anger in his chest was about to burst out of his throat. He couldn't think of anyone else except her. This woman was too cruel. She first tampered with the antidote to tie down his 3 poison generals, and seized their lifeline early on. Later, she deliberately designed him to kill General Fan, the only general who could help him. In this way, he lost 4 generals in a row, and only Ling Machin was left by his side. What can he do? Jun Haotsong's generals were intact, but Feng Moxie became a lonely man. This battle was a complete defeat for Finchua Tianqing, which was horrible to watch. Well, Su Maoyang, my reputation has been ruined by you. This time, it was my mistake. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Let's wait and see. Feng Mox's purple eyes stared at Su Maoyang, and his angry voice almost came out from between his teeth. His tone was heavy, and his expression was ferocious. It can be seen that Su Maoyang has completely provoked a tough guy this time. As calm as she is, she shuddered unconsciously when facing those sinister purple eyes, and an inexplicable chill surged in her heart. She knew that Feng Moxie would not let her go. However, for Jun Haotsong, no matter what tricks he used, she would not give in. At this time, Jun Haotsong heard Feng Moxie's warning. His face sank, frowned and roared, "Feng Moxie, I advise you to give up this idea. If you dare to touch her hair, I will overturn your entire Burning Blood City and guard you with your life until death." Such a heavy oath. Such a domineering protection. The loud vibration reverberated in this land and echoed in everyone's heart. Even Feng Moxie was shocked and his face froze. His pupil shrank, and he retorted coldly, "Humph. Jun Haotsong, I will not only touch her hair, but also make her my woman. Wait. One day she will be in my arms." After saying these harsh words, Feng Emosia quickly turned around by pulling the reins, and shouted, "Retreat immediately." Jun Haotsong was furious when he heard this threat. His eyes were blazing, and he suddenly raised his arm and shouted, "All soldiers, listen to my order. Kill me!" After the roar, the Yunlu army rushed out fiercely, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, because the enemy was already at the end of their strength and could only be beaten, without even the strength to resist. The Yunlu army was in high spirits and chased frantically. Soon, more than half of the enemy army was swept away. The scene was bloody, and the roar was like thunder, echoing in the sky for a long time, which seemed extremely miserable. This overwhelming victory undoubtedly inspired the Yunlu soldiers. This battle quickly spread in the Yunlu Dark Domain. For a long time, the people would excitedly talk about today's battle after dinner. Over the years, Yunlu Dark Domain and Finchua Tianqing have fought many times, but there was no winner. So such a victory was hard-won and made everyone particularly excited. Therefore, as soon as Jun Haotsong returned to Yunlu Dark Domain, he held a large-scale celebration banquet. The palace celebrated, and the whole country celebrated outside the palace. The entire Yunlu Dark Domain was immersed in the joy of victory. The exposure of Su Maoyang's female identity really scared several old generals. They never thought that the short Su Mu at the beginning was actually a woman. And the soldiers who once lived in the same tent with her were even more surprised. After being together for so long, they didn't realize that Su Maoyang was actually a stunning beauty. It was really stupid. "Master, at the celebration banquet today, the emperor plans to reward you for your merits and introduce you to all the important officials of the court. You are dressed so plainly. Will people say you are shabby?" Lin Water combed her hair and looked at the beautiful face in the mirror, and couldn't help asking. Chapter 649. She's not dead. Su Maoyang's lips lifted slightly, and she smiled elegantly, her dark eyes twinkling with stars. "You know I don't like heavy makeup. I feel it's cumbersome and awkward. If they can accept me, they will accept me no matter what. If they don't accept me, even if I wear the most colorful clothes in the world, they can find faults. Why bother trying to please them?" Su Maoyang never cared about other people's opinions. and never liked to cater to the tastes of insignificant people. In her eyes, there was only Jun Haotsong. As long as he liked it, there was no problem. But the princess and those ministers didn't agree that the master was with the emperor. I'm afraid. Lin Water was always a little worried. Su Maoyong smiled and patted her hands. Okay. There's no point in worrying. I believe he will settle everything. Lin Water understood Jun Haotsong's character, knew that he was domineering and strong, and no one could shake his decision. Moreover, he loved her master so much that he would naturally let her be with him without any worries. Thinking of this, Lin Water nodded with peace of mind. Just then, Jiang Jing's urging voice came from outside. Master, the celebration banquet of Chaoyang Palace is about to begin. You should move faster and don't delay the time. Such a large banquet cannot be late. If she is late, everyone in the palace will look at her, which will definitely leave a bad impression. Su Maoyong heard this and knew the truth. Then he stood up, straightened his clothes, and comforted. Okay, I should go out. You guys wait for me to come back obediently. The attendees of this banquet were basically all dignitaries. Originally, Jun Haotsong invited everyone from the Blood Battle group for Su Maoyong's sake. But Lin Water and the others knew their identities were not suitable and might cause trouble for Su Maoyong. In addition, they didn't like dealing with those people who looked down on them. It would be better for them to stay here and celebrate with their own people to feel more comfortable. Su Maoyong understood them, so he didn't force them. After getting ready, he followed the palace maid who led the way to Chaoyang Palace. Chaoyang Palace was already full of people at this time. There was singing and dancing in the center of the palace, and the dancing sleeves were fluttering, which was very lively. There were many dignitaries sitting on both sides of the palace. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The female relatives picked those who were close to each other and sat together, gossiping quietly about topics that women were interested in. As soon as Su Maoyong stepped into Chaoyang Palace, he quickly glanced at the situation in the palace, and then walked towards his seat under the guidance of the palace maid. Although she came in very low-key, her good looks and noble temperament still made her the focus of everyone's attention. Most of the women present knew her. In the last Imperial Concubine selection competition, Su Maoyong passed all the levels and performed too well, surpassing all the outstanding women. She had already become a thorn in the eyes of these noble ladies, and it was impossible to pretend not to know her. Why is Su Maoyong still in the dark area of Yunlu? Hasn't she been dealt with by the princess? Some people in the circle of women have already started to discuss. The woman next to him nodded and agreed. Yes, I heard that Su Maoyong was not favored by the princess, and was secretly dealt with by the princess. I don't know how she appeared again. When Su Maoyong learned that Jun Haotsong was going to the front, she led all the Blood Battle group to follow him. She left before the princess could even attack her. So everyone only knew that Su Maoyong was missing. But they didn't know that she went to the front and fought a beautiful turnaround for the Yunlu Dark Domain. Humph! This woman is really haunting. I thought she was dead. But she showed up again to compete with us for the emperor. It's so hateful. Su Maoyong is the biggest rival of the girls. Many of them have seen how much Jun Haotsong loves her. They know that as long as she is there, they can't get close to Jun Haotsong. So they hate Su Maoyong. Yes, this celebration banquet is a banquet to reward several generals. How can such a solemn and serious occasion allow ants from the lower plane to be present? It simply lowers the level of several generals. Once a woman becomes jealous, her mouth can be quite poisonous. In their minds, Su Maoyong was of low status and could not squeeze into their noble circle at all, let alone attend noble occasions. Now seeing her sitting elegantly without paying attention to the eyes around her, the women all clenched their fingers in jealousy. Su Maoyong had just sat down when Du Firu, who was wearing a veil not far away, slowly stood up and walked to Su Maoyong's side, and asked the woman in the seat, Miss Qin, can I change seats with you? The woman called Miss Qin looked up at her in astonishment. Her face flashed with surprise, then nodded, immediately stood up, and walked to Du Firu's seat. Like other women, she looked down on Su Maoyong. Sitting with her seemed to lower her status. Since Du Firu, the ugly monster, took the initiative to ask, she was happy to do so. Du Firu's deliberate move to Su Maoyong's side immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, Du Firu is now a celebrity in the Dark Domain City. Not because of anything else, but because of her disfigurement and ugly appearance. She wears a veil every day, and she will be ridiculed and criticized wherever she goes. She was not ashamed before. But now, as time goes by, she has gradually gotten used to other people's strange looks. Miss Sue. Long time no see. Dufira turned her head slightly, and stared at her intently. Although the veil covered her face, her smile could be seen from her eyes. Su Maoyang thought of her face, and a complex expression flashed across his eyes. He nodded slightly. Yes. Long time no see. Ha. They thought you were dead. They are so stupid. I expected you to be alive and well. And sure enough, you didn't let me down. Dufira's tone was very firm, because she had dealt with Su Maoyang before, and knew this woman to some extent. In her opinion, how could a woman like Su Maoyang, who was so cunning and had strange means, die so easily, given how much the emperor liked her? How could he let her get into trouble? If something really happened, the emperor would not happily hold a celebration banquet. If my guess was right, she should have been with the emperor these days. Those ladies who wanted to become the emperor's concubines were completely out of luck. Su Maoyang smiled politely, and did not reply. She did not have a good impression of Dufira. It was just a relationship of mutual use. She used her to bring down Chu Yuan. And she also used herself to save her life and take revenge. They each got what they needed. They could only be allies, not friends. Dufira saw that she did not pay much attention to her. Nor was she angry. There was always a meaningful smile on the corner of her lips under the veil. Miss Sue, you are back this time. And there are dangers everywhere. I wonder if you are mentally prepared. Su Maoyang was slightly stunned when she heard such an inexplicable sentence, and her brows were unconsciously frowned. She knew that she would have a lot of trouble and resistance. But why did it feel a little weird when Dufira said it? It seemed to have a hidden meaning. Chapter 650, Prince Gongxian. Su Maoyang frowned and stared at her, with a look of vigilance and suspicion. After a moment of silence, he asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" Dufira chuckled, her veil floating, her expression unclear, but her voice was clearly audible. Chu Yuan committed suicide, and was later forcibly rescued by General Yuqi with elixirs. I wonder if Miss Sue has heard about it. Su Maoyang didn't expect her to suddenly mention Chu Yuan, and her brows frowned even tighter, with a somewhat unhappy look. I don't care whether she is alive or dead. Miss Du repeatedly mentioned her in front of me. What is her intention? Chu Yuan was no longer a threat to Su Maoyang. She didn't care about Chu Yuan's life or death at all. And Dufira didn't know whether she was stimulated or something, and seemed to be unable to let go of this matter. What intention can I have? I just kindly reminded you. Dufira saw Su Maoyang's impatience, raised her eyebrows, and explained softly, and there seemed to be a deeper meaning in her pupils. Su Maoyang felt strange and was about to ask, but she heard a loud announcement outside the palace, interrupting her thoughts. Prince Gongxian and Prince Gongxian have arrived. After the roar, the lively hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked towards the palace door. Two handsome and tall figures walked in quickly from outside. One was a little older, looking about 40 or 50 years old, wearing a dark blue brocade robe with golden auspicious clouds embroidered on it. He was extraordinary and noble, although there were wrinkles on his face. His facial features were sharp and angular, and you could vaguely see how handsome he was when he was young. The young man beside him was even more handsome. He wore a blue dress embroidered with silver silk flowing cloud patterns, and a wide white jade belt around his waist, on which hung a piece of extremely fine black jade, which swayed gently with his steps, creating an elegant arc. His black hair was tied behind his head with a fine silver-white jade crown, and he looked tall and energetic. He had a jade face and red lips, eyebrows and eyes like paintings, a pair of crystal-clear brown eyes, deep and cold, containing unpredictable emotions, a handsome face with a blue and white brocade robe, and a handsome man, exuding innate noble elegance from the bones. Handsome and extraordinary. His appearance immediately made everyone present brighten up. The woman's eyes flashed with surprise, and the man's eyes were filled with fear. Su Maoyang carefully looked at the old and the young, but he didn't care about their extraordinary temperament, but was curious about their identities. King Gongxian? She couldn't help but murmured in confusion. Dufira, who was sitting next to her, had been paying attention to her reaction. Seeing her curiosity, she couldn't help but explain softly, "This King Gongxian is of noble status. He is the brother of Emperor Yunlo's father. Strictly speaking, the emperor should call him uncle. When he was young, King Gongxian assisted the late emperor and made great contributions. Therefore, he was respected by the court and the people. And even the emperor was polite to him. And the young man next to him is the eldest son of King Gongxian, named Jun Shaozi. He was gifted since he was a child, and was favored by the elders of the sect and accepted as a disciple. You should know that it is extremely difficult to be favored by the sect. So it is enough to show that this person's ability should not be underestimated. Su Maoyang looked at Du Firu in surprise after hearing this explanation, not understanding why she had to explain so much to him. Could it be that just because she helped Du Firu to overthrow Chu Yun last time, she was allowed to confide in him? No. That's impossible. She knew more or less who Du Firu was. She was able to stand on her side at the beginning because she was desperate. She absolutely couldn't really regard him as a friend. But why did she say so much to him today? It was as if she was hinting at something. Or as if she was ready to laugh at her. Just when Su Maoyang was puzzled, Du Firu took her eyes away from Prince Gongxian and his son, stared at her with burning eyes, and said faintly, Prince Gongxian has been practicing in the sect for the past few years, and rarely returned to the Dark Domain City. But he suddenly came back this time. What do you think is the reason? Su Maoyang heard this, and her heart skipped a beat. Some inexplicable emotion suddenly surged in her heart. She looked at Du Firu with a sharp look. What do you want to say? Speak clearly. Du Firu saw that she was getting anxious, and couldn't help but smile. After looking at her deeply, she turned her eyes away, and her posture was obviously unwilling to say more. Su Maoyang knew that she had been mentally ill since her disfigurement, and she had buried hatred for the world in her heart. But she would never say such words inexplicably. She was so enthusiastic to introduce Prince Gongxian and his son. So there must be something between these two people. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's face became extremely ugly, and her eyes were cast on Gongxian Prince again, trying to find out something. However, at this moment, Gongxian Prince seemed to notice her gaze, and slightly turned his head to meet her gaze. When the two glances collided, Su Maoyang's heart trembled slightly, and some strange emotion surged. Just when Su Maoyang was about to avoid his sight, a faint smile suddenly flashed across the corner of the prince's lips. Although he was smiling, he could not hide the coldness in his bones. Su Maoyang was shocked when he saw this, and immediately avoided the deep brown eyes, trying to maintain his composure on his face. This person feels weird. At this time, Jun Qingran and Jun Yueya, who were sitting upstairs, saw the arrival of Prince Gongxian and his son, and they were all full of joy and greeted them enthusiastically. Quickly give Prince Gongxian a seat. When Jun Qingran shouted, the palace maid immediately led the two to the VIP seat and served them well. As soon as the two men sat down, they heard Jun Yueya laughing and speaking loudly. Shaozi, you are a rare guest. I haven't seen you for a long time. Now I see that you are energetic and heroic. People from the sect are really different. Jun Yueya and Jun Shaozi are cousins. Jun Yueya is a few years older than him, and looks more mature and stable, while Jun Shaozi is the same age as Jun Haotsong. Therefore, Jun Yueya watched Jun Shaozi grow up, and his words seemed more intimate and casual. Jun Shaozi was still a handsome young man a few years ago. After the experience of the sect in recent years, he has become more manly. No wonder Jun Yueya praised him. Thank you for your concern, King Pingxiang. I have been busy practicing these years, and forgot to come back to report my safety. Shaozi is really guilty. I hope King Pingxiang will not blame me. Jun Shaozi spoke very politely. He was not as friendly as Jun Yueya, but rather a little distant and strange. Jun Yueya laughed loudly upon hearing this, and waved his hands quickly. Ha! How could I blame you? You are the pride of our Jun family. It is the highest honor to be chosen by the sect, and to practice in the sect. I am so happy. From the words our Jun family, it can be seen that Jun Yueya is very optimistic about this Gongxian prince. Jun Shaozi raised the corners of his lips, and said modestly, Shaozi is ashamed. If we talk about the pride of the Jun family, only Emperor Zun can bear this title. I heard that Emperor Zun was very powerful at the age of 10. He was chosen by the sect master and accepted as a disciple. Such an honor is definitely the first person in the dark domain of Yunlu. Shaozi dare not compete. Chapter 651 Reward according to merit. Jun Yueya liked him more and more, as he looked at his modesty and steadiness. His laughter continued to echo in the hall. Speaking of Song, I don't know why he hasn't come yet. I think we should ask someone to go check on him. I haven't seen the Emperor for a long time. I miss him very much. Jun Shaozi nodded slightly. The cold light in his brown eyes flashed by so fast that it was impossible to catch it. But this scene did not escape Su Maoyang's eyes. This prince was indeed a little weird. But she couldn't tell what was weird about him. Just then, the loud announcement came from outside the hall. The Emperor Yunlu has arrived. The voice was like a huge bell. And it immediately shook the hall. Jun Haotsong, wearing a black robe, strode in. He was tall and straight like a jade tree. His three-dimensional facial features, like carved by a sharp knife, exuded a cold breath. His cold blue eyes, like the sea in the middle of the night, contained a dangerous and frightening danger. But even if he was sharp and cold, he still couldn't cover up his peerless elegance. That face was still heartbreakingly beautiful and intoxicating. Originally, Lung Shaozi was one of the most handsome men in the hall. But when Jun Haotsong appeared, he was instantly surpassed. Su Maoyang couldn't help but sigh that her man always became the focus of everyone's eyes. And he couldn't keep a low profile. Even a calm person like her, after seeing his face so many times, still surprised her and made her heart beat faster. The girls in the hall were so excited that they couldn't find their direction. Every time they were fascinated by him. Some of them didn't care about being reserved and looked at Jun Haotsong with extremely explicit eyes. But Jun Haotsong didn't care at all. As soon as he entered the hall, he immediately searched for Su Maoyang's figure. When he saw her sitting there peacefully, his cold face melted a little. And his sharp blue eyes also seemed much gentler. Emperor, you are finally here. Everyone is waiting for you. Seeing him appear, Jun Yueya breathed a sigh of relief and greeted him unhappily. Hearing this, Jun Haotsong withdrew his gaze from Su Maoyang, walked up quickly, lifted his robe and sat down. At this time, he also caught a glimpse of Jun Shaozi's existence. And a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Prince Gongxian, aren't you practicing in the sect? How come you have time to attend the celebration banquet today? Jun Haotsong was still quite surprised about his appearance. For years ago, Jun Shaozi was favored by the elders of the sect. He obviously had a bright future. But he unexpectedly refused, saying that he was unwilling to go to the sect, rejecting the opportunity that everyone dreamed of. His decision shocked everyone at first, and also left an impression on Jun Haotsong. But later, he didn't know if he had come to his senses, and actually took the initiative to go to the sect. This time, he was gone for 3 years, and he never came back once. He was someone who was unwilling to go, and he didn't come back until now. Many people present were curious about him. Hearing Jun Haotsong's question, Jun Shaozi immediately stood up and clasped his fists and replied, I heard that the Emperor won the battle this time and defeated the Burning Heaven Lord. This is such a happy event, and I naturally have to come here in person to congratulate him. Jun Haotsong nodded in understanding, and faced with Jun Shaozi's polite words, his face was also cold, without a trace of warmth. Su Maoyang looked at him and couldn't help but complain in her heart. He was like an ice cube in front of others. But in front of her, he looked like a pervert and a scoundrel. He pretended to be so pretentious that he deceived all the people in the Yunlu dark domain. It was really abominable. Su Maoyang was thinking deeply, and Jun Haotsong had turned his head to look at her. When he met her gaze, his ice blue eyes suddenly jumped into a doting smile. And then he announced loudly, everyone should know that this time the Yunlu army defeated the Burning Blood army, and lost 4 generals of Burning Heaven Lord in a row, beating the enemy so hard that they fled in panic. This is the biggest victory that the Yunlu Dark Domain has achieved since the 2 armies fought. So I especially held a banquet to celebrate and reward the soldiers according to their merits. Hearing this, everyone in the audience applauded excitedly. And the atmosphere was immediately mobilized by the words reward according to merits. Seeing everyone happy, Jun Qingran's face was also dyed with a smile. He looked at the generals sitting below with satisfaction, nodded slightly, and said softly, this time, the Emperor was able to defeat Lord Finchen and achieve such a great victory. I think it was because of the meritorious assistance of the old generals. Emperor, you must reward the generals well. General Duan, General He, General Fan and Yin La Feng were all sitting together. Suddenly, they heard the princess call their names and immediately stood up and clasped their fists modestly. Princess, I am ashamed. I didn't do much in this battle. Yes, Princess, I am ashamed. Seeing this, Jun Qingran really thought they were modest. He smiled and shook his head. Don't be modest. I heard that this battle was fought brilliantly, and Lord Finchon fell a big fall. If it wasn't your credit, then whose credit was it? Yin La Feng heard this, and looked at Su Maoyong sitting opposite him. Seeing her now, he felt a little complicated. However, when it comes to rewarding meritorious service, he still has to put aside personal feelings and talk about the matter. He clasped his fists and replying to the princess. In fact, it is not us generals who deserve the most reward this time, but Su Maoyong. Without her, the Yunlu army would not have won this battle. When everyone heard the 3 words Su Maoyong, they all widened their eyes in surprise. How did this war have anything to do with Su Maoyong? Everyone looked at Su Maoyong in shock and immediately whispered. Many of the people present were family forces. They did not go to the front line and did not know what was happening on the battlefield. Only a few generals and soldiers of the Yunlu army knew Su Maoyong and witnessed her methods. So, when everyone heard that Su Maoyong had the greatest contribution, they all frowned in disbelief. General Yin, do you know what you are saying? You actually attributed such a great achievement of defeating Fintianjian to an ant from the lower plane? Are you mistaken? Jun Qingran's face suddenly darkened when he heard Su Maoyong's name, and he asked back in a dissatisfied voice. Everyone nodded and agreed with Jun Qingran. Everyone knew how powerful Fintianjian was. Many strong men had suffered at his hands. Even the emperor they worshipped was not easy to overthrow him completely. Now Yin La Feng actually said that the person who defeated Fintianjian was an ant from the lower plane. This is too incredible. Yes, General Yin, you are modest, and I understand, but you can't attribute the credit to Su Maoyong. Where do you put other generals? Jun Yuya also blamed him dissatisfiedly. Yin La Feng attributed all the credit to Su Maoyong. From another perspective, isn't it just humiliating several old generals who are not as good as an ant from the lower plane? Chapter 652 Overbearing Maintenance. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard this, and immediately started to discuss with dissatisfaction, especially the girls present. Their faces were so ugly that they stared at Su Maoyong, whispered and pointed, wishing to poke a hole in her spine before they would stop. They also admitted that Su Maoyong used to be a little clever and a little tricky, but now they actually said that she defeated Fintianjian, which was a bit too much. Su Maoyong, I really didn't expect it. You seduced the emperor and seduced General Yin again. You are good at seducing men. A woman in an orange dress sitting not far away said sarcastically. She has a melon-seed face and is very outstanding. She was also one of the women who participated in the selection of concubines before. Su Maoyong had some impression of her, but they had never spoken to each other, had no intersection, and were not familiar with her. Now listening to her slandering his reputation, Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows, looked at her coldly, and prepared to fight back. Unexpectedly, Jun Haotsong quickly took over the conversation, narrowed his eyes, and asked in a cold voice, Miss Su, which eye did you see her seducing a man? Jun Haotsong's tone was low, and the volume was not loud, but the chill in it was frightening. The woman called Miss Su stared at Jun Haotsong's cold and sharp blue eyes. Her body trembled, and although she refused to admit defeat, her momentum was obviously much lower. I saw it with both eyes. Su Maoyong seduced the emperor and let the emperor love her alone. How many people saw it? So she still had some confidence to say this. Jun Haotsong heard the words, and the corners of his cold lips gently grinned into a cruel arc, and his low voice seemed to be wrapped in ice thorns. Since both eyes have seen it, then dig out both eyes. The overbearing and cold voice suddenly rose up, hitting the heart of the orange-clothed woman, and her whole pretty face turned pale as paper in an instant. The other people present were also shocked, staring at the angry Jun Haotsong in shock, and their hearts were no less shaken than the orange-clothed woman. Just because Miss Su said that she saw Su Maoyong seducing a man, he actually wanted to dig out her eyes. It was really unreasonable, and the overbearing and partiality reached a certain level. What kind of charm does Su Maoyong have that can make Emperor Yunlu do this? It's incredible. While being shocked by Jun Haotsong's anger, everyone cast their eyes on Su Maoyong, with surprise, confusion, curiosity, and jealousy in their pupils. What virtue can a lower-level ant have? Su Maoyong received everyone's surprised eyes, and his expression twitched slightly, being defended so strongly by him. It would be a lie to say that he was not shocked. At this moment, seeing Jun Haotsong's cold face and feeling his strong aura, Su Maoyang felt warm in her heart for some reason. She didn't know when she had begun to enjoy his unreasonable and overbearing love. At this time, the middle-aged man sitting next to the orange-clothed woman was frightened by Jun Haotsong's words. He stood up quickly and begged for mercy with his fists in panic. "Your Majesty, please calm down. My daughter is young and ignorant. She said something wrong. I apologize to you on her behalf." Jun Haotsong would naturally not punish the minister because of a quarrel between women. In addition, Lord Su was humble, so he would not give him face. He then withdrew his sharp eyes from the orange-clothed woman and said coldly, "Since it is her first offense, I will not bother with her. However, the Su family is also a big family in the Dark Domain City. If you can't even teach your daughter well, how can you help me manage government affairs in the future?" Jun Haotsong's words scared Lord Su. His body trembled, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He kept saying, "Yes, yes, the emperor is right. I will discipline my daughter well in the future. Okay, sit down. It's a good celebration banquet. Don't spoil everyone's interest because of a small matter." Jun Haotsong had already achieved the effect of shocking the tiger with a warning, so there was no need to hold on to it, and he soon let go. When Lord Su saw that he would not pursue the matter, he breathed a sigh of relief. After sitting down, he glared at his daughter fiercely, with a look that really wanted to skin her alive. Although the orange-clothed woman was also frightened by Jun Haotsong's harsh words, she was furious when she saw Su Maoyang's calm and composed look, and received her slightly sarcastic gaze. The silk handkerchief in her hand was almost deformed by her. She was the eldest daughter of the Su family, but she could not beat a lowly woman, and was mocked by her. How unreasonable! Jun Qingran saw. Jun Haotsong attacked the Su family, feeling dissatisfied, and frowned, saying, "Your Majesty, I think that Miss Su is right. If Su Maoyang was a decent girl, why would General Yin favor her so much, to the point of pushing all the military achievements to her? This is really unreasonable." In her opinion, Yin Lafeng is also a young man with blood and vigor. It has been an eternal truth for many years that heroes cannot resist the temptation of beauty. Jun Qingran is an experienced person. From the look in Yin Lanfeng's eyes when he looked at Su Maoyang, it can be seen that he definitely liked Su Maoyang. Therefore, Miss Su was not wrong, but spoke her mind. Yin Lanfeng's face darkened when he heard this, and he quickly explained, "Princess, things are not what you think. If Su Maoyang hadn't developed the poison gas bomb and penetrated deep into the enemy camp to contain the power of Lord Finchen, we would never have won this war. You know, all 4 generals of Lord Finchen died at her hands." Yin Lanfeng's words immediately shocked everyone in the audience, and they all looked at each other in disbelief. Su Maoyang killed the 4 generals around Lord Finchen? How is this possible? Jun Qingran naturally didn't believe it, and frowned and asked, "You said she penetrated deep into the enemy camp?" Yin Lafeng nodded hurriedly. "Yes." "Huh? Nonsense. She penetrated deep into the enemy camp, and she was able to appear here safely. Do you really think I'm a fool?" Jun Qingran shouted angrily. Su Maoyang, with such strength, sneaked into the territory of Lord Finchen, not only killed his 4 generals, but also returned safely. It's simply nonsense. Seeing Jun Qingran angry, General Duan and General Pan also stood up and clasped their fists, saying, "Princess, General Yin is right. This battle is all thanks to Miss Su. If it weren't for her, let alone a complete victory, it would be difficult to even draw a tie. Yes, Princess, this time it is really thanks to Miss Su. She took the first credit, and I have no complaints." The 2 generals saw Su Maoyang's methods and admired her. In the face of the princess's doubts, they also spoke for her. Everyone didn't expect that even 2 respected old generals would praise Su Maoyang so much. They were all stunned and stunned. They were stunned for a long time. Yin Lafeng said this because he liked Su Maoyang. They could still understand. But even 2 old generals said so. How could it be false? Chapter 653, Conferring the Emperor's Concubine. Seeing this scene, Jun Qingran was shocked, staring at Su Maoyang, and was indescribably shocked. Defeating Fentianjin. What a difficult task it was. She really couldn't imagine that Su Maoyang had such ability. Rather than saying that she couldn't imagine it, it was better to say that she didn't want to believe it at all. But the 2 old generals said so. How could it be false? Because they didn't need to lie for a woman from the lower plane. Just thinking that Su Maoyang defeated Fin Tianjin, Jun Qingren felt like she was dreaming. And it felt too unreal. The other women who looked down on Su Maoyang were also scared and stared at her blankly. And the shock in their hearts was beyond words. Su Maoyang actually killed 4 generals of Fin Tianjin. Isn't such strength too terrifying? Ignoring the surprise of others, Jun Haocong nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Su Maoyang's contribution is indeed the greatest this time. She should also get the first prize in terms of merit. Besides, I like her and decided to reward her with the position of Imperial Concubine, so that she can always be by my side and assist me." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. The position of Imperial Concubine was actually regarded as a reward by Jun Haocong and given to Su Maoyang. This is too hasty. Su Maoyang stared at him in shock when she heard this. Seeing the meaningful light flashing in his eyes, she suddenly realized. It seems that the celebration banquet is fake, and the real intention is to give her a status. Jun Haocong obviously wants to take advantage of the opportunity of merit to let her stay by his side legitimately, which can be said to be well-intentioned. Jun Qingren and Jun Yueya were shocked by his actions. "Sire, how can you make a hasty decision about the position of the Imperial Concubine? You?" Jun Qingren's face flushed with anxiety, and he wanted to speak to stop her. Jun Haocong interrupted her with a very tough attitude. "I have made up my mind about this matter. Sister, you don't need to say anything more. Next, you just need to worry about the canonization ceremony." When Jun Qingren heard about the canonization ceremony, her face changed drastically, and she retorted with dissatisfaction. "Sire, you are crazy. The canonization of the Emperor's concubine is such a solemn and serious matter. How can you decide the candidate of the Emperor's concubine with just one sentence? It's too much of a joke. Sister, at the beginning, you held the concubine selection competition, and Su Maoyang won the first place and became the well-deserved first place. She has long been a candidate for the Emperor's concubine, but later, because of her identity and strength, you have been unwilling to accept her, and you have gone back on your word once. Now she has made military achievements and proved her strength. Not only will she not drag me down, but she can also assist me. May I ask who is more qualified for the position of the Emperor's concubine than her?" Jun Haocong asked sharply, spitting out like pouring beans, blocking Jun Qingren from speaking. At first, Su Maoyang was the first in the Imperial Concubine selection contest, and now she has made great achievements in the war, so she really has no reason to stop it. However, from the beginning, she didn't like Su Maoyang. First, because she came from the lower plane, her status was not worthy of Jun Haocong. Second, she was not strong enough, which would drag Jun Haocong down. And third, it was she who caused Jun Haocong to contract a cold disease and endure a lifetime of torture, which made Jun Qingren really dislike her. Of course, what she hated most was Su Maoyang's temper. Other young ladies were respectful in front of her, but she was the only one who spoke hard and coldly, and was not likable at all. In terms of looks, Su Maoyang is not as good as Chu Yuyin. In terms of identity and background, she is not as good as everyone present. In terms of spiritual power, there are many people who are stronger than her. I don't know what charm she has that makes Jun Haocong so obsessed. Now even several generals are speaking for her. Jun Qingren couldn't figure it out, and the others were also full of doubts. But since Jun Haocong said this, she couldn't refuse openly. Otherwise, she would really become a villain who goes back on her word and is unreasonable. "Okay, you can make her the Emperor's concubine." Jun Qingren struggled for a long time and finally softened his attitude. As soon as these words came out, the girls' hearts were lifted. Jun Qingren was their last bargaining chip. As long as the princess didn't agree to let Su Maoyang enter the house, they still had a chance. But now even the princess has compromised. Doesn't that mean that they will never have the chance to be the Emperor's concubine in this life? Thinking of this, all the women were anxious and blushed, and their hearts were about to jump out. Jun Haocong was delighted to hear her say so. He was about to speak, but frowned at her next words. "However, you also know that not just any woman can be the Imperial concubine. In addition to outstanding appearance and strong strength, the Imperial concubine's manners are also very important. I can tolerate her humble origin, but I cannot tolerate her rough hands and feet, which will bring shame to our Jun family. Therefore, I will send someone to train her for 2 months. After 2 months, I will personally organize the canonization ceremony for you." without any hesitation. Jun Qingran's words were reasonable and could not be found wrong. But Jun Haotsong knew that this was clearly a trick for her to delay the canonization. She agreed on the surface. But she didn't know what tricks she would use to stop it behind the scenes. Thinking that Su Maoyong had to endure for 2 more months. Jun Haotsong's chest suddenly became angry, and he refuted. Who to marry, and what kind of woman to marry is my business. And the royal sister should not ask. You? This palace is just concerned about you. What's wrong with you? Su Maoyong has a bad background. If she doesn't go through strict training, how can she convince the public and be the mother of the country? Hearing this, Jun Haotsong wanted to refute, but was unexpectedly snatched away by Su Maoyong. Okay. I accept the proposal of the eldest princess. Hearing this, Jun Haotsong frowned in disapproval. Su Maoyong smiled lightly and comforted. It's only 2 months. It will pass in the blink of an eye. She didn't want Jun Haotsong to be embarrassed. Jun Qingran was his sister after all. If this wedding didn't get the blessing of relatives, it would be a great regret in life. She has come to this point after going through 5 levels and killing 6 generals, and has proved herself step by step that she can stand beside Jun Haotsong and fight with him. She had gone through such a difficult road ahead. So why should she be afraid of 2 months of etiquette training? The eldest princess deliberately made things difficult for her, so she would let her be convinced and have nothing to say. Seeing her like this, Jun Haotsong could not say anything else, so he could only acquiesce. At this time, Jun Shaozi, who was watching from the side, was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, Miss Su has a deep relationship with the emperor, which is really enviable. To congratulate Miss Su for her great contribution to the Yunlu Dark Domain and being canonized as the emperor's concubine. This princess prepared a gift, and I hope Miss Su will accept it. As he said this, Jun Shaozi raised his hand and clapped twice without waiting for Su Maoyong to react. As the voice fell, several burly men suddenly came in from outside, carrying a giant cage. When everyone saw the scene, they were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they gasped. Chapter 654, Flamingo of the Sky. Oh my god! It's Flamingo of the Sky! Someone with good eyesight shouted loudly, and the sound was like a bell, awakening the stunned people. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils were not only shocked, but also reflected bright red flames. In the cage, a big bird with a red body flapped its huge wings, and bright red flames were burning on its feathers, as if it was going to burn the whole hall. The terrifying temperature spread from the cage, burning everyone's body and cheeks. They were covered by a burst of red light, and they turned into red people. Oh my god! It's Flamingo of the Sky, which ranks 5th on the list of fierce beasts. Seeing this scene, the stunned people screamed in fear. Really? It's Flamingo of the Sky? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Some people were still not sure, and asked with shock on their faces. After all, fierce beasts are too rare, and suddenly appearing here is like a dream. Jun Shaozi smiled when he heard this. His brown eyes reflected the flames, flickering with a cold light, but his tone was very cheerful. He smiled and explained, Haha. Everyone guessed right. This is the 5th-ranked Tontian Flamingo on the fierce beast list. I encountered it by chance when I was training with my master. Now I have subdued it, but it has not been contracted. It just so happens that today the emperor is conferring the title of emperor's concubine, so I will give it to Miss Su as a wedding gift. I hope Miss Su will accept it. As he said this, he turned his head and looked at Su Maoyong, staring at her with a burning gaze, with a friendly smile on his face. But that smile made Su Maoyong inexplicably creepy. Everyone was stunned by Jun Shaozi's words. Jun Shaozi even gave away the 5th-ranked beast on the beast list. Isn't that too generous? Such a demeanor is simply admirable. You should know that the 5th-ranked Tontian Flamingo on the beast list is comparable to the 8th-ranked holy beast in terms of strength. And this beast is more promising than ordinary holy beasts, with more room for improvement. The more it develops, the more powerful it will be. Even the 8th-ranked holy beasts can't compare with it. And Jun Shaozi actually gave such a treasure to Su Maoyong as a wedding gift. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief, shocked and envious in their hearts, and swallowed their saliva countless times. I really don't know what kind of luck Su Maoyong has. She is favored by the emperor and favored by several generals. Now even the prince gave her such a generous gift. It's really jealous. Not to mention the women present were envious and jealous. Even many men present were envious. and their eyes looking at Su Maoyong became extremely eager. However, everyone can understand that Jun Shaozi can be so generous. After all, he and Jun Haotsong are cousins, and he himself is a sect disciple, so he must have a lot of treasures. How can the gift given to one's sister-in-law be too shabby? No matter what, it must be a presentable gift. Everyone didn't expect that the gift was so valuable that it shocked people. While everyone was envious of Su Maoyong, Su Maoyong was not blinded by the sugar-coated bullets, and rarely remained sober and alert. She knew that there was no free lunch in the world. This Jun Shaozi didn't know her, and he didn't even say a word, but he gave such a valuable gift. If she said there was no trick, she would never believe it. From the time Jun Shaozi came in until now, Su Maoyong always felt that this person was indescribably weird. Although she didn't know him, she was sure of one thing, that Jun Shaozi was clearly a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken, and he had no good intentions. However, he had personally given her the Tantien Flamingo, so how could she not accept it? Although the beasts on the beast list were not as good as the ancient beasts in her space, they were at least comparable to the 8th level spirit beasts, and they were still good as thugs. Besides, with her character of taking advantage, how could she miss such a good opportunity? Sure enough, she smiled and thanked him gratefully. Prince Gongxian is really too polite. I'm afraid I can't afford such a big gift. Haha. Miss Su is serious. Not only have you made military achievements for the Yulu Dark Domain, but you are also about to become my sister-in-law. This gift is what you deserve. Don't refuse my kindness. Jun Shaozi was worried that she would not accept it, so he comforted her immediately. Su Maoyong nodded with a smile, feeling very happy, since the princess said so. If I refuse, it will seem that I am a little unkind, so I will accept it respectfully. Jun Shaozi saw her excited expression, and a hidden sneer flashed across his mouth. He thought Su Maoyong was such a powerful person, but he didn't expect that he was also a fool who showed his joy and money. Yin Lafeng saw this scene and felt a little worried. He couldn't help but remind him, Su Maoyong, this Tantien Flamingo is very fierce. If you contract it with your current strength, you may be backfired. It seems that Yin Lafeng is one of the few sober people. Jun Shaozi didn't expect him to suddenly intervene. His eyes were slightly dark, and he smiled and explained, General Yin, although this Tantien Flamingo is powerful, it has been subdued by me. Otherwise it would not stay inside obediently. Although Miss Su is not as strong as it, as long as the spirit beast is willing to sign a contract, there will be no problem. General Yin, you are worrying too much. Yin Lafeng naturally knew that if the spirit beast actively signs a contract, it will not be backlashed. But there was always an unspeakable worry in his heart. He wanted to persuade again, but when he saw Su Maoyong with a smile on his face, he swallowed the words in his mouth and turned his head to look up at Jun Haotsong, wanting to see his reaction. Unexpectedly, Jun Haotsong also stared at the flamingo calmly, as if he indulged Su Maoyong's decision without any worries. What's wrong with Jun Haotsong? Doesn't he like Su Maoyong? Why would he let her take such a risk? There are many beasts stronger than Su Maoyong. But he didn't know that the reason why Jun Haotsong was so relieved was that he knew that Su Maoyong had already contracted an ancient beast. No matter how powerful the Tantien Flamingo was, it had to be like a grandson in front of the ancient beast and admit defeat. So, he was not worried that Su Maoyong would be attacked, but was more worried that Jun Shaozi would suffer an unprecedented blow. Su Maoyong saw Yin Lanfen's worry and smiled and comforted him. Just now the prince said that this Tantien Flamingo has been tamed by him and will not hurt anyone. I believe the prince will not lie. Right? As he said, Su Maoyong slightly side-eyed and looked at Jun Shaozi meaningfully. Jun Shaozi felt uneasy, and an awkward smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, Miss Su, you can contract at any time. Su Maoyong heard the words and nodded gently. He had already stood up, walked out of his seat, and walked towards the Tantien Flamingo. Chapter 655 swallowed in one gulp. When everyone saw this, they all widened their eyes with curiosity. Their eyeballs seemed to be rusty, staring at Su Maoyong and Tantien Flamingo, motionless, for fear of missing the process of contracting the beast. Although the flamingo at this time was emitting a terrifying heat, it was extremely docile. Facing Su Maoyong's approach, there was no resistance at all, and it seemed that it was ready to be contracted. Everyone saw it and envied it. Without any effort, It was easy to contract a powerful beast. Such a good thing. Everyone felt happy just thinking about it, and couldn't help but smack their lips and sighed at Su Maoyang's good fortune. Ma Feng, who had been worried about her safety, saw that the flamingo did not act excessively, and his nervous mood gradually calmed down. If the flamingo wanted to resist, it would never let anyone get close, because its scorching flames alone could burn people to ashes. Now that it can let Su Maoyang get close, it means that it is indeed willing to surrender. However, just when Ma Feng relaxed his vigilance, the flamingo suddenly flapped its huge wings, and its thin and long fiery red neck raised its head to the sky and cried loudly. The flames around it seemed to burst out from its feathers, and it was so frightening that everyone was shocked. Ma Feng's face changed drastically when he saw this. He thought to himself that it was not good. He stood up suddenly and shouted in horror, "Su Maoyang, be careful!" But he had no time to make a move. The flamingo flapped its wings and shattered the cage. It suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed Su Maoyang into its stomach. It was so fast that people were caught off guard. This sudden change scared everyone present. Their hearts seemed to jump out of their chests, and their blood rushed up with fear. The blood vessels in their brains seemed to burst, and every part of their bodies was trembling. Ma Feng was so frightened that his eyes were bloodshot. He rushed out of his seat and attacked the flamingo frantically. But the flamingo was a fierce beast after all. It was too powerful. How could Ma Feng be its opponent? Before he even got close to the flamingo, it was hit away by the latter with a flap of its wings. The flamingo was too lazy to fight with him. It flapped its wings and shot out of the hall like an arrow. It flew into the sky and disappeared into the night in the horrified eyes of everyone. Ma Feng got up from the ground with difficulty and wanted to chase it. But when he ran to the door of the hall, there was no trace of the flamingo. There was only a dark area without even a spark. Seeing this scene, Ma Feng was so anxious that he turned his head suddenly, stared at Jun Shaozi fiercely, and asked with gritted teeth, "Prince, didn't you say that the flamingo had been tamed by you? Why did it suddenly rebel? You'd better give me an explanation." Ma Feng's roar was like thunder, rolling through the wide hall, scaring everyone to tremble and stare at him in astonishment. In their impression, Ma Feng was a cold-faced general with a calm and steady personality, never smiling, and rarely angry. Today, he got so angry that it was really shocking. In addition, as a minister, he dared to question the eldest son of the prince, which was too lawless. But they didn't know that Ma Feng saw Su Maoyang being swallowed alive, so he didn't care about any etiquette and rules. Now he just wanted to rush up and strangle Jun Shaozi to death. Jun Shaozi was openly questioned, and he immediately walked to the center of the hall, clasped his fists and apologized to Jun Haocong, with a face full of shock and fear, and a very innocent tone. "Your Majesty, I really don't know why the Tontian flamingo suddenly rebelled. It was indeed tamed by me, and then it was carried up. Otherwise, even if I had 100 guts, I would not dare to give an untamed beast to Miss Su. If the Emperor doesn't believe it, he can summon my master and the disciples of the Lane sect to confront them. They have all seen the tamed flamingo with their own eyes." Jun Shaozi said it confidently, without any guilt, and seemed to be very surprised by the scene just now. But Ma Feng was even more furious after hearing this. His pupils were bulging with bloodshot, and he could almost spit out fire. "Prince, don't think about shirking responsibility. You ordered people to carry the flamingo up, and you gave it to Su Maoyang. If it weren't for you, how could Su Maoyang die? You are the culprit." Ma Feng pointed at Jun Shaozi and roared with gnashing teeth. Seeing this, Jun Qingran, who was sitting on top, frowned, slapped the table with one hand, making a loud noise. "How dare you, General Yin? You are rebellious by questioning the prince. Ma Feng is just a minister, while Jun Shaozi is the eldest son of the prince, a member of the royal family, and Ma Feng's superior. But he doesn't take Jun Shaozi seriously at all, and he is provoking the royal family." General Yin was scolded by her, and then he restrained his anger a little, and reluctantly clasped his fists. "I dare not. Humph! I think you are so bold. There is nothing you dare not. From what you said, you think that the prince deliberately gave the untamed beast to Su Maoyang to frame her, right?" Hearing Jun Qingran's words, Ma Feng frowned and fell silent. He couldn't be sure whether Jun Shaozi did it on purpose, But Su Maoyang's death was caused by Jun Shaozi, which was an undeniable fact. Su Maoyang was dead, and he really couldn't let it go. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jun Qingran implicitly agreed to his guess, and was even more furious, shouting, "Asshole!" Prince Gongxian had no grudges against Su Maoyang. Why did he deliberately frame her? Besides, did he have to use such a rare and precious beast to frame her? Su Maoyang herself was not strong enough to control the beast, and she deserved to be swallowed by the beast. What did the prince have to do with it? She coveted the beast, and it was her own fault. No one else could be blamed. General Yin shouldn't shout in the hall, and he would lose his identity if he wronged a good person. Jun Qingran's rebuke was not without reason. If Su Maoyang had not overestimated his own abilities and wanted to contract a beast, he would not have ended up in such a miserable way. Jun Shaozi sent such a valuable gift, which was a rare good intention, but it was misinterpreted as a frame-up, which was really unreasonable. Yin Lafeng was blocked by Jun Qingran and could not speak. His status did not allow him to commit crimes, and he had no evidence to accuse Jun Shaozi. Jun Shaozi insisted that it was not intentional, so the princess would only regard this as an accident and would not hold anyone responsible. Su Maoyang's death would only be seen as his own fault. Thinking of this, Yin Lafeng gritted his teeth in anger, looked up at Jun Haocong, and asked angrily, "Emperor, you and Su Maoyang have a deep relationship. Are you just going to watch her die without any reaction?" Yin Lafeng knew that Jun Haocong and Su Maoyang loved each other deeply, but Jun Haocong in front of him was calm and expressionless, without any grief or anger. It was really beyond his expectation and made him unpredictable. However, just as he finished his reproach, he heard a clear and pleasant voice behind him. "General Yin, who said I'm dead?" Chapter 656 Tricking Him. When the voice came, everyone in the room was stunned as if struck by thunder and lightning, and looked towards the door. A person in white clothes slowly walked in from outside, with a beautiful face, eyes like dots of lacquer, eyebrows like ink painting, white and smooth skin, just like pearls and jade, pure and flawless, and plump red lips that seemed to smile, which made Yin Lafeng open his eyes wide, opened his mouth in disbelief, and stammered, You are not dead." The others in the room also stared at Su Maoyang with horror, as if they had seen a ghost, and couldn't believe their eyes. They saw Su Maoyang being swallowed by the Tonkian flamingo with their own eyes. How could he come back intact? That beast ranked 5th. It eats people without blinking. How could it spit out the fat meat in its mouth? No! This is impossible. They must be dreaming. They must be hallucinating. This is definitely not true. But what shocked them even more was that there was a red firebird that was half the size following behind Su Maoyang. The firebird shrunk its head. Its face was bruised and swollen, and it looked like it had been beaten up. Its wings were tightly attached to its chubby body, and it no longer dared to flap its feathers casually. Its 2 slender feet carefully followed Su Maoyang's footsteps, turning left and right to move its fat red body, and tremblingly followed behind Su Maoyang, looking extremely funny. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in shock, staring at the red firebird with shock on their faces. After a long stalemate, someone finally revealed its identity. "Isn't that the sky-high flamingo? Oh my god! The flamingo has turned into this horrible appearance. Am I seeing things wrong? This doesn't look like the majestic beast. It's clearly a stupid and dumb coward. It's incredible." The 5th-ranked beast was beaten black and blue. Trembling, everyone exclaimed in disbelief, looking at Su Maoyang with unprecedented weirdness and fear. They couldn't imagine Su Maoyang's true strength, what kind of terrifying level he had reached. And he beat the fierce flamingo so miserably. It was too terrible. Everyone shook their heads in horror and rubbed their eyes constantly, not sure of the reality of what they saw. Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows and smiled when she heard Yin Lafeng's question. "I was born strong, and it's not that easy to die. I'm afraid I'll disappoint some people." As she said that, she turned her head and looked at Jun Shaozi, who was shocked and had a dark face. Her dark eyes revealed a trace of cold light, like a poisonous snake, crawling up his back, making him feel inexplicably cold. He really couldn't imagine that Su Maoyang was not eaten by the flamingo, but beat it black and blue and brought it back. What's even more incredible is that the high-ranking flamingo actually followed her like a docile cat, without any momentum and majesty, as a ferocious beast. Looking at Su Maoyang's calm and slightly sarcastic face, Jun Shaozi remained calm on the surface. but his heart was already in turmoil, and his fingers under his sleeves unconsciously clenched together. Being able to walk out of the mouth of the fifth-ranked ferocious beast intact is not something that an ordinary person can do. This is enough to prove that this person is indeed a bit weird. Although he was shocked, Jun Shaozi still had his sanity. He immediately pretended to feel guilty and apologized. "Miss Su, it's great that you didn't die. Otherwise, I would never be able to rest in peace in this life. This time, it's all my fault for doing something bad with good intentions. I didn't expect such an accident to happen. I'm sorry for you." Hearing Jun Shaozi's heartfelt confession, people who didn't know the truth thought he was really guilty and self-blaming. But Su Maoyang felt sick to her stomach after hearing it. She was not stupid. It was obvious that Jun Shaozi wanted to frame her with the help of the Tantian Flamingo. I have to admit that this man is very clever and thoughtful. Pretending to be generous on the surface, he gave her the rare and precious Tantian Flamingo to express his goodwill. If something goes wrong, she can only blame herself for not being able to control the beast and being attacked by it. Even if she is eaten, it is her fault. He can completely turn this into an accident and completely shirk his responsibility. After all, no one would expect such an accident to happen. Jun Shaozi is at most unintentional. Strictly speaking, it is Su Maoyang who is greedy for small gains. No one can be blamed. Besides, he expected that the princess would support him. So he has been fearless. This person did not do it behind her back, but wanted her life in front of the audience. It is enough to show that this person is arrogant and conceited. But he did not expect to encounter Su Maoyang's hard point. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang curled the corners of his lips and sneered, full of irony. "Prince Gongxian, you don't have to blame yourself. I have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, how could I have contracted the Tantian Flamingo?" Hearing this, Jun Shaozi was shocked. His fake expression suddenly froze, frowning and looking at the flamingo in shock, and took a step back in shock. "What did you say? You contracted it?" Su Maoyang nodded happily, her eyes full of smiles. "Yes, I am very satisfied with the gift from the prince. Don't worry, I will treat it well." Jun Shaozi's body shook when he heard this, and he almost fainted. He spent a lot of effort to get this flamingo. He originally just wanted to use it to frame Su Maoyang, but he didn't expect that she would actually contract it. Oh my god! After all the trouble, he actually gave her the Tantian Flamingo as a gift. Realizing this, Jun Shaozi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His head was spinning, and he was about to fall down. Fortunately, the servant beside him came forward and supported him at once, so that he didn't lose his composure. When the others heard this, they were shocked by Su Maoyang. In addition to being shocked, they were also very curious. They were curious about how Su Maoyang, with his strength, could contract the flamingo, because no matter how they thought about it, they thought it was an impossible task. But Su Maoyang did it. However, they didn't know that the bruised flamingo was all thanks to the heavenly demon marten. The heavenly flamingo was only ranked 5th on the list of fierce beasts, while the heavenly demon marten was ranked 3rd on the list of ancient fierce beasts. They were simply not in the same class. Although the heavenly demon marten's strength is limited now, the innate nobility brought by the race is enough to make the flamingo tremble and surrender. Jun Haotsong saw that Jun Shaozi was hit hard by his woman, and a faint smile rose at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Su Maoyang's ice blue eyes, flashing with a doting light. From the moment Jun Shaozi carried up the flamingo, he knew that Su Maoyang was up to something bad again, and it was indeed a very bad thing. He took such an expensive gift and made Jun Shaozi suffer in silence. It was obvious that he was trying to kill someone without any compensation. Chapter 657, It was just an accident. After hearing such bad news, Jun Shaozi took a few deep breaths and forced himself to support his thin body. He looked at Su Maoyang with eyes that were filled with poison, and he wanted to rush up and tear her apart. But reason told him that he couldn't act rashly in the current situation, because he had risked framing her once. Su Maoyang must have been alert, and she had Jun Haotsong's support behind her. It was impossible to force her life now. Not only would he not succeed, but he would be caught on the spot. By then, the evidence was conclusive, and even if the princess was biased, Jun Haotsong would never let him off easily. If he didn't take Su Maoyang's life, but got himself involved, it would be a loss. What's more, he could see clearly now that Jun Haotsong sat on the mountain and remained calm just now. Not because he didn't care, but because he trusted Su Maoyang. He had expected that Su Maoyang would not get into trouble, and even her successful contract with the Tontian Flamingo was within his expectations. It was obvious that Jun Haotsong knew that he was going to frame Su Maoyang, but he did not stop him. He just watched the show and let Su Maoyang make trouble and tease him. It was obvious that he was deliberately trying to make Su Maoyang happy. As long as she was happy, other people and things were not important. To be precise, Jun Haotsong did not care about anything else. This was simply pampering. Indulgence to a certain level. At first, he was shocked and almost unbelieving when he heard that Emperor Zun rejected Chu Ying for a lowly ant in the lower plane. But after seeing this today, he realized that Su Maoyang was indeed a capable woman. Unfortunately, ants are always ants. If they want to fly to the sky and join Eagle, they are destined to be smashed to pieces. Thinking of this, Jun Shao's fingers clenched unconsciously, and his eyes seemed to hide thousands of sharp knives, stabbing Su Maoyang's body. Su Maoyang was shocked by the hatred emanating from his bones, and her heart trembled. She frowned slightly, and many doubts surged in her heart. This man was full of hostility towards her as soon as he entered the hall, and he even tried to kill her. Su Maoyang recalled for a long time, but couldn't remember where she had seen this person, and she had no impression of him at all. So, she was very sure that this was their first meeting. She couldn't figure out what kind of deep hatred made the person who hadn't even spoken to her for the first time want to get rid of her as soon as he came back. No. This Jun Shaoza has been practicing in the sect and hasn't returned to the Dark Domain City for a long time. Now he suddenly came back. Could it be because of her? Realizing this, Su Maoyang was shocked and looked up suddenly to meet Jun Shaoza's gaze. A trace of shock flashed in her pupils. It seems that she must quickly investigate the identity of this person. Just as Su Maoyang was thinking, Jun Xing above hurried to smooth things over. Well, today was an accident. The prince had good intentions and wanted to sincerely bless the emperor and Su Maoyang. But he didn't know that the beast was too cunning. He pretended to be submissive, but suddenly rebelled. The prince can't be blamed. Fortunately, Su Maoyang is not seriously injured. It's just a misunderstanding. General Yin, you don't have to hold on to it. Jun Qingran's words not only put an end to this farce smoothly, but also covered up the prince's hidden conspiracy and shut up Yu. Now that even the princess said so, others naturally did not dare to doubt Jun Shaoza's ulterior motives. What's more, Jun Shaoza and Su Maoyang had never known each other, had no grudges, and had no motive to harm others. So everyone was naturally more willing to believe that it was just an accident. Yin Lafeng saw that Su Maoyang was fine, and he also restrained his arrogance. Knowing that he had lost his composure, he sat back in his seat with an awkward expression. Jun Qingran saw that Yin Lafeng had stopped making trouble, and others did not dare to discuss it casually. So she raised her hand and announced loudly, "Okay, the banquet will proceed as usual." After she finished speaking, she raised her hand to signal the dancers who had retreated to the side to continue their performance. The music played, the dance continued, and everyone gradually relaxed, and then continued to eat, drink and chat. But after such a commotion, the content of everyone's chat naturally revolved around Su Maoyang, and they were all very curious about the process of Su Maoyang defeating Finianjin and contracting Tontian Flamingo. Du Fira saw Su Maoyang sitting back in her seat, smiling, her red lips slightly raised, and a teasing voice came from under her veil. "Miss Su, even Prince Gongxian fell into your hands. You are really good at tricks. However, you have always been the winner. In fact, I really want to see you fall into the abyss. I believe that will be very interesting." The current Du Firu has been twisted. She hates every woman who is prettier than her and happier than her. She is unwilling to accept that a sinister woman like Su Maoyang can get happiness. Why can't she? She is full of dissatisfaction, but she has no ability to overthrow her. So the sudden appearance of Jun Shaoza ignited her hope. She is looking forward to Su Maoyang falling from heaven to hell. When Su Maoyang heard this, she hooked her red lips, raised her glass without looking away, took a sip, and reminded with a smile, "It seems that I will disappoint you. You have to know that no matter who comes against me, I have the Emperor's support behind me. But you are already a useless chess piece of the Du family. If you die, who will stand up for you?" Su Maoyang put down his wine glass and stared at her. His dark pupils flashed with cold darkness, which frightened Du Firu. "So, Killing you is easier than crushing an ant. You should worry about yourself and pray that these methods of mine will not be used on you. Otherwise, not to mention watching me fall into the abyss. Even the opportunity to sit here to eat, drink and talk will be gone. Su Maoyong bit the last word a little hard, and the cold voice blew into Du Fei's ears like a gust of cold wind, making her shiver. Du Fei felt cold in her heart because of her sharp gaze, and the smile on her face was a little stiff, and the fingers under her sleeves began to tremble faintly. Su Maoyong once again touched her sore spot, and once again made her face the bloody facts. It was too hateful and too hateful. Su Maoyong saw that her expression was not right, sneered disdainfully, and retracted his gaze. She didn't want to be a useless person with no power. If the woman who threatened her was determined to provoke her, she would not be polite. Su Maoyong was just reminding her. The banquet did not last long and ended. Jun Haotsong had made her the imperial concubine, and his goal had been achieved. There was really no need to stay any longer, so he could not wait to adjourn. Jun Haotsong wanted to leave, so naturally everyone could not stay for long, and they all stood up and bowed to leave. Jun Shaozi saw that Jun Qingran was also about to stand up and leave with the help of the Nani. So he immediately stepped forward and clasped his fists and said, "Princess, I have something to report. Can I have a word with you?" Chapter 658 Jun Shaozi's Conspiracy. Jun Qingran paused and looked at him in surprise. Seeing that he looked serious, it seemed that he really had something important to report. After a moment of hesitation, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a deep voice, "Then follow me back to Mingxiang Palace." After saying that, Jun Shaozi's face lit up, and he immediately bowed and followed Jun Qingran, and followed her out of Chaoyang Palace. Su Maoyong saw this scene, frowned slightly, and doubt flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but send a message to Tian Madiu's heart. "You will go to Mingxiang Palace with them later to see what they are up to. Remember to be careful and don't get caught." Hearing this, Tian Madiu nodded heavily. However, just as she was hesitating, Jun Haotsong had already strode down the steps, grabbed her out of the hall, and went straight to Yunlu Palace. Seeing Jun Haotsong's impatient expression, Su Maoyong could figure out what he was going to do with his big toes. He was so sad that he couldn't even cry. He was going to be unable to get out of bed tonight. Back to Mingxiang Palace, Jun Qingran quickly ordered the maid to give him a seat and serve tea. Jun Shaozi was flattered and waved his hand politely. "Princess, don't worry. I'll just stand. I haven't seen you for a few years. You seem to be unfamiliar with me." Jun Qingran looked up at him and spoke lightly. Jun Shaozi was afraid that the princess would blame him, so he quickly explained, "What are you talking about? My mother died early. I have been taking care of you for so many years. I am grateful to you. How could I be unfamiliar with you? Haha. You are sweeter than before. Tell me, are you looking for me to talk about Su Maoyong?" Jun Qingran laughed and shook his head. He didn't beat around the bush and asked his intention directly. Jun Shaozi was shocked, and he clasped his fists and sighed. Sure enough, nothing can escape the eyes of the princess. I am also puzzled. You and Su Maoyong have no grudges. Why did you take her life today? In fact, I can't bear to see the emperor destroyed by a woman. I heard earlier that Su Maoyong came from the lower plane, and the emperor was infected with cold disease in order to save her. Such a disaster will stay with the emperor, and who knows what kind of trouble will happen in the future. So, letting Su Maoyong become the emperor's concubine is not only unsatisfactory to the princess, but also to me and my father. His words touched Jun Qingran's heart. From the beginning, Jun Qingran had a bad impression of Su Maoyong. She had already regarded her as an enemy who hurt Jun Haotsong. If it weren't for Su Maoyong, her proud brother would not have endured the torture of cold disease, and would not have given his soul to Su Maoyong, causing his soul to be injured and almost losing his life. Jun Haotsong suffered a series of serious injuries, and his body was exhausted. He was afraid that he would have a chronic disease in this life. Just thinking about it, Jun Qingran felt distressed and hated Su Maoyong even more deeply. In her opinion, this woman was born to be her brother's nemesis. Yes, I have always disagreed with them being together. But it's a pity that the emperor was bewitched by that woman and insisted on being with her without listening to my dissuasion. Jun Qingran sighed helplessly. Seeing that her emotions were aroused, Jun Shaozi immediately struck while the iron was hot and asked, "Is the princess going to compromise? Wouldn't this be too easy for Su Maoyong? Hey, the emperor likes her, and insists on conferring a title on her. What can I do? I have tried to stop them before. Because of the matter against Su Maoyang, my relationship with the emperor has become very tense. If I don't compromise, I'm afraid I can't even be a brother and sister. Jun Qingran shook her head helplessly, feeling very heavy-hearted. Princess, it's serious. You are a close friend of the emperor. The emperor is blinded for a while, and can't tell the enemy from the friend. When he wakes up, he will understand your good intentions. Jun Shaoza comforted. Jun Qingran thought this was pleasing to the ear, and nodded slowly. I hope Soner can understand my intentions as soon as possible. Princess, if you are afraid of angering the emperor, and it is inconvenient for you to take action against Su Maoyang, you can leave this matter to me. I will definitely handle it cleanly without leaving any clues to satisfy you. Jun Shaoza guided her step by step. Jun Qingran frowned when she heard this, and looked at him in surprise. Do you have a way? Yes. I have a way to make Su Maoyang disappear completely. If the princess takes action to deal with her, it may anger the emperor and affect your relationship as siblings. But it will be different if it is done by me. Even if the emperor investigates, he will only find out about me. And it has nothing to do with the princess. So you can rest assured. Jun Qingran nodded slightly when she heard this, and was obviously moved. She wanted to drive Su Maoyang away, and not let them be together. But she was afraid of making Jun Haocong angry. Afraid that he would hate her, and make things out of control. Now Jun Shaoza made this suggestion, which almost hit her in the right place. Not only can Su Maoyang be dealt with, but also the relationship can be cleared. Why not do it? Tell me, what do you want me to do? After thinking for a long time, Jun Qingran finally made up her mind. Jun Shaoza was overjoyed to see that she agreed, and he boldly approached her, and whispered a few words in her ear. Jun Qingran opened his eyes wide, and asked in surprise, You mean? Before she finished her words, Jun Shaoza nodded heavily, and said with a smile, Well, by then, there will be no such person in the Cloud Tower Dark Domain. Okay. Then do as you say. Jun Qingran saw that he was confident, and decided to give it a try. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and it was almost noon. Su Maoyang, who had been tossed all night, was still sleeping soundly in the bedroom, but heard a noisy sound coming from outside. My master is still sleeping. No one is allowed to disturb him. Lin Water blocked the door, and stopped the old nanny, who was about to break in with a tough attitude. The old nanny had never seen such an arrogant maid. She was so angry that she yelled, How dare you? I am the nanny sent by the eldest princess to teach your young lady etiquette. Who do you think you are? You actually blocked my way. As she said that, the old nanny raised her arm, and slapped Lin Water in the face. Lin Water had never expected that this man was so arrogant. He attacked her as soon as they met. Before she could react, she was slapped. She was furious, and raised her arm to hit back. The old nanny was not afraid. She raised her head, and stared at her with disdain. She didn't take her seriously at all and shouted provocatively, Why? Do you still want to hit me? Don't forget, I am someone close to the princess. If you dare to do it, if the princess knows, your master will suffer with you. You have to think it through. When Lin Water heard this, her raised palm froze in midair. She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and couldn't speak. She knew that this slap would bring a lot of trouble to Su Maoyang. The master was not liked by the princess. She couldn't let the master conflict with the princess because of her. She was forced to endure the humiliation. Chapter 659. The old nanny is making trouble. Seeing that Lin Water was too frustrated to dare to make a move, the old nanny looked even more proud. She snorted with contempt and shouted arrogantly, Humph! Get out of here while I'm talking to you. If you delay my business, I'll make you pay. The old nanny's dark face was full of wrinkles, and her sunken triangular eyes were full of ferocity. When she said the last few words, her eyes widened, showing her ferocity and ugly viciousness. Lin Water was so angry that her face turned red. She had experienced so many fights, and her hands were stained with so much blood. Now she was suppressed by a lowly nanny. She couldn't help but want to refute. Unexpectedly, Su Maoyang's lazy voice suddenly came from the room. Who is making noise outside the door so early in the morning? Lin Water was shocked when she heard it, and immediately replied respectfully, Master, it's the nanny who teaches the master etiquette and rules. Well, since she was sent by the princess, please let her in. Su Maoyang gave a light order. She still had to give the princess face. After getting her permission, Lin Water pushed the door open, stepped aside, and said angrily, "Master, please come in." The old nanny glared at her arrogantly, then called the two palace maids behind her, and walked into Su Maoyang's room with a swagger. At this time, Su Maoyang had finished dressing and was walking out of the side hall slowly, just in time to meet the old nanny. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the old nanny carefully, then glanced at the red and swollen slap marks on Lin Water's face. His eyes gradually turned cold, and he asked expressionlessly, "Are you the nanny sent by the princess to teach me etiquette?" The old lady looked at least 60 years old, but she was not stooped at all, facing Su Maoyang. Her back was straighter than a javelin, and her eyes were long to the top of her head. Exactly. These two simple words were sonorous and powerful, full of arrogance, and it was obvious that she did not take Su Maoyang seriously, because the eldest princess had specifically instructed her to dampen Su Maoyang's spirit. With the tacit approval of the eldest princess, she would naturally not be polite to Su Maoyang. In addition, she also understood the eldest princess's intention to torment Su Maoyang. So, with the support of the eldest princess behind her, she was certainly fearless and confident. However, before she could find fault, she saw Su Maoyang's face turn stern and roared angrily, "How dare you? When you see the emperor's concubine, you old servant didn't kneel down to salute. Are you going to rebel?" Su Maoyang's roar was like thunder, which frightened the old lady so much that she trembled all over. Her arrogant and indifferent old face suddenly froze, and a pair of triangular eyes instantly showed surprise. Although she was a servant, she was still someone close to the princess. Even the young ladies from noble families were polite to her and dared not offend her. Su Maoyang, a powerless little bitch, dared to scold her so fiercely. Was she mistaken? "I am the nanny sent by the princess to discipline you. How dare you?" The old nanny pointed at her with disbelief, her eyes bulging. She was so angry that she couldn't speak for a while. Su Maoyang snorted and looked at her coldly. "You also know that you are a nanny, a servant. Now you meet the imperial concubine, who was personally appointed by the emperor. Not only do you not kneel down to pay respect, but you also speak rudely and point your finger at the imperial concubine. It is considered as treason. In addition, you are a nanny who teaches etiquette and should be familiar with the rules of the palace. So you knowingly committed a crime, making a mistake on top of a mistake. And your crime is even more serious." Su Maoyang scolded her so much that the old nanny turned pale, and sweat broke out on her forehead. "You, Su Maoyang, you haven't been canonized as the imperial concubine yet. Don't use the majesty of the imperial concubine to suppress me." She was also considered an old nanny in the palace, and had seen all kinds of people. Although she was shocked by Su Maoyang's momentum, she was not afraid of her because she had the support of the eldest princess behind her. Besides, the eldest princess didn't recognize Su Maoyang's existence at all, and she didn't intend to let her really become the imperial concubine. So, the old nanny dared to be so arrogant and presumptuous. Su Maoyang raised his eyes when he heard this, and his cold eyes became sharp, shooting at the old nanny, stabbing like a knife. "At the celebration banquet last night, the emperor canonized me as the imperial concubine in front of everyone. You deny my identity as the imperial concubine now. Are you questioning the emperor's decision? Or do you want to invite the emperor back and let him tell you my identity in person?" The old nanny was shocked and couldn't speak. She knew that the emperor cared about Su Maoyang. If she really alarmed the emperor, she would definitely be in trouble. Thinking of this, she had to suppress her anger, stared at Su Maoyang with bulging eyes, and took a few deep breaths. She originally thought that Su Maoyang would be wary of the relationship with the eldest princess and give her some face. After all, she still had to please herself, complete etiquette training, and successfully pass the canonization ceremony. As a result, this person was so tough that he didn't give her any face at all, and directly embarrassed her. It was really hateful. However, facing Su Maoyang's face that was determined to get to the bottom of it, the old nanny knew that if she continued to be tough, it would only make things worse, and she would suffer in the end. Realizing this, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and kneel down to pay respects. Old slave pays respects to the imperial concubine. Su Maoyang saw this, and a sneer flashed across his lips. This person was flexible and not too stupid. Otherwise he would have suffered. Su Maoyang had originally planned to torture her, but seeing that she was sensible and paid respects with humiliation and surrendered, If she continued to hold on, it would be her fault. So she had to let her go. Forget it. Get up. For the sake of the eldest princess. I will spare you this time. The old nanny gritted her teeth and tried to suppress her inner anger. With the help of the maids around her, she stood up with difficulty and was silent for a long time before she adjusted her mood again. Since the nanny is here to teach me etiquette, let's not waste time. Tell me, where do we start? Su Maoyang said straight to the point. After hearing this, the old nanny raised her head and looked at her, and said in a deep voice, "This time, the princess wants me to train the imperial concubine in 3 aspects: makeup, body shape, and etiquette. The first thing we have to do is makeup." As she spoke, she looked at Su Maoyang from head to toe. Seeing that she was wearing a simple white dress and not even a bit of expensive jewelry on her body, she frowned immediately and said in a very dissatisfied tone, "Empress, your dress is not acceptable. As the concubine of the emperor, you are the most noble woman in the dark domain of Yunlu, but you dress like a village girl. Isn't it just making people laugh and embarrassing the emperor?" Su Maoyang frowned. She liked this simple dress, and felt that the elegant and luxurious dress was cumbersome. However, before she could refute, the old nanny had already waved to the 2 palace maids behind her. "The princess has foresight and knows that you don't have any jewelry and clothes to show off, so she prepared them for you in advance. Hurry up and change the imperial concubine." Chapter 660, Breaking the Imperial Gift. Su Maoyang frowned in rejection and refused. "No, I'll just wear my own clothes. I'm not used to other clothes." The old nanny didn't expect Su Maoyang to dare to refuse the princess's kindness. Her face suddenly darkened. "Empress, you must know that this is a reward from the princess. You can't refuse it. Besides, you are not grateful for such a valuable thing. But you don't appreciate it. It's really too ungrateful." Lin Water couldn't listen anymore and retorted dissatisfiedly, "My master doesn't like those valuable things. Are you forcing my master to wear them?" The old nanny frowned upon hearing this, and rebuked fiercely, "How dare you? You can't just say you don't like it and refuse it. Your master is shabby and unworthy of the position of the imperial concubine. Even if your master doesn't care about other people's opinions, the emperor still has to have face. Since the princess has handed your master over to me to train, it is my job to change her clothes. How can you, a girl, have any say in it?" After scolding Lin Water, she waved at the 2 maids next to her. "Why are you still standing there? Help the imperial concubine change clothes." After the words fell, the 2 maids, one holding clothes and the other holding jewelry, immediately surrounded her. Su Maoyang took a step back and refused unhappily. "I don't like being served by others. Let Lin Water do it." Although she didn't like these things, she didn't fall out with the princess for such a small matter. She had a clear understanding of what was important, so she didn't force it on the nanny. However, she didn't like strangers serving her closely. After hearing this, the nanny didn't bother to argue with her. She waved her hand and signaled to hand the clothes and jewelry to Lin Water. She also warned the latter fiercely, "Be careful. These are gifts from the eldest princess. If you break or damage them, you will be sentenced to death. Even the imperial concubine can't save you." Lin Water's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She became more cautious, holding the clothes and jewelry, and then walked towards Su Maoyang carefully. However, at this moment, a dark light flashed across the nanny's eyes, and she quietly stretched out her foot and suddenly tripped Lin Water's ankle. Lin Water's attention was all on the clothes and jewelry in her hands, and she didn't pay attention to her feet, and she accidentally fell forward. Su Maoyang saw this and quickly caught the clothes and jewelry, which avoided the tragedy. Lin Water staggered and almost fell. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her clothes and jewelry were fine. Then she thought of someone tripping her just now, and turned around angrily, pointing at the nanny and cursing. "It's you? You are so insidious. You wanted to trip me and break the things the princess gave me. You want to give me a death sentence. Don't wrongly accuse me. It was obviously you who was making a fuss and acting recklessly. I haven't settled the score with you yet, but you are blaming me instead. There is no such thing in this world." The old nanny refuted confidently, and her face was thick to a certain level. When Lin Water heard this, she was so angry that she was out of breath and speechless. "You?" Su Maoyang naturally knew the old nanny's trick, and she remained calm on the surface, and coldly advised, "Okay, Fortunately, these things are not broken. Go inside and help me change. Lin Wana was still a little unconvinced when she heard this. But Su Maoyang didn't care. So she had to swallow her anger and take the clothes. And followed Su Maoyang to the side hall to help her change clothes. In just half a cup of tea, Su Maoyang walked out wearing the clothes rewarded by the eldest princess. Seeing this, the nanny nodded with satisfaction. But when her eyes touched her hair, she frowned again and asked, Empress, where are those pearl hairpins just now? Why didn't you wear them? At this time, Su Maoyang only had a white jade hairpin in her hair, which looked extremely simple and ordinary. And the nanny was immediately dissatisfied. Those pearl hairpins are too valuable. If they fall down, I will be charged with the crime of beheading. So it is better not to wear them. Su Maoyang understood from just now that the eldest princess sent these valuable things just to make things difficult for her and find fault with her. She would not fall for her trick. Sure enough, the nanny's expression collapsed when she heard this. And she shouted at the two palace maids, Go and bring out the pearl hairpins. The two palace maids immediately walked into the side hall after receiving the order and brought out the pearl hairpins again. The nanny took the pearl hairpin and walked towards Su Maoyang. Empress, the princess has given me the responsibility of dressing up. If I don't serve you wholeheartedly, I will be punished by the princess. So, I hope you can cooperate and don't make things difficult for me. The hairpin on your head is really not presentable. Let me take it off for you. As she spoke, the nanny reached out to the white jade hairpin on Su Maoyang's head. Su Maoyang has been wearing this hairpin for many years and never let anyone touch it. Who would have thought that this nanny would touch it? She was startled and immediately stepped back to avoid her touch. However, with just a shake, the white jade hairpin was immediately knocked to the ground by the nanny's hand. And with a crisp sound, the hairpin was smashed to pieces. Su Maoyang was shocked to see this. His eyes widened, and flame suddenly surged in his pupils. He roared fiercely as if a volcano erupted. You actually broke my hairpin. It can be seen that this time. Su Maoyang was really angry. The old nanny had never expected such a big reaction from her. She looked at her in disbelief and snorted. It's just a cheap hairpin. It's broken. So what's so strange about it? Hearing this, Su Maoyang's face seemed to be covered with a layer of gloom. And anger jumped in her pupils, as if it was about to burst out. Her thin body suddenly exuded a terrifying murderous aura, which frightened the old nanny and changed her face. It's just a broken hairpin. Is it necessary to get so angry? Empress, the eldest princess has rewarded so many precious pearl hairpins and jade hairpins. Which one is not better than your broken hairpin? You would rather wear these things that are not presentable than wear good ones. You are not clear-headed. The old nanny couldn't bear it and couldn't help complaining. Su Maoyang took a deep breath, stared at her sinisterly, and asked in a deep voice, Old nanny, you just said that if you break something given by the eldest princess, you will be beheaded, right? The old nanny nodded with a puzzled look on her face, not knowing what she meant by asking this question suddenly. Before she could think carefully, she saw Su Maoyang's lips gritting in a cold and strange arc, and the sinister voice came like the wind, which made her shudder. Then you broke the emperor's things. Wouldn't you be executed for 9 generations? The old nanny looked at Su Maoyang's dark and gloomy black pupils flashing with cold light, and was frightened and shocked, and a chill instantly surged in her heart. You? What do you mean by this? Nanny was so scared that her voice trembled a little. Su Maoyang sneered, lowered his eyes to glance at the broken white jade hairpin on the ground, and said faintly, The hairpin was given by the emperor. You broke the gift. It seems that you can't escape death.